My teammates are all crazy. Chapter 1 to Chapter 57. In a holographic online game. In the early stages of the game, players would level up. In the later stages, players would compete against each other. 1v1 was sweet and satisfying. Xianxia checked the streaming equipment one last time. After making sure that there were no problems, he started the live stream the moment the second hand hit 6. So punctual. So punctual every day. Will we be able to see Xianxia's face today? Looks like we won't be able to. Similar comments flashed across the screen of another computer. Xianxia tilted his head and couldn't help but chuckle. Good evening, what do you want to see me play today? Devil Lord. It has to be Devil Lord. I want to see you use Heart of Ice to grind your opponent to the ground. Xianxia shrugged. He wasn't surprised by the comments at all. As a skilled game streamer, the game he had been playing the most in the past few months was Lord Devil, a popular MOBA online game. Its Chinese name was Devil Lord. He mainly played as a jungler in this game. Among them, the demon he played the most was Heart of Ice. Some comments even said that he was the #1 player on the Chinese server, Heart of Ice. Actually, they weren't wrong. That was because he was the only one who dared to play Heart of Ice in the Chinese server. Xianxia had already logged into the game before he started the live stream. He clicked on the list of demons and found Heart of Ice. Its image was that of a pale young girl floating in the air. Why was there a double quotation mark? Because the introduction clearly stated that Heart of Ice didn't have a gender. However, its slender human figure did make people think that it was a weak young girl at first glance. Heart of Ice had long snow-white hair. Its snow-white dress fluttered in the wind. A pair of slender legs were faintly discernible. From head to toe, this demon's entire body was light white except for a pair of seductive purple eyes. Its entire body exuded a faint chill. Scattered snowflakes fluttered and fell from its body. In order to pursue visual effects, Xianxia adjusted the game's graphics and the complexity of the special effects to the maximum. Therefore, seeing the Heart of Ice on his game interface, the little cuties who were watching the livestream were not only amazed by the awesome modeling of Devil Lord, but they were also chilled by the gorgeous and realistic special effects. It was as if they could really feel the chill emanating from the Heart of Ice. As the most beautiful demon in Devil Lord, the image of the Heart of Ice was undoubtedly sought after. This was also one of the reasons why Xianxia was keen on playing it. However, it was one thing to look good, and another to see if it was practical or not. Is the Heart of Ice practical? Different people have different opinions. In any case, there were very few people playing it on the local server. Xianxia clicked on the ranking and successfully entered ban and pick mode. After both sides banned 2 versions of powerful demons, Xianxia was lucky enough to be the first player to pick up a demon. Without a second thought, he locked his Heart of Ice. Then, his teammates exploded on the spot. Ally, XX, Heart of Ice? Ally, XX, is it poisonous? Xianxia, who had already expected this, shrugged helplessly. Looks like it's someone who doesn't know me. After he said this sentence, he immediately received a lot of support and ridicule on the bullet screen. Waiting for your teammates to slap you in the face. Xianxia's Heart of Ice is invincible. The above was supported. It's not strange that you don't know him. Don't you know how famous you are? You locked your Heart of Ice in ranking. You deserve to be ridiculed. The above was ridiculed. Whether it was support or ridicule, Xianxia was already used to it. After all, it was not the first time he used the Heart of Ice to rank, nor was it the first time he was ridiculed by his teammates. The same thing happened countless times in the past. It's all because your ID doesn't look like a skilled game streamer at all. Suddenly seeing this bullet screen, Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously looked at his ID, it's Xianxia, not salted fish. How is that so? He defended himself. It's obviously very recognizable. However, the bullet screen didn't buy his words at all. It's really very ordinary. It's completely an ordinary player's ID. If I didn't watch your live stream, who would know that this ID is a streamer? Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Change your ID. Change ID +1, change ID plus ID number. Xianxia didn't care much about his ID, so seeing that the little cuties were so insistent, he said indifferently, okay, What do you think I should change my ID to? JJ Livestream Jingyu, JJ Jingyu, JJ Goldfish, Goldfish. You guys are really too much. Jingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that his little cuties were really too cute. How about I simplify it and say GF? Okay. He suddenly went from a passerby player to a professional player. Ha ha ha, yes, GF is more like a professional player, not a streamer. Jingyu looked at the game interface. Both sides had already chosen their demons and were entering the final adjustment stage. His teammates chose demons that were more commonly used. The player who had mocked him locked onto Lilith, who was a mana tank and a top laner. Their mid laner was Heijiao, their archer was Maha, and their support was Blood Carp. Although they were all commonly used demons, when put together, his teammate with the ID XX exploded. Ally, XX, you guys are all poisonous? Ally, XX, the jungler is already a squishy one who can kill even the support, and you guys still chose this. He didn't even have time to finish typing before he pressed send, because the countdown had ended. The screen jumped, and both sides entered the battle preparation interface. We're so squishy. Jingyu said this, but his tone was extremely flirtatious. His voice wasn't deep enough to begin with, so his flirtatious tone made people feel uncomfortable. Flirtatious at the slightest disagreement, I'm going to call the police. Goosebumps all over my body, I'm calling the police. Call the police. There's a streamer flirting online. Jingyu ignored these bullet comments and continued flirting. It's over. We're going to lose this round. The opposing team's lineup is much more reasonable than ours, they can push us into the water and grind us. Those who didn't know Jingyu, even if they didn't hear what he said, would think that they were going to lose without a doubt. However, Jingyu's true love angels were already used to this kind of situation. Every time Jingyu says this, it means that they're definitely going to win this round. Jingyu starts flirting as soon as he looks down on the opposing team. It's okay to flirt, just don't flirt for real. Jingyu happily looked at the bullet comments for a while. When he heard the system notification announcing the start of the battle, he immediately turned his gaze back to the game interface in front of him and controlled his Heart of Ice to drift towards the jungler. Heart of Ice was an assassin-type jungler. The biggest similarity between these types of junglers was that they were fragile, which meant that they had low health. Heart of Ice's health was even lower. When XX said that this jungler could kill even the support in seconds, it wasn't an exaggeration. There had really been people who had ganked the bottom lane while playing Heart of Ice and had been killed by the opposing support. This was why Heart of Ice had been ridiculed in the ranking competition. Its survivability was too weak, and it couldn't hold its own in a team battle at all. Moreover, it was very easy for the opposing team to counter jungler. The so-called counter jungler was when one's own jungler was invaded by the opposing jungler. This was a very common thing on the battlefield where Heart of Ice was present. As Jingyu fought the jungler, he paid attention to the minimap and checked the situation of the top, middle, and bottom lanes. He also calculated the time in his mind, the time it would take for the opposing jungler to catch him. When he felt that it was about time, he used discipline and killed the jungler to restore his health to more than half. Then, he hid in the bushes nearby. Sure enough, not long after, the opposing jungler Sword Burial rushed over with a 40-meter-long sword. When he saw that the biggest jungler was dead, he immediately guessed that Jingyu was hiding nearby and began to slash the bushes without restraint. Heart of Ice, who only had one skill, was courting death if he went head-to-head with Sword Burial, who only had one skill. However, Jingyu liked to court death. Do you think I can kill him single-handedly? He asked his little angel, but he couldn't divert his attention to look at the bullet comments. He didn't know how the bullet comments would respond. But he didn't care, because he was sure he could kill him. He patiently crouched in the bushes for a while, waiting for discipline to refresh in a few seconds. He waited for Sword Burial, who was wielding a 40-meter-long sword, to close in on him. He waited for the perfect moment to make his move. Jingyu instantly put away the playful expression on his face and controlled Heart of Ice to rush toward Sword Burial. The lethality of the skill, Ice Blade, immediately took away 1/3 of Sword Burial's health. At the same time, the lifesteal effect raised his own health. Then, Jingyu's Heart of Ice directly rammed into Sword Burial's face. he rushed behind him and dodged his skill. Before he could turn around, he gave him a flat hit. Sword Burial turned around abruptly and chased after Heart of Ice, slashing wildly. Jingyu focused all his attention and calmly moved around. He tried his best to dodge as much as possible and counterattacked while dodging. Even so, his health still dropped to less than 1/3 before Sword Burial did. The title of number 1 brittle wasn't a joke. Heart of Ice was truly deserving of this title. However, Jingyu looked at the monsters that were getting closer and closer to him and couldn't help but raise the corner of his lips. Just as he only had 15 HP left and would be able to revive back to the resurrection spring after being hit by Zhang Jian's normal attack, he used punishment on the wild monster. Under the effect of lifesteal, his HP recovered to more than 1/3. Then, he rushed towards Zhang Jian and used another skill to push his HP to the critical point. Before he could release his skill, he gave him a normal attack. System Heart of Ice, 1 kill, System Enemy Sword Burial has been killed. It was not the first time the people who watched Jingyu's livestream had seen him play Snow Heart. However, the moment they saw him kill Zhang Jian with a sliver of HP, they were so excited that they sent out all kinds of comments. There were also all kinds of 666 mixed in. 1 second ago, Sword Burial's health was much higher than Heart of Ice's, and the next second, the two's health had swapped. Heart of Ice had killed Sword Burial with a sliver of health left. It was too exciting. Not only was the enemy camp shocked, but the friendly camp was also shocked. Enemy, falling flowers flowing water, Sword Burial, what the F *CK. Friendly, XX, Lilith? Friendly, it's Jingyu, not salted fish, Heart of Ice. Hey, after taking down the first kill, Jingyu's Heart of Ice successfully leveled up to level 2, and the necessary displacement skill for junglers was refreshed. He continued to kill monsters leisurely while happily interacting with the comments. I soloed Sword Burial. Did anyone win the bet? Yes, yes, yes. Mama, I've seen this episode before. History is always shockingly similar. Let's observe a moment of silence for the dumbfounded Sword Burial. Jingyu's little cutie dropped a shallow water bomb. Hearing the notification, Jingyu quickly said, "Wow, thank you for the shallow water bomb." As he spoke, he took the time to look at the comments. The opponent is too weak. He can't even beat Heart of Ice. Jingyu smiled indifferently. Don't say that. The opponent isn't weak at all. I'm the one who's too strong. He was starting to get cocky. However, no matter how cocky his words were, he was still very careful when it came to playing. After reaching level 6 and using his ultimate skill, Jingyu immediately opened the battle list and looked at the difference in level and economy between the two sides. Then, he quickly locked onto the first target he was going to gank, the enemy's archer. In fact, Jingyu was better at catching the mages in the middle lane. Those who watched his live streams often noticed that whenever he was on the battlefield, the mid laners and junglers would link up very frequently. However, this time, he calculated the difference in level and economy of both sides. If the friendly mage did not act according to his plan, there was a high chance that he would not be able to return. The enemy mage could kill him with a single spell. Then, combined with the battle situation shown on the minimap, he felt that it was time to grab the bottom lane. Soon, Heart of Ice, who was surrounded by cold air, drifted downwards under the expectant gaze of the livestream viewers. She explored the bushes and arrived behind the enemy's defense tower. This was a very dangerous position for Heart of Ice because Heart of Ice's second skill, Snow Traction, could not move freely like other junglers. It could only connect to the enemy and lure itself to the enemy. This skill was actually very useful, especially when it was used to kill enemies. The direction of movement was precise and the damage was high. However, the only one who could use this skill was Heart of Ice, the weakest player in Devil Lord. Therefore, a good skill to kill enemies was played by most players as a suicidal skill. Once you used it, you would die. Once you used it, you would die. This was also one of the reasons why Heart of Ice was mocked by the crowd in the ranking matches. But who was Jingyu? He had picked up Heart of Ice in the first month of playing Devil Lord. Now, it was his 7th month of playing the game. Heart of Ice's proficiency had reached the highest level, and his win rate was as high as 75%. The most dangerous time, when the top, middle, and bottom lanes were all destroyed, he single-handedly brought up the tempo and won the match with a kill score of 38-61. His kill score was 21, and his assist was 15. In other words, only the deaths of the two enemy monsters had nothing to do with him. Therefore, when others saw him pick up Heart of Ice, they felt that he was going to lose. However, the moment he picked up Heart of Ice, he only wanted to win. Xianxia waited patiently in the bushes. The moment the enemy archer was forced to retreat to the bottom of the defense tower by his own archer, he immediately moved over and used his ultimate. After using his ultimate, he rushed to the back of his own archer with a flash. The enemy archer's HP was originally above 2/3. However, after taking the damage from Heart of Ice's displacement and ultimate, he only had a little bit of HP left. His own archer shot over and successfully killed him, only then did the enemy support activate his shield. Obviously, he did not expect Heart of Ice to appear from behind his own defense tower. This Heart of Ice was too daring. Indeed, with Heart of Ice's brittleness, he would not be able to resist a tower attack. He only took one tower attack and only had a little bit of HP left. If not, Xianxia would not have used his flash without hesitation and gave up the opportunity to kill enemies with this skill. However, it did not matter. Victory belonged to the team. System, Maha, 1 kill. System, the enemy centaur has been killed. Enemy, Centaur, enemy, Centaur. The jungler is too slow. Enemy, falling flowers flowing water, sword burial. I don't want to be the scapegoat. Heart of Ice is the one with the poison. Ally, it's Xianxia, not salted fish. Heart of Ice. Hey, at this time, Xianxia had already teleported back to his own spring. When his HP was almost full, he quickly floated back to the top lane. Heart of Ice's weakness was obvious. It was brittleness and had two skills that were suicidal. However, it also had very obvious advantages. It had high damage and its ultimate had a crowd control effect. If Heart of Ice's ultimate had not controlled the centaur's low HP to the edge of the defense tower, Maha would not have been able to kill the centaur without taking damage from the tower. The players on the battlefield, regardless of friend or foe, all felt that Heart of Ice was too daring. After all, if he had been 1 second away from dying under the tower, the situation of the battle would have been reversed. However, to Xianxia, everything that happened just now was within his calculations without the slightest deviation. As a cautious brittleness jungler, he rarely forced himself into a situation where he could not determine the outcome of the battle. Every time before he made a move, he would decide on his target early on and would not do anything unnecessary. Therefore, as long as he made a move, the team would definitely take the kill. After floating to the top lane, Xianxia first let Heart of Ice crouch in the grass and then opened the minimap to check the current situation of the top lane. That XX had a bad temper, but his skills were good. He had been suppressing the enemy solo. Now, the enemy solo only had half of his HP left and was huddled under the tower. He sullenly cleared the troops while XX relied on his long reach to continuously use one skill to lick the enemy's HP. Noticing the existence of Heart of Ice, XX sent out 2 attack signals in a row. Xianxia ignored them. What attack? Have you forgotten that I'm Heart of Ice so quickly? The enemy's HP is so high. Wouldn't I be courting death if I rushed under the tower? Xianxia pursed his lips and continued to crouch in the grass. He patiently waited for the enemy solo to finish clearing the last soldier before rushing out to help XX push the top lane's tower. System, Heart of Ice, destroy the enemy's defense tower. After pushing the tower, Xianxia immediately controlled Heart of Ice to slip away and continue farming his junglers. However, XX obviously had some ideas about him. Friendly, XX, Lilith, what do you mean? Why didn't you go up just now? Friendly, it's Xianxia, not a salted fish. Heart of Ice, I'm Heart of Ice. Friendly, XX, Lilith, there was no way to refute him. Friendly, it's Xianxia, not a salted fish. Heart of Ice also, this is a tower pushing game. Can't you just push the tower? As long as you can push all the towers, you can win even if you don't get the kill. At this time, the bottom lane had successfully pushed the enemy's tower. Only the middle lane was still in a stalemate. The enemy jungler was obviously like Xianxia. He especially liked to attack the middle lane and had already gone to the middle lane several times. Every time, Xianxia would predict it in advance and send a signal to the middle lane. Therefore, the enemy jungler had not been able to gank even once. Now, it was time to show the enemy the correct way to gank the middle lane. "I'll let you know what it means to be a jungler," Xianxia said confidently. After capturing Sword Burial on the minimap, he rushed to the middle lane without hesitation. After squatting in the bushes for a while, Xianxia waited for the enemy's mage to use his first and second skills. He immediately sent an attack signal and used his second skill, Snow Traction, to attack the enemy's mage. Almost at the same time that Heart of Ice approached the enemy's mage, the friendly mage used his ultimate. A water spout instantly engulfed the frightened enemy's mage. He then used his second skill with a crowd control effect, making it difficult for the enemy's mage to move. Then, Xianxia killed the enemy with a normal attack. This wave of cooperation could be said to be tacit. Xianxia looked at his mage in a new light. In fact, even if his mage did not cooperate with him just now, he was confident that he could kill the enemy. After all, he had calculated his damage. At his level, he could kill a half-health mage with just 2 skills. And now, he even saved a first skill. Then, the cooldown of his ultimate skill was almost up. He could do something again. "Wow, this mage is really good. Should I add him as a friend?" Xianxia said as he continued to kill monsters. "You say it as if he really wants to add you. Ha ha ha, the person above is right. Don't talk about friend spots. Xianxia, is your random spot full?" Indeed, when Xianxia first started playing Devil's Lord, he often threw an olive branch to his teammates. But because he mainly played Heart of Ice, his teammates kept a respectful distance from him. Until now, his friend list only had a few friends from the same guild. Every day, he would team up to do quests and so on. After gaining an advantage in the early stages, there was basically no suspense in this round of ranked matches. After all, Xianxia's teammates chose demons with high damage. The opposing tank could not withstand it at all. In less than 10 minutes, they wiped out the opposing team and took down the magic dragon. Before the magic dragon even started to attack, the opposing team forfeited. The 2 golden words "victory" appeared on the screen. Not long after it disappeared, the Heart of Ice's close-up animation appeared. 12 kills, 0 deaths, and 8 assists. He was fully deserving of the title of MVP. Xianxia stretched and took off his headphones. After letting his ears relax for a while, he put them back on and looked at the bullet screen on the other screen. Heart of Ice is being attacked by too many people. Should I play something else? Or not play ranked matches and play matchmaking instead? He was not used to using the bullet screen assistant, so he always had 2 computers open. One of them showed his live broadcast room. "Whatever makes you happy. Let's play matchmaking. I still want to see Xianxia play Heart of Ice, but I don't want to see him get attacked again. My heart hurts. There are haters everywhere. There are matchmaking matches too. But, it's okay." Xianxia smiled. "My Heart of Ice is invincible. Those who are attacking me, get ready to be slapped in the face. You're too arrogant. This flag is raised, Xianxia, your arrogance is making me nervous." When these bullet screens flashed past, Xianxia had already clicked on the matchmaking button. After entering the menu to choose a demon, he chose Heart of Ice again. However, he did not expect that not long after he chose Heart of Ice, his 4 teammates would also choose Heart of Ice. Gulen, Fair, Sandy, and Weya. This was 4 of the 5 elemental spirits that the players jokingly called the newbie gift pack. Gulen was an earth elemental spirit, Fair was a fire elemental spirit, Sandy was a thunder elemental spirit, and Weya was a water elemental spirit. There was also Wendy, who was a wind elemental spirit. This was a set of 5 elemental spirits that every player could receive when they first entered the game, Devil Lord. Basically, only newbies who lacked demons would use it. It was worthy of being called the newbie gift pack. What the hell? This time, it was Xianxia's turn to attack his teammates. Ally, Xianxia not salted fish, a machine? Ally, ASDF, no. Ally, JKLL, a real person. Ally, add, la la la, ally, HHHH, do you want to change to a wind elemental? Let's have fun together. Ally, Xianxia not salted fish. Obviously, this was a 4-person black car. And these four people's IDs were obviously made by face-rolling keyboard. Their intention to cause trouble was very obvious. Jingyu was terrified. It was fine if he lost the matchmaking, but it would be a problem if his win rate was lowered. Why don't I change to a wind elemental? Jingyu said hesitantly. The newbie gift pack was a set of 5 elemental spirits. A family should be neat and tidy. However, the bullet screen clearly had different thoughts. Frowny-faced Jingyu, don't be a coward. Use Heart of Ice to send them flying. Jingyu, you can do it. It's time for your Heart of Ice to show off your skills. It's rare to have a match where you don't use Heart of Ice. Seize the opportunity, Jingyu. You guys just want to see me fail when I use Heart of Ice, right? That's right. Jingyu felt that he had found the truth. He realized that every time he used Heart of Ice to slap his face, the little angels would become very happy. And every time he used Heart of Ice to slap his face, the little angels would not be depressed. Instead, they would become even happier. They would happily spam the words, lose all reputation. Anyway, they just wanted to see him play Heart of Ice. As a streamer who took care of the audience's feelings, he naturally had to satisfy the needs of most of the audience. Jingyu did not change Heart of Ice until the start of the battle. Even though he was panicking, he was not in the mood to complain online. Ayaya, I'm really not used to not being able to hear Jingyu's coquettish voice. Jingyu, don't be afraid. I think you can get the loser's MVP. Who's afraid? Jingyu was stubborn. I'm at the master level. Even if I'm matched, my teammates and enemies are of similar levels. Even if I use the newbie gift pack, it won't be that bad, right? He hoped so. Perhaps the 4 of them were trying to stir up trouble in this round. After entering the battlefield, Jingyu did not look at the bullet screen anymore. He controlled his Heart of Ice to float toward the jungle. He decided to fight a few monsters in peace to increase Heart of Ice's level and economy. However, just as he finished fighting the first monster, System, Sandy, 1 kill, System, Enemy Mermaid has died, System, Centaur, 1 kill, System, Sandy has died, System, Weya, 1 kill, System, the enemy's troops have been killed. In less than a minute after the start of the game, the bottom lane had already traded 1 for 2. Jingyu was stunned. Friend, goldfish not salted fish, Heart of Ice is it that intense? Just as he finished typing this line, the system flooded his screen again. System, Far, 1 kill, System, Enemy Scarlet Fury has been killed, System, Gulen, 1 kill, System, Enemy Quangu has died, System, Quangu, 1 kill, System, Gulen has died. F***CK. 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 Jingyu was shocked by the fast pace of the battle. What kind of people are these? Just 1 minute into the game, the score had been pulled to 4-2. Except for the jungler, all the other monsters had died once. On the other hand, they had sacrificed their top and bottom lane archers. As for the reason, Jingyu, who had been observing the minimap, could guess. The top lane archer had been killed by the enemy's defense tower. However, the kill was counted as the enemy's top lane archer. The archer on the bottom lane was the same. He directly rushed into the tower and killed the enemy. F***CK, they were so fierce. However, this kind of fighting style reminded Jingyu of a professional team called PG. Everyone in the team was extremely fierce, and even the support had gotten a triple kill. Among them, the fiercest was their jungler, Qin Fei. No matter what kind of monster he chose, he could kill a group of monsters by himself. Qin Fei was also the pro player Jingyu admired the most in Devil Lord. There was no other pro player. Every time he watched a game, Jingyu's blood would boil. Could it be? No, it was impossible. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Moreover, as everyone knew, Team PG lacked a top laner all year round. The top laner was always changing. Even Qin Fei had left his jungler position empty and played top laner. In the last Devil Lord Pro League, Team PG had been unable to find a suitable 5th teammate. In the end, they had only made it to the top 8. Jingyu sighed inwardly. He was very optimistic about Team PG, especially Qin Fei. However, objectively speaking, he felt that if Team PG continued to maintain their fast-paced and fierce fighting style, it would be very difficult to find a fifth teammate. Because very few people could keep up with their pace. They died at the beginning of the game, but they revived very quickly. As soon as Xianxia finished killing the third monster, the monsters on both sides had rushed to their respective towers. Xianxia suddenly had a bad feeling. Even though he hadn't reached level 6 and could use his ultimate skill, he directly controlled his Heart of Ice to float to the bottom lane. Sure enough, as soon as Team PG's archer reached the bottom of the tower, he wildly attacked the opposing archer. With a displacement skill, he dodged the opposing support and directly attacked the archer. Not only that, but Team PG's support also directly used flash and shield to attack the opposing archer. F*CK, 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 F*CK. Xianxia cursed as he directly moved to the opposing archer and floated to the bottom of the tower. With one skill, he took the enemy's head. Then, he flashed out of the tower and scrolled on the keyboard while facing the support. He entered and exited the tower earlier than the archer. He took a tower damage for the archer and forcibly saved the archer, who was on the verge of death. At the same time, he took 2 heads. Then, he immediately gave the signal to retreat. When Team PG's archer and support heard the system notification, their footsteps clearly paused for a moment. Then, they followed Heart of Ice and retreated to the bottom of the tower. It was a beautiful exchange of 0 for 2. Before the opposing jungler arrived, all of them safely returned to the city. Friendly, Sandy yo, that's amazing. Friendly, Xianxia is not a salted fish. Heart of Ice, we almost didn't make it. Friendly, Xianxia is not a salted fish. Heart of Ice, you guys are so fierce. As Xianxia typed, he controlled Heart of Ice to float to the middle lane. Although he did not see the opposing jungler, based on the situation just now, the opposing jungler would definitely rush to the bottom lane. If he did not make it in time, he would develop in the bottom jungle or go to the middle lane. Originally, he wanted to float to the middle lane and crouch in the bushes to observe the situation. He did not expect Team PG Sorcerer to be fighting under the tower with only a sliver of health left. F*CK. Do you have a death wish? Xianxia could not help but curse. In this situation, he did not dare to rush into the tower without knowing where the opposing jungler was. Just as he was about to send a message to Team PG Sorcerer to not stay too deep, he saw Sword Burial rushing over with a 40-meter-long sword before he could send it. At the same time, Team PG Sorcerer, who had reached level 6, immediately went all out. Fair followed up with Sword Burial and attacked like crazy. Almost instinctively, Xianxia had Heart of Ice connect with Sword Burial. With one stab, Sword Burial was immediately left with only a sliver of health left. His head was taken by Team PG Sorcerer. At this time, Team PG Sorcerer only had a sliver of health left. He probably did not even have 20 points left. However, instead of retreating, he continued to wander around the enemy's defense tower, causing Xianxia to break out in a cold sweat. Seeing that his health was so low, Team PG Sorcerer was naturally not willing to let go of this opportunity. He immediately flashed over and used his ultimate. Team PG Sorcerer, on the other hand, seemed to have predicted this. Instead of retreating, he advanced and used 2 skills one after another. With one combo, he killed Team PG Sorcerer. System, fair, double kill. System, Team PG Scarlet Fury has been killed. Crouching in the bushes, Xianxia, who was still waiting for an opportunity to avenge his sorcerer, was shocked. At that moment, he thought that his mage was definitely going to die. Wouldn't anyone's first reaction be to retreat when they saw their opponent use their ultimate? However, the opponent had gone all out and used flash, so there was no way to dodge this close-range big move. His own mage, on the other hand, had advanced instead of retreating. In the end, he had completely avoided this big move and completed the counterattack. This was a true counterattack from a sliver of HP. His sorcerer immediately returned to the city, while Xianxia steered the Heart of Snow towards the opposite side of the jungle. The shock in his heart had yet to subside. At this time, there were still people on the other side who hadn't reached level 6, but the score had already been pulled to 8-2. It had to be said that the speed of this 4-wheeled vehicle was too fast. If he had not witnessed the amazing maneuvers of his mage, Xianxia would have thought that the other side was a machine. Being in such a speeding car, Jingyu had to speed up his pace. After clearing the jungle on top of the opposing team, Heart of Ice immediately floated to the back of the enemy's top lane and crouched there. While ensuring that their top laner had a good view of the enemy's top laner, they waited for an opportunity to ambush the enemy's top laner. Perhaps he was frightened by the ferocious style of their top laner, but the enemy's top laner kept hiding under the tower and refused to come out. Then, he really died. Just as the minions entered the tower, Gulen rushed under the tower and used a skill to restrict the movement speed of the enemy's Quangu. With a difference of 0.1 seconds, Heart of Ice connected to the Quangu and floated over to use a big move. The Quangu was frozen and couldn't move. In a short moment, Gulen and Heart of Ice used all kinds of skills and normal attacks to kill him. Heart of Ice was the first to leave the tower. Gulen came out of the tower with half of his HP left. The two of them tacitly returned to the tower and worked together with their minions to destroy the tower. Ally, ASDF, Gulen yo, not bad. Ally, ASDF, Gulen alright, I'm going to sleep now. Good luck, you guys. Ally, JKLL, fair good night. Ally, Sandy good night, Ally, HHHH, will you good night, Ally, Jingyu is not a salted fish, Heart of Ice? Jingyu thought that ASDF was joking, but after ASDF sent that message, he actually teleported back to his own spring and didn't move again. He hung up? Jingyu couldn't believe it. For black cars meant that these four people had teamed up with each other. Even if they weren't in the same place, they were at least sharing a voice chat. He hung up, but his teammates didn't scold him. While he was still in shock, he saw his teammate casually say, Ally, HHHH, since the top laner is sleeping, I'll change to an AD to be a jungler. Jungler, go to the top lane. Teammate, it's Jingyu, not salted fish, Heart of Ice. Are you kidding me? Not only did he not scold his teammate, but he also changed his strategy so calmly. It was fine if he changed his strategy, but what was he trying to do with such an unreasonable strategy? The support didn't bring any punishment. Even if he changed to an AD, how was he supposed to be a jungler? Not to mention, Wei was a pure healer support. Even if he wanted to change his DPS, he should change his DPS, right? For a moment, Jingyu's mind was in a mess. He had just thought that he could win this game, but then he suddenly encountered such a change. It was really uncomfortable. But what else could he do? Even if the situation wasn't optimistic, since he used Heart of Ice, he didn't want to lose. After Jingyu controlled Heart of Ice to put away the troops on the top lane, he squatted in the bushes and clicked on the equipment information of both sides. He didn't expect that in such a short time, his support had already changed to an AD. He even threw away the support equipment that limited his economy. On the minimap, Wei really floated to the bottom of the jungle. What the F***CK? Were they really going to steal his jungle? Jingyu hurriedly typed a line of words in the chat box and sent it as fast as he could. Teammate, it's Jingyu, not salted fish, Heart of Ice archer jungler, support to guard the bottom tower. Don't just use AD, use a few healing items. Even if Jingyu went to carry the line, it would be impossible for him to resist damage. After all, he was using Heart of Ice. Even 10 pieces of armor wouldn't be able to save him. Therefore, the difficult task of resisting damage could only be left to the support. Teammate, it's Jingyu, not salted fish, Heart of Ice make it quick. After sending out these 4 words, Jingyu immediately controlled Heart of Ice to drift towards the bottom lane. He planned to wait and see if he could get his hands on the mana disc. Being so serious, of course, he didn't know that at this moment, in a small training room, there were 4 people sitting side by side in front of a row of computers, casually chatting. Yo, this person's mental fortitude is quite strong. A young man with dyed blonde hair, while tapping on the keyboard, laughed coolly. He still wants to win like this. In this situation, we can indeed win. The man beside him, who was 2 heads taller than him, said confidently, against normal players, the 4 of us are enough. GGG, who was the one who lost the last round with 4 against 5? A mature-looking person, whose tone was as brisk as the other 2 just now, asked. You. The blonde said. You. The tall one said. The mature-looking person didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The two of you are fine, but I'm controlling 4 characters by myself, right? The blonde, 2 hands and 2 feet, just 4. The tall one, Yezi, you're amazing. You're a team by yourself. The person called Yezi by the 2 didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, before he could complain back, he was interrupted by the person on the far side, who said in a tone that didn't allow any resistance, "So noisy, all of you shut up." The person on the far side, with his legs crossed, stared at the computer screen in front of him with half-closed eyes. On the screen was the battlefield of Devil Lord, but the devil he was controlling was standing motionless in the spring of resurrection. A young, handsome face appeared on the dark minimap, with a hint of sleepiness. This person, whose appearance could beat the entire training room, was calmly moving the mouse over the minimap, pressing the left button and dragging. The scenery on the screen changed continuously as his mouse moved forward, until he found a snow-white figure. It was Heart of Ice. The blonde controlled his archer to fight in the jungle, while taking the time to glance in the direction of the person on the side. As he retracted his gaze, he said casually, "Brother Fei, what do you think? There aren't many people who can keep up with our pace." "Shut up, we'll hit you." His tone was still indisputable. The person called Brother Fei said domineeringly. His camera kept following Heart of Ice on the screen, as if he was carefully observing something. At this time, Heart of Ice was wandering in the enemy's jungle, but he wasn't in a hurry to fight in the jungle. After wandering for a while, he suddenly used retribution on a wild monster, then circled around to the magic board in the middle of the bottom lane, not caring about the wild monsters chasing behind him. After he floated near the magic board, he didn't hesitate to fight, without giving any signal to his teammates. This seemingly unreasonable action made Qin Fei couldn't help but sneer. Yes, the person who was observing Heart of Ice was PG's jungler, Qin Fei. He was called the fiercest professional player in Devil Lord by the commentators. Not the fiercest jungler, but the fiercest professional player. It could be seen how fierce his personal style was. Heart of Ice's move just now, in his opinion, was the best manifestation of jungler awareness. Obviously, there was no enemy vision, but Heart of Ice actually sensed the approach of the enemy jungler and deliberately used wild monsters to mislead him. When the enemy jungler arrived and saw the wild monsters chasing after him, he naturally thought that Heart of Ice had fled in the direction of the wild monsters. Who would have thought that he would shamelessly circle around, the wild monsters would stop chasing after a certain distance and return to their original position. The enemy jungler didn't think too much and chased in the direction that the wild monsters had originally chased. At this moment, he was probably carefully exploring the bushes. He didn't know how much time he would waste in the bushes. And this time was enough for Heart of Ice to take down the magic board. "Friendly, Jingyu is not a salted fish. Heart of Ice, your vision is exposed, don't move." "Friendly, Jingyu is not a salted fish." Heart of Ice support with a big move. Seeing these words, the tall guy didn't hesitate. He directly controlled his Ouya to heal all his teammates. On Qin Fei's screen, Heart of Ice's health instantly rose. At the same time, the cooldown of retribution was over. Heart of Ice didn't hesitate to use it and add another level of damage. System, Heart of Ice, conquer the magic board. System, Heart of Ice, activate the magic board. Under Heart of Ice's command, the huge disc that was emitting a black aura was thrown toward the middle lane. Heart of Ice sent a signal to push the tower. However, he didn't go to the middle lane. Instead, he floated to the bottom lane to lead the line. Soon, the second tower in the middle lane was taken down by the mage and the archer. The second tower in the bottom lane was also about to be taken down by the minions led by Heart of Ice. In the absence of a top laner, their side was definitely in the lead, whether it was the number of kills or the progress of pushing the tower. Next is the team battle. Qin Fei smiled. Obviously, he was in a good mood. "What's this guy like?" The yellow-haired guy couldn't help but ask again. "Brother Fei, what's this guy like? What's this guy like? Give me an evaluation." Qin Fei didn't hesitate and responded readily. "As a top laner, I can't see anything wrong with him. However, as a jungler, he has good awareness and control. I haven't seen him make any mistakes. He can keep up with our rhythm. His coordination in the first 2 waves was also quite perfect. There was almost no fault to be found. The only thing that makes me unhappy, compared to the team battle, He prefers to lead the line and push the tower. After all, this is a tower-pushing game. The person who said this sentence was Yezi, who played the mid laner. But our way of playing, the yellow-haired guy who played the archer smiled sinisterly. First, wipe out the opponent's team, then leisurely push the tower under their desperate gaze. That's the best way to play. If we can kill them, we won't let them go. The tall guy who played the support roared. I'm still missing one piece of equipment. When I have all the equipment, I'll kill all of you. The yellow-haired guy, ha ha ha. I have all the equipment. I'll kill all of you now. Yezi, the magic dragon has respawned. Come, come, come. Wave after wave of attacks. I'll kill all of you. Xianxia. Shut the F***ck up. Xianxia had a headache from these noisy guys, but his eyes were still fixed on Heart of Ice on the screen, afraid that he would miss the slightest detail. At this time, the yellow-haired archer was leading the line in the top lane. Halfway through, he ran towards the middle lane. Where was Heart of Ice? He was originally fighting the monsters when he suddenly seemed to have realized something. He decisively gave up on the monsters with half health and floated to a pile of grass in the middle of the map. Noticing his actions, the 4 people in the PG training room were all startled. Huh? He knows that we're going to team up? The yellow-haired guy was the first to speak. Yezi followed. Huh? Does he really think that we can team up? The tall guy was very confident. Of course we can team up. I'm here. He said it as if he was the archer. Xianxia didn't say anything. He carefully observed Heart of Ice's every move. Not long after, minions appeared in the middle lane. Their support was one step ahead of them and pressed under the tower, attacking the mage under the tower without hesitation. The enemy mage threw a crowd control skill over, followed by a big shot. Almost at the same time, their support used his shield to resist the tower damage and the big shot. He cast a lesser heal to raise his health bar. At this time, the archer had already chased the support into the tower, pushing the tower at the speed of light. Almost at the same time, Heart of Ice decisively used his second skill, joining the mage and moving into the tower. He didn't care about the mage at all, helping the archer push the tower with a few basic attacks, and then decisively using his big shot. Heart of Ice's big shot didn't have a large range, but his positioning was very good. He actually froze all 5 of the enemy's monsters in one breath. Their archer naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity, and began to attack like crazy. The support with low health also attacked like crazy. The mage even used all his skills, crazily attacking. Needless to say, Heart of Ice's damage output was the highest in the game at the cost of his brittleness. In a short time, the 4 of them rolled their faces on the keyboard, fighting to be the first to attack, and wiped out the enemy team. Jingyu looked at the corpses on the ground in front of him, listened to the system prompts one after another, and looked at his Heart of Ice, which was almost full of health, and widened his eyes in disbelief. What he didn't know was that, not far from him, someone who was pretending to be asleep also had an expression of disbelief. This timing, this positioning. Xianxia's voice was trembling, and he couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. This jungler, I want it. It's we who want it, Blondie corrected him very seriously. No, I want it, Yezi said seriously. I have 4 characters on both hands and feet, and only 1 jungler is left. Get lost. The tall guy roared domineeringly, then fell into deep thought. But will he accept our invitation? Xianxia smiled. Pester him, harass him every minute. I don't believe that we can't take him down. You're crazy. Yezi was convinced. I'll leave such a difficult task to you, Yezi. Xianxia patted Yezi's shoulder solemnly. Good luck, I have faith in you. Yezi. F***ck maybe it was because someone on their side was AFK, or maybe it was because of the combination of Heart of Ice and the newbie gift pack, but the enemy saw hope that didn't actually exist. In short, the enemy didn't surrender until Jingyu cooperated with his teammates to take down the Magic Dragon and led the Magic Dragon army to destroy the enemy's defense tower. Soon, the word victory appeared on the screen. Jingyu, who was in front of the screen, let out a long sigh of relief. Sitting in this speeding black car, he really didn't dare to relax for a moment. If he was distracted for a moment, he might miss the opportunity to support his teammates and cause them to be wiped out. Such a fast-paced battle was indeed very satisfying. It was like bullying noobs, beating the enemy until they couldn't fight back. But Xianxia clearly knew that if he couldn't keep up with his teammates' rhythm, it would be a different story. He looked at the time on the bottom right corner of the screen. It was past 7 p.m. and only a little more than an hour had passed. Xianxia's daily broadcast was fixed for 5 hours, from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Under normal circumstances, he could play 8 to 9 rounds. After the broadcast ended, he would fall asleep and sleep until noon the next day. In the afternoon, he would organize the material for the broadcast and release some edited short videos. Xianxia had been living like this for almost a year after he graduated from high school. Maybe it was because he mainly played Heart of Ice, but his popularity was very stable. It didn't go up or down, and the money he earned was enough to maintain his life. Xianxia felt that it was very happy to be able to earn money and support himself in the way he liked, so he didn't regret not going to college, but he looked at the post-battle data on the screen, looked at the MVP on Heart of Ice's head, and pursed his lips. He really wanted more people to see this scene. Many times, the weak one wasn't the magical creature, but the person controlling the magical creature. If the person controlling the magical creature was strong enough, whether it was Heart of Ice or the newbie gift pack, they would have an absolute advantage. However, although he thought this in his heart, he said, "Hey, I actually won. Fortunately, I used Heart of Ice, or else I would have lost this game." He said it as if Heart of Ice was the strong one, and not him. On the other computer screen, the bullet comments were dazzling. Xianxia's Heart of Ice is invincible. Damn, I actually won. I shouldn't have gambled. Xianxia, you made me bankrupt. Looking at these comments, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. If I continue using Heart of Ice in the next game, do you think I can get 20 kills? Arrogant. Streamer, Xianxia's arrogant. I'm serious, okay. Xianxia's flirtatious voice returned. However, just as he said that, he received 4 friend requests in a row, which gave him a fright. Not only was he shocked, but the bullet screen also went blank for a moment. Obviously, no one expected that someone would take the initiative to add Xianxia as a friend, and for it that? SSSSSSSSSSSS. S's. He had never rejected any friend requests, so he accepted all of them. Then, he ignored all of them and continued to play solo. He was afraid that if he was late, he would be invited by those 4 players. He couldn't guarantee that he could keep up with the fast pace. On the other side, Xianxia did invite Xianxia to join the team, but he was a step too late. He looked at the in-game on the right side of Xianxia's profile picture and frowned unhappily. Should we wait for him? The blonde had obviously seen Xianxia's in-game prompt. Wait my ass, we don't have that much time. Xianxia replied, play one more game, then train. After training, Yezi, harass him. 1 message per minute, don't forget. Yihong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Harass. I feel like he'll blacklist me any minute. And so, Xianxia also entered the game. It wasn't a secret that Team PG was looking for a top laner, but no one knew that they were looking for teammates by using alternate accounts. They had thought about whether or not they should change their style and slow down to cater to their new teammates. But, first of all, a personal style wasn't something that could be easily changed. Secondly, there's advantage. If they slowed down, they would lose this advantage. It wasn't a problem for them to play against normal players, but against a professional team, without their advantage, they would be full of openings. It was no different from digging their own grave. So, unless they had no other choice, they preferred to find a top laner who could keep up with them. Or a jungler. When training ended, it was almost 11 o'clock. Yihong logged into his alternate account and looked at the message he sent to Xianxia. He didn't reply, so he logged out and turned off the computer. His teammates left the computer one after another. Only Xianxia was still sitting in front of the computer. PG was a brand new team that had been established 3 months ago. As soon as they were established, they signed up for the Devil Lord's 3rd Pro League and advanced to the top 8. However, in these 3 months, they changed their top laners one after another. None of them satisfied Xianxia. Too slow. You can't keep up at all. What's the use of having you? This was how he roared his new teammates out of the PG game again and again. So, the top laners who left PG all had a strong grudge against Xianxia. They said that he was the team's tyrant. They weren't wrong. Xianxia was the team's tyrant. As long as it was a teammate that he didn't recognize, even the boss couldn't keep them, let alone the coach. However, such a domineering person was sincerely thinking for the team. He wanted a teammate who could help the team win the championship. He saw this hope in Heart of Ice, who was controlled by Jingyu. So, he desperately wanted to recruit this hope to his side. Although he pushed this matter to Yihong, he still wanted to give it a try. So, in the empty training room, Xianxia logged into his SMUF account and couldn't wait to open the private chat interface with its Jingyu, not salted fish. ASDF, are you there? ASDF, are you there? ASDF, are you there? Are you there? It's Jingyu, not salted fish. Jingyu had just finished his livestream when he saw this string of messages. He was speechless. After sending a string of ellipses to ASDF, he looked at the message that JKLL had left for him. JKLL, you're playing well. Are you interested in playing professionally? It was just a line of words, but it made Jingyu fall into a daze. Playing professionally. Of course he wanted to. However, he had something that he insisted on. And what he insisted on was something that professional teams didn't recommend. About 2 months ago, he was encouraged by some bullet screen comments. He said, I don't want to play professionally for now. Then, he turned around and contacted a few professional teams. However, some of his applications were like stones thrown into the sea. Some of his applications were replied that they didn't lack people. Finally, a team responded to him and asked him what kind of demon he was best at. He said Heart of Ice, and then, there was no more then. Jingyu wasn't depressed. He just didn't want to give up. Why couldn't Heart of Ice appear in the Pro League? Yes, this was what he insisted on. He wanted an unpopular demon like Heart of Ice to appear in the Pro League and win the competition. He wanted to prove that these demons weren't weak. The weak ones were the people controlling them. This kind of thinking was obviously not recommended by the professional teams. Most professional teams still hoped that the team members could adjust their card pools according to the team's requirements and send out suitable demons according to the coach's request to help the team win the competition and become the champion. Therefore, after Xianxia sent out the line "Want to play professionally?" Jingyu immediately replied with this line of words, "It's Jingyu, not salted fish, can I use Heart of Ice?" After Jingyu finished replying, he sneered to himself. It wasn't easy for such an opportunity to be placed in front of him. What was the difference between his reply and rejection? Actually, he didn't want to play professionally at all. Just as he was about to exit the game interface, he received a reply from the other party before he could do so. ASDF, why not, why not? Jingyu stared at this line of words in a daze. He didn't react for a long time. ASDF, as long as you play well. Jingyu was in a daze. He felt that everything in front of him was a little unreal. Did the other party mean that as long as he played well, he could use any demon? Jingyu hesitated as he typed a line of words and deleted it. He typed another line of words and deleted it again. In the end, he still sent this sentence, "It's Jingyu, not salted fish. If that's the case, I'm a little interested. However, can you tell me what team you are from?" ASDF, PG. It's Jingyu, not salted fish. ASDF, what's wrong? It's Jingyu, not salted fish. Brother Fei is my husband. It's Jingyu, not salted fish. No, it's my idol. It's Jingyu, not salted fish. Can you help me get his autograph? ASDF. At this moment, in the empty training room, PG's jungler and captain, Xianxia, looked at the computer screen in front of him and frowned slightly. Suddenly, he had an ominous feeling. Jingyu regretted it as soon as he sent the words, "Brother Fei is my husband." He was thinking Brother Fei is my idol. However, as a game streamer, he was brainwashed by all kinds of "Jingyu is my husband" comments every day. If he wasn't careful, although he added in time, he still felt a little uneasy. Therefore, after waiting for a while and not receiving a reply, he nervously added another message. "Jingyu is not a salted fish, sorry, I was too excited just now. Can you not tell Brother Fei? Jingyu is not a salted fish, but I still want his autograph." ASDF, Xianxia covered his face with his hand, not knowing what to say. Sorry, I'm your husband. Bah, I'm Xianxia. No, 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 he couldn't reply like that. It was better not to expose his identity before he recruited this teammate without fail. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use this alternate account. An autograph was impossible, not in this lifetime. Also not possible. If he sent this message and agitated the other party, he wouldn't just lose a teammate, but also the future of PG. So how should he reply? Xianxia thought for a moment. Got it. ASDF, when you come to PG, you can ask Brother Fei for an autograph. Jingyu is not a salted fish, okay. ASDF, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Jingyu hesitated for a moment. When he saw the other party reply to PG, he lost his mind. His mind was filled with Brother Fei's autograph. Now that he saw that it wasn't easy to get the autograph, he finally came back to his senses. He started to question whether the other party was really from PG. Could it be an imposter? Based on the style alone, the four of them were fast-paced. They did inherit PG's usual brutality, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that they were deliberately imitating them. Jingyu cherished this opportunity that came knocking on his door, but he wasn't stupid enough to be led by the nose. Therefore, he became very cautious with his next reply. Jingyu is not a salted fish, you're a member of PG, ASDF, yes. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, how do you prove it? Xianxia thought for a moment, turned on another computer, logged into his main account, and casually kicked out a friend. He searched for the ID Jingyu, not salted fish, and sent him a friend request. When Jingyu received the friend request, he looked at the ID PG Sleep. His hand trembled as he clicked accept. It took him a long time to react. Until the ASDF sent another message. ASDF, I asked Brother Fei to add you. Look at your rank. You're a real person. After PG Sleep sent the friend request, he went offline. Jingyu maintained a look of disbelief as he clicked on the ID's career data. The Lord Rank Gold badge almost blinded his titanium dog eyes. Looking at the winning percentage again, it was 69%, a full 12% higher than his 57%. Needless to say, PG Sleep's number of matches was several times that of his, so his win rate was on a completely different level. My god. Alive. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, oh my god. ASDF, question mark. ASDF, so excited that you're incoherent? It's Jingyu, not salted fish, let me join the team, boss. I can play any position. I can use any demon. ASDF, bro, calm down. Reality had proven that no matter how persistent he was, he couldn't withstand a single blow from his god. However, Jingyu was just saying that to express his love for Xianxia. In his heart, he still hoped that he could use his favorite demon to participate in the Pro League. Thus, he quickly calmed down. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, boss, what did you want to ask? Ask away. ASDF, okay. ASDF, first of all, what's your gender and age? It's Jingyu, not salted fish, male, 20 years old. I'm the same as Brother Fei. We're both from City S. Xianxia secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Judging from the other party's tone, he thought it was a girl. It wasn't that female players couldn't play, but it wasn't convenient to live with a group of guys. ASDF, you only play as a jungler? It's Jingyu, not salted fish, something like that. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, if it's a top laner. I can practice. ASDF, no need. Jingyu was puzzled. Wasn't PG lacking a top laner? Could it be that they wanted him to be a second-team PG and wanted him to be their jungler? Before he could ask, he saw the other party's next question. ASDF, what do you usually use as a jungler? It's Jingyu, not salted fish, mainly Heart of Ice, Moonshade Spider, and Flower Petal of Datura. ASDF, did you choose demons based on their looks? It's Jingyu, not salted fish, hey, you found out. ASDF, and they're also unpopular. Do you know the commonly used demons? It's Jingyu, not salted fish, sword burial or something? Yes. ASDF, what does this mean? It's Jingyu, not salted fish. I'm good at sword burial. ASDF, it's Jingyu, not salted fish, but my heart of ice is even better. Alright, Qianfei roughly understood. This was a person who was very confident in his jungler skills. He wanted to see if this person was really that good. ASDF, one-on-one? ASDF, we'll both use sword burial. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, sure. Actually, at this moment, Jingyu was already a little sleepy. However, when he thought about how he would have the chance to fight side by side with Qianfei in the future, he was so excited that he didn't know what to do. If it was a one-on-one battle, so be it. If they were both using sword burial, no one would be able to take advantage of the other. It was best to use it to test each other's skills. Thus, very quickly, Jingyu received a request to spar from ASDF and chose to accept. The two of them chose sword burial, adjusted their sprite commandeering and equipment, and clicked to enter the battlefield. Sword burial could be jungled or walked. Because it was a one-on-one battle, the two of them didn't bring retribution and planned to fight head-on in the middle lane. Jingyu controlled his sword burial to the first tower in the middle lane and soon saw ASDF's sword burial. The beginning of the battle was very stable. The two of them replenished their troops without interfering with each other. Whether it was their level or their economy, they were both steadily increasing. The gap between them was very small. After a while, both of them reached level 6 and had big moves. Then, ASDF's sword burial took the lead and rushed towards Jingyu with his 40-meter-long sword. Jingyu decisively used his displacement skill, but instead of going down the tower, he went in the direction of the ASDF. After he used his teleportation skill, he immediately used a damaging skill to catch the ASDF off guard. Unexpectedly, the ASDF also used his teleportation skill and instantly appeared behind Jingyu. While dodging Jingyu's skill, he also used his own skill. Jingyu hurriedly used his defensive skill to block the damage from the ASDF and then attacked. The ASDF didn't dodge, and the two of them attacked each other openly. At this time, the ASDF's sword burial's HP was obviously lower than Jingyu's sword burial. However, no matter if it was Qianfei or Jingyu, they didn't dare to relax at all. Because they both knew, their opponent's flash and heal had not been used. He still had his big move, the same monster, the same level and economy, and even the equipment dropped so far were about the same. If they wanted to win this battle, it would depend on how both sides calculated their damage. Jingyu opened his eyes wide and stared at the computer screen, afraid to miss any details. He estimated the ASDF's HP and the damage from the minions, and decisively used his big move at the right time. Almost at the same time, the ASDF used his defensive skill. F***CK. Jingyu couldn't help but exclaim. Obviously, he didn't expect his opponent to use his defensive skill at this time. Although it could only block a portion of the damage from the big move, it was enough for him to survive. Sure enough, after Jingyu used his big move, the ASDF sword burial still had a sliver of HP left, and he didn't hesitate to use his big move. Jingyu took the full brunt of the big move and hurriedly used heal. Then, he stared at the gap between the ASDF's big move and used teleport. He wanted to use his newly refreshed teleportation skill to finish off the ASDF's low HP, but he didn't expect the ASDF to use flash without hesitation after using his big move. Jingyu wanted to use flash to chase after the ASDF, but he didn't expect the ASDF to teleport back in front of him and attack him. System, sword burial, 1 kill. System, sword burial has been killed. Jingyu was stunned for a moment before he realized what had just happened. Flash away and teleport back, what kind of trick was that? So the ASDF used flash to dodge his teleportation skill. At the end, he should have used flash to evade his displacement. However, who would want to go back and take the opponent's head after successfully escaping with only a sliver of HP left? Enemy, ASDF, sword burial. You're running away from sword burial? Ally, Jingyu is not a salted fish, sword burial. I'll give you a head first. I'm afraid you'll lose too badly later. Yo, you know how to trash talk? Qianfei chuckled. Enemy, ASDF, sword burial. Come, let's see when. You can make me take it seriously. Ally, Jingyu is not a salted fish, sword burial. I'm coming. Jingyu controlled the reborn Zong sword to rush toward Tower 1. As he rushed, he looked at the economy of both sides. Sure enough, the death just now had caused him to lose a lot of economy, and the gap between their levels had widened. Jingyu frowned and didn't dare to mess around anymore. He shrunk under the tower and wretchedly dealt damage. Enemy, ASDF, sword burial. If you have the ability to deal damage, then come out of the tower. Enemy, Jingyu is not a salted fish, sword burial. Hey, I don't want to. Come and hit me. Qin Fei's face darkened. Why did he suddenly feel like this was so annoying? Thus, Qin Fei really controlled his sword burial to rush into the tower and use his ultimate. Jingyu's heal had already been used, but it was still on cooldown. He wanted to press E to defend, but it was too late. He took the ultimate attack head-on. There was no point in pressing E after taking the ultimate attack, so he pressed Q instead. He wanted to cooperate with the tower to kill this bastard who didn't care about his own life. He didn't expect the opponent to use defense at this time, blocking both the skill damage and the tower damage. Once the defense shield broke, Jingyu and the ASDF pressed teleport at almost the same time. One ran and one chased, but the distance between them was still the same. Then, the ASDF used a damaging skill. Jingyu defended, but his health was still at low health. Too hard to deal with. Jingyu roared as he used Blink, but he hid behind the ASDF. In the next second, the ASDF sword burial missed. Jingyu's sword burial used his ultimate, sacrificing one of his ultimate attacks to kill the ASDF. 1 draw. This time, the economic gap between them was made up. Jingyu secretly sighed in relief. He controlled sword burial to return to the first tower and continue to kill his troops. However, just as all his skills were off cooldown and he was ready to receive the next attack from the ASDF, a message suddenly appeared in the chat. Enemy, ASDF, sword burial. GGGG was an abbreviation for good game, meaning that it was a beautiful match. When the winner typed GG, it was usually used to mock the loser. When the loser typed GG, it meant that they admitted defeat and indirectly praised the opponent for playing well. Now, the ASDF sword burial was at a disadvantage. When he typed GG, it was obvious that he had admitted defeat. Sure enough, not long after this message appeared, the ASDF admitted defeat and ended the match. Jingyu blinked his eyes in confusion, as if he hadn't had enough. It was Jingyu, not salted fish. You're done, ASDF. Yes, that's enough. It was Jingyu, not salted fish. GG, I told you that sword burial is very good. ASDF, another round? I'll be serious this time. It was Jingyu, not salted fish. Jingyu was instantly terrified because he knew that regardless of whether the ASDF went easy on him or not, he had at least given it his all. He had fought to a draw with the ASDF when he had given it his all. He had played passively and uncomfortably. Another round probably wouldn't be any better. Therefore, he shamefully gave up. It was Jingyu, not salted fish. No, I'm so sleepy. ASDF, okay, go to sleep. When are you free to come to our club? It was Jingyu, not salted fish. I'm free during the day. You're free during the day? Qin Fei was stunned for a moment before he realized that he had forgotten to ask about the other party's occupation. If he was 20 years old, he should still be in university. Regardless of whether he was in school or working, he couldn't possibly be free during the day, right? ASDF, be more specific. It was Jingyu, not salted fish. I'm free before 6 every night. Qin Fei raised a hand and rubbed his chin. You're free before 6 every night? That means you're not free after 6 every night. What exactly did this person do? However, Qin Fei didn't really care about this. He just needed to know that the other party was free during the day. ASDF, then come over tomorrow at around 1 p.m. Bring your ID card. It's Jingyu, not salted fish. Okay. Seeing the reply, Qin Fei sent an address to Jingyu. It's Jingyu, not salted fish. Got it. It's Jingyu, not salted fish. Well, ASDF, question mark. It's Jingyu, not salted fish. When I go over tomorrow, will Brother Fei be there? Qin Fei raised his hand to cover his face and blindly typed a word. With one hand. ASDF, yes. It's Jingyu, not salted fish. Okay. Thank you, boss. I will do my best. That night, Jingyu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Thinking that he would be able to meet his favorite esports player tomorrow, he felt that everything was a bit unreal. Therefore, the first thing he did the next morning was to log into the game and check his chat history with ASDF carefully. After confirming that everything was real and that he wasn't dreaming, he was completely relieved. I want to leave a good impression on my idol. After taking a shower, Jingyu dawdled in front of the closet half-naked for a long time. Should I give him a gift? After finally putting on his clothes, Jingyu looked around his kennel and found that he didn't have anything to give, so he had to search online. Flowers? Girls usually give him more, and it's not practical at all. Tie? Scarf? It feels too personal. Lighter? Ashtray? I wonder if Brotherface smokes. Underwear. What the hell am I thinking? After some hesitation, he realized that he wasn't going to meet Qin Fei alone, so he couldn't just bring him a gift. Finally, Jingyu bought a big cake to eat with the members of PG Team. Since both PG Club and Jingyu were in S-City, Jingyu left at 11:30 a.m. and arrived at the entrance of PG Club before 12:30 a.m. On the high-tech entrance of the club, there was the logo of PG Team. In contrast to PG's ferocious style, PG's logo looked soft and cute. Even the color was light pink, and the shape of a pig could be vaguely seen. The full name of PG was listed in small red letters below, Play Gaily. Play Gaily? Jingyu was a bit surprised. He thought that PG's full name was related to pig. Speaking of which, was he too early? Could he go in? Jingyu hesitated for a while at the entrance, but he didn't dare to go in. He had to give up and find a place to rest for half an hour before coming back. However, just as he made up his mind to turn around, he bumped into someone, which gave him a fright. Sorry. After apologizing reflexively, Jingyu silently retreated to the side and made way. He then carefully looked up at the person he bumped into. It was a very handsome man, who was a whole head taller than him. The man was wearing a casual outfit with red and black interspersed. The wide collar revealed his sexy collarbone. Gulp. Jingyu couldn't help but swallow. It wasn't that he was obsessed with the man, but that he was intimidated by the man's aura. The man furrowed his eyebrows. He looked tired and impatient, as if he would punch him at any time. However, the punch he imagined didn't come. Instead, it was replaced by a cold voice. Takeout? Huh? Jingyu didn't react in time. The man looked down at the cake in his hand and touched his chin thoughtfully. Is it someone's birthday today? Jingyu realized that the man had misunderstood. He explained awkwardly, no, that. I am here for an interview. Interview? A trace of confusion flashed across the man's face. Then, as if he thought of something, he suddenly said, salted fish? Huh? Jingyu froze for a moment before realizing that the man was calling him. He quickly nodded and responded, yes, I'm that salted fish. No, that, my game ID is Jingyu, not salted fish. Pfft, Qin Fei looked at the young man's bewildered expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He just came back from lunch and didn't expect to meet him at the door. It's only 12:30, right? Why are you here so early? Come in. Qin Fei hooked his arm around Jingyu's neck and led him into the door. Jingyu passively followed Qin Fei into PG's door. Before he could react, he was pushed onto the sofa in the living room. It's noon. We're all eating. Take a seat first. Qin Fei said as he went to the water dispenser to fill a disposable cup with water. Jingyu carried the cake to the coffee table in front of the sofa. He nervously looked at Qin Fei's back and guessed his identity. However, as he guessed, he became distracted. This person is so handsome. Is he a celebrity? So far, PG has only participated in online games, so Jingyu didn't know what Qin Fei looked like. But this didn't affect his love for Qin Fei. He could play such a beautiful game, even if he was an uncle, he would accept it. However, esports players weren't that old, so it shouldn't be possible for him to be an uncle. While he was still distracted, Qin Fei took 2 cups of water and sat down beside him. He handed one of the cups to him. Thank you. Jingyu carefully took the cup and took a sip. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. He was so confident in the game and had a strong desire to win. He even called him husband. He thought he would be a lively and outgoing person, but he didn't expect, "What's your real name?" Qin Fei asked tentatively. Jing Yu. The other person almost didn't hesitate to answer. Jing as in Jingku, Yu as in the universe. Are you in college? No. Jing Yu shook his head with both hands holding the paper cup. I didn't go to college after graduating from high school. I'm doing live streaming now. Oh, so he was busy after 6 o'clock every night because he was doing live streaming? Qin Fei suddenly understood. Live streaming of fighting the Devil Lord? Yes. Qin Fei wanted to ask more, but the voices outside the door suddenly became noisy. I bet 5 packs of spicy sticks that it's a girl. Then you must have lost. He said he's a man. A man called Brother Fei husband? I don't believe it. TSK, I say, can you two be more mature? You don't want to bet money, but you want to bet on spicy sticks? The 3 people chatted as they entered the PG room. Then they saw Qin Fei sitting on the sofa, and next to him. Aha! It's a girl. I bet right, give me spicy sticks. A yellow-haired boy jumped on the spot and pulled the sleeve of the tall guy next to him. The tall guy and the other person raised their hands in tacit understanding and covered their eyes. The conversation just now couldn't have been overheard by this new friend, right? Awkward. Jing Yu was at a loss on the sofa. He didn't know whether he should stand up or not. Before he could make a decision, the man next to him hooked his neck. Let me introduce you. Qin Fei said, crossing his legs and raising his head in the direction of the 3 people. The yellow-haired guy with no gender is Luo Yiming, our family's archer. 1. Yes, 1. Qin Fei nodded. And the one who's taller than the Tokyo Tower, Han Leng, support. HHH. Yes. And Yezi. Oh, Yezi my ass. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why do I have to be so perfunctory? Then he walked to the coffee table in front of Jing Yu and sat down. He smiled and reached out a hand to him. Hello, I'm Yi Hong, PG's mid laner. Jing Yu blankly reached out and shook the other person's hand. He was flattered. Hello. I'm Jing Yu, Jing as in Jingku, Yu as in the universe. After letting go, he suddenly realized something and showed an expression of disbelief. PG's mid laner, archer, and support were all here. Where was the jungler? He turned his head mechanically and looked at Qin Fei. He opened his mouth slightly but couldn't say a word. Until the other party spoke first, answering the question in his heart in a casual tone. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm PG's captain, Qin Fei. Qin Fei. He was actually, so handsome. Jing Yu was confused by his first reaction. From Sigma Pan Jiahua and Gorilla Duan Luo Zhan vomit filth to suck. The third reaction was. I'm finished. I didn't do anything wrong just now, did I? She wouldn't leave a bad impression on him, would she? Fourth reaction, oh my god, I am so happy that I am about to faint. Fifth reaction, signature. Yes, she could faint, but she couldn't forget her signature. Qin Fei and Jing Yu looked at each other. Seeing that he didn't move for a long time, Qin Fei couldn't help but raise a hand and wave in front of his eyes. Still alive? Jing Yu immediately blinked and came back to his senses. Brother Fei. I've liked you for a long time. Qin Fei, wait for the autograph. Can you sign, Jing Yu was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he did not expect Qin Fei to guess his thoughts. His idol said, wait. Of course, he had to wait obediently, so he remained silent. Qin Fei carefully looked at the young man beside him. He claimed to be 20 years old, but he looked like he was still underage. Perhaps because the curve of his jaw was too soft, it made his side profile somewhat androgynous. It was no wonder that Luo Yiming mistook him for a girl. Actually, he was quite good-looking, but rather than handsome, he was more beautiful. Especially his eyes, which had turned into a bright amber color under the light. The more one looked at him, the more attractive he was. It was completely different from what he had imagined. He was not a fat otaku who never left the house and was covered in fat, nor was he an arrogant brat who thought that he was invincible. He was dressed in white and looked very clean and pure, like a newborn cub. Facing such a person, even the usually fierce and domineering Qin Fei couldn't help but soften his tone. Today, we have a practice match at 2 p.m. Our opponent is the 7th place of the last season's Pro League, Ain. You'll be the jungler. Eh? Then you. I'll pay. Qin Fei said without hesitation. The original top laner couldn't keep up with our pace, so he left 2 days ago. The corner of Luo Yiming's mouth twitched as he whispered to Han Leng beside him. Brother Fei snatched them away. Han Leng shrugged. Is there a problem? Qin Fei asked Jingyu seriously. With such a serious tone, Jingyu was a little afraid to look him in the eye. No, all right then. Yezi, bring him to familiarize himself with the equipment. Okay. The person sitting on the coffee table stood up and walked to the training room at the side of the hall. That was the training room for PG's official members, and there were only 5 computers. Yi Hong's face gave off a mature and steady feeling, so walking beside him, Jingyu didn't feel as pressured as when facing Qin Fei. He became a lot more lively. I like you 2 other people play 1 round and then leave, but you always come back and slap them in the face. Of course, it feels the best to slap them in the face. Jingyu's fleet gathered the skeletons and soared to support Bayan. Actually, I'm okay, at least I know how to return to the city. Yi Hong laughed. When yellow hair fights, he doesn't even recognize his own family. Yellow hair, Luo Yiming, 1, PG's archer. Oh, Jingyu finally found the right person. His positioning is super good, and he often gets MVP. After all, archers are in the center position. You can use this computer. Yi Hong pointed to the innermost computer and said to Jingyu, the one next to you is Brother Fei's, don't touch his things. Okay, I won't touch it. Jingyu walked to the innermost computer and sat down. The computer was turned on, but the desktop was very clean, as if no one had used it. Jingyu double-clicked the Devil Lord icon, opened the login screen, entered his account password, and entered. Are you used to the mouse and keyboard? Yi Hong sat down in front of the computer in the middle and logged into his account. He logged into a SMF account, the one that sent the message to Jingyu, JKLL. Jingyu held the mouse and moved it around. It felt okay, but he still needed some time to get used to it. I'll try out matchmaking. You want to join? Sure, Nakano team up. Yi Hong agreed without hesitation and sent a team invitation to Jingyu. Jingyu clicked accept. At this time, Qin Fei, Luo Yiming, and Han Leng were still sitting on the sofa in the living room, resting. Luo Yiming sat in the seat that Jingyu had sat in and poked the cake on the coffee table. Whose birthday is it today? Nope. Jingyu brought it over as a greeting gift, probably. Qin Fei said, but he wasn't sure. He still hadn't decided whether to sign him or not. It was enough for him to come. Why bring a cake? Of course, he didn't know that this cake was specially bought by Jingyu for him, and that the others were just basking in his glory. Luo Yiming didn't hold back. His hand had already taken the ribbon from the cake box, but it was slapped away by Qin Fei. Did you not eat enough for lunch? Luo Yiming's hand continued to rub against the cake box. It's a waste not to eat it. Do you know dessert? This time, Han Leng couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed Luo Yiming's restless hand. Then we should wait for Jingyu and Yezi to come and eat together. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of a problem and looked at Qin Fei. By the way, Brother Fei, have you told the coach about Jingyu? Qin Fei was 20 years old, Luo Yiming was 19 years old, Yi Hong and Han Leng were both 21 years old, but they all called Qin Fei Brother Fei. Qin Fei was already used to it. He didn't feel any pressure being called brother by people older than him. He calmly replied, no, we'll talk about it when he comes. In the past few days, PG's coach, former professional player Fang Luofan, had been fretting over who to pick for PG's top laner. It wasn't hard to find a top laner, but there were very few top laners who could keep up with Qin Fei's pace. No, it was impossible to find one. However, if a top laner couldn't keep up with the team's pace, the team's survivability would decrease, and it would be easy for the team to be wiped out. I'm worried to death. The 30-year-old Fang Luofan was so worried that his hair was about to turn white. 3 years ago, he was in a car accident and suffered a comminuted fracture in his right hand. He regretfully left the esports scene. Later, his hand recovered, but he couldn't recover the hand speed he used to have. After returning from the injury, he could only be a commentator. Until 3 months ago, a team named PG appeared out of nowhere. They dominated the qualifiers and got the ticket to the group stage. Almost at the same time, they threw him an olive branch and hired him as PG's coach. Fang Luofan still couldn't forget the first time he met Xianxia offline. This fierce-looking youth, with his chin slightly raised, said to him in an arrogant tone, "I'll be the champion, and you too." At that time, Xianxia was a top laner. When Fang Luofan was still a pro player, he played top laner. Xianxia never said who he liked as a pro player, but from his playstyle, Fang Luofan saw himself from back then. Perhaps, because of this, Fang Luofan's brain went haywire and accepted Xianxia's invitation. At that time, Luo Yiming hadn't joined PG yet. PG's archer was Hanleng. That's right, the current support. At that time, the support and jungler was Xianxia's high school classmate. After helping Xianxia get into the group stage, he left PG and focused on his studies. Xianxia couldn't find teammates and couldn't continue the game, so he found Fang Luofan. Rather than inviting him to be PG's coach, it was more accurate to say that he wanted to use his fame in the esports scene to recruit new members. Fang Luofan did not disappoint him. On the second day after he became the coach, he poached Luo Yiming, who was not valued, from another team. As an archer, Luo Yiming liked to attack close to the opponent's face. He didn't care about the long-range advantage, so he was disliked by his original team. However, Fang Luofan discovered his talent in positioning. Luo Yiming liked to attack close to the opponent's face, but he wasn't stupid enough to rush forward. His positioning was very flexible, and the opposing archer couldn't hit him very often. What about Hanleng? When he used archer, he was all kinds of dirty, but when he used support, he was fierce. He didn't lose to Xianxia at all. Just like that, PG's initial style and direction of development was established. Then a serious problem was revealed: the jungler couldn't keep up. In fact, before changing countless top laners, PG had changed countless junglers. But at that time, PG hadn't gotten out of the group stage yet, so there wasn't much attention, so no one paid attention to it. In this way, PG changed his teammates and adjusted his tactics. Finally, under the leadership of Xianxia, the warrior-type jungler, they got out of the group stage. The early stage of the top laner was relatively monotonous. Because the small team battles in the early stage were mainly between the mid and bottom laners, the top laner rarely participated. So, before finding a suitable new member, Fang Luofan decided to give up the top laner and highlight the advantages of the mid and bottom laners. Xianxia was stuffed into the jungler position. After all, PG's style was to fight in the early stage. As long as they could play in the early stage, there wasn't much pressure to win. Facts proved that Fang Luofan's choice was right. PG was like this. Under the circumstances of sacrificing the top laner, they won all the way in the knockout stage, and got the ticket to the point competition, becoming famous in one battle. At that time, PG's popularity was unmatched by any team in Devil Lord. As long as you played this game, there was no one who didn't know about PG. However, the reality was always full of drama. In the quarterfinals, PG was defeated. There was nothing to say, literally, they were defeated. In the round-robin format, they played a BO3 against 7 strong teams, and all of them ended up with a miserable 0-2. The -14 score was like a basin of cold water, drenching the hearts of the new fans that PG attracted in the knockout stage. But even so, Xianxia's individual performance in the point competition was still outstanding, and he led the tempo well several times. Unfortunately, the top laner couldn't keep up. Fang Luofan was really worried to death. He clearly knew that if they didn't solve the problem of the top laner, they wouldn't be able to survive the 4th season of the Pro League, let alone the point competition. They wouldn't even be able to survive the invitational tournament before the qualifiers. The last 2 in the invitational tournament would be eliminated into the official tournament, and they would have to fight their way out of the official tournament to be able to enter the quarterfinals again, and qualify to compete against strong teams. Sorry, Fang Luofan Sr., I know myself, I know that I can't keep up with PG's tempo, so, well, since you've already made your decision, then, do your best. Fang Luofan hung up the phone and sighed. The last possibility was also eliminated. PG was the only way to change the style of the game. He was unwilling, but he couldn't do anything about it. Fong Luofan sighed again, drank the coffee in his cup, got up and left the coffee shop, and walked towards PG's club. First, he needed to discuss with Qin Fei how to deal with the afternoon's mock competition. Qin Fei sat on the sofa in the living room for a while. Suddenly, he got up and walked towards the practice room. I'm going to take a look. Luo Yiming knew what he wanted to see. He quickly got up and followed him. I'm going too. As a PG-ranked player, he was always full of curiosity and anticipation towards the arrival of a new teammate. Hanlong didn't say anything, but his body followed the two's footsteps. After a while, the three of them squeezed into the practice room, which wasn't very spacious. Jingyu and Yihong were in a duo. The game had been going on for more than 10 minutes, and the second magic board had just refreshed. Yihong was using Nine-Tailed Fox, while Jingyu was using Heart of Ice. The two had just finished off the opposing mid lane and were rushing towards the bottom lane together. Qin Fei stood behind Jingyu and looked at the score, 12-2. He then looked at Jingyu's record, 8 kills, 0 deaths, 4 assists. He then glanced at Yihong's record, 4 kills, 0 deaths, 8 assists. How many times did you guys grab the mid lane? Luo Yiming asked. Obviously, he had also found clues from the two's records. They had a total of 12 kills, and all of them were in the hands of Jingyu and Yihong. One could only imagine how often the mid laners worked together. The opposing mid lane was probably doubting life right now. Sure enough, Yihong casually said, not many, only 10 times. The other 2 kills were from the opposing archer and support. Wow, you guys are too brutal. Hanlong mourned for the opposing mid lane for a second. I wonder if he'll still dare to play mid laner after this game. Yihong shrugged. He didn't comment. Qin Fei watched Jingyu's play with great interest. He didn't say anything, but the corners of his lips were raised in a playful arc. On the screen, after Heart of Ice rushed to the bottom lane, she first squatted in the bushes. Nine-Tailed Fox, on the other hand, fearlessly rushed between the archer and support, and used Fox's Wrath to send the two of them flying in different directions. Then, the Nine-Tailed Fox unleashed its ultimate attack, its 9 tails wildly attacking the archer. Heart of Ice also used a displacement skill to support him. She released an ice blade and took away almost a third of his HP immediately after. Nine-Tailed Fox, with the help of their archer, took out the enemy archer's head with a fireball. Then, she cast a crowd control spell on the support who was trying to escape. Heart of Ice seized the opportunity and killed the support with a barrage of attacks. System, Heart of Ice requests to assemble. Jingyu sent out a signal requesting for a rendezvous. At the same time, he and Yihong's Nine-Tailed Fox headed towards the magic wheel. Aside from the top laner, all the Hellions on their side were gathered around the magic wheel. Without any interference, they easily took down the magic wheel. This wave of play, whether it was the timing or the coordination between the players, was done extremely well. Especially Yihong, he was the best at catching the enemy off guard. The release of the 3 skills, Fox's Wrath, was unexpected but also perfect. It stunned Jingyu for a long time. Most players who played Nine-Tailed would first throw a fireball from afar to reduce the enemy's HP. Then, they would attack while retreating, slowly grinding the enemy to death. The Fox's Wrath could send the enemy flying, so it was usually reserved for when the enemy closed in on them to save their lives. As for Yihong, he directly rushed between the enemy archer and support and used this skill to separate the archer and support. Then, he isolated the archer and attacked him face to face. He had both strategy and courage. It was really too amazing. In comparison, Jingyu's play wasn't outstanding, but he didn't make any mistakes either. It could be considered normal. However, the members of Team PG clearly had different opinions. Luo Yiming, Yezi, you actually used the Hellion that you're best at in a match. Don't you have any shame? Yihong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You have to use your natal Hellion in a match. Why can Jingyu use it but I can't? Hanlong, you even used such a coquettish skin. Are you trying to use a honey trap to make the enemy let down their guard? You're so bad. Yihong snorted. Coquettish eyes. Coquettish. Qin Fei, last season's points competition, your nine-tailed was always in the ban position. If you didn't use it, why would you practice it? Do you have a lot of time? Yi Hong instantly cowered. Brother Fei, I was wrong. I won't use it in my next life. Pfft, there was no doubt that this burst of laughter came from Jingyu. After he finished laughing, he felt the gazes of the four people fall on him. He suddenly lowered his head and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Pfft, this time, Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh again. He patted Jingyu's shoulder. Good luck in the afternoon's mock competition. If you can beat Ain, you can sign with PG, okay? Jingyu replied weakly. After a moment of silence, he asked hesitantly, directly as an official member? Yes. Is there a problem? No. Jingyu replied. He felt that everything was a bit unreal. Before he came to PG, he thought that PG wanted to build a second team and make him their jungler. He felt that he was already very lucky to have the chance to meet Qin Fei. He didn't expect that Qin Fei would tell him that as long as he could beat Ain, he would directly sign him as an official member. In other words, as long as he signed the contract, he would be able to fight side by side with Qin Fei. It was really unreal. His heart was excited and uneasy, but his hands remained steady. In less than 20 minutes, they destroyed all of the enemy's towers and won the match without even using the magic dragon. The MVP of the match was given to Yi Hong's nine-tailed fox by the system. However, Jingyu's heart of ice was not bad either. It was only 0. 2 points lower than the nine-tailed fox. I also want to play duo with Jingyu. Luo Yiming couldn't help but shout as soon as the match ended. Duo, 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 duo. Team up. Why don't we just have 3 rows? Hanling said as he sat down in front of the computer closest to the door. No other support can protect a shooter like you. You make it sound like you protected me before. Haven't you been dealing damage all this time? My equipment is still support equipment, so I don't need to specifically protect you. I just need to keep up with your pace. What's more, it's support equipment. This time, all 4 of their gazes were focused on Hanling. Did he forget how he fought with the archer for damage last night? Hanling coughed softly and sang with a strange melody, yesterday's me is no longer me. As soon as he finished speaking, before he could log into his account, he heard familiar footsteps outside. In the training room, everyone except Jingyu was stunned. Luo Yiming was the first to speak. Coach, you're back? I think so, Yi Hong replied. You guys enter the game later. I'll go out and take a look, Qin Fei said as he left the training room and walked toward the main hall. He didn't notice that Jingyu secretly sighed in relief after he left. However, Luo Yiming, who had been sizing him up, seemed to have noticed something. He smiled mysteriously. You like Brother Fei? Jingyu nodded without hesitation. Yes. What kind of like? Ah? Brother Fei is your husband? Luo Yiming smiled even more playfully. Hearing this, Jingyu's face instantly turned red. He lowered his head in embarrassment and wished he could find a hole to hide in. Actually, when he saw that Yi Hong's SMF ID was JKLL, he already guessed who was in the car last night. That ASDF couldn't be Qin Fei, right? He couldn't have said the words Brother Fei is my husband in front of Qin Fei, right? Jingyu wanted to explain, but he couldn't open his mouth for a long time. Fortunately, Luo Yiming only wanted to tease him and didn't take it to heart. You scared me to death, you know? I saw the chat history on Brother Fei's SMF this morning and thought you were a girl. How inconvenient would it be to live here? Gee. I thought you really wanted Jingyu to be a girl. Hanlin was surprised. You even bet me 5 packs of spicy sticks. That's 2 different things, okay? Luo Yiming looked at Hanlin with disdain. I think he's a girl, and I hope he's not a girl. There's no conflict at all. So when are you going to give me the 5 packs of spicy sticks? Hearing this, Jingyu couldn't help but want to laugh. The embarrassment just now disappeared. He felt that the atmosphere here was not bad. At this time, Qin Fei had already sat down on the sofa in the living room. Not long after, a person pushed open the door and walked in. It was Fang Luofan, PG's coach. He looked a little tired. He silently walked to Qin Fei and sat down next to him. He let out a long sigh. Then, he noticed the cake on the table. Feng Luofan froze for a moment and hesitated. Is it someone's birthday today? Qin Fei was about to tell Feng Luofan about Jingyu, but when he heard Feng Luofan's words, he sneered. What's wrong? Feng Luofan looked at him in confusion. Qin Fei had already explained it to Luo Yiming, so he had to explain it to Feng Luofan again. No, our new jungler brought it over. It should be a greeting gift. New jungler? Feng Luofan exclaimed. His first reaction was, you quit? Qin Fei rolled his eyes. Who's quitting? I don't really like jungling. This was the truth. His personality made him more inclined to fight head-on with the enemy. This was the top laner's playstyle. What about jungling? What they did was usually sneak attacks and chasing. Qin Fei's jungling was fierce because he couldn't get rid of his experience as a top laner and his innate personality. The more he played, the more he was like a top laner. And the monsters he used as jungling were mostly tank type or warrior type. They didn't have much of an advantage in sneak attacks and chasing. He was the exact opposite of Jingyu. The monsters that Jingyu was good at, whether it was Heart of Ice or Moonshade Spider, were all assassin-type monsters. Their common characteristics were high movement speed, high damage, and brittleness. They were very suitable for sneak attacks and chasing. But this also meant that the person who used these monsters had to have good awareness and be able to grasp the opportunity to flexibly use the monsters to chase and escape. Feng Luofan wasn't stupid. He quickly understood Qin Fei's meaning. You want to be a top laner? Qin Fei nodded. Feng Luofan's next sentence was, I haven't played in a long time. Are you okay? Qin Fei wanted to roll his eyes again. You. Why didn't you ask me if I was okay when you asked me to jungling? Feng Luofan smiled. So what about the new barbarians? Someone who could make Qin Fei give up his jungler position without worry was definitely not simple. This was probably the best news Feng Luofan had heard in the past 3 months. Even though he hadn't seen the new jungler in action, he was looking forward to the 4th season of the Pro League in a week. Inside. Qin Fei raised a hand and pointed to the training room behind him with his thumb. However, he was not in a hurry to get up and lead the way. Instead, he commented, the jungler's awareness is not bad. He can keep up with our rhythm and rarely makes mistakes. I can see that he is a person with a strong desire to win. No matter what happens, he wants to win. The image of a hot-blooded youth appeared in Feng Luofan's mind. This guy chose his fiendish demons based on their looks. The fiendish demons he usually uses are all pretty good-looking. The image of the young man in Feng Luofan's mind suddenly became wretched. He seems to be quite persistent in wanting to use these demons as a profession. The hot-blooded and wretched youth in Feng Luofan's mind suddenly turned into a brat. Plus, the gift was a cake. How old was this young man? After listening to Qin Fei's evaluation, Feng Luofan's expectations for the new jungler dropped by several levels. He asked uneasily, are you satisfied? Qin Fei smiled and shrugged. He didn't comment. I'll go take a look myself. Feng Luofan said. He left the sofa and walked to the training room with a nervous expression. Coach. Good afternoon, coach. Luo Yiming, who was in the training room, had been staring at the door. The moment Feng Luofan stepped in, he immediately shouted. Immediately after, Yi Hong and Han Leng also greeted the coach. Feng Luofan nodded in response. His gaze swept across the faces of the 3 people in turn and landed on the unfamiliar face in the innermost part. It was completely different from what he imagined. There was no hot-blooded, no wretched, and no trace of a brat. It was a very clean and pure young man. He seemed to be a little nervous. He was looking at him timidly, wanting to say something but hesitating. Jingyu was indeed very nervous. He didn't know what to call PG's coach. Should he also call him coach? But he hadn't signed a contract with PG yet, he didn't even know who PG's coach was. Fortunately, Feng Luofan didn't care. He smiled gently and said, you guys are good. I'm so tired from poaching people everywhere. In the blink of an eye, you guys have quietly found a teammate? Aren't you going to introduce him? His name is Jingyu. Yi Hong said as he got up and walked behind Jingyu's chair. He put his hands on his shoulders. Jing as in Jingku, you as in the universe, right? Jingyu nodded and seemed to relax a little. He said to Fang Luofan, hello, coach. Whatever, I'll call him coach too. It's not wrong to call him that with everyone else. Fang Luofan nodded with satisfaction, hello. Then he asked straightforwardly, you only play jungling? Have you played in other positions? Jingyu replied obediently, at first, I played in all positions. Later, I played jungling whenever I could. Unless someone fought with me for a position, I would fill in the gaps. It was obvious that he hadn't received any professional training. Was he an ordinary player in Devil Lord? Fang Luofan pondered for a while and continued to ask, do you like jungling? Kind of. Jingyu's answer was ambiguous. Rather than jungling, it was more accurate to say that he liked the appearance of most jungling monsters. However, after jungling for a while, he did enjoy the pleasure of killing people and the sense of accomplishment of nimbly escaping from the enemy's pursuit. So, he really did like jungling. Fang Luofan continued to ask, which monsters are you good at? Hearing this question, Jingyu became nervous again. Last night, when he answered Qin Fei, he didn't have much hope, so he directly answered with Heart of Ice. But now, he was in the PG club. Thinking that as long as he stayed, he could fight side by side with Qin Fei in the competition. He didn't want to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he thought carefully for a long time and then replied hesitantly, most jungling monsters know how to use it. I know the powerful monster Azrael, the more commonly used monsters like Sword Burial and Quangu. After a pause, he added, but I'm still best at Heart of Ice. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Fang Luofan was quite satisfied, but when he heard the last sentence, he didn't react for a long time. Heart of Ice. Best at? This monster didn't even appear in normal matchmaking, let alone in the professional league. He actually said he was best at, this time. Fang Luofan was silent for a long time. Jingyu looked at him nervously, as if he was waiting for the judgment of the end of the world. However, after a period of silence, Fang Luofan spoke again. He completely ignored his own opinion on this matter and said something else, everyone, come to the conference room. I'll talk about the training match at 2 o'clock. Jingyu blinked and didn't react until Yi Hong patted his shoulder. Come, follow us, little Jingyu. Jingyu was slightly stunned by the doting tone. He instinctively got up and followed Yi Hong's footsteps. After leaving the conference room, he saw Qin Fei standing up from the sofa. Qin Fei didn't need anyone to remind him. He took the initiative to follow the group and walked beside Jingyu. Jingyu wanted to look at him, but he didn't dare. He lowered his head in embarrassment. He didn't expect Qin Fei to take the initiative to put his arm around his neck and laugh in his ear. That was PG's coach, Fang Luofan. He used to be a professional player too. He has a good temper. You don't have to be so nervous when facing him. Relax. Okay. Jingyu nodded. He wouldn't say that he was nervous because Qin Fei was beside him. PG's conference room was much bigger than the training room. There were more chairs and it could hold a dozen people. The 6 people found their seats and sat down. Fang Luofan sat at one end of the long table in the conference room. He skillfully turned on his laptop and turned on the projector. The projector showed some of Ain's information. Everyone here, except for Jingyu who just joined, has played against Ain before. Do you still remember Ain's style? When Fang Luofan became serious, his voice didn't have the gentleness from before. It became very rational and even a little cold. Luo Yiming raised his hand and answered, I know. 2 words, wretched. Fang Luofan coughed lightly. He ignored his answer and continued, they play very cautiously. If they can't win, they run. They rarely give us a chance to kill them. Although this team is only 1 place higher than us in the points competition, their playstyle is the one that counters us the most. Ain's starting lineup is about these 5 people. There's also a substitute. Because he rarely plays, let's not talk about him today. At this point, Fang Luofan flipped through the information and started to analyze Ain's members one by one. Let's first look at Ain's top laner. PL is a warrior-type demon. Their most commonly used demons are Sword Burial and Quangu. As everyone knows, Sword Burial is usually used as a jungler, However, PL likes to use this type of jungler as a top laner. They're not good in the early game, but they have an advantage in the late game. However, our current top laner is Xianxia. It shouldn't be a problem to suppress him in the early game. In the late game, pay attention to protecting the backline. Next is Ain's jungler, Fly. He's an assassin-type demon. His jungler awareness is very strong. He runs wherever there's low HP. With him on the field, Yihong and Luo Yiming, the two of you should take it easy. Don't go too deep. Don't do things like fighting towers. Luo Yiming sprawled on the table. He was clearly dissatisfied with this request. Fang Luofan ignored his reaction and continued, Ain's mid laner, GY, is the opposite of the two of you. He couldn't help but sigh, you guys don't let go if you can kill. They don't stay if they can run. It's too difficult to kill them, especially in the early game. Be patient. Actually, the most troublesome part is their support. No matter if it's their control of the rhythm or their protection of the archer, they're all very good. Their mid laner and archer rarely die. They're always looking for the safest environment to deal damage. Therefore, Ain's strategy is roughly like this: support and protect the mage and archer to deal damage. Then, the top laner and jungler will harvest the low HP. We have to kill their backline as quickly as possible and then clean up the others. Only then will we be able to take the initiative. At this point, Fang Luofan raised his head and looked at everyone. After sweeping his gaze around, it fell on Jingyu's face. He probed, Jingyu, what do you think? Jingyu stared blankly for a moment. After pondering for a moment, he replied in a very serious tone, I can win with Heart of Ice. Fang Luofan. Xianxia said that Fang Luofan had a good temper, and that was true. If it were any other coach, hearing a rookie say, I can win with Heart of Ice, in the face of a top 8 team, they would have been kicked out of the game. Who knows where they would have been kicked out of the game. But Fang Luofan, he raised his arms and crossed his fingers to support his chin. He was silent for a long time. The entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. No one spoke for a long time. This atmosphere made Jingyu feel even more pressured, but he swallowed hard and insisted on his idea. According to your analysis, the opposing support will always protect the archer and sorcerer. The three of them won't be standing too far apart. Heart of Ice has a crowd control ability. As long as we can control the opposing sorcerer and archer at the same time and seize the opportunity to attack, I feel like we should be able to win. This time, he was more tactful, but there was more confidence in his tone. No, rather than confidence, it was more accurate to say that he believed in PG's strength. He believed that as long as he could control the opposing team's damage output, his teammates would be able to grasp the rhythm of victory. Realizing this, Fang Luofan's face flashed with a hint of surprise. He asked Xianxia, where did you find this person? In the game. Xianxia's answer was very perfunctory, but it was the truth. Yihong helplessly added, it's like this. Last night, the four of us created a team to play matchmaking. We matched up with Jingyu and realized that he could completely keep up with our rhythm, so we wanted him to try it out with us. This was clearly not the answer Fang Luofan wanted to hear. What he really wanted to know was, Jingyu, do you know PG? Jingyu was stunned. He didn't expect this question, but he still obediently answered, I know. I watched the 3rd season of the Pro League. Then what do you think of PG? Fang Luofan was suddenly interested in Jingyu. This was his first time playing against a pro team. Even if it was just an online practice match, he could confidently say that he could win. This meant that he firmly believed in PG. Where did this confidence come from? Jingyu didn't think too much about it and honestly expressed his opinion. Other than the constantly changing top laners, every member of PG is actually very good. Their timing is good, and their positioning is good. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't have been able to fight a fast-paced battle. However, no matter who is the top laner, they won't be able to keep up with the rhythm of the others. Demon Lord is a team game, and it's not something that can be won by one or a few outstanding players, especially when fighting against a strong team. That's right, what else? Actually, Fang Luofan was already very satisfied when he heard this. If he didn't have a certain level of skill, he wouldn't have been able to analyze it to this extent. The fact that Jingyu was able to analyze up to this point meant that he was very sensitive to things like rhythm. If it was him, he might really be able to fill the gap of PG. However, Fang Luofan just wanted to hear more. He wanted to hear a certain answer, so he asked another question. And this answer was given by Jingyu in the following answer: no matter which team they play against, PG can play very fiercely. This is largely due to Brother Fei. Brother Fei is really very strong. No matter what kind of monster he uses, he can play very fiercely. No matter who he meets, he can press forward with indomitable will. Even though he has always been a jungler, his style is very similar to that of a top laner. With him as a top laner, I don't think PG will lose again. I will work hard and try not to drag him down. After hearing this, Qin Fei immediately sneered. Luo Yiming directly laughed out loud. Hanlin originally wanted to hold it in, but after hearing Luo Yiming laugh so unscrupulously, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yi Hong laughed while raising his hand to cover his eyes. He didn't dare to look at Fang Luofan's expression. Fang Luofan's face was full of black lines. He didn't know what to say. No wonder Jingyu believed in PG so much. So he was Qin Fei's brainless fan. How could he not believe in the esports player he idolized? The four of them were rocking back and forth with laughter. Only Jingyu sat in his original position with a helpless expression. He blinked his eyes. Did he say something wrong? But he really thought that Brother Fei was very strong. No. It wasn't that he thought so, but Brother Fei was very strong to begin with. After giving the four of them enough time to laugh, Fang Luofan coughed twice. Quiet. The four of them gave him face and quieted down. Then Fang Luofan looked at Jingyu and said with a serious face, Qin Fei is very strong, but he is not a god. There will always be times when he makes mistakes. He rarely makes mistakes. Jingyu frowned slightly. He obviously didn't agree with Fang Luofan's words. Towards the end of the points competition, the top laner obviously gave up. The mid laner's awareness was lax and he was instantly killed by the opposing jungler several times. The archer also made all kinds of mistakes. Only Brother Fei never made a mistake and persisted until the end. Fang Luofan instinctively wanted to refute, but he couldn't say a single word. Because what Jingyu said was the truth. This time, Luo Yiming and Yi Hong couldn't laugh. Luo Yiming lay on the table and pretended that the archer who made a mistake in positioning that Jingyu said wasn't him. Yi Hong didn't even put down the hand that was covering his eyes. He pretended to be dead. Han Lang, who was ignored, quickly slapped the table and asked, "What about me? What about me? You didn't talk about me." Support. Jingyu carefully tried to recall. He didn't have a clear memory of support. After all, his attention was focused on Qin Fei. However, since he didn't have any memory, it meant that the other party didn't make any big mistakes. So Jingyu calmly said 4 words. Played as usual. Han Leng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. He could only say that this new friend was so honest that it was cute. Fang Luofan couldn't help but cough again. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. Let's focus on the match in the afternoon. Heart of Ice, this demon. He wanted to analyze the feasibility of Jingyu's strategy, but suddenly he was stuck. In theory, this strategy could be tried. But Heart of Ice was so fragile. How could they control the archer and the mage while enduring their high damage? Wouldn't they be killed before they could get close? Without waiting for him to think about how to analyze it, Jingyu opened his mouth again and asked tentatively, "Can I ask, who is our commander?" "Me." Without waiting for Fang Luofan to react, Qin Fei casually gave the answer. Jingyu sighed and didn't say anything else. Qin Fei looked at him with interest. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Jingyu replied. "I'll listen to the command." "If I'm not the commander, what were you going to say?" Qin Fei asked playfully. He already knew the answer in his heart. So, without waiting for Jingyu to answer, he said in a tone that didn't allow any rebuttal, "You'll be the commander in the afternoon." Jingyu looked up in disbelief. "Why?" Qin Fei obviously didn't do it on a whim. "First, you're a jungler. you don't have any pressure. It's easier for you to detect movements on the minimap and react to them. Second, I hope you haven't forgotten that the training match in the afternoon will directly determine whether you stay or leave. So, it's fairer for you to be the commander. It's up to you whether you stay or leave. How about that? With such an answer, Jingyu couldn't find any rebuttal. He nodded firmly. Okay, I'll be the commander in the afternoon match. I'll do my best. At this time, Yi Heng had already put down the hand that was covering his eyes. He looked at Qin Fei helplessly. He clearly wanted this teammate, but he still used the training match to pressure him. Seriously, Yi Heng didn't doubt that even if they lost to Ane in the afternoon, Qin Fei would still do everything he could to make Jingyu stay. After all, this was someone who could make him feel at ease handing over his jungler position. However, through this meeting, he had a better understanding of Jingyu. This person was very competitive, but he was also very honest and cute. He had all sorts of brainless praises for Qin Fei, but he was also good at analyzing and had strong observation skills. When this kind of person said that he could win, it wasn't necessarily blind confidence. They could really look forward to the future of PG, right? After the meeting ended, PG's members left the meeting room one by one. Jingyu was dragged back to the practice room by Luo Yiming. It could be seen that Luo Yiming hadn't given up on playing duo or trio with Jingyu. Fang Luofan didn't leave the meeting room. Qin Fei also didn't leave. Seeing that Qin Fei didn't leave, Fang Luofan raised his eyebrows in surprise. What's wrong? What do you think of him? Qin Fei asked. I haven't seen him play, so it's hard to say. Fang Luofan spoke truthfully. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and revealed a melancholy expression. I originally wanted to say something to comfort him so that he wouldn't be too nervous in the practice match, but now I'm hoping that he'll be a bit more nervous. After all, our opponent is Ane. They're in the top 8. We're also in the top 8. Qin Fei didn't mind. Yeah, we lost 0-2 to Ane in the top 8. Fang Luofan glared at him. Don't think that you can easily win just because you switched players. You've only played a few matches together, one match. Qin Fei corrected, we only played a few matches together. I give up. Fang Luofan didn't know what to say to Qin Fei. Actually, I thought that you'd be angry. When Qin Fei said this, his entire body relaxed as he leaned back in his chair. He didn't look at Fang Luofan. Clearly, he didn't dare face him right now. I gave you the task of poaching people, but the people you worked so hard to poach were all chased away by me. Among them were players from strong teams like Mayan Kid. In the end, the one I took a fancy to was someone who hadn't even stepped into the pro scene yet. Oh, so you know that poaching people is tiring? On this matter, Fang Luofan didn't have much of a temper. I want to be angry, but what's the use of being angry? If it's not suitable, then it's not suitable. If there's really someone who can fill the PG vacancy, I'll even welcome beggars. He paused for a moment. Seeing that Qin Fei did not respond, he spoke again. Actually, my original plan was that no matter who the top laner was, we would try to get used to each other for a while. Who knows, maybe they can keep up. How could it be that easy? This time, Qin Fei responded. If the person you found is an unorthodox person, you can try breaking in. Professional player? If you can't keep up within 5 rounds, forget it. Fang Luofan understood what Qin Fei meant. Most of the players who had received professional training had already developed their own playstyle and awareness. It was very difficult for them to change. If they couldn't keep up within 5 rounds, they might have to spend a year, 2 years, or even longer to adjust. And the next season of the Pro League was imminent. The game Devil Lord came out late and coincided with the craze of MOBA games that swept the world. It was not easy to rely on the exquisite graphics and modeling, as well as the creative and all-encompassing original characters and skills to stand out from a large number of MOBA games and receive the attention of the world. Devil Lord competitions had been around for a long time. But 3 years ago, the first Pro League was officially launched in China. Then, 1 year after another, professional teams gradually took shape and stabilized. Until 3 months ago, in order to give more players a chance to participate and show themselves, the officials changed the Pro League from 1 year to 1 season. The chances of winning the championship seemed to have increased, and the trophy was no longer so unattainable. It even lost its appeal? No, no one thought so. Because all the professional teams knew that the official arrangement meant that the Devil Lord International Championship was not far away. And the teams that could participate in the International Championship were all the best of the best in China. I want to win. Qin Fei gave Fang Luofan 3 words, and then calmly added, not just the domestic championship. The domestic championship is the first step. Fang Luofan froze. Even if he was no longer a professional player, he could still feel Qin Fei's emotions. He was somewhat excited. After all, this was once his dream. And now, PG's dream was his dream. You'll be commentating in the next Pro League? Suddenly, Qin Fei asked this question. Fang Luofan struggled to keep up with his rhythm and nodded. What? PG doesn't pay you enough? Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. Double your salary? F*ck off, do I look like someone who only cares about money? Fang Luofan didn't want to talk to the rich. You won't let me commentate even if you can't play? As he spoke, he got up and pushed Qin Fei out of the door. It's almost 2 o'clock. While there's still time, go cultivate your relationship with your new teammate. Cultivate your sister. Qin Fei finally couldn't resist Fang Luofan's fierce push and left the meeting room. 2 o'clock, watch how we rub Ane on the ground. Just don't let it be you guys being rubbed on the ground. Oh, don't jinx it. Fang Luofan finally kicked Qin Fei out of the meeting room, but he didn't leave. Instead, he walked to the window, opened it, and lit a cigarette. Kid, hearing the name of this team from Qin Fei's mouth really made him sad for a while. Because this was the team he was originally in, but after he was hospitalized, they heartlessly abandoned him. They didn't even give him a word of comfort or sympathy. Maybe it was out of revenge, but when he reached PG and agreed to help Qin Fei poach people, the first person he targeted was Kid. Then, he easily poached Luo Yiming from Kid. Why was it so easy? Because Kid didn't like Luo Yiming at all. So, he was still unwilling. He didn't feel any joy from poaching someone. In the last Pro League, Fang Luofan originally wanted to lead PG to rub Kid on the ground, but in the end, he was pushed to the ground by Kid. In the end, PG was last in the top 8, and Kid was the runner-up. Would PG have any hope in the next Pro League? Maybe. The 2 o'clock training match would give him the answer. Because it was an online training match, when the time came, all they had to do was open Devil Lord and enter the room. The room was opened by Ane. She quickly handed over the room number and password. After the 4 PG players and Jingyu were all in the group, they entered the room under the leadership of their captain, Qin Fei. After the 2 teams finished their preparations, they entered the ban and pick phase. Ban and pick mode could only be used when the ranking reached a certain level. The Pro League was a ban and pick mode. However, in the ranking, each team banned 2 magical beasts, for a total of 4. In the Pro League, each team banned 3 magical beasts, for a total of 6. In other words, in the Pro League, the card pool must have a certain depth. Now, in the online training match with Ane, they were using the Pro League standard. Each team banned 3 magical beasts. It was Jingyu's first time playing this kind of ban. For a moment, he really felt like he was a pro player. However, before he could properly feel it, he saw a message from the other side. Enemy, Ainhai, your new top laner's ID is very outstanding. Jingyu was slightly surprised. He looked at his own ID. In the row of PGXXX, there was a "It's Jingyu, not salted fish." It was indeed outstanding. Friend, it's Jingyu, not salted fish. Hey, thanks for the compliment. Seeing Jingyu's reply, Luo Yiming, who was about to send a message, couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, Jingyu, you're not modest at all. Of course, Jingyu blurted out. Hearing these 3 words, Yi Hong and Han Lung looked at each other with Luo Yiming in astonishment. They felt that when Jingyu played the game, it was like he was a different person. His usual soft and squishy feeling was gone. He became confident and, a bit flirtatious. Suddenly, he had the illusion that a little white rabbit had turned into a fox. What was going on? Focus. Fang Luofan's cold voice came from behind them. The few of them, who had been distracted, hurriedly returned their attention to the screen. The first ban choice was randomly given to Ane by the system. Ane didn't hesitate to ban Yi Hong's nine-tailed fox. I knew it. Yi Hong was unhappy and helpless. Would it kill you to let me play with my own life? Ha ha ha. Luo Yiming laughed mercilessly. If you play with your own life, the other party will be the one to die. As they spoke, Qin Fei had already banned Kamal. This was the opponent's archer's common demon, and Luo Yiming rarely used it. When it was time for Ane to ban demons, they once again banned Dark Cupid without hesitation. F***ck. Luo Yiming cursed, would it kill you to let me play my best demon? Yi Hong, who had said the same thing but had been ridiculed by him, naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to ridicule him back. Accept your fate. Don't even think about using this demon in Season 4. But the opponent didn't ban junglers? Han Lung was a bit puzzled. Towards the end of last season, at least 2 of Qin Fei's commonly used demons had been banned, and the third was Yi Hong's Nine Tails. Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid had been banned, but not many times, so it was normal for him to be surprised today. At this time, Feng Luofan spoke, banned Flower in the Mirror. Flower in the Mirror was a control-type support. It had so many control skills that it was suffocating. It was the opponent's best support demon. The opponent's support was indeed troublesome. Yi Hong immediately banned Flower in the Mirror. Then, Ane unhesitatingly banned Qin Fei's commonly used demon, Satan. At this point, Ane's intentions were completely revealed. You don't want us to go all out. Qin Fei sneered, you won't have it easy either. Ban Mermaid. Ah? Han Ling, who was selected by the system to ban demons, was stunned. Another support? Ban the opponent's 2 supports? Didn't you say that supports are the most troublesome? Qin Fei didn't change his mind. Then why ban Mermaid? Why not ban Sarier? They were both shield-type demons, but Mermaid only had a shield, while Sarier had a shield and a healer. No matter how he looked at it, Sarier was stronger. However, Qin Fei's next sentence was, ban Mermaid, you take Sarier. This was the rhythm of targeting supports. Hanlin didn't hesitate. Okay, he banned Mermaid. I say. At this time, Jingyu, who had been holding back, finally couldn't hold it in and said, supports don't matter at all. They were the ones who chose first, so shouldn't they ban more powerful demons? Qin Fei didn't think much of it. The opponent's support is very troublesome. Coach said so. Feng Luofan, who was standing behind the 5 of them, raised his hand to cover his eyes and didn't want to say anything. I only asked you to ban Flower in the Mirror. Who asked you to ban the Mermaid and steal the Sarier? If the support was so good, why would they still need archers? However, it was just a training match, so he didn't want to interfere too much with their decisions. Everything could wait until the post-match review. While they were arguing, Ane had already started picking up demons. Once again, without hesitation, he instantly locked onto the Centaur, the version's strongest archer. What about PG? Without any hesitation, he instantly locked down the Sarier, support. Jingyu has nothing to live for. JPG Jingyu almost vomited blood when he saw Luo Yiming one-shot Sarier. What a messy team. The opposing team had already chosen their archer, so Jingyu skipped over Luo Yiming and asked Yi Hong, mid-laner, what do you want? Yi Hong, on the other hand, was very cooperative and replied with 2 words, whatever. Jingyu was speechless. After all, he was an esports big shot, so Jingyu didn't dare to complain. He could only turn his gaze to Qin Fei, hoping that he would give him some instructions. Qin Fei looked at his screen with a faint smile. He clearly wasn't looking at him, but he seemed to have noticed his gaze. He said calmly, give me Lilith. Finally, he heard a normal choice. Jingyu secretly sighed in relief and locked onto Lilith. It was Ane's turn again. This time, they were unusually hesitant and couldn't make a choice. Then, a message appeared in the chat. Frowny face enemy, Ane hi, hey, am I that scary? Do you have to target me like this? Hi was Ane support. Jingyu deeply sympathized with what he had gone through. Friend, Jingyu, not salted fish, sorry, my teammate dreamed that you dug up his ancestral grave last night. Ha 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 ha. There was no doubt that only Luo Yiming could let out such an unrestrained laugh. That's too vivid. I'm dying of laughter. While he was laughing, Ane finally made his choice. He chose Hejiao and Sword Burial. Then, Yi Hong chose Scarlet Fury, and Han Lang helped Luo Yiming choose Maha. At this point, Ane still had 2 spots to choose, and Jingyu's Heart of Ice was the only PG left. Heart of Ice had never appeared in a professional match before, so no matter if it was a ban or a pick, the opponent wouldn't have any ideas about Heart of Ice. PG's lineup had been decided. Now, it was up to Ane's final choice. After another long wait, Ane finally locked onto Kwanggu and Ariel. Qin Fei immediately activated Heart of Ice. The ban and pick segment was over. The final lineups of both sides were as follows: order, top, middle, bottom, wild, auxiliary, PG, Lilith, Scarlet Fury, Maha, Heart of Ice, Saryurin, Kwanggu, Hejiao, Sagittarius, Sword Burial, Ariel. After Jingyu received the Heart of Ice, he immediately adjusted the order of its appearance. In the midst of the urgent countdown, Ane was still in the mood to send messages. However, this time, she sent 5 messages at once. Enemy, and fly, Sword Burial. Enemy, and hi, Ariel. Heart of Ice, enemy, and place, Kwanggu. Qin Fei, you're the top laner? Enemy, and wing, Hejiao. What's going on, enemy, and GY, Sagittarius F***CK, of course, he had to reply to such messages. Ally, PG sleep, Lilith. Are you surprised? Ally, PG1, Maha. Sagittarius is nothing. I have Saryur, Ally, PGHHH, Saryur. Hahaha, it feels so good to get Saryur, Ally, PG Leafs, Scarlet Fury. Are you scared? In the face of such a counterattack, Jingyu naturally couldn't fall behind, so he also replied, Ally, it's Jingyu, not salted fish. Heart of Ice. My Heart of Ice is sneaky. Without waiting for a reply, the countdown ended and both sides entered the battlefield. The way pro players played was very different from normal players. The most fundamental difference was that normal players cared more about individual results, while pro players cared more about the team's victory. Therefore, in a match between pro teams, the economy would usually be given to their own team's DPS, especially the archer, who was the ADC. As soon as the match began, whether it was PG or ANE, all 10 players and 10 characters charged into their respective jungles first. The top laner and mid laner would fight the blue devils in the jungles. The mid laner would deal the final blow to gain mana regeneration buffs. The archer, support, and jungler would fight the red devils in the jungles. The archer would deal the final blow to gain health regeneration buffs. Jingyu had watched pro matches before, so of course he knew about these unspoken rules. However, he still felt that it was a bit strange to actually do it. To be honest, he still couldn't believe that he was actually playing a practice match between pro teams with a group of pro players. Not to mention, his favorite pro player, Qin Fei, was among his teammates. Fortunately, Jingyu was always able to suppress all his emotions in a match. He calmly and steadily played to his true level. He calculated the health of the Red Devils, as well as the damage he and his teammates dealt. When he felt that it was enough, he decisively retreated at the perfect time and started fighting the surrounding jungles. After Luo Yiming got the Red Devils, he went straight to the bottom lane to finish off the jungles. Jingyu looked at his health bar rapidly decreasing under the attacks of the jungles and frowned. Because the one who finished off the Red Devils was the archer, he didn't get much experience and was still level 1. Just now, when he blocked the damage for the archer, he lost quite a bit of health from the Red Devils. He had already used Retribution. If this continued, he would be bitten to death by the jungles and become the first player to die. Should he give up? But if he gave up halfway and teleported back to the spring, it would be too much of a waste of time. This would be enough time for the jungles to finish off the jungles. The entire team's economy would be lowered because of him returning to the city. No, he had to take them down. After making the decision, Heart of Ice began to move and dodge, circling around the jungles clockwise. After dodging the attack, he immediately followed up with another attack. A skill refreshed, finish. After a long struggle, he finally finished off the jungles with low health and leveled up to level 2. His displacement skill refreshed. Because Heart of Ice's damage was high, this struggle didn't waste too much time. He should have finished off the jungles around the same time as the jungles. But what about his health? Even without the enemy's vision, Jingyu could estimate that Sword Burial had at least 3/4 of his health left, while he only had a sliver of health left. Or should he return to the city? He couldn't accept it, At this time, Feng Luofan, who was standing behind the 5 players and watching the battle, also frowned with dissatisfaction. His expression was solemn. Heart of Ice's brittleness was worse than he had imagined. If this continued, wouldn't their early finances be left behind? Jingyu only hesitated for a moment before decisively returning to the city. He knew that now wasn't the time to be angry. If it was something that was 100% impossible to do, no matter how much he wanted to do it, there wouldn't be a miracle. He could only make up for his lagging finances as quickly as possible. On the way back to the city, he checked the finances of both sides. Sure enough, his finances were ranked 4th in the team, only higher than the support. The enemy jungle's finances were much higher than his. However, looking at the overall situation, they were actually on par. Especially the top laner. Their top laner's finances were obviously higher than the enemy's. From the minimap, it could be seen that Qin Fei's Lilith was very deep. The enemy's top laner couldn't get out of the tower at all. As expected of Brother Fei. As the top laner, he was even able to take care of the entire team's finances. The trace of worry in his heart instantly disappeared. Jingyu focused on controlling Heart of Ice, who had full health, to float towards the bottom lane's jungle. Probably noticing Jingyu's movements, Luo Yiming hurriedly shouted, "Jingyu, come quickly. Help me kill the enemy's archer." Jingyu continued to farm his jungle. The jungler's knife hasn't been used yet. The damage isn't enough. You hold on. After a pause, he said, "Mid laner, retreat. The enemy jungler is coming to catch you. Yi Hong, F*CK, I'm still a bit short, retreat." Jingyu repeated in an unquestionable tone. At that moment, Yi Hong suddenly had a strange illusion. He thought that the person who had just spoken was Qin Fei. He was all too familiar with this unquestionable tone. In the end, he obeyed the order and gave up on Hejiao, who still had 1/3 of his health left, and retreated into the tower. However, as a PG mid laner, would he back down? Yi Hong used his actions to answer this question. Not long after he retreated into the tower, he suddenly blinked into the bushes on the right side of the middle lane. As expected, he saw Sword Burial hiding in the bushes, preparing to launch a sneak attack. He made a prompt decision and pressed QW. The first skill was Bloodlust, the second skill was Blood Coil. After the crowd control, he ran away, letting Scarlet Fury dive into the jungle where Heart of Ice was. At this time, his Scarlet Fury only had 1/3 of his health left. Sword Burial could kill him in one wave. After the crowd control was released, Sword Burial didn't hesitate to reposition and catch up. Still a bit short? Blink, what about Yi Hong? Seizing the moment he blinked over, he decisively changed direction and ran around a pillar on the side of the bushes to his tower. At this time, Hejiao was in the middle lane. When he saw Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury coming back, how could he let it go? He decisively cast a water spout. However, Yi Hong seemed to have predicted it in advance. With a flick of his mouse, Scarlet Fury tilted to the side and just happened to avoid it. Hejiao caught up and cast a roar. Sword Burial also quickly caught up, raising his 40-meter-long sword and slashing over, seeing that the pitiful distance between them was about to reach 0, and that his health would also drop to 0 in the next wave of attacks. Yi Hong didn't retreat. Instead, he revealed a sly smile. Just in time. As soon as he finished speaking, the skill refreshed. Instead of running away, Scarlet Fury turned around and stuck close to him. The second skill was Blood Coil. Just like that, the enemies Hejiao and Sword Burial were crowd-controlled by Scarlet Fury. The first skill was Bloodlust. At the same time, it devoured the enemy's health and recovered its own. At the same time, a cold light connected to Sword Burial. Heart of Ice's figure followed the cold light and floated over with a whoosh. With a skill of Ice Blade, it directly pierced through the 2 low-health demons. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Sword Burial has died. System, Heart of Ice, 2 kill. System, enemy Hejiao has died. Hearing the system notifications one after another, Yi Hong couldn't help but whistle. I knew you could keep up. What about Jingyu? He wanted to strangle Yi Hong to death. Are you poisonous? If he had not been observing the small map, if he had not crazily increased his hand speed after noticing the abnormality, forcefully endured the damage and killed the small monsters to make up for his economy to buy a jungling knife, if he had not made a prompt decision to rush straight to the middle lane with flash and calculated the maximum distance of his displacement to hook Xianxia, if he had not taken a wrong step, he would not have been able to rush to Yi Hong's side at the last moment and cooperate with him to complete the double kill. If he hadn't made it in time, once the crowd control effect was broken, the one to die would have been Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury. Jingyu was really frightened by the tense situation just now. And all of this was because Yi Hong didn't follow his orders. "Didn't I tell you to retreat?" He was angry, and his tone was a little harsh. Yi Hong didn't immediately respond. After he finished killing the minions, he leisurely returned to the city to recover while saying in a very serious tone, "I retreated. I retreated back to the tower, and then I launched a sneak attack." He paused. "Wasn't I super obedient?" Jingyu was speechless. "Yi Hong, that's what you get for sneaking up on me." "Jingyu, please don't be reckless. I won't be able to catch up next time." "Yi Hong, no, you'll definitely catch up. You have to believe in yourself, Jingyu." "Jingyu, no, I don't believe in you." "Yi Hong, as a member of PG, you should at least have this bit of confidence." "Jingyu, didn't we agree that I'll be the commander?" "Qin Fei, Yezi, shut up and follow orders." "Yi Hong, okay." The training room was noisy, but the coach, Feng Luofan, was silent. His gaze fell on Jingyu's screen for a long time, and his eyes were full of surprise. As a bystander, Feng Luofan had the most right to say whether or not Jingyu could catch up. Until Heart of Ice completed the double kill, Feng Luofan was certain that he wouldn't be able to catch up. He didn't even agree with his method of tanking the damage and killing the mobs. If he wanted to save Yi Hong, why didn't he rush up to save him from the beginning? Why did he have to kill the mobs before saving him? It wasn't until the moment Heart of Ice completed the double kill that Feng Luofan found the answer. It was because of the damage. There wasn't enough damage before, but now it was enough. But how did Jingyu know that he would be able to catch up if he tanked the damage and attacked like crazy? If he didn't, so what if he got a jungler? He still had to go back to the city to recover his health. This way, the financial gap between the two sides would only increase. Indeed, when Jingyu went jungler, Yi Hong's situation was very bad. If Yi Hong didn't get Sword Burial and Heijiao in one go, then even if Heart of Ice rushed over with a jungler, he would only die together with Scarlet Fury. Was it a coincidence? Or do you want to take a gamble? If it wasn't, Jingyu wouldn't have made that decision unless he could clearly calculate his own damage, Sword Burial, and Heijiao's HP, and believe that Yi Hong had the ability to deal with them. Could it be that he even calculated the cooldown of Scarlet Fury? Realizing this possibility, Feng Luofan had goosebumps all over his body. This was not just a jungler's awareness, but also a foresight. Clearly, In was also shocked by the sudden turn of events. "Why would Heart of Ice appear here?" asked Wing, Ane's mid laner. "Such high damage." Fly was also in disbelief. "How is this possible? He shouldn't be able to make it." As the two of them spoke, they opened up their respective economic reports to take a look. In the end, Fly made a reasonable conjecture. "Maybe I underestimated Heart of Ice's jungling speed. He came over after killing the small monsters." After a pause, he continued, "He even used flash." F***CK, as Wing exclaimed, Ane's captain and support, "Hi," coldly said, "Heart of Ice returned to the city with low HP. He should be going to the jungle. The top lane can't be defended anymore. Pei Ling, you go to the mid lane. Little Fly, catch him, but be careful of Heart of Ice." "Okay," PL replied. "Roger that," Fly replied. At the same time, in the PG training room, Jingyu calmly said, "Leave 2 archers for me." "Ah?" Luo Yiming didn't react in time. However, Jingyu didn't give him a chance to react. He finished off the 2 archers right under his nose and then hid in the bushes at the side. Jungling to steal the archer's soldiers was almost impossible in a professional match. However, Luo Yiming didn't really care. After finishing off the remaining soldiers, he reached level 6 and had a big move. Almost at the same time, Heart of Ice, who was squatting in the bushes and doing nothing, reached level 6 and bought a critical hit sword. When Feng Luofan saw this, he was even more shocked. This person was really calculating the levels and finances of others. Just how sensitive would one have to be able to add 2 more soldiers to level up to level 6, and at the same time, have enough money to buy equipment? While he was still in shock, Jingyu's voice sounded again. The jungler is coming. Archer, back off. Luo Yiming followed the line of soldiers and advanced into the enemy's tower. Jingyu. Back off. Over here. Luo Yiming repositioned himself and squatted into the bush where Jingyu was. Jingyu, you. Do you know how to seduce? Seduce. Jingyu was about to collapse. However, before he collapsed, the enemy team charged over. Almost at the same time, sword burial moved, and 2 enemy demons rushed into the bushes where Maha was hiding under their guardian aura. Their support was separated. At this critical moment, Jingyu directly used his big move. He didn't expect Maha to use his big move too. After 2 big moves, the 3 enemy demons were controlled and couldn't move. However, because of the guardian aura, their HP didn't drop by much. Immediately after, Ariel activated his shield and blocked Maha and Heart of Ice's attacks. After the control effect disappeared, the centaur flashed back to his tower and slipped away faster than anyone else. Ariel used his big move and restored a lot of HP for sword burial. At this time, as long as sword burial used his big move and attacked with 1,000 swords, Heart of Ice and Maha would die. However, the moment he used his big move, their support Saria rushed back and used his big move, 6-winged Holy Light, and Speed Lock. Maha and Heart of Ice rushed to sword burial's back at almost the same time and threw a bunch of skills and normal attacks at it. Sword burial's HP dropped rapidly. Ariel's lesser heal couldn't save him at all. Ariel made a prompt decision and retreated back into the tower. He didn't expect Saria to rush up directly. Maha also abandoned sword burial and rushed up as well. They didn't care about Ariel at all and attacked the centaur behind him like crazy. How could they retreat in front of their own tower? The centaur rushed forward, wanting to take Maha's head. However, when he shot a skill, Maha circled around the tower and dodged it with a single step and continued attacking. At this time, the centaur only had a quarter of his HP left. Maha only had a sliver of HP left. Saria's HP was also dropping rapidly due to the damage to the tower. Only Ariel's HP was still high. No matter how you looked at it, the situation was very unfavorable for PG Charge. Ariel's controller, Hai, ordered his own archer. The centaur rushed forward, wanting to take Maha's head in one shot. However, Maha sidestepped again and dodged it perfectly. At the same time, a cold light connected with the centaur. Realizing what it was, the centaur instinctively retreated. Hai hurriedly shouted, "Don't retreat. Shoot." So what if Heart of Ice was here? After killing sword burial, he only had a sliver of HP left. As long as he could hit him, he would be dead in one shot. However, just as Snow Guidance activated and the centaur was about to shoot, Charlie activated his shield and used Heart of Ice to block the centaur's arrow. The shield broke, and he used Ice Blade to pierce through the centaur's arrow. After that, he retreated without even looking back. It was as if he was certain that this attack would take the centaur's head. Indeed, the system announced the deaths of sword burial and the centaur one after another. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy sword burial has been killed. System, Heart of Ice, 2 kills. System, enemy centaur has been killed. However, the following battle wasn't as good as it seemed. System, Ariel, 1 kill. System, Maha has been killed. System, Ariel, 2 kills. System, Saria has been killed. Yo, a support double kill. Luo Yiming couldn't help but exclaim, "Sure enough, we were right to target the support." What could Jingyu say? He didn't want to say anything. System, Scarlet Fury, 1 kill. System, enemy Ariel has been killed. 2 for 3? That's not a loss, right? Yihan laughed as he controlled his Scarlet Fury to leave. With a wave of his hand, he took a life. Jingyu still didn't want to say anything. Only a PG would do something as weird as fighting against a tower when he was at a disadvantage. In fact, he didn't really understand why Luo Yiming and Han Lung would do such a thing. If it wasn't for his Heart of Ice, the final result would be a 2-for-1 trade. It wasn't worth it at all. In order to prevent this from happening, he took the risk and took the life of the centaur despite his low HP. This was also a judgment made when he realized that the support still had a shield. If the support's shield hadn't been activated in time, it would have been a 3-for-1 trade. Taking a risk, Xianxia would never do such a thing in the past. However, in this training match, he did it, twice. After successfully taking the life of the centaur and returning to the city with low HP, Xianxia's heart was beating wildly. He was still a little scared. However, he had to admit that it was a little satisfying. Xianxia. Suddenly, Qin Fei calmly called out Xianxia's name. He had already taken down the first tower on the top lane and was rushing to the middle lane. As he rushed, he said, Yiming lost his mind when he saw that he was low HP. You're making it too difficult for someone with a negative IQ to seduce him. Xianxia was stunned. For a moment, he wasn't sure if he was joking or just stating a fact. Because his tone was too serious. Then he heard Luo Yiming laugh. Haha, Brother Fei knows me best. Xianxia, how can you be so good at grasping the important points? Alright, Xianxia understood. Qin Fei was seriously reminding him not to let his teammates do something that he couldn't do. They couldn't even seduce him. Xianxia sighed. Brother Fei, why don't you take command? He felt that he couldn't command this group of people at all. He told Yihong to retreat. Yihong retreated, but after retreating, he rushed out. He told Luo Yiming to seduce him, but Luo Yiming directly exposed his position and threw away the support, causing the situation to become a mess. If the person in command was Qin Fei, would the result be different? Qin Fei didn't say much about Xianxia's self-abandonment. He calmly took over the command. Okay, then let's charge. Huh? Xianxia didn't react. Charge? Who should charge? Qin Fei's next sentence was, Yezi, charge. Yiming, charge. Kill them all. Yihong, okay. After I take down the first tower, I'll kill all of you. Luo Yiming, after I take out my split bow, I'll kill all of you. Han Leng, after I change my AD equipment, I'll kill all of you. Xianxia. What the hell, it must be because I gave the command in the wrong way. Qin Fei's commands obviously wouldn't be so simple and crude. But this time, he really was simple and crude. As for the reason, PG's members, including Coach Fong Luofan, were all well aware, because this was a training match. The purpose of training matches was to improve the team's overall strength. The simplest and most direct way was to find a problem and solve it. So the process was far more important than the result. Perhaps Qin Fei's commands could really lead PG to victory. However, whether it was Xianxia's teammates or Fong Luofan, who had been watching from behind the five of them, they all saw a possibility in Xianxia. It was a possibility to make the entire battle team stronger. Xianxia's jungler awareness was far better than Qin Fei's. It was only because he hadn't completely adapted to PG's rhythm that he couldn't command them properly. Actually, his commands weren't wrong, but they weren't suitable for PG. As a fast-paced assault team, how could they retreat? Seduce? These tactics didn't exist. So Xianxia's biggest problem was, his teamwork with his teammates wasn't good enough. Qin Fei used this simple and crude method to give his teammates free play in order to help Xianxia feel PG's rhythm and adjust his own rhythm to cooperate. He believed that Xianxia would be able to do this in a short amount of time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked at him in a new light just because of a random match. As expected, after relieving himself of the burden of command, Xianxia didn't ask his teammates to cooperate with him anymore. Instead, he took the initiative to cooperate with them. Sword Burial wants to catch Scarlet Fury? Heart of Ice teleported over and used a big move to free Sword Burial and Heijiao. Together with Scarlet Fury, they took down 2 people. Ali wants to lead his troops to kill Maha? Heart of Ice ambushed him from behind and killed his troops with a critical hit. He blinked away and didn't even look at Ali, who was instantly killed by Maha. Sword Burial wants to help Quangu kill Lilith? Sorry, that's impossible. Lilith pressed forward, and Quangu retreated back into the tower. Sword Burial fled with only a sliver of health left, but Heart of Ice, who had been lying in ambush nearby, rushed out and killed him. 13-7 The first magic dragon hadn't even been played yet, and the score was already like this. Ain, who had only gotten 7 kills, could no longer remain calm. Even Hai, who was the commander, lost control of his emotions and cursed, F***ck, this jungler's awareness is so strong. This is a bit troublesome. However, at the same time, he also noticed many problems. Pay attention, the rhythm of the opponents. Archer is a little strange. When the jungler rushed out to help, the archer had no intention of cooperating at all. It's as if he didn't know that the jungler would rush out. They were all pro players with many years of experience, so they immediately understood what he meant. Wildfly, let's act it out. Yi seduced and set a trap to kill the Heart of Ice. Archer GY, no problem on the screen. Maha's troops, who had been in a stalemate, suddenly retreated. Of course, Maha wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Under Saryar's protection, he chased after them. When they passed by a bush, Heart of Ice used a displacement skill and directly used his ultimate. However, the centaur seemed to have predicted this. He used his equipment's ability to dispel crowd control, and then used Tackle to send Heart of Ice in the opposite direction of Maha. Archer, help! Jingyu cried out in alarm. He wanted to escape with a flash, but he saw a figure moving over at an even faster speed than him. 1,000 swords shot out at the same time. It was Zhang Jian. The fragile Heart of Ice was instantly killed just like that. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Jingyu immediately changed his order. Archer, don't go. However, Luo Yiming, who didn't like to retreat, instinctively rushed forward when he heard Jingyu's previous order. It was too late to retreat now. Hanling used shield and heal, but in the end, he still couldn't save Luo Yiming from the centaur and sword burial. Luo Yiming's Maha quickly fell to the ground. Hanleng ordered his Saryar to turn and run, but Sword Burial, who had refreshed with a displacement skill, easily caught up to him. Saryar, whose skills were all on cooldown, had no ability to protect himself. Sword Burial killed him in 2 hits. At this point, ANE had made a beautiful trade of 3 for 0. Nice. Fly, who had gotten 3 kills, was obviously the happiest. Hai was also very satisfied. Good teamwork. Continue. In contrast, the atmosphere on PG's side was very tense. Jingyu looked at the system notifications and frowned. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything. Luo Yiming didn't have any misgivings. He said whatever came to his mind. One moment, you want me to go, the next moment, you want me to retreat. Why? Jingyu wanted to say that if the archer and support had followed him when he was sent flying, even if he was instantly killed, he could have at least taken down the centaur. After all, the centaur had a crowd control debuff, but Ali didn't. A centaur without support protection was very easy to kill. If it had been a normal match, even if it had been a live broadcast, Jingyu would have cursed out loud. But now, he was playing a mock match with PG's pro players, and Qin Fei was sitting next to him. He could only endure. Sorry, I didn't lead the team well. Luo Yiming, of course, didn't hear the grievance in his voice. It's fine, it's fine. Be careful next time. Qin Fei frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Hanlin beat him to it. Jingyu, next time, before you attack, shout so that we can be prepared. Okay. Jingyu obediently agreed. However, in the next small team battle, Jingyu, I'm going to go big. You guys go. As soon as he finished speaking, Heart of Ice and the centaur moved over. Almost at the same time, Maha and Saryar pressed forward. However, Heart of Ice slowed down for a moment before going big. As a result, Maha couldn't avoid the arrows and took a few hits from the centaur. Her health was low. Then, Heart of Ice went big and controlled the centaur and Ali. Centaur, who had used the Dispel skill in advance, was firmly controlled. At the same time, Sword Burial moved over and finished off Maha, who only had a sliver of health left. Then, he turned around and went big, insta-killing Heart of Ice. After the freezing effect disappeared, the centaur cooperated with Sword Burial and attacked Saryar like crazy. They easily took her down. It was another round of 0 for 3. F***ck. Luo Yiming couldn't stay calm. Jingyu, didn't you use your ultimate too late? Jingyu pursed his lips. In order to not be dispelled, Hanleng, you should have told us before you changed your strategy. Luo Yiming, that's right, that's right. I wasn't prepared at all and didn't even think of dodging. Yi Hong, who was in a deadlock with Hejiao, couldn't take it anymore. You two are the noobs, why do you keep pushing the blame to Jingyu? Jingyu, don't listen to their nonsense. You set the pace well, they were the ones who couldn't keep up. Luo Yiming, Yezi, this is your fault. You can't speak up for Jingyu just because he's a newbie. You can only correct the problem when you discover it. Shut up. Suddenly, an irrefutable voice rang out. The training room instantly fell silent. The person who spoke was Qin Fei. He stared straight at his computer screen, his expressionless face devoid of emotion. Don't say anything from now on. You can push the blame to others when the game is replayed. No one responded, because they didn't dare to. Then, until the end of the game, no one said a word. Obviously, they all treated Qin Fei's words as an imperial edict. However, after a while, Qin Fei spoke again, his tone slightly gentler. Jingyu, follow your own pace for now. Jingyu nodded. Although he was scared into silence by Qin Fei's domineering tone, he didn't know why, but when he heard these words, he only felt warmth in his heart. As expected of my favorite pro player. Follow your own pace for now? Then, I'll just ignore those who can't cooperate. And so, Luo Yiming and Han Leng were completely ignored by Jingyu. Heart of Ice didn't go to the bottom lane anymore, causing the archers to be successfully ambushed by sword burial. They died over and over again, unable to develop at all. Luo Yiming was annoyed to death, but he didn't dare to make a sound. More and more positioning errors made his record miserable. Finally, the magic dragon respawned, and the first team battle began. Qin Fei, the commander, finally gave a more serious order. Han Leng, go up. Jingyu, go up. Jingyu, of course, knew what he had to do. He found a good position and stared at the screen. The moment Sarier went up, he precisely connected Heart of Ice's snow traction to the opposing support alley. He teleported over and went up, freezing alley, Hejiao, and Centaur in one go. At the same time, Qin Fei's Lilith led the team towards the frozen trio, with the help of Charlie's ultimate skill, Lock on Health, PG, and the others were unstoppable as they ran over Wild Bone and headed straight for the frozen trio. Even though the Centaurs had dispelled the crowd control in time, they still couldn't dodge Crimson Wrath's ultimate skill. The well-developed mage's ultimate was shockingly powerful. Bloodpool Purgatory took away 2/3 of Hejiao's and Centaur's health. Heart of Ice killed Centaur with a single skill, then turned around and ran. Maha teleported forward and killed Hejiao, then attacked Ali. In the end, Ali's head was taken by Lilith. After killing Ali, Qin Fei swung his mouse and pressed towards the Quangu. Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury immediately blinked over and used Blood Coil to slow down the Quangu. Lilith followed up with a combo, knocking the Quangu dizzy. Maha followed up and took the Quangu's head. Sword Burial, who was hiding in the bushes and planning a sneak attack, had no choice but to retreat. He searched a few bushes along the way, but didn't find any traces of Heart of Ice. After circling around a few times, he hid in a bush near the magic dragon, planning to steal it. But how could Jingyu give him such an opportunity? While the PG team focused on the magic dragon, Jingyu controlled Heart of Ice to search the bushes around and easily found Sword Burial. Heart of Ice was in the light, while Sword Burial was in the dark, so Sword Burial took the initiative to attack a second before he was discovered. He teleported behind Heart of Ice and slashed his sword at his back. With 2 skills in a row, Heart of Ice was left with only a sliver of health. Jingyu had already used his blink, so he could only dodge and try his best to stall Sword Burial. However, Sword Burial wasn't tempted by his low health at all. He teleported to the magic dragon's side and used his ultimate. And then, Retribution, oh no, even if all the members of PG reacted to the situation immediately and threw all sorts of ultimate skills at the demonic dragon, who had only a sliver of HP left, they could not win against the punishment brought by the jungler. Hence, not long after PG vented his anger and killed Zhang Jian, first system notifications popped up on the screen. System, Sword Burial has conquered the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. System. Maha, 1 kill. System, Sword Burial has been killed. We lost. A voice broke the silence, its tone full of helplessness. No, not yet. Another voice said. Yi Hong was very clear about his strengths, fast reflexes, good at offense, and good at calculation. No matter how unfavorable the situation was, he could always find a way to take the initiative in his own hands and make the enemy run in circles. But at the same time, he was also very clear about his weakness: he gave up too easily. Once he felt that he couldn't win, even the motivation to struggle would disappear. I lost. He spat out these two words weakly. His hands loosened, and scarlet fury crashed into the stone wall, making a positioning error that a professional player should never make. However, just as he said these two words, before he could imagine how Qin Fei would scold him later, a firm voice suddenly sounded. No, not yet. Calm, absolute, and unquestionable. This was how Yi Hong felt about this voice. And the owner of this voice was Jingyu. Hold on, we can win, he said firmly, letting his heart of ice float towards the bottom lane. Clear the troops, don't let the troops enter the tower. At this time, Jingyu didn't care who had the command anymore. There was only one thought left in his mind: can't lose. Absolutely can't lose. It wasn't because he couldn't stay as a professional player if he lost, but because he didn't want to lose, that was all. Mages, don't just stand there, go back to the city and heal. Archers, clear the troops in the middle lane. Support, don't come over, follow the archers. Mages, come to the bottom lane. In PG's training room, only Jingyu's calm voice could be heard for a long time. His commands were as concise as ever, but at this moment, there was an irresistible courage, as well as a determination to win. Gather, defend the top lane. Middle lane, archers, follow. Bottom lane. The second wave of troops in the top lane is coming, archers, clear them. Come on, support, come on, go. Bottom lane, bottom lane. Just like this, under Jingyu's command, PG resisted the invasion of the Magic Dragon army, only losing 2 defense towers. They're going to fight the Phoenix, don't let them succeed. Jingyu rushed to the middle lane after saying that. After the 3 magic plates were conquered, an underworld Phoenix would spawn in the center of the map. Once the underworld Phoenix was taken down, the entire party would be buffed by the Nirvana Flame effect, blocking 1 critical hit. Support, go first, Jingyu ordered as he looked at the minimap. Hanlung's Sarier flew closer to the spawn point and found traces of the enemies. The 5 of them were all fighting the underworld Phoenix, and they were about to take it down. Jingyu didn't wait for his teammates and decisively rushed over. His second skill, Snow Traction, connected with Quangu, who was closest to Phoenix. After teleporting over, he immediately activated his big move, freezing all 3 of them in one breath. After that, he ignored them and stabbed Phoenix once, following up with Judgment, System, Heart of Ice. Phoenix conquering the underworld, System, obtained Nirvana Flame, the freezing effect has been removed. All enemy demons focus their fire on the Heart of Ice. Sarier's ultimate skill was still on cooldown, so she had no choice but to activate her shield. However, Heart of Ice was too fragile. Even with the shield protecting her, she still couldn't escape from the encirclement. System, Centaur, 1 kill, System, Heart of Ice has been killed. Hurry up and wipe us out, Jingyu shouted as he looked at the corpses and the countdown timer on his screen. He was very anxious. He couldn't do anything but trash talk. Ally, Jingyu not salted fish, Heart of Ice isn't it just stealing? I know how to do it too. Ally, Jingyu not salted fish, Heart of Ice if you have the guts, then wipe us out in one wave. Enemy, aim high, Ariel okay, you said it. Pei Ling, block them. Yuan and Yi, follow me, Hai said coldly. The whole team was not afraid of the PG's attacks at all. They faced the enemy head-on. Qin Fei's Lilith pushed forward forcefully. He didn't even look at the Quangu and decisively switched to the back row. Yi Hong followed and activated his ultimate. Unexpectedly, his mouse slipped and he missed. Qin Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. He could only place his hopes on Luo Yiming. Unexpectedly, Luo Yiming also made a mistake and was hit by the Quangu skill. Their formation was broken. Retreat. This was Jingyu's first reaction. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fei shouted even louder, "Attack! Kill the centaur!" "Qin Fei, Yezi, why are you panicking? Where's your combo?" Yi Hong pressed a few keys almost reflexively and a combo accurately hit the centaur. "Qin Fei, Yiming, can you do it? Get over here." Luo Yiming quivered. He continuously moved and dodged all of the Quangu's attacks. Miraculously, he was able to keep up with the team. "Qin Fei, Han Leng, you can't even block a Quangu?" Han Leng's Sarier suddenly went berserk. Even though he was a support, he was still able to solo the Quangu. "The centaur is mine. Kill Hejiao." Qin Fei roared as he took the centaur's head. The four of them frantically attacked Hejiao and quickly took down the fragile Hejiao. At this time, the four of them had used up all of their Nirvana flames. Whether it was Scarlet Fury or Maha, they only had a sliver of health left. However, the PG team had no intention of retreating. At this critical moment, Sarier's ultimate skill came off cooldown and activated lockdown. "Go!" Qin Fei shouted. He took the lead and rushed into the tower to kill Ariel, who was trying to escape. "Kill the Quangu." Soon, the Quangu was also eliminated. However, before he died, he managed to take down Scarlet Fury and Maha. "Push the towers." Qin Fei continued to give orders. With Sarier's help, they pushed down the second tower in the middle lane and headed for the third tower. Jingyu, who had witnessed the entire battle, was dumbfounded. This, sure enough, only the PG team could do this. Just by looking at the performance of the demons on the screen, he already felt that they were fierce. He didn't expect Qin Fei's commands to be even fiercer. After recovering from his shock, Jingyu couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. In the previous battles, he no longer believed in Yi Hong and Luo Yiming. He felt that without him, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. However, from the beginning to the end, he had wholeheartedly believed in Qin Fei. And Qin Fei didn't disappoint him. With Qin Fei here, they could win this battle. They could definitely win. However, having confidence was one thing, and whether or not he could win was another matter. Under the obstruction of sword burial, the PG team couldn't take down the third tower. Not long after, the two teams in the top 8 had another battle. And 3 swapped 5 and defeated the PG team. They've changed their strategy. Jingyu looked at the corpses on the screen and couldn't help but frown. Perhaps they had seen through the PG team's strategy, but Ane's mage and archer didn't move together anymore. Heart of Ice couldn't find a chance to freeze both Ane's mage and archer. Every time, she could only freeze one of them, and the other would immediately rush out and kill him. Ane even started to take the initiative to sell the mage to the PG team, and then let the archer come out and counterattack. In the previous battle, Heart of Ice only managed to freeze Hejiao, and then the PG team rushed out and killed him. Then, she supported the archer, and under the Quangu's charge, the PG team's backline was completely wiped out. Then, sword burial took away all the remaining HP. A 3 for 5 without any mistakes, leaving behind the low HP Quangu and half HP Centaur. The combination of the tank and archer was enough to take down the Magic Dragon. System Centaur, conquer the Magic Dragon. System The Magic Dragon army is about to attack. This time, they really lost. Even Jingyu couldn't bring himself to say things like can win. Qin Fei laughed and typed 2 letters in the chat box. Ally PG sleep, Lilith GG soon. Ane replied, enemy ain high, Ariel not bad. Enemy ain high, Ariel if you were the jungler, we really wouldn't have won. Seeing this sentence, Jingyu stopped breathing and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. However, the next sentence quickly appeared in the chat box. Ally PG sleep, Lilith there's no need to sow discord. Our jungler is very good. Enemy ain high, Ariel oh, sorry, that sentence just now was ambiguous. Enemy ain high, Ariel what I really wanted to say was that if the jungler wasn't Heart of Ice, we really wouldn't have won. Before Qin Fei could reply. Again, their territory was destroyed, and the word failure appeared on the screen. It was very eye-catching. Jingyu lowered his head expressionlessly, and the hand holding the mouse trembled uncontrollably. Then, he fiercely bit his lower lip. He wanted to use Heart of Ice to win the game and clear the name of this demon. But now, he lost because of Heart of Ice? He couldn't accept it. There was a dead silence in the training room, and then there was the sound of people taking off their headphones one after another. Jingyu was the last to take off his headphones. As soon as he took it off, he heard Fang Luofan's calm voice, "The late game is still too weak, you have to practice. Rest for half an hour, I'll organize the data for this training game and review it in half an hour." Sigh, I'm so tired. Luo Yiming was the first to get up and walk towards the hall, stretching as he walked. 40 minutes, that was scary. Han Leng quickly got up and caught up with him. Yi Hong sneaked a glance at Qin Fei, who was beside him, and saw that he was still looking at the post-battle data, so he quickly slipped away. This training game lasted 43 minutes, and the final score was 36-29. PG took the lead in the number of kills, but he was unable to defend his territory. The loser's MVP award was given to Qin Fei's Lilith by the system. It had the highest damage resistance, and its damage was not inferior to Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury. Other than him, the player with the best record was Sarier, who had the least number of deaths, and then Heart of Ice. Qin Fei patiently looked at everyone's data, and subconsciously turned to look at Jingyu, who was staring at the screen in a daze. At first, Qin Fei thought that Jingyu was too focused on the screen, until he realized that he had been in the same position for a long time without blinking. Qin Fei sneered, put his arm around Jingyu's neck, and patted his shoulder. "Stop looking, get up and walk." Jingyu suddenly came back to his senses, nodded, and left his seat with Qin Fei. "It's just a training game, if you lose, you lose." Qin Fei let go of him and walked towards the hall. He said without looking back, his tone full of carelessness, "Listen carefully during the review. Win the official game." "Okay." Jingyu obediently replied, but his eyes were still dim. "It's just a training game, that's right. If you lose, and win it back next time, that's also right. But, if the jungler wasn't Heart of Ice, we wouldn't have won." Jingyu couldn't let go of what he said at the end of the game. "Oh yeah." Suddenly, Qin Fei, who was walking in front of him, stopped and turned his head to look at him. Jingyu looked up in confusion. "When are you moving in?" "Huh?" Jingyu didn't react. Qin Fei continued, "Didn't you want to become a professional player? Sign the contract today, and move in tomorrow." Jingyu's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Qin Fei in disbelief. "Really? But I lost." "It's not your fault that you lost the game." Qin Fei laughed. "No matter what other people think, I want you." Jingyu felt dizzy, and he felt like he was dreaming. "What's your answer?" Qin Fei asked. The pro player that he liked was asking him if he wanted to sign a contract with his team. Was there a second answer? "I'm willing." Jingyu's answer was firm, which surprised Qin Fei. It was as if what he had just asked was a major life event. Oh, signing a contract to become a pro player was indeed a major life event, right? "Okay, I'll contact the manager tonight and have him bring the contract over." Qin Fei's tone was as if he was the boss of the team. Jingyu didn't think too much and nodded. Then he remembered something and said, "Tonight." "Oh, you're not free tonight, right?" Qin Fei immediately reacted, "It's fine. Go back early and bring your luggage with you tomorrow." Jingyu let out a sigh of relief and obediently said, "Okay." When facing Qin Fei, he always had a feeling that he couldn't let go. He wanted to be noticed by Qin Fei, but he also didn't want to make Qin Fei unhappy by being too deliberate. His conflicting thoughts made him feel at a loss, so he could only show his most obedient side. He didn't want to do anything, just not make any mistakes. Qin Fei saw his cautiousness, but other than telling him to relax, he didn't say anything and just let him be. The two walked into the living room and sat down on the sofa. Then Qin Fei said loudly, "Yezi, get me a glass of water." Yi Hong, who had just returned from the bathroom, couldn't avoid the fate of being ordered around. He helplessly went to the water dispenser to get 2 glasses of water and brought them to Qin Fei. Then he looked at Jingyu and said, "Little Jingyu, drink some water, thank you." Jingyu was flattered. He clearly didn't expect Yi Hong to bring him a glass of water. "You're welcome." Yi Hong smiled and picked up the cake on the coffee table. "If you guys don't want to eat the cake, I'll put it in the fridge for breakfast tomorrow." "Sure." Qin Fei replied lazily. Jingyu naturally had no objections. With Yi Hong in the hall, Jingyu immediately relaxed a lot. Whether it was Yi Hong's appearance or voice, it made Jingyu feel very comfortable. As a PG mid-laner, he messed around in the game, but in reality, Jingyu felt that he was a very easy person to get along with. Yi Hong stuffed the cake into the freezer, then sat down opposite the two of them and asked Jingyu, "Little Jingyu, how long will it take you to get home from here?" "About an hour. It's pretty close." Yi Hong was surprised. "Did your parents agree to you becoming a pro player?" "I don't have parents." Jingyu said these words calmly and smiled. "So it doesn't matter. I can decide for myself." "I'm sorry." Even though Jingyu didn't seem to mind, Yi Hong still apologized politely. Jingyu quickly replied, "It doesn't matter." Qin Fei glanced at Jingyu and calmly looked away. He pretended to say casually, "I feel that this review will take a long time. I hope coach won't drag it until after dinner." "Gee?" Jingyu exclaimed. He obviously didn't expect the review to take so long. As a very punctual game streamer, he wanted to ask, could he leave in the middle of the review? Could he? Just like that, Jingyu felt uneasy for half an hour and went to the washroom halfway through. Half an hour later, Fang Luofan called everyone into the conference room and turned on the projector to start the review. Before he had time to speak, Qin Fei spoke first. "Jingyu has something to do in the afternoon. Let him go back first. You can tell me his part, and I'll relay it to him tomorrow." Jingyu stared blankly at Qin Fei. Rather than gratitude, he was more surprised. How did he know what I was thinking? After he came back to his senses, he turned his gaze to Fang Luofan. The anticipation in his eyes was almost tangible. Fang Luofan looked back at him with some amusement. "That's fine. It just so happens that I'm not familiar with the Heart of Ice skill yet. Give me more time to prepare. Jingyu, you go back first. Be careful on the road. Come back early tomorrow. 9 o'clock, okay?" "Okay." Jingyu nodded and stood up. "Then I'll go first?" Fang Luofan, "Yes, go ahead." Luo Yiming, "Go, Pikachu." Yi Hong, "Be careful on the road. See you tomorrow." Hanling, 9 o'clock. Don't be late. Qin Fei, "See you tomorrow." Jingyu lowered his head and looked at Qin Fei. He smiled slightly. "Yes, see you tomorrow." After he finished speaking, he left the conference room and walked towards the door. Not long after he left, Luo Yiming rested his chin on his hands. He puffed up his face and complained, he only told Brother Fei to see him tomorrow. Qin Fei glanced at him indifferently. Luo Yiming instantly sat up straight. Coach. Let's start." Fang Luofan hummed and said, "Yes, it's time to start. There are too many problems in this round, and I can't finish explaining them all in one night." He paused for a moment and said, "Especially you, Luo Yiming." Luo Yiming broke his technique in a second and fell on the table. "First, summarize the main problems one by one." As Fang Luofan spoke, he looked past the laptop and looked at Luo Yiming. "Yiming, your awareness is still too poor. As long as no one reminds you, you won't know when and where the enemy will catch you." He spoke expressionlessly. He didn't give Luo Yiming a chance to respond. He pointed his mouse at Maha on the screen and continued, "Look here. Heart of Ice came out at the right time, but you didn't follow at all. And here. Heart of Ice slowed down a bit before going big, knowing that the opponent had a dispel. But you rushed up just like that." On the screen, Jingyu's Heart of Ice appeared twice to try to catch the opponent's bottom lane, but was easily killed instead. It happened to be the two times when Luo Yiming threw the blame to Jingyu, saying that there was a problem with his command. The person involved couldn't see clearly. But when it was time to review the game and the coach explained, everything became clear. Luo Yiming suddenly felt so ashamed that he didn't know what to do. On the side, Yi Hong supported his head with one hand and coldly added, "I told you. You're the one who's weak. Why do you keep throwing the blame to Jingyu?" Luo Yiming was born with poor awareness. "Hanling, what about you?" Fang Luofan spoke again, looking at Hanling. Hanling coughed awkwardly. "I thought my shield could protect Heart of Ice, Indeed, Heart of Ice's HP is lower than I thought. It's hard to save him with a shield. The training match ended up like this because we're not familiar with the creatures. But Fang Luofan's expression became serious. Since we've decided to accept Jingyu as a member of PG, we have to be familiar with the creatures he usually uses. In my opinion, Jingyu's Heart of Ice is quite good. He can definitely appear in the Pro League as PG's secret weapon. He paused. Did you hear me? PG's members all agreed. Jingyu's Heart of Ice was very strong. His opponents might not think so, but as Jingyu's teammates, they didn't have any objections. After watching the replay, they all knew that if they could cooperate better with Heart of Ice to complete the sneak attack, the training match would have ended differently. In this aspect, Yezi did a good job. Fang Luofan didn't mince his words. He would still give praise where it was needed. So far, the one who cooperated best with Heart of Ice is Yezi. However, your playstyle is too active. Jingyu had a hard time cooperating with you. Next time, you can remind him so he can be prepared. It's okay. I believe in Jingyu. Yi Hong smiled. But he doesn't believe in you. Fang Luofan hit the nail on the head. Also, what the hell were you doing in the late game? The smile on Yi Hong's face froze. Wall, air, are you a newbie? Fang Luofan glared at him. In the late game, you weren't even as good as Luo Yiming. Yi Hong shrugged his shoulders. He couldn't refute. Then, Fang Luofan pointed the spearhead at Hanlang and Qin Fei. Hanlang, your mistakes were considered few. In fact, the later game, your performance was more stable. You also completed Jingyu's commands very well. The main thing was that you overestimated your shield and Heart of Ice's HP. Be careful next time. Okay, coach. Hanlang nodded frantically. Qin Fei. Let's not talk about the few times you gave orders as you pleased. As a top laner, you did a good job. Damage resistance, team initiation, you did everything you needed to do. However, if it was you, you should be able to do a better job. Yeah. Qin Fei didn't object. I haven't used a top laner for a long time. I underestimated his strength. Let the manager arrange a few more training matches. Okay. Fang Luofan nodded. In short, after signing Jingyu, we will make some adjustments to our training. First, in the future matches, Jingyu and Qin Fei will take turns to command. Second, you guys are too weak in the late game. In the future, no matter if it's ranked or matchmaking, you have to drag the time to more than half an hour and practice the late game. Third, you have to familiarize yourself with Jingyu's usual magical beasts. Currently, the only one you know is Heart of Ice. There's also the Moonshade Spider and the Flower Petal of Datura. Qin Fei added. Okay, we'll familiarize ourselves with these three first. Fang Luofan said. He flipped to the last page of the document. Okay, let's review. We'll start with Luo Yiming. While PG was busy, on the other side, ANE was seriously reviewing the match. At the end of the review, ANE's coach squinted his eyes and said, before the tournament starts, familiarize yourselves with the magical beast Heart of Ice. The next time you fight PG, it won't be so easy to win. When Jingyu returned home, it was 4:30 p.m. He opened the fridge and took out a bottle of Coke. He unscrewed the cap and took a big gulp. Then, he walked to the edge of his bed and sat in a daze. A few minutes later, he got up and put the half-drunk bottle of Coke on the desk. Then, he silently packed his luggage. He should be happy to sign a contract with PG. But he was really happy. He could fight alongside Qin Fei in the tournament. But why was there a haze in his heart? That he couldn't get rid of? Jingyu didn't have a lot of things. He quickly finished packing. After eating something, he started the live broadcast when the second hand reached 6. He's really punctual. Does Jingyu have OCD? Good evening, Jingyu. Good evening. Jingyu replied to the bullet screen. His tone wasn't as relaxed as before. He wasn't even in the mood to ask the bullet screen what they wanted to see him play. Instead, he said bluntly, I'm starting. As soon as he finished speaking, he clicked on the rankings. When it was his turn to pick the magical beast, he didn't even think about it. He instantly picked the moonshade spider. Gee? You're not playing Heart of Ice today? What's wrong with you, Jingyu? Are you in a bad mood today? Who made you angry? Jingyu didn't even look at the bullet screen. He silently entered the game and controlled his moonshade spider. He used 23 minutes to win the match. 21 kills, 6 deaths, and 8 assists. So violent, so savage, Jingyu, are you on your period? Drink more warm water, Jingyu. After looking at the post-match statistics, Jingyu turned to look at the bullet screen. He almost vomited blood. I'm a guy. It was impossible for him to have his period, not in this lifetime. However, it was true that he was in a bad mood. After the game, Jingyu realized that he was acting strangely. He quickly comforted his little angel. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. My body is fine, don't worry. I'm not in a good mood. Why? I'm not telling you, then will we see Heart of Ice again today? Use Heart of Ice in the next game. Jingyu's Heart of Ice is more violent than the moonshade spider. Jingyu was silent for a moment, but in the end, he fulfilled the request of the bullet screen. Okay, I'll use Heart of Ice for the next match. Jingyu clicked on the match and instantly locked on to the Heart of Frost. When he saw his teammates comment, poison? He immediately blocked the chat. He actually blocked it? Why did he block it? Why didn't he block it? Waiting to be scolded? Some people are really poisonous, right? What do they take our Jingyu for? Yeah, are you happy to see Jingyu get scolded? Jingyu had even blocked the chat. Naturally, he wouldn't look at the bullet screen. The game began. After 32 minutes, Jingyu's team won because one of his teammates was offline. Heart of Ice had 12 kills, 8 deaths, and 3 assists. He was still the MVP, but compared to the previous game where he dominated with the moonshade spider, it was obviously not enough. I really want to know how the other team will react. I also want to see how his teammates will react. GGG? Why did he start another game? I can see that Jingyu is in a bad mood today. Could it be that his girlfriend dumped him? Hey, don't go. Jingyu is my husband. Jingyu looked at the post-match data and clicked on another game. He didn't even look at the bullet screen, let alone interact with it. Once again, he instantly locked Heart of Ice and blocked the chat. He silently and violently finished the match. 38 minutes later, he won by a narrow margin. 16 kills, 9 deaths, and 10 assists. It was slightly better than the previous match, but it still couldn't compare to the match where he had dominated with the moonshade spider. Just as he was about to start another round, he suddenly remembered that he was in the middle of a live stream. Jingyu was slightly taken aback and subconsciously turned to look at the bullet screen. It would have been better if he hadn't seen it. Now that he did, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jingyu, don't be angry. Be good. Smoothing Jingyu's hair, no, it should be his scales? Look at us, Jingyu. Even if your girlfriend dumped you, you still have us. That's right, that's right. A bunch of wives for you to tease. Ever since he lost the training session with Heart of Ice, Jingyu didn't dare to use Heart of Ice anymore. Whenever he used it, he always had a premonition that he was going to lose, but he stubbornly didn't want to lose. Once he got serious, he forgot that he was still live streaming. He looked at the fancy comforting words on the bullet screen and couldn't help but laugh. Wow, did Jingyu just laugh? Tell me I'm not hallucinating. What a beautiful laugh. As expected of my husband. How could your girlfriend dump someone like this? Jingyu laughed a little helplessly. I don't have a girlfriend. So there's no such thing as being dumped. Then why don't you consider me? Jingyu, what kind of women do you like? Jingyu, do you like men or women? Me. I can be both offensive and defensive. That's enough, you guys. Jingyu was once again amused. His coquettish voice finally returned. I have so many wives. What do I need a girlfriend for? Jingyu, you don't only have wives. You also have a husband. Husband? No, I don't. Jingyu flatly denied. I'm the offensive one. Do you think the police will believe your nonsense? Please use your coquettish voice to say those 3 words again. Usually, people who say they're the offensive one are the defensive one. Don't run away. You know the truth. Gee, I'm not going to mess around with you guys. Jingyu couldn't win against the bullet screen and decided to shamelessly change the topic. By the way, do you guys want to see me play other positions? For example, top landing or something? Heart of Ice? Top landing? Heart of Ice is impossible to top landing, Jingyu said as he clicked on the match button. I suddenly want to try top landing. I don't know if I can do it. Real men never say they can't do it. Jingyu was speechless. After the match was successful, Jingyu chose sword burial. After hesitating for a moment, he changed to Kwanggu. In the end, he changed back to sword burial and locked in. After 29 minutes, they lost. They lost miserably. Jingyu's sword burial had 8 kills, 12 deaths, and 5 assists. He didn't even get the MVP award for the loser. His reputation is ruined. Ruined. Ha ha ha. Jingyu, how can you be so good as a top laner? Jingyu, you don't have enough damage resistance. Jingyu pursed his lips. No, let's do it again. Don't. Jingyu, you should be a jungler. Listen to me. Top laning and jungler. One tanked damage openly, while the other hid in the dark to ambush. They were 2 completely different playstyles. Jingyu had the awareness to resist damage, but he didn't have the ability to resist damage. The teammates he was randomly matched with didn't have the slightest awareness to cooperate. They could only watch as he died in front of them. It was so difficult. How did Xianxia manage to switch between top laning and jungler so easily? After this, Jingyu played a few more matches. He played as a jungler. There were wins and losses. At 11 o'clock, after interacting with the bullet screen for a while, he said goodnight and exited the live stream. Just as he was about to exit the game and go to the bathroom to take a shower, he suddenly received a private message. ASDF, I'll send you a professional account. Give me a name. ASDF, it's best if it's in English. Jingyu was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he replied with 2 letters. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, GFASDF, oh? Why, it's Jingyu, not salted fish, goldfish ASDF, okay, you win. ASDF, PGGF, welcome to the PG family. When Jingyu saw this sentence, he pursed his lips and felt his blood boil. Just as he was about to reply with a "I'll do my best" and send a few more exclamation marks, he received another message before he could do so. ASDF, give me your phone number. It's easier to contact you. Jingyu sent his phone number without hesitation. ASDF, do you have a QQ account? Jingyu sent his QQ account number over. ASDF, what's your Weibo name? It's Jingyu, not salted fish, look at my ID. ASDF, do you want another selfie? Jingyu picked up the phone beside him and began to pose for himself. After a lot of trouble, he finally took a satisfactory selfie. Then, he looked down at the message. ASDF, I'm completely naked. Jingyu? ASDF, are you really taking a selfie? It's Jingyu, not salted fish, I'm not. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. ASDF, haha, I'm just kidding. I just feel that you're too obedient to give me whatever I ask you to. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, smiley face, angle, ASDF, have you packed your luggage? It's Jingyu, not salted fish, yes. ASDF, then go to bed early. Good night. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, good night. After Jingyu replied with those 2 words, he saw that ASDF was still online. He exited the game first. Then, his gaze landed on the phone screen. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When Xianxia asked him to take a selfie, he actually started taking one on the spot. If Xianxia hadn't added the word completely naked at the end, he really would have sent his selfie. Just thinking about it made him feel a little scared. He was completely led by the nose by Xianxia. After Jingyu turned off his computer, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. After drying his hair, he returned to the bed and crawled under the covers with his phone. Only then did he realize that he had received a text message. It was from an unknown number. The content was, "I'm Xianxia. This is my phone number. Save it." Jingyu obediently saved the number into his phone. Then, the corners of his lips curled up subconsciously. "I'll do my best." He said to the air what he couldn't send just now. "I definitely won't drag you down. I promise." The alarm clock rang at 7:30. Jingyu groaned and reached his hand out of the blanket. He fumbled around the bedside table for a long time before he finally found his phone and turned off the alarm. Getting out of bed was probably the most painful thing in a day. At least, that was the case for Jingyu. He rubbed his eyes and turned on the light. He wrapped himself in the blanket and sat on the bed for a while before slowly putting on his clothes. When he was brushing his teeth in the bathroom, he couldn't help but smile. He could sign the contract with PG today. From now on, he would be a member of PG and Xianxia's comrade. Just thinking about it made him happy. He had the illusion that he had already won the championship trophy before the competition. It really was an illusion. Jingyu quickly remembered yesterday's training match and sighed. After a good night's sleep, the frustration of losing the match lessened a lot, as if it was just a nightmare. But Jingyu clearly knew that it wasn't a dream. They really lost. But Xianxia was right. It was just a training match. If they lost, then they lost. They just had to win in the official competition. Jingyu washed his face and clenched his fist in front of the mirror. He would do his best. The next time he fought with Ain, he definitely wouldn't lose. When Jingyu dragged his suitcase to PG Club, it was 8:45. He was early again. But this time, someone quickly noticed him. Little Jingyu. Yihong sat on the sofa in the hall and waved at him. "Come in." "Good morning, Brother Yi." Jingyu dragged his suitcase into the hall. He looked around and found that Yihong was alone. He was sitting on the sofa eating cake. "Good morning, Jingyu. Come, sit down and eat with me." Yihong patted the seat next to him. Jingyu was a bit embarrassed. "My suitcase, oh, right. Let me show you your room first." As Yihong spoke, he immediately put down the cake in his hand. After wiping his hands with a napkin, he walked over to Jingyu, grabbed the suitcase from his hand, and walked towards the stairs. "Gee. I can do it myself." Jingyu wanted to take the box back, but he didn't know where to start. Yihong had already gone upstairs. "Keep your voice down. Brother Fei is still sleeping." "Ah? He won't get up until noon," Yihong explained in a low voice. "We have a rule here that we have to wake up at 8 o'clock and go to bed before midnight." Brother Fei had never done it before. A few months ago, the coach tried to drag him out of bed and was almost crippled by him. Since then, no one has dared to wake him up. Jingyu, on the second floor, Yihong did not put down the suitcase. Instead, he continued to carry it. On the second floor, there was a narrow corridor with rooms on both sides. There were various styles of art paper pasted on the doors. Yihong walked straight to a door with the words, "Death to those who disturb my sleep." He stopped and pointed to the opposite side of the door. "Here." As he spoke, he opened the door. Jingyu followed Yihong into the room. His eyes lit up when he saw the wooden furniture. After Yihong closed the door, he finally put down the suitcase. "From now on, this will be your room. You can decorate it however you want. Just don't tear down the room." "Okay." Jingyu responded. He looked curiously at the door. Opposite me is, Brother Fei. Jingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Death to those who disturb my sleep." As expected of Xianxia. "Where are Brother Han and Luo Yiming?" Jingyu asked again. "Oh, them. Yiming doesn't like sweets, so old Han went out with him to buy steamed buns and soy milk." After a pause, he asked, "By the way, have you eaten breakfast?" "Yes, I ate on the way here." "Oh, then you can unpack your suitcase first. I'll go down for breakfast." "Okay." Jingyu responded. He watched as Yihong left the room. Only then did he open his suitcase. It was his first time here, so he didn't feel very safe. Therefore, he only took out some snacks and tissues and placed them on the table. Then, he closed the suitcase and locked it. He sat on the edge of the bed in a daze for a while. He didn't know what to do, so he left the room and went downstairs. When he went out, he deliberately studied his door and found that it didn't have a keyhole. It could only be locked from the inside. It doesn't feel safe. So, after he went downstairs, he asked Yi Hong tentatively, "Brother Yi, is the door here not locked?" "Do you mean inside or outside?" Yi Hong had just finished breakfast and was cleaning the coffee table. When he heard the question, he answered without turning his head, "The rooms on the second floor are not locked. The door on the first floor is locked before going to bed at night. There are always people in the club. Nothing will happen." "Okay." Jingyu reluctantly accepted this answer. After a while, Luo Yiming and Han Ling came back with a mess of breakfast. "Yo, Jingyu." Luo Yiming was always so enthusiastic. "Have you eaten breakfast?" "Yes, I have." "Good morning." Jingyu sat next to Yi Hong and responded obediently. "Are you full?" Luo Yiming asked again. I'm full." "If you're not full, then keep eating." Luo Yiming sat down across from him. "Eat whatever you want. We're family. Don't be shy." Jingyu. "Okay. I say, did you get rich overnight?" Yi Hong looked at the breakfast on the table and felt a little helpless. Yesterday you couldn't even take out 5 packets of spicy strips. Today you're willing to buy breakfast for everyone? One had to know that before Jingyu came, they had been eating their own breakfast. Luo Yiming coughed. "Don't worry about these details." Han Ling sat next to Luo Yiming and gave Yi Hong a look that said, "You understand." Yi Hong immediately returned a look that said, "Yes, I understand." After yesterday's review, Luo Yiming deeply regretted his behavior of pushing the blame to Jingyu. He couldn't bring himself to apologize, so he could only buy a table of breakfast for Jingyu as compensation. Seeing that Jingyu was at a loss and couldn't understand Luo Yiming's point, Yi Hong had to help. "Jingyu, since Yiming said so, you should eat more. Otherwise, it will be cold by noon." "Yes, yes." "Jingyu, hurry up and eat." Luo Yiming said, but his hands didn't stay idle. He picked up a cup of soy milk, poked the straw in it, and handed it to Jingyu. He almost pressed his head against Jingyu's head and forced him to drink. Jingyu took the soy milk. He was still a little confused, but he still said, "Thank you." He obediently drank a mouthful. He had only eaten a bun on the way here, so he wasn't full. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from the stairs, followed by a sleepy voice. "So noisy." With these 2 words, the hall instantly returned to silence. Jingyu doubtfully blinked his eyes. He looked at Yi Hong, Luo Yiming, and Han Ling. If he didn't recognize Qin Fei's voice, he would have thought that the person who spoke just now was the creditor of these 3 people. "Yo, Jingyu, you came?" Qin Fei yawned and walked to the sofa. Yi Hong suddenly got up and walked to the bathroom. Qin Fei glanced at him and didn't say anything. He walked to Yi Hong's seat and sat down. Jingyu only felt the sofa sink, and then Qin Fei's breath hit his face, making his mind blank for a moment. Fortunately, he quickly recovered. "Good morning, Brother Fei." He had tried to suppress it, but there was still a trace of excitement in his voice. Eating breakfast with Qin Fei, oh my. This is too happy. Qin Fei didn't care. He picked out what he wanted to eat from the breakfast on the table and ate without hesitation. Soon, Yi Hong came out of the bathroom and sat down next to Qin Fei. He strangely asked, "Why are you up so early today?" Qin Fei lazily replied, "You guys are too noisy." He glanced at Luo Yiming. "It's all Yiming's voice." Luo Yiming coughed. "Brother Fei, I was wrong." Han Ling gnawed on a steamed bun and asked vaguely, "Where's the coach?" Yi Hong replied, "He went out early in the morning. He said he went to see the manager." "To get the contract?" Qin Fei asked casually. "I guess so. Maybe there are other things to say face to face." Yi Hong had already eaten breakfast, so he relaxed and lay on the sofa. He crossed his arms and leisurely watched them eat. "The manager has been very busy recently. She can't come." If there's anything, the coach will pass it on for her. Alas. Hanleng sighed. The manager hasn't been here for the nth day. I miss her. Why? You've taken a fancy to her? Yi Hong said in amusement. I don't have a girlfriend yet. Hanleng expressed his grievance. Every day, I see you guys so often that I'm about to get depression. Only the manager can heal my fragile heart. Oh, so disgusting. Luo Yiming couldn't listen anymore. Hearing this, Jingyu finally realized something. The manager is a woman? Yes. Hanling answered him. Why? Are you interested? No. Jingyu's face was cold. Jingyu also doesn't have a girlfriend, right? It's normal to be interested in women. Luo Yiming laughed. Well, I'm not very. Jingyu suddenly stopped and broke out in cold sweat. He almost spilled the beans. Fortunately, no one paid attention to his words. Hanleng continued to list the manager's good points. Luo Yiming expressed his agreement, and then expressed that he still preferred girls younger than him. Yi Hong laughed and said that maybe the coach was also thinking about the manager. Jingyu breathed a sigh of relief and continued to drink his soy milk. He didn't notice that Qin Fei, who was beside him, suddenly turned his head and looked at him with a thoughtful face. After breakfast, Qin Fei lazily said, before the coach comes back, Yiming and Old Han will play duo. Yezi will play solo. Jingyu will follow me. Luo Yiming, okay Yi Hong, okay. Jingyu subconsciously stood up. Seeing that Qin Fei didn't get up, he hesitated for a moment before sitting back down. Qin Fei looked at him in amusement. After waiting for the others to go to the practice room, he slowly stood up and walked towards the conference room. Jingyu hurriedly stood up and followed him. After Qin Fei entered the conference room, he walked along the long table and sat down at the end of the table with a laptop. He skillfully turned on the computer and entered the password. Then, without looking up, he said, "Come here." Okay, Jingyu replied. He pulled a chair and sat down beside Qin Fei. Can you see the screen if I get closer? I can see it, Jingyu said, but he still moved closer to Qin Fei. Qin Fei didn't mind. He opened a folder on the table. Let's take a look at yesterday's match. Qin Fei's voice was calm and emotionless. Although it seemed like we almost won, to be honest, I think that we would definitely lose if we played against ANE. It would be a miracle if we were able to gain an advantage in the early game. Jingyu listened carefully. He didn't dare to express his opinion. 3 problems. First, I'm the top laner and you're the jungler. Everyone isn't used to it. Not to mention, the devil you used is so unpopular. It's very difficult to coordinate with. It needs practice. Jingyu's eyes darkened. He didn't say anything. Second, everyone is used to listening to my commands. They're not used to suddenly listening to you. Also, this is the first time you're commanding a team with a fixed style, right? Yes. That needs practice too. Third, I think you can see that PGs aren't good at the late game. The later the game, the more mistakes they make. It's very rare for them to make a comeback. You also need to practice. After saying these 3 points, Qin Fei let the video of the match play on the screen as he turned to look at Jingyu. That's about it. Jingyu? He thought that Qin Fei was making a summary before the official review, but in the end, it ended just like that. Jingyu turned to look at Qin Fei in confusion. After a moment of hesitation, he mustered up the courage to ask, did I do anything wrong? Didn't I already tell you? Qin Fei gave him a look that said, what are you listening to? Anyway, the next step is to practice cooperation, command, and drag on. After a pause, he continued, as for directing, coach wants me to rotate with you. I'll do 1 round and you'll do the other. Listen carefully to how I command and adjust your tactics when you command. Alright. Jingyu agreed obediently. Although he felt that what Qin Fei said was very reasonable, he always had the illusion that he was being perfunctory, so he couldn't get rid of the uneasiness in his heart. In the end, he couldn't help but say what he wanted to say. If I didn't use Heart of Ice, then it would be another way to die. Qin Fei interrupted him without hesitation and said calmly, no matter what the result of the match is, don't doubt your own ability. Learn from Yiming in this regard. This kid was pressed to the ground yesterday and his record is at the bottom. He still thinks that he can get a pentakill next time he plays against Ain. Jingyu was speechless. Should he say that it was no wonder he was PG's center position? Your performance is much more stable than his, so you'll be fine, Qin Fei said with certainty as he patted Jingyu's shoulder. Let's go solo. Okay. What about you? Jingyu almost subconsciously got up. Then he remembered this question and asked Qin Fei. Unexpectedly, Qin Fei directly laid in front of the computer. Sleepy. I'll sleep a little longer. Jingyu helplessly looked at Qin Fei for a while. After hesitating for a moment, he turned and walked out of the door. However, after a few steps, he went back the way he came and said tentatively, well, it's easy to catch a cold if you sleep on the table. Why don't you go up and sleep? Qin Fei didn't respond. His body rose and fell with his calm breathing. He fell asleep so quickly? It can't be, right? Jingyu wanted to shake Qin Fei's shoulder. His hand had already reached out, but it froze in midair. This was because he suddenly remembered Yi Hong's words. A few months ago, the coach wanted to drag Qin Fei out of bed and was almost beaten to a pulp by him. Since then, no one dared to wake him up. Jingyu wasn't afraid of Qin Fei hitting him. He was just worried that he would be hated if he woke him up. While he was still hesitating, his hand that was frozen in midair was suddenly grabbed by someone. Jingyu's pupils shrank and the muscles in his hand suddenly tightened. He realized that the person who grabbed him was Qin Fei, so he relaxed a little. Qin Fei was still lying on the table, but his raised hand accurately grabbed Jingyu's wrist. After a while, he sat up and looked up at him. Why aren't you going? Jingyu completely relaxed and let Qin Fei grab him. He said awkwardly, I'm worried that you'll catch a cold, TSK. You're too nosy. Although he said this, Qin Fei actually turned off the computer and got up after letting go of Jingyu's hand. Jingyu thought that he listened to him and was ready to go to sleep. He didn't expect Qin Haodong to hook his neck. I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to train with you. Ji? Jingyu blinked. He was flattered. By the way, you. Qin Fei hooked his arm around Jingyu and walked a few steps towards the door. He suddenly said without looking back. Jingyu said, Nothing. Qin Fei swallowed the words he almost blurted out. Just now, when he grabbed Jingyu's wrist, he felt a strong force. This kid doesn't seem to be as weak as he looks. At the same time, the three people in the training room were discussing something in low voices. Luo Yiming, I don't think I heard Brother Fei's roar. Han Leng, that's strange. Brother Fei didn't get angry this time? Yi Hong, Tisk, what do you guys think Brother Fei is? It's not like he gets angry all the time. Luo Yiming, you're talking as if he hasn't yelled at you before. Yi Hong, whoa, shut up. Don't remind me of those terrible memories. I'll have nightmares at night. Han Leng, who in PG hasn't been yelled at by Brother Fei before? After yesterday's mock competition, I think Jingyu's probably done for. Yi Hong, maybe it's because the soundproofing is too good? Yiming, do you want to go and listen? Luo Yiming, no. No one can stop me from killing 5 people. Since he said he would accompany Jingyu to the training room, Qin Fei really did lead Jingyu into the training room. The 3 people in the training room were originally talking about something, but when they heard Qin Fei's footsteps, they instantly fell silent. For the nth time, Jingyu felt their reactions were strange. After sitting down in his seat, he hesitated for a long time before he couldn't help but ask the question in his heart, every time Brother Fei appears, you guys become so quiet. Yi Hong coughed violently, Luo Yiming also coughed a few times, and Han Leng's coughing was exaggerated. Qin Fei squinted his eyes, if you're sick, take medicine. Eat until you die. No, I just choked on my saliva. I'm fine now. Yi Hong quickly said, then carefully looked at Qin Fei. Seeing that he wasn't looking at him, he looked past him and met the curious Jingyu's eyes. Jingyu, Brother Fei didn't yell at you just now, right? Jingyu's curiosity instantly turned into confusion, no? I only yell at noobs. Qin Fei glared at Yi Hong, then ignored the three people on his left and turned to Jingyu. Enter the game. Okay. Jingyu quickly double-clicked on the icon and opened the login screen. Just as he was about to enter the password, Qin Fei grabbed the keyboard and entered a new account. The password is 123456789, change it yourself. Jingyu blinked, unable to react. Qin Fei had to add, your professional account. Jingyu let out an ah and finally remembered that Qin Fei had asked him to create an English ID last night. Thank you. After thanking him, he immediately entered the password to log into the account. Looking at the top left corner, it was indeed PGGF. At this moment, the sense of belonging to the team became very strong. Jingyu stared at his own ID for a long time. He wasn't dreaming, he really had become a member of PG. Qin Fei took in his reaction and gave him enough time to sigh. Then he said, I'll buy all the demons that can be used for hunting, as well as their skins, for you. There are still a few thousand magic coins left in the account, you can do whatever you want with it. Okay. Jingyu couldn't wait to admire the monsters and skins that the account had. Don't forget to change the password. Qin Fei couldn't help but remind him. Yes, I'll change it now. Jingyu smiled and went to change the password. He looked as excited as a child who had a new toy. Pfft, Qin Fei sneered and looked away. Just as he was about to log into his account, he suddenly noticed, he tilted his head and looked to his left. His team's mid laner, archer, and support were all looking at him as if they had seen a ghost. Qin Fei. What? Yi Hong, brother Fei, you. Jingyu is still a child, let him go. Qin Fei, F***ck off. Jingyu, ? It wasn't for no reason that the entire PG team would keep quiet when they saw Qin Fei. There were 3 reasons. First, Qin Fei would yell at people whenever he didn't like them. Almost everyone in PG had been yelled at by him before. When he was angry, it didn't matter if you were the coach or the boss, he would still yell at you. Second, as PG's captain and one of its founders, Qin Fei had a relationship with the boss and manager of PG. Although he had never admitted it himself, everyone in the club had a tacit understanding. In their minds, offending Qin Fei was equivalent to offending the boss. Third, Qin Fei liked men. Whether it was Yi Hong, Luo Yiming, or Han Ling, none of them had any intention of discriminating against homosexuals. However, before Qin Fei, they had never come into contact with such people, so it was inevitable that they would overthink it. However, after a few months of getting along, they had already accepted Qin Fei's sexual orientation and sincerely recognized him as their captain. Speaking of which, on the first day they lived together, he openly admitted that he was gay. Should they say that he was PG's captain? Luo Yiming also found out that Qin Fei was gay on the day he moved into PG's club. At that time, he was petrified for a long time. In the end, for the sake of the championship, he signed his name on the contract without hesitation. This time, when Jingyu moved in, Qin Fei would admit it again, right? Everyone thought so, except for Qin Fei. He didn't know why, but this time, he didn't want to say it. Qin Fei didn't want Jingyu to know that he was gay, but he wouldn't stop others from telling him. Anyway, let nature take its course. In the afternoon, Feng Luofan finally came back. He brought the 2 contracts to Jingyu. Look through them carefully. If there are no problems, sign them. Give me your ID. Okay. Jingyu obediently replied. He flipped to the last page of the 2 contracts and signed his name. The delicate handwriting looked like it was written by a girl. Then he handed the contract and his ID to Feng Luofan. Feng Luofan hesitantly took it. Don't you want to take a look? No need. Jingyu smiled. As long as he could play with Qin Fei, he would sign the contract even if it was an overlord. Okay. Yezi, help Jingyu make 2 copies of his ID. Feng Luofan handed Jingyu's ID to Yi Hong. Yi Hong helplessly took it. Why do you all like to order me around? Even so, he still took Jingyu's ID and walked to the printer. Qin Fei turned to look at Feng Luofan. Noticing his serious expression, he raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Who owes you money? Fong Luofan glared at him and said coldly, "There's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "The good news." Qin Fei made his choice without thinking. "You don't have to tell me the bad news." Fong Luofan obviously couldn't do it. "I'll tell you the bad news first. We are not one of the 8 teams invited to the 4th Pro League Invitational Tournament." There was a moment of silence. Qin Fei frowned. He wanted to say something but didn't. In the end, Luo Yiming couldn't help but ask, "Aren't we in the top 8? Which goddamn battle team took our spot?" "SOS. Fong Luofan replied, "8th place in the 2nd season of the Pro League." "SOS. Aren't they the team that we trampled under our feet last season?" Luo Yiming expressed his dissatisfaction. Why did they receive an invitation but we didn't? At this time, Qin Fei was calmer. At least SOS has never scored such an embarrassing score as -14. In the 3rd season of the Pro League, after PG had advanced to the top 8, they were crushed by the other 7 teams in the points competition, which made people question PG's true strength. In addition, PG was constantly changing members. It was no wonder that the organizers would give up on the unstable PG and invite SOS, a veteran team that had been eliminated in the 3rd season of the Pro League. "So what's the good news?" Han Leng asked. Fong Luofan looked at him calmly. "We have an extra week of training time and we have an appointment with SOS for a mock competition." There was another period of silence. At this time, Yi Hong had already photocopied Jingyu's ID. He gave the 2 photocopies to Fong Luofan, handed the ID back to Jingyu, and returned to his seat with a dignified expression. Jingyu silently put away the ID, not daring to breathe too loudly. Until, Qin Fei suddenly laughed. His laughter was incomparably frivolous. "What are you all doing? You look like you lost the match. Why do I remember that the match hasn't started yet?" In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on him, but he acted as if he didn't feel anything. He casually continued, "Isn't it just the qualifiers? It's not like we haven't played before. We were able to get into the top 8 once, so we can do it again. And this time, our goal isn't just to get into the top 8. Yeah, we're going to win the championship." Luo Yiming seemed to have woken up from a dream. "Isn't it just the invitational tournament? It's fine if we don't go. The last 2 in the invitational tournament still have to participate in the qualifiers, right?" Han Leng also came to a realization. "So what if we win the championship? We'll start from the bottom and go through all the difficulties. We'll win the championship under the circumstances where no one is optimistic about us." "That's awesome. You've read too many leveling novels, haven't you?" Yi Hong couldn't help but ridicule. However, he had to admit that Han Leng's words made his blood boil. "That's right. We're just starting from the beginning." The dignified atmosphere suddenly eased a lot. Fong Luofan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He patted Qin Fei's shoulder. "The training match with SOS is set for tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Before that, train well. Jingyu, your new account hasn't been ranked yet. I'll give you a deadline of today to get to the diamond level. Can you do it?" Jingyu nodded firmly. "Yes. Good. When you get to the diamond level, you'll form a team with everyone." "Did Qin Fei tell you the training direction?" "Yes, he told me." "That's good." After Fong Luofan finished speaking, he looked at the others. "Before Jingyu gets to the diamond level, Yiming and Han Leng will form a duo. Qin Fei and Yi Hong will form a solo. Every game must be dragged on for more than half an hour. Especially Yi Hong. You're too weak in the late game. Train well. Do you understand?" "Understood. Let's begin." Fong Luofan stamped Jingyu's 2 contracts and handed one to him. He then called the manager and asked her to use the PG Club's official Weibo to post Club V. In order to improve the overall strength of the team, the PG Club has decided to make the following adjustments to the team after a heated discussion. Although the original top laner was excellent, he was not suitable for PG and has left. In the new season, the original jungler, Sleep, will be the top laner. The jungler will be the new member, PG Jingyu, not Salted Fish V. The other members will remain unchanged. Not long after the Weibo post was posted, there were comments. Most people were already used to PG's member changes, but this time was different. This time, the new member was not the top laner, but the jungler? Brother Faye is the top laner? Is the new jungler very good? He actually squeezed out the core. What are you talking about? Even if Brother Faye is the top laner, he is still the core of PG. Agreed. Even if the sleeping god falls asleep during the game, he can still carry 4G? This new jungler seems to be a streamer? Ah. I know this streamer. Jingyu is my husband. Then, a bunch of strange comments suddenly flooded the comment section. Frowny face. Heart of Ice is invincible. Can we finally see Heart of Ice in the professional league? Jingyu, you are the hope of Heart of Ice. You must not give in to the team. What's the situation? Why are they all farming Heart of Ice? Where did this group of people come from? Are they all poisonous? Feng Luofan took the time to look at the comments and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Jingyu's Heart of Ice was very famous? Driven by curiosity, he opened Jingyu's Weibo and clicked on some of his previous videos. The more he watched, the more surprised he became. The national server's #1 Heart of Ice. Although it was just wishful thinking on the netizens' part, perhaps, after the 4th season of the professional league, this title would truly belong to Jingyu. Feng Luofan couldn't help but laugh. He was suddenly looking forward to the 4th season of the professional league. It would be very interesting. Jingyu didn't let everyone down. Within a day, he really promoted a brand new account to the diamond rank. After dinner, he logged onto his Weibo and wanted to announce that he had joined PG. He also wanted to ask for a 2-day leave from his viewers, but he received a bunch of private messages and comments. Then he realized that the news of him joining PG had already been officially announced. So efficient. Jingyu sighed helplessly. He directly reposted the official Weibo and asked for a leave of absence. After a short break, the 5 of them began to practice until 11:30 at night. That's all for today. Go take a shower and rest early. Feng Luofan said. Qin Fei, don't cancel your account. I'll review the videos of your practice today and see if there's anything to summarize. Okay. Qin Fei yawned and stood up from the chair. You guys hurry up. I'll go back to my room first. PG's bathrooms were single rooms, one on the 1st floor and one on the 2nd floor. Before Jingyu came, Luo Yiming and Hanlong would shower first, then Yihong and Qin Fei. After Jingyu came, Jingyu, you go first. Luo Yiming said generously. Yes, Jingyu, you go first. Hanlong didn't want to be outdone. Yiming, you go too. I'll go second. Facing Hanlong, Luo Yiming didn't hold back. Okay, Jingyu, you go second. I'll go first. Jingyu couldn't refuse such kindness, so he could only obediently say, okay, thank you. The first group was confirmed, and the second group. Yihong and Hanlong looked at Qin Fei at the same time. Qin Fei's lips twitched. What are you looking at? Call me when you're done. Okay, Yihong happily made a gesture. This was what he wanted. Qin Fei rolled his eyes and went upstairs. As soon as he stepped into his room, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. It's so late, who is it? Qin Fei frowned. He closed the door and took the phone out of his pocket. The caller ID showed Xiaoyun. Tisk, Qin Fei reluctantly answered. Why aren't you sleeping yet, Manager Xiao? Call me sister. A capable female voice came from the phone. Her emotions couldn't be heard. Why aren't you sleeping yet, sister? Qin Fei casually repeated. He walked to the desk and sat down. He tidied up the desk with one hand. After taking away a few game guides, a piece of draft paper with his name written all over it was revealed. There's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? This familiar question made Qin Fei seriously suspect the relationship between this woman and Feng Luofan. Have you been infected by Luofan? Xiaoyun on the other end of the phone ignored him and coldly continued, I've talked to your parents. The good news is that from now on, they won't force you to marry a wife. They won't even care about you anymore. Oh? The bad news is that all the assets under your father's name will be inherited by your brother. You won't get a single cent. What else? That's all. Huh. Qin Fei laughed. He picked up the pen and signed his name on the draft paper again. He even added PG sleep at the end. This news isn't too bad. I didn't want his money in the first place. Let's not talk about this anymore. I've encountered a very serious problem, much more serious than what you said. What problem? My signature is so ugly. Can you design one for me? Go to hell. Xiaoyun was about to die from anger at Qin Fei. Why was this person always so calm when it came to things outside of the game? She was too lazy to talk to him and directly hung up the phone. Qin Fei helplessly put down his phone. Really? I'm serious, okay. After that, he signed a few more drafts, but he wasn't satisfied with them. He crumpled the papers into a ball and threw them into the waste paper basket at his feet. While he was bored, his phone suddenly vibrated a few times. Qin Fei subconsciously picked it up and unlocked it. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the 5 drafts that someone sent him. Qin Fei, your mouth says no, but your body says yes? Xiaoyun, don't act like you're a good boy. You'll lose me like this. Qin Fei, haha, no matter what, thank you. You're the best to me. Xiaoyun, F***ck off. Qin Fei shrugged and opened the 5 signatures one by one. He carefully selected them and finally chose one that was domineering and easy to learn. He took a piece of draft paper and began to copy it. He had to say, it was great to have a cousin who was straight with her mouth and body as the team manager. The issue of the signatures was solved, but there was a new problem: when and how would he naturally and casually give the signatures to Jingyu? The next day, when Qin Fei woke up, Feng Luofan told him about the problems that the 5 of them faced during training last night. Then, he told them to continue training after breakfast. The opponents that the 5 black players were matched with were usually 5 black players. However, perhaps because Jingyu was still in the diamond division, the opponents that he was matched with weren't very strong. Naturally, PGs were easy to win, but because of the coach's rule that every game must be dragged out for more than 30 minutes, everyone could only rack their brains to drag out the game. Even Qin Fei began to openly throw the game, yimming, come back. Don't kill people. Yezi, you've killed them so many times. Let them kill you once. Jingyu, don't play so well. I'm under a lot of pressure. Jingyu. Hey, you can't drag it out like this, right? In the next round, it was Jingyu's turn to command. Mages, don't just stand there. Help me kill Heijiao. Archers, push the tower. Support, keep up and don't fall behind. Not good, they want to steal the dragon, let them steal it. Thus, all PG players retreated from the magic dragon's aggro range. The other side trembled in fear as they received the magic dragon. What was going on? Are they waiting for us to take down the magic dragon and wipe us out? It didn't catch up. Just like that, PG, led by Jingyu, managed to drag the match to more than 30 minutes by clearing out the magic dragon army. Once the time limit was over, even without Jingyu's reminder, all the PG players were as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They began to slaughter their opponents and beat them until they could not even take care of themselves. Qin Fei felt that this method was not bad and began to copy it. Let them fight the dragon. PG, I say, you guys, if you want to watch, just watch. Don't stand so close and scare them. Jingyu continued to do the same. Okay, they're starting to fight the dragon. Everyone, go back and defend. Mages, what are you doing? Don't disturb them. Later, Qin Fei even directly said in the public channel, frowny face ally, PG sleep, Quangu the dragon is out. Players, hurry up and fight, players? Just like that, after an afternoon of training, it was unknown if the PG team improved in the later stages, but they became more and more proficient at clearing out the magic dragon army. Apart from that, Jingyu also discovered a pattern in Qin Fei's more serious commands. He almost never ordered his teammates to retreat. More often than not, he would only remind them when they needed to go forward. For example, I'm coming. Yezi, go. Old Han, open the team. Everyone, go. I'm going to open the team now. Go. Jingyu followed suit. I'm coming. Mages, go. Support, open the team. Let's go. I've got the crowd control. Wipe them out in one wave. That afternoon, Xianxia had been using Heart of Ice the whole time. By 5 o'clock in the evening, his teammates had more or less gotten used to the rhythm of Heart of Ice. Xianxia and Yihong cooperated well to begin with. Later on, they took advantage of their advantage of being good at calculation to the extreme. Several times, they took the initiative to create a disadvantageous situation and then achieved an advantageous result. Qin Fei's top laner also became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Luo Yiming couldn't help but tease him. Brother Fei, you're so fierce. You can totally fight 1 against 5. Why do you still need us? The only one who hadn't improved much was probably Luo Yiming's awareness. As an archer who had the advantage of long-range attacks, he liked to engage in close-range combat and always had the advantage in close-range combat. It had to be said that his positioning was excellent and his reaction was fast. The opposing mage's big moves almost couldn't hit him. However, because he focused all his attention on the enemy in front of him, it was difficult for him to notice the enemy lurking nearby. Even if Xianxia reminded him, he rarely escaped the clutches of the opposing jungler. Over time, Xianxia gave up on reminding him and changed to another tactic, bait. Thinking about it carefully, there was no better bait than Luo Yiming because he didn't even realize that he was bait. Thus, the following scene came to be: 2 archers were fighting with each other. Suddenly, a jungler rushed over. In the end, this jungler didn't have time to do anything before Heart of Ice came out of nowhere and closed in on him with a series of big moves. Xianxia didn't focus on the opposing archer. He only focused on the opposing jungler. As long as he was there, no one could touch a hair on Luo Yiming's head, eh? Suddenly, he felt that he was more aggressive. In short, after a day of training, he still gained a lot. After the 5 of them had dinner, they quietly waited in front of the computer, ready to welcome the arrival of SOS. What they didn't know was that at the same time, in the game forum of Devil Lord, a topic titled "PG can't win if the dragon isn't stolen" suddenly became popular. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation as the title. The OP and his roommate, 5 Black, were matched to PG twice. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that as the OP fought, he discovered a very strange thing. Before we stole the dragon, we could barely tie with PG. Really, if you don't believe me, look at the picture. However, when we stole the dragon while PG wasn't paying attention, the whole PG style changed. This is our attached picture after stealing the dragon. So strange, isn't it? PG before and after stealing the dragon were 2 completely different teams. 1L, damn, the last picture is so tragic. I feel sorry for the OP, and then I want to say, the hatred of stealing the dragon is irreconcilable. The OP deserves it. Escaping with the pot lid. 2L, ha ha ha, Big Brother is so bad. Touch the OP. It should be that PG wanted to go easy on them, but it went too far. After losing the dragon, they started to fight seriously. 3L, did the OP also meet PG? Me too. Our team also stole the PG's dragon, but we were beaten by the PG on the ground. Damn, it's so scary. 4L, no way? Us too. We were fighting well and took the dragon, but suddenly we were beaten by the PG on the ground and taught a lesson. 5L, shake hands with the OP, 3rd brother and 4th brother. We also encountered the same situation. We thought we could win, but after stealing the dragon, we suddenly found that the PG was like a seal that was lifted. It was as if they were possessed by the god of war. They were fighting like crazy. 6L, ha 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 ha. The seal is lifted. I'm dying of laughter. 7L, damn, is this real? PG has to lose the dragon to win? What kind of strange ritual is this? 8L, wow, I suddenly saw this post and thought it was me who posted it. Upstairs, are you the ones who stole the dragon? We are not. Our dragon was given to us by the PG, ha ha ha. Brother Fei directly sent a public message, here's the dragon. I screenshot it. Attached picture. 9L, damn, it's really like a mysterious ritual. In the future, who would dare to fight the dragon when they are matched with the PG? In less than 20 minutes, this topic was covered by hundreds of comments. The 5 PG players were unaware of this and were carefully listening to Feng Luofan's analysis of SOS. Feng Luofan, SOS is the same as ANE. They also have a support commander. The difference is that SOS likes to use healing-type devils as support. They usually follow the archer and protect the archer very well. This training match is the same as the previous one. I won't give you too much advice. You guys can do as you see fit. No matter which team we fight, it's always right to kill the archer. Luo Yiming rubbed his fists, eager to give it a try. Leave this difficult task to me. Go. After all, you're the man who wants to pentakill. Hanling patted Luo Yiming's shoulder. Will I still be the commander this time? Jingyu looked at Qin Fei beside him, seeking his opinion. Qin Fei didn't even turn his head as he threw out 2 words, of course. Then this time, you'll listen to me when you ban any devils? Jingyu definitely wouldn't let something as ridiculous as banning support steal support happen again. Qin Fei smiled, up to you. Qin Fei was handsome to begin with. When he smiled, it was as if he was glowing. Even if it was just the side of his face, Jingyu was dazed for a moment. After coming back to his senses, he turned his gaze back to his screen and took a deep breath. Soon, it was 6 o'clock. Feng Luofan told the 5 of them the room number and password he had just received. The 5 of them entered the room one after another. After both sides finished their preparations, they entered ban and pick mode. This time, PG took the initiative. Jingyu hurriedly said, ban Kamal. Hanlong obediently banned Kamal. Luo Yiming couldn't use this powerful archer in this patch, so he couldn't use it either. Then, it was the SOS turn to ban the devil. After some hesitation, they finally banned Nine-Tailed Fox, Yi Hong's original life. Yi Hong smiled slightly. He wasn't angry, not at all. He wanted to live with a smile. Ban Heijiao. Jingyu spoke again. Yi Hong didn't hesitate to ban Heijiao. If they didn't let him use his original life, he wouldn't let them use the powerful mage in this patch. After some hesitation, the SOS banned Satan. Seeing this choice, Luo Yiming's eyes lit up. I have a premonition that my original life will be released this time. Jingyu hesitated for a moment, then replied, then ban everyone and steal Cupid. Roger. Luo Yiming excitedly banned everyone. So far, PG had banned 2 powerful archers in this patch. Only Dark Cupid was left. It was the only existence that could compete with Kamal and the Centaurs. If they could steal Dark Cupid, they would have a huge advantage in this mock competition. It would be unreasonable if they didn't win, however, dreams were always beautiful. This time, the SOS didn't hesitate and decisively banned Dark Cupid. Luo Yiming, Jingyu. My condolences. In the end, Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid was not released, but Jingyu had expected it, so he said calmly, pick the demon. Yiming, what do you want? Luo Yiming puffed up his face and said impatiently, Maha. Other than Maha, I can only pick Wind of Condensation. I can't use it. Okay. Jingyu locked Maha. Seeing that the archer had been snatched, they could only choose something else. After a while, they locked Peacock Plume and top laner Azrael. Both of them were powerful demons. I really don't understand why pro teams like to use powerful demons. How can such powerful demons reflect the strength of the players? Yi Hong said disdainfully and locked Scarlet Fury. Qin Fei, who was beside him, also locked Lilith without hesitation. The reason was only one word, natal. The players of Devil Lord basically had 1 or 2 natal demons. Just like Jingyu's Heart of Ice, Yi Hong's Nine-Tailed Fox, and Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid. Qin Fei also had his own natal demon, which was Lilith. Unfortunately, this demon was not suitable for jungling, so last season, he did not have the chance to use it in a match against a pro team. The recent 2 practice matches were very satisfying. Jingyu was suddenly very curious. Brother Han, who is your natal demon? Wind of Condensation. Han Leng answered without hesitation. Gee. That's the archer. Oh, didn't anyone tell you? Before Yiming came, I was the PG in the C position. Hearing this, Yi Hong suddenly wanted to cause trouble. Should we try dual archers? No support. Stop. Jingyu interrupted him in time, strangling a terrible idea in the cradle. RPGs are so strong. Without support and protection, do you want to see who can kill more people? Yihong, Yiming will definitely kill the most people. Luo Yiming, hey. While they were talking, the other team had already chosen Sword Burial and Ali. Jingyu looked at the current lineups of both teams and suggested, support or Sarier. Okay. Hanlin locked Sarier. Luo Yiming helped Jingyu choose the Heart of Ice. You're still using this? Of course. Okay, Luo Yiming chose Heart of Ice. Then, he locked Wind of Condensation. At this point, the lineups of both teams were decided: PG, Lilith, Scarlet Fury, Maha, Heart of Ice, Sarier SOS, Azrael, Peacock Plume, Wind of Condensation, Sword Burial, Ali. Wow, our lineups are exactly the same as in the previous mock match. Luo Yiming exclaimed as he swapped demons with Jingyu. The demons that were banned are exactly the same as in the previous match. Yihong added coldly. Then, he complained, if you have the guts, release my nine-tailed fox and let me get a pentakill. Qin Fei sneered. I don't know how long my Lilith can last. Lilith can only last until the group stage. Hanlong shrugged. Only Jingyu's Heart of Ice is relatively safe. Ha ha ha, who would ban Heart of Ice? Luo Yiming slapped the table and laughed. Jingyu glared at him. Don't raise flags. Both sides adjusted their demon skills and equipment as quickly as possible. After a while, the countdown ended and they entered the battlefield. Looking at the loading screen, Jingyu took a deep breath. This time, they must win. After the system announcement announcing the start of the battle, both sides immediately rushed to their respective jungles. But this time, on the PG side, the Red Devil's first attack was triggered by the support. After pulling the aggro, the archer and jungler started attacking again. The jungler didn't use retribution. Hanlong's Sarier took most of the damage. In the end, Luo Yiming's Maha finished off the last attack and got the Red Devil. He rushed to the bottom lane. Jingyu's Heart of Ice started attacking the nearby monsters. After killing one, it rose to level 2 and moved, but it only had 1/3 of its HP left. He calmly floated to another monster and used retribution. It instantly recovered its HP. Although Heart of Ice was fragile, its lifesteal ability was very strong. Keeping retribution was equivalent to keeping a second life. So this time, Jingyu didn't return to the city. He smoothly cleared the monsters in the bottom lane and then floated to the top lane to continue fighting. After clearing all his own jungles, Heart of Ice rose to level 6 and had an ultimate skill. Jingyu opened the economy of both sides. He guessed that Sword Burial was coming to catch him. He immediately floated to the middle lane and paid attention to the movement on the minimap. They're playing very conservatively. Yihong had been waiting for someone to catch him. He even risked his life a few times. However, the opposing jungler didn't appear. Jingyu didn't reply. He looked at the situation on the minimap. The top, middle, and bottom lanes didn't have much pressure. In fact, Qin Fei was almost pushing the top laner into the tower. Yes. It was the top lane. Jingyu didn't hesitate. He immediately floated Heart of Ice to the top lane. Almost at the same time, the opposing top laner jumped up. Azrael hooked Lilith with his scythe and tried to drag her into the tower. Sword Burial, who hadn't shown himself, also jumped out from the bushes and directly used his ultimate on Lilith. The moment Sword Burial used his ultimate, a cold light connected with him. Then, Heart of Ice's snow-white figure suddenly approached. A crazy blizzard engulfed Sword Burial and Azrael, mercilessly freezing the two monsters under the tower. Don't worry about Azrael. Cooperate with me to kill Sword Burial, Jingyu suddenly said. Qin Fei responded with a hmm. He let his Lilith run over Sword Burial and instantly absorbed almost half of Sword Burial's health. With Lilith tanking the damage, Heart of Ice fearlessly attacked from under the tower and easily took down Sword Burial. First blood was born. Out of the tower. Following Jingyu's command, Heart of Ice was the first to leave the tower. Lilith followed closely behind. Then, Azrael used his ultimate and the enemy's health bar rose. Azrael's health instantly recovered to more than 80%. He wanted to chase after Lilith, who had low health. However, Lilith retreated 2 steps and suddenly turned around to use her ultimate, then, a cold light connected with Azrael. Heart of Ice didn't leave, thus, after Sword Burial heroically sacrificed himself, Azrael was also sent back to the respawn point by Lilith and Heart of Ice. F***CK. The top laner of SOS couldn't remain calm. Lilith has ultimate. Why didn't she use it just now? She was saving it to deal with you. The jungler who had also died sighed. As expected of Qin Fei. His acting is really good. On PG's side, Jingyu was also surprised. You know how to act? Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. What gave you the wrong impression that I don't know how to act? Jingyu didn't hesitate to answer, Luo Yiming. Luo Yiming? Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Don't be fooled by my fierce play. Tactics? I know a little. He paused. After all, I've fought junglers before. Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. However, he didn't have time to laugh. After rushing to the bottom lane, he immediately called out to Luo Yiming. Archer, help me kill the magic board. Coming Luo Yiming happily controlled his Maha to run to the magic board. Obviously, he didn't take the conversation between the two to heart. Feng Luofan stood behind the 5 players and watched the battle. His eyes were full of surprise. Even though he knew that Jingyu had good awareness, he was still amazed by his performance. When he saw that the enemy's top laner was being suppressed, he immediately guessed that his opponent was trying to bait him. He could obviously kill Sword Burial and Azrael with Lilith, but he gave the order to focus fire on Sword Burial. Did he already know that the enemy's support would go all out at that time? After killing Sword Burial, he pretended to run away. In fact, he was hiding in the bushes waiting for an opportunity to kill Azrael. His cooperation with Qin Fei was superb. This jungler. Qin Fei really didn't misjudge him. Of course, how could someone who could use Heart of Ice to go from the lowest tier to the diamond tier in one day not have some skill? However, why wasn't such a talent discovered by the esports club? Was it because his usual demon was Heart of Ice? When Feng Luofan came back to his senses, PG had already taken down the magic wheel. With the help of the magic wheel, he killed the enemy's support and archer. After taking down the first tower, he continued to advance towards the second tower with irresistible force. The enemy's mid laner wanted to support the bottom lane, but Yi Hong, who had already anticipated this, took care of him in close combat and killed him with a series of combos. At this point, the score was pulled to 5 o'clock, and PG had the absolute advantage. After gaining the upper hand in the early game, PG steamrolled all the way. Before the magic dragon spawned, SOS towers had already been destroyed. With such an advantageous situation, Jingyu felt that it was unreal. He knew that after 2 days of training, PG would definitely improve, but he didn't expect them to suppress SOS, a team that was once in the top 8, to this extent. However, this was the truth. After 28 minutes, PG defeated SOS with a strong score of 18-7. Luo Yiming's Maha won the MVP award with an excellent record of 11 kills, 2 deaths, and 3 assists. Looking at this terrifying record, Yi Hong couldn't help but sigh. As expected, as long as he has the advantage, Yiming is like a cheat. However, Luo Yiming was very unhappy. Yezi, why did you steal my kill? I could have gotten a pentakill. Qin Fei was still looking at the post-match data, and Jingyu was still in shock from winning the game. Han Leng stretched and was about to get up to go to the bathroom when Feng Luofan suddenly said, I just received news that SOS wants to play 2 more rounds, a best of 3. Rest for 5 minutes, we'll start the second round in 5 minutes. G? PG's entire team exclaimed. Then, some went to the bathroom, while others chatted. Luo Yiming, in the last round, I already got 4 kills, I almost got a pentakill. Yezi, did you do it on purpose? Yi Hong, no, I didn't do it on purpose, I did it on purpose. Luo Yiming, then you're not even close. What? Say that again? Yi Hong, oh, it's just 1 kill, I'll return it to you in the next round. Or are you not confident that you can get another pentakill? Luo Yiming, what a joke. Pentakill, there's only 0 and countless times. Han Leng came back from the bathroom and asked in confusion, aren't you guys going to the bathroom? 5 minutes is. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Yi Hong and Luo Yiming scramble to get up from their chairs and rush towards the bathroom. Jingyu stared blankly at their backs. Before he could react, he heard Qin Fei ask, "You're not going?" "Yeah, I'm not going." Jingyu turned his gaze back to the screen and pursed his lips. "It's fine even if it's a best 3, we'll win." 5 minutes later, the second round began. The loser made the first move. SOS started to ban monsters. They thought that they would hesitate for a while, but to their surprise, they immediately banned the monster Qin Fei used in the last round. Lilith, Qin Fei, Tisk Hanleng, TSK, Brother Fei, your original monster didn't even make it through the mock competition, let alone the group stage. In the end, SOS banned 3 monsters, Lilith, Nine-Tailed Fox, and Satan. PG banned Kamal, Heijiao, and Azrael. Luo Yiming widened his eyes in excitement. His Dark Cupid was released. Ha 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 ha. It's finally my turn to use my original monster. Luo Yiming laughed wildly. Then, SOS instantly eliminated Dark Cupid in front of his excited eyes. Luo Yiming, Jingyu. My condolences. Luo Yiming's smiling expression stiffened for a few seconds, then he collapsed on the table and gritted his teeth. I bought a watch last year. Calm down. Yi Hong patted Luo Yiming's shoulder very calmly. Isn't it just a life item being stolen? It's not the first time, there will be a next time, trust me. Get lost. But next time, it's more likely that you'll be banned. Yezi, you bastard, shut up. While the two were arguing, Han Lang had already helped Luo Yiming lock his troops. Grab another mage, Jingyu suggested. Brother Yi, what do you want? Yi Hong smiled. Let's stick with Scarlet Fury. I'm used to using this demon. It can barely be my second life. Jingyu nodded. Just as he selected Scarlet Fury and was about to lock it, Qin Fei suddenly said, Lock Sword Burial. Jingyu's hand trembled. Almost instinctively, he changed to Sword Burial and locked it directly. Then he reacted. Ji? Qin Fei glanced at him in amusement. I'll use it. As everyone knew, Sword Burial was basically used for jungling now. As a warrior-type demon, he had moderate HP, fast movement speed, fast jungling, and had displacement skills. All of these gave him the title of Demon Lord's #1 jungler. However, as a top laner, his HP and defense weren't enough for him to bear the heavy responsibility of damage resistance. Therefore, this Demon Lord's #1 jungler could only retreat to the second or even third line in the top laner position. And now, Qin Fei wanted to use Sword Burial, as if he knew what Jingyu was thinking. Qin Fei looked at his computer screen and said without looking back, the warrior-type demons that can be used as junglers have been banned. I want to see what junglers the other party will use after we steal Sword Burial. After listening to Qin Fei's words, Jingyu then realized, wasn't that right? Sword Burial was snatched by Qin Fei, Satan and Azrael were both in the ban position, and Quangu would definitely be picked by SOS. The remaining players who could be used as junglers were all weak assassins. How would SOS choose? The more Jingyu thought about it, the more curious he became. He stared at the SOS selection without blinking. SOS was obviously very conflicted and could not make a decision. After a while, SOS chose Peacock Plume and chose Quangu just as the countdown was about to end. It was expected, but Jingyu was still disappointed. It seemed that SOS junglers would be revealed in the end. Scarlet Fury and Mermaid, Qin Fei suddenly said, decisively choosing demons for Yi Hong and Hanleng. Yi Hong and Hanleng did not say anything. They chose Scarlet Fury and Mermaid, respectively. At this point, PG was left with one jungler, and SOS was left with a support and a jungler. SOS was once again conflicted. They chose Ariel first. This healer-type support was the core of their team and would not be changed. With only one jungler left, which one would SOS choose? PG's 5 players held their breaths as they stared at SOS selection. Halfway through the countdown, SOS finally chose a demon, Heart of Ice. Huh. Jingyu held his breath. Even Yi Hong and Luo Yiming next to him became nervous. Luo Yiming, no way? Yi Hong, I don't think so. If the other party really dares to choose Heart of Ice, I think we'll win this game very easily. Yi Hong's words indirectly affirmed Jingyu's skills while belittling Heart of Ice. Jingyu did not know whether to beat him up or beat him up. However, Yi Hong's judgment was not wrong. Just as the countdown was about to end, SOS suddenly switched Heart of Ice to Flower Petal of Datura and locked on. Oh, Jingyu, whose curiosity was finally satisfied, responded with a meaningful oh. Then, he smiled and locked onto Heart of Snow. I'm familiar with the Devil's Snare petals, I'll carry you guys this round. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 pairs of eyes fell on Jingyu's face. Some were surprised, some were playful. Luo Yiming looked at him in surprise. Jingyu, you, Yi Hong completed his sentence for him. Your voice suddenly became, not complete yet? Han Ling interrupted. So flirtatious. Jingyu? Qin Fei sneered and withdrew his playful gaze. Okay, we'll leave it to you. Carry us. Jingyu, who finally realized how flirtatious his tone was, blushed and coughed awkwardly. It was a bad habit developed during live streaming. Once he felt that victory was within his grasp, his tone would become flirtatious to highlight his skills. It was fine if he flirted with it on normal days, but he didn't expect it to happen in PG. What was worse was that Qin Fei was sitting beside him. At that moment, Jingyu wanted to slap himself to death. However, before he could slap himself to death, the game screen finished loading, the two sides entered the battlefield, and the battle began. Jingyu immediately turned his embarrassment into motivation and controlled Heart of Ice to float towards the bottom of the jungle. Then he let PG's team know that he was not to be trifled with when he was angry and embarrassed. He also said that he was serious about carrying them. After 26 minutes, the game ended. PG crushed SOS with a score of 38-11. Heart of Ice's record was 18 kills, 0 deaths, and 6 assists. The enemy Flower Petal of Datura's record was 2 kills, 13 deaths, and 3 assists. Jingyu turned the 5v5 game into a contest between junglers. His Heart of Ice was paying attention to the Flower Petal of Datura's movements almost the whole time. No matter where the Flower Petal of Datura was hiding, he could accurately find it and take it away. Flower Petal of Datura accounted for half of the 18 kills he took. After the game, Jingyu let out a long sigh of relief. He only wanted to say one word, awesome, and his PG teammates, looking at the terrible record of Flower Petal of Datura, only wanted to say one word, miserable. Feng Luo Fan, who was behind the 5 players, couldn't help but laugh a few times. That's right, as someone who could play Heart of Ice in a professional match, he was very clear about the weaknesses of assassin-type demons. Coupled with his outstanding jungler awareness, the opposing jungler was completely suppressed by him. Ha 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 ha. I really want to see their expressions now. Luo Yiming slapped the table and laughed. This game was so awesome. Although I didn't get 5 kills, it was so awesome. Yi Hong looked at him with a smile and understood. Yes, it was really awesome. This was no longer an advantageous game, but a crushing game. Jingyu, you're really good. If it weren't for the fact that he was too far away from Jingyu, Han Ling really wanted to give him a big bear hug. You really carried us. Jingyu smiled slightly and didn't respond. He looked at Qin Fei next to him tentatively. He saw that Qin Fei was focused on looking at the post-game data. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he seemed to be in a good mood. Unlike the relaxed and happy atmosphere on PG's side, at this moment, every member of SOS, including the coach, had a gloomy expression. As a veteran team that was qualified to participate in the invitational tournament, they were actually crushed by a new team that didn't receive an invitation. Moreover, they were crushed by the unpopular Heart of Ice. Who would believe this? PG's new jungler is very strong. Thousands of words could only be summed up in this one sentence. I'm going to sleep. I feel like I can sleep well tonight. Han Lung stood up from his chair and stretched. Sleep my ass. Not training anymore? Yi Hong looked at the time on the bottom right corner of his screen. It was still early before his usual bedtime. Luo Yiming yawned. I want to sleep. I'm still growing. However, at this moment, Feng Luo Fan looked at his phone and calmly said, wait, they said another game. PG's players? F***ck. Luo Yiming couldn't help but curse. What happened to the best three? We've already won 2 games. They've already lost. Why are they still not giving up? You can't say that. Yi Hong rubbed his sore wrist. It's a mock competition. Training is the most important thing. Playing a mock competition with SOS is also helpful for us. Yi Hong is right. Fong Luofan glanced at everyone. This is a rare opportunity to train. Take advantage of it. Rest for 5 minutes. If you need to go to the bathroom, hurry up. We'll start the next game in 5 minutes. Okay. Let's play another game. Luo Yiming helplessly laid on the table and rested. Jingyu got up and went to the bathroom. His footsteps were light as if he was about to fly. He did it. Not only did he use Heart of Ice to defeat a professional team, but he also crushed them. Would he be able to do the same in the official matches? What would the audience's reaction be then? How would the commentators commentate on his matches? Just thinking about it made him so excited. His blood was boiling. Qin Fei came out of the bathroom after Jingyu. He raised his eyebrows as he watched him bouncing back to the training room. He only won 2 mock competitions. Why was he so happy, and he didn't even try to hide it? He couldn't help but laugh. He felt that Jingyu was a little cute. 5 minutes later, the 3rd mock competition with SOS began. SOS was still the first one. PG's 5 players were talking and laughing. Obviously, they hadn't entered the competition state yet. Luo Yiming, this time, we might as well ban all junglers. Just leave Heart of Ice and F***ck. Before he finished speaking, SOS had already decisively banned the first devil. This unexpected choice made Luo Yiming swear on the spot. The first devil to be banned was Heart of Ice. Heart of Ice was banned by SOS. Luo Yiming's F***ck was what everyone in PG was thinking. Jingyu was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He was surprised and felt a subtle sense of accomplishment. Heart of Ice was banned, not because it was the Heart of Ice, but because he was the one who controlled it. Was SOS indirectly acknowledging his skills? Heart of Ice was not weak, but there were too few people who knew how to play it. Jingyu could not help but sneer. They wasted a ban on me. Brother Fei will get Lilith this round. Or Satan, Qin Fei added, the corners of his lips curling up. Or Kamal, Hejiao, or Azrael. Okay, Yi Hong obediently banned Kamal, then asked Jingyu curiously, Heart of Ice is banned. Jingyu, what are you going to use to fight later? Flower Petal of Datura. Jingyu responded without hesitation. I'll make them regret banning Heart of Ice. Luo Yiming, wow, Jingyu, I didn't expect you to be so two-faced. SOS lost so badly with Flower Petal of Datura. If you use Flower Petal of Datura to defeat them, they will be traumatized. That's exactly what I want, Jingyu said without any pressure. His tone was even more frivolous. We'll definitely fight SOS again in the official competition. When that time comes, I hope they'll see us running away. TSK, what a ruthless person. Hanlong gave Jingyu a thumbs up, then saw that SOS banned Lilith. His eyes lit up. Oh, I think Brother Face Satan will make a comeback. After PG banned Hejiao, SOS gave the last ban slot to Nine-Tailed Fox. Then, after PG confirmed the last ban slot, SOS instantly banned Dark Cupid. I've already given up. Luo Yiming looked at his life item in the hands of his opponent with a calm expression, as if he had seen through the world of mortals. It seems that I won't be able to get Dark Cupid in the official tournament. I've already given up. Yi Hong shrugged nonchalantly. My Nine-Tailed Fox only exists in the normal match. While the two of them were talking, Qin Fei had already selected Satan, and Jingyu helped Luo Yiming lock his opponent. SOS then locked onto Sword Burial and Scarlet Fury. Scarlet Fury, Yi Hong raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? My second life item is also being coveted? Don't tell me SOS mentality has been broken by us? Hanlong asked in surprise. Peacock Plume and Scarlet Fury were 2 mages. No matter how one looked at it, Peacock Plume was stronger, her skills were more flexible and her damage was higher. However, in the first two matches, SOS Peacock Plume did not have any advantage against Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury. Yi Hong completely suppressed Peacock Plume. Could it be because of this that SOS had the misconception that Scarlet Fury was stronger? SOS, you're playing with fire, Yi Hong said cheerfully as he locked onto Peacock Plume. Almost at the same time, Hanlin locked onto Mermaid. The combination of Centaur and Mermaid in the bottom lane was the most suitable for tanking towers. Finally, SOS locked onto Quangu and Ariel, and PG locked onto Flower Petal of Datura. When they saw Flower Petal of Datura, SOS fell silent. PG. How annoying. At this point, the lineups of the two teams were determined: PG, Satan, Peacock Plume, Centaur, Flower Petal of Datura, Mermaid SOS, Quangu, Scarlet Fury, Dark Cupid, Sword Burial, Ariel. Our lineups are so strong this time. Luo Yiming could not help but exclaim. He really did not know what SOS was thinking. They wasted a ban on Heart of Ice, released Qin Fei, and even took away Scarlet Fury. They gave the obviously stronger Peacock Plume to Yi Hong. This time, I'll carry you guys. Qin Fei laughed. His words reminded Jingyu of the words he said before the start of the last match. He coughed awkwardly. However, his teammates did not notice his awkwardness. Instead, they looked expectantly at Qin Fei's Satan. Luo Yiming, Brother Fei. I'll leave the mission of Pentakill to you. Yi Hong, congratulations, SOS, you're about to remember the fear of being ruled by Satan. Han Lung, Brother Fei. Satan is going against 5 players. It looks like we're done for this match. Hearing these words, Jingyu could not help but feel excited. Last season, Qin Fei's Satan was always in the ban position, so he did not have the chance to see it. He wondered how it would turn out. After the match, the answer would be revealed. Qin Fei's Satan could only be described in one word: fierce. No matter what kind of monster you were facing, it would crush them like a hot knife through butter. Quangu? They were both top laners, but in front of Satan, they were like little brothers. Scarlet Fury? They would be taken away in one set. Dark Cupid? Sorry, were you there just now? Dark Cupid, who was instantly killed, floated in the air, trembling. With Satan as the front line pushing forward, Peacock Plume and the Centaurs chasing after them, they could not be happier. Trying to escape? You must have forgotten that we have a jungler. Jingyu's Flower Petal of Datura was lying in ambush nearby. When Satan tricked the enemy mage into using his ultimate skill, she immediately threw out a flower-shaped dart, accurately hitting the mage and killing him. Then, this banshee in a long purple dress shattered into countless petals on the spot, swirling towards the enemy archer. Every petal was a sharp blade, and they were also highly toxic. After easily killing the archer, the petals were formed into a human form where the archer had fallen. Her snow-white hair draped over her shoulders, and she looked extremely coquettish and charming. It had to be said that it was a pleasure to watch the special effects of the Flower Petal of Datura. 25 minutes later, PG defeated SOS for the third time, with a score of 29-4. The time spent in each match was shorter than the previous one. This time, Qin Fei scored a quintuple kill. With a record of 13 kills, 2 deaths, and 14 assists, he was the MVP. Jingyu's record was 5 kills, 0 deaths, and 11 assists. Although he was not the MVP, compared to the Flower Petal of Datura used by SOS in the previous match, this record was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was enough to make SOS doubt his life. Again? Again? I want a quintuple kill too. Luo Yiming was completely high. He could not wait to fight SOS for another 300 rounds. He wanted to beat them until they were too embarrassed to call themselves a professional team. However, this time SOS was not willing to fight. They said they're not fighting anymore. Fong Luofan said with a smile. He was obviously in a good mood. You guys are free to train. I'll go organize the data and review tomorrow. Even if they won 3 matches in a row, PG would still have a problem. However, after all, they won in the end, so the review would not take up too much time. We still have to train. Luo Yiming looked at the time in the lower right corner of the computer screen. He was very reluctant. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have played so fast. Wouldn't it have been better if I dragged every match to 40 minutes? Then we might not win. Yi Hong was well aware of his performance in the later stages. We still have to train in the later stages, Qin Fei said, but when it comes to an official match, of course, the sooner the better. He paused. Let's rest for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, we'll go solo. PG's players agreed. They did not dare to have any objections. As long as the coach did not say anything, Captain Qin Fei's words were an imperial edict. Jingyu was in a daze when someone patted him on the shoulder. He came back to his senses and turned his head to meet Qin Fei's interested gaze. Are you in a daze? Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. Jingyu was in a daze as he replied, yeah. Qin Fei could not help but laugh. Come with me. I have something for you. He stood up. Jingyu almost instinctively followed him. Then he realized what he had just said. What do you want to give me? You'll know in a bit. Qin Fei left the training room and walked towards the stairs. Luo Yiming watched their backs as they left. He patiently waited until they were far away before he asked tentatively, do you guys think, Yi Hong, yes? Luo Yiming, I haven't said anything yet. Yi Hong ignored him and said to himself, is Brother Fei too gentle with Jingyu? Han Leng nodded. He had clearly noticed this as well. I've never seen Brother Fei yell at Jingyu. He paused for a moment and recalled. In the match with Ain the day before yesterday, Jingyu didn't perform much better than us. In the later stages, he died mysteriously a few times. But when Brother Fei reviewed the match for him, he was strangely quiet. Wow, don't tell me Brother Fei and Jingyu. Luo Yiming quickly covered his mouth and lowered his voice mysteriously. Jingyu still doesn't know Brother Fei's sexual orientation, right? Should we tell him? Yi Hong looked at him. Go ahead. Han Leng also looked at him. Go ahead. Luo Yiming was instantly terrified. Forget it. Brother Fei can tell him himself. Qin Fei brought Jingyu directly into his room. Jingyu hesitated at the door. Seeing that Qin Fei didn't want him to wait at the door, he finally gathered his courage and followed in. He then secretly looked around the room. Qin Fei's room wasn't very messy, but it definitely couldn't be called clean and tidy. His blanket wasn't folded. It was just casually spread out on the bed. The books on the desk were also a bit messy, but at least they were folded properly. Qin Fei walked straight to the desk and picked up the hardcover book at the top. He turned around and handed it to Jingyu. Jingyu reached out with both hands and hesitantly took it. It was a doujinshi comic for Devil Lord. You played well today. This is for you. Take it as a reward. Qin Fei said. His tone was indifferent. It was as if he was saying, you did well today. A candy as a reward. I'm already a member of PG. It's natural for me to work hard and win with the team. Jingyu felt that something was wrong. Even if he played well, it wasn't the captain's turn to reward him, right? However, even though he thought this, his hands were tightly holding onto the comic, as if he was afraid that it would suddenly grow wings and fly away. Qin Fei looked at his fingers that had turned white from holding onto the comic. He raised his eyebrows with interest. So, you don't want it? I want it. Sure enough, Jingyu spoke without hesitation. He raised his voice and said, thank you, Brother Fei. I'll continue to work hard. Qin Fei wanted to say that the comic wasn't the main point. The main point was that he had signed his name on the cover page of the comic. However, seeing how Jingyu couldn't wait to embrace the comic and become one with him, Qin Fei wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he let out a chuckle with a hint of helplessness. Jingyu, ? Qin Fei, put away the comic and keep working hard. Jingyu, okay. Looking at Jingyu's excited face, Qin Fei had no doubt that if this guy had a tail, it would be wagging crazily right now. Jingyu carried the album back to his room. First, he put the album on the desk. After a while, he felt that it was inappropriate, so he took a few books and put them on top of the album. After a while, he pushed the books away and held the album in his arms again. He looked around and tried to find a place to hide it. When he finally hid the album under his pillow, he recalled his series of magical actions. He felt like a dog burying a bone. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. However, that was a gift from Brother Fei after all. A gift from my Prince Charming must be treasured, because he still had to practice. Jinyu buried the bone, hid the album. He didn't stay in the room for too long. He decided to cultivate his relationship with the album after practice. Feng Luofan's house was near the PG Club, so he didn't live with the PG Club's professional players. After he finished downloading all the videos of the 3 mock matches, he left with his laptop. Almost at the moment he went out, Qin Fei solemnly announced, "Today we played 3 mock matches in a row. Everyone must be tired. Go to bed early." Accompanied by a burst of cheers, Luo Yiming directly rushed to the second floor to get a change of clothes. Jinyu, who was still in the solo queue, was a bit confused. "Go take a shower. I'll help you play this round." Qin Fei's voice sounded again. This time it was directed at him alone. Jinyu was just about to agree when he suddenly remembered something. He was slightly surprised. "I used Heart of Ice, it's okay. Leave it to me." "Okay." Jinyu didn't struggle. He obediently got up and took off his headphones. He gave his gaming chair and equipment to Qin Fei and went to take a shower. Therefore, he didn't know that not long after he left, his life was controlled by Qin Fei again and again. In the end, he lost the game under the abuse of his teammates. Qin Fei calmly logged out of the account and pretended that nothing had happened. Then he silently wiped his sweat and his heart. F***ck. This devil is too scary. I won't play it anymore. After taking a shower, Jinyu walked around the first floor in his pajamas. Seeing that the lights in the training room had been turned off, he returned to the second floor and entered his room. He dried his hair with a towel, and after making sure that no more water would drip down, he sat on the edge of the bed and carefully took out the album from under the pillow. Doujinshi albums were very attractive to an ACG fan like him, but he never thought of buying one. After all, buying this kind of thing depended on luck. Sometimes, the whole album only had one cover to look at, and the inside was just to make up the numbers. Jinyu placed the album flat on his lap. After admiring the cover for a while, he carefully opened it. The cover and the title page flipped to the left. Jinyu didn't mind and continued to scroll down. However, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of uneven handwriting on the back of the title page. There were words written on the front. Puzzled, he turned the title page back and saw 2 domineering words, Qin Fei. Below the 2 words, there was a small decorative line of words, PG Sleep. Qin Fei was about to take a shower when he heard the scream coming from the opposite door. His first reaction was that Jinyu was in danger. Almost reflexively, he opened the door to Jinyu's room and rushed in. "What's wrong?" He saw Jinyu huddled on the bed with a picture album with a face full of excitement. Qin Fei, seeing Qin Fei rush in, Jinyu was obviously stunned for a moment, but he didn't show too much embarrassment. The excitement on his face turned into a bright smile. "Brother Fei, I saw your signature, thank you." Qin Fei. "It's not a big deal, do you have to be like this?" It seemed that he had underestimated the extent of Jinyu's admiration for him. "If there's nothing else, I'll go out first." Without waiting for Jinyu's response, Qin Fei walked out the door, but he bumped into Luo Yiming, who was half naked. "Luo Yiming, what's wrong, what's wrong?" A blonde teenager rushed in recklessly. When he saw Qin Fei, his first reaction was to say, "Jinyu, are you okay? Did Brother Fei bully you?" "Ah?" Jinyu was at a loss. He didn't know why Luo Yiming would come to such a conclusion. "No." Before he finished speaking, Qin Fei had already kicked Luo Yiming. "Would it kill you to put on some clothes before coming over?" Luo Yiming glared at him. "Aren't I rushing over to be the hero and save the beauty? Where would I have time to put on clothes? Besides, it's not for you to see. Why are you so agitated?" Then, Qin Fei kicked him again. "Get lost." "No, I have to make sure Jinyu is safe," Luo Yiming said. He started to confront Qin Fei at the door, but Qin Fei didn't let him see Jinyu. Or rather, he didn't want Jinyu to see him half-naked. In order to prevent the two from continuing to be in a stalemate, Jinyu had to put down the album and walk to the door. He explained with a guilty conscience, "I'm fine." I'm just a little excited to receive Brother Fei's autograph. Luo Yiming finally saw Jingyu. Seeing him in his pajamas, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. I thought Brother Fei did something to you. Jingyu, ? Qin Fei, not long after, Yi Hong and Han Leng also rushed over. They had just finished showering. Like Luo Yiming, they were half naked and didn't even have time to dry their hair. The water dripped all the way. Han Leng said, I think I heard the screams of the goldfish just now. Yi Hong, what happened? Jingyu wanted to explain again, but Qin Fei pushed him into the room and closed the door. Then, Qin Fei looked at the three naked men in front of him with a headache. TSK, Yiming, you explain. I'm going to take a shower. Oh, then, Luo Yiming explained the ins and outs of the matter to the two of them. After listening, the two of them were speechless. Jingyu, who was leaning against the door and eavesdropping, wanted to find a hole to hide in. This was too embarrassing. He didn't take Qin Fei's blocking of Luo Yiming to heart. He just felt that Qin Fei was quite fond of his fans. After the people at the door left, he returned to his bedside and continued to admire the contents of the album. So beautiful. A week of training quickly passed and the fourth season of the Pro League was about to begin. The first match was, of course, the Pro Invitational Tournament. As the only Pro League team that made it to the top 8 last season, but didn't receive an invitation this season, PG was undoubtedly the center of attention. Not long after the list of teams for the Invitational Tournament was announced, Weibo was filled with questions from PG fans. What's wrong with PG? Are they going to leave the Pro League? Among them, there was no lack of comments from spectators. An unstable team like PG should have been disbanded a long time ago. Regarding this, the PG fans who didn't use Weibo didn't know, so they didn't respond. However, it didn't take long for Jingyu to discover something amiss from the bullet screen that was filled with comments during the livestream. There's no PG in the Invitational Tournament. What's going on? I heard PG is going to disband. No way? Jingyu, didn't you just sign a contract? PG is too unstable. Jingyu, you should change clubs. Jingyu was speechless for a long time. He didn't know where to start. After all, the list of teams for the Invitational Tournament was decided by the officials. He couldn't openly complain about the officials. In the end, he tried to be objective and calm. Last season, PG's performance was a bit high. In order to not repeat the same mistake, PG will spend an extra week to adjust. Hopefully, they can make a breakthrough this season. So, disbanding is impossible. Don't believe the news on the internet. So, it was PG's decision not to participate in the Invitational Tournament? Actually, PG is afraid of getting a terrifying -14 again, right? How's PG's condition now? Can you tell us? Jingyu smiled, and turned off the comment assistant. Okay, I'll also use Heart of Ice today. Do you think I can get a pentakill? After the practice match with SOS, Jingyu's stream went back to normal. He just hadn't posted a video in a long time. After all, he was now a professional player. He needed a lot of time to practice to keep his hand on the game. He didn't have time to make videos. Maybe it was because he had signed a contract with PG, but there were a lot more people watching his stream than before. With more people, there was more gossip. There were all kinds of curses and insults. Jingyu, who didn't like to read the comments, didn't want to read them even more. However, as someone who often used Heart of Ice to play ranked matches, he was used to this kind of insults. Before every single match, Jingyu would interact with the comments and pretend that he didn't see the insults directed at him. In the afternoon, the Invitational Tournament officially began. The 8 teams that were invited would fight in pairs every day for 7 days. Jingyu looked around and saw that PG's people were doing what they were supposed to do. He couldn't help but be surprised. Aren't you going to watch the Invitational Tournament? Of course. Luo Yiming was the one who answered him. But we'll watch it tonight. We have practice in the afternoon. Yi Hong added, at night, the coach will organize the videos of the day's matches and watch them with us. He'll commentate while watching. I see. Jingyu understood. Yes, he was a professional player now. He couldn't just watch the matches like before. While he was distracted, PG's people started talking about something else. Yi Hong, the manager, might come today. Han Lung, F***CK. Really? When? Will I be able to make it if I change clothes now? Yi Hong. You might as well change your face. Luo Yiming, Yezi, how did you know the manager would come today? Yi Hong, the coach came this morning and asked me to clean the club. Luo Yiming, okay, got it. Han Lung, got it. PG's environment was cleaned by the players themselves. However, as long as Fang Luofan, the coach, didn't say anything, everyone would pretend that the garbage didn't exist. And Fang Luofan would only ask them to clean under one circumstance, which was when the manager would come. Let's clean. Han Lung said and stood up from his chair. Luo Yiming wasn't in the mood, but he didn't want to be scolded by the manager. Let's get it done quickly. With the two of them taking the lead, PG quickly set out to clean up the clubhouse. Even Qin Fei reluctantly picked up a rag to wipe the table. Jingyu was responsible for cleaning the floor of the training room. While he was cleaning, he accidentally glanced at Qin Fei and asked, "Brother Fei, is the manager very fierce?" What a question, Qin Fei couldn't help laughing. She's not fierce. When she comes, the coach becomes very fierce. Why? Guess. Jingyu had never been in a relationship before, so he didn't understand the twists and turns between men and women. But he wasn't stupid and quickly got the point. Coach likes the manager? Qin Fei smiled faintly. That's what you said, I didn't say anything. Jingyu? Fang Luofan liked Xiao Yun. Qin Fei was aware of this a long time ago, and presumably Yi Hong was aware of it as well. Only Luo Yiming and Han Lung didn't think in that direction. Especially Han Lung, who still wanted to win Xiao Yun's heart. Wasn't he afraid that Fang Luofan would roll him up and throw him out of the window? However, whether or not Fang Luofan managed to win Xiao Yun's heart, no one knew. Everyone in PG united as one, and after some tossing and turning, they finally cleaned up the club and made it look like a club. Almost as soon as they finished cleaning and were preparing for training, Fang Luofan and Xiao Yun arrived. Today, Fang Luofan was dressed very formally, and his snow-white shirt made him look like a refined scum. What about Xiao Yun? She was dressed in a professional suit and wore black stilettos. Her cold and elegant face was filled with the words, "Strangers do not approach." Ice Mountain Beauty, this was Jingyu's first impression of his manager. And this Ice Mountain Beauty, almost as soon as she stepped into the training room, used her cold eyes to search for Jingyu's whereabouts, and quickly locked onto his face. Noticing her gaze, Jingyu quivered, and silently turned his head to look at his computer screen, pretending to be serious about training. But he heard the sound of high heels approaching him without hesitation, followed by a gentle female voice. "You're Jingyu, right?" Jingyu instinctively turned his head and looked at Xiao Yun, only to see her smiling slightly. The coldness on her face disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by a warm smile that could melt all ice and snow. A knife hidden in a smile? A needle hidden in cotton? Jingyu's impression of Xiao Yun began to waver. But he didn't show anything on his face, and he turned around with his chair and obediently responded, "Yes, hello." "Well, hello, I'm PG's manager, surnamed Xiao, you can call me Sister Xiao." Xiao Yun continued to smile. "Okay, Sister Xiao." Jingyu returned her smile, "I'll continue training." "Okay." Xiao Yun replied. She stared blankly at Jingyu's back as he turned around with his chair. Strange, in that moment just now, why did this person's smile seem a little familiar? Had they met before? Xiao Yun looked at Jingyu's ranking and hesitated for a moment. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you a local?" "Yes." "Isn't your home?" "Yes." "No wonder. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." Jingyu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not respond. Although he didn't live far from here, he was an otaku that would never leave his home unless it was absolutely necessary. It shouldn't be possible for him to leave an impression on Xiao Yun. At least he was sure that today was the first time he saw Xiao Yun. Also, he probably knew why Xiao Yun thought he looked familiar. Xiao Yun didn't notice his hesitation. After she finished speaking, she left the training room and chatted with Fang Luofan about something else. As soon as the two left, Hanleng couldn't help but exclaim, "That's great, I also want to chat with Sister Xiao." "Yi Hong, if you have the guts, speak louder so Sister Xiao can hear you." "Hanleng, you have no guts." Some people could only be seen from afar, but not touched. For Hanleng, Xiaoyun was such a person. When she wasn't smiling, she was like a nice beauty, but when she smiled, she gave off a feeling of indifference and alienation. You couldn't feel her smile at all. From Qin Fei's point of view, this was purely because Xiaoyun didn't want to interact with them. She hated that she couldn't see them 365 days a year. But from Hanleng's point of view, this was Xiaoyun's otherworldly temperament that was out of this world. After the solo training, the five of them began to team up. After a week of training, the five of them had a better understanding of each other, especially Jingyu. He had more or less figured out the playstyles and styles of PG's players. When he cooperated with different people, he would use different methods. Fang Luofan silently watched a few games behind the five of them. He didn't say anything, but suddenly said, "This season, a lot of teams are starting to use support from top laners, so there's a lot of room for mistakes. Maybe we can give it a try." Indeed, Hanleng's playstyle is very suitable. Qin Fei was the first to speak, but I don't think the other teams will give us this chance. He paused, because I'm in this team. It was a very arrogant statement, but it was the truth. Because PG had Qin Fei, the other team wouldn't give them too many top laners. But Fang Luofan had also considered this point. It's okay. This season, we have Heart of Ice. What he meant was that if the other team gave a banned spot to Heart of Ice, they would definitely give out a top laner. And you know how to use Sword Burial. What he meant was that if you used Sword Burial, Hanleng would have more top laners to choose from. Qin Fei's face darkened. "So you want us to give it a try?" "Yes, that's what I meant." Fang Luofan replied in an irrefutable tone. He then glanced at the others. "What do you guys think?" Luo Yiming, "It doesn't matter." Yi Hong, "Isn't it good to have more skills?" Hanleng, "If I use a top laner as support, will I have a chance to get a pentakill?" Fang Luofan ignored him and looked at Jingyu. "Jingyu, what about you? What do you think?" Jingyu thought seriously. Pure support monsters are more useful in a team, and our team's cohesion isn't strong. Many times, we'll start a team when we're not together, so this change is quite suitable for us. But this way, we also need to adjust our tactics. I don't know if a week is enough time. Also, Brother Fei is right. Even if we practice it, it's meaningless if we can't use it on the field. Fang Luofan's eyes showed some appreciation. Qin Fei also looked at him with interest. "So what do you think we should do?" Fang Luofan deliberately threw this question to him. Jingyu didn't care. After thinking for a while, he replied seriously, "Practice. We might not have a chance to use it after entering the top 8, but we'll definitely have a chance to use it in the qualifiers. We can even practice it while playing." "Okay, let's do that." Fang Luofan decisively made a decision. "We'll do as Jingyu says." Qin Fei, "I have no objections." Yi Hong, "Me neither." Luo Yiming, "Okay, we'll listen to Jingyu." Hanleng, "Can I finally get a pentakill?" Jingyu's face was blank. He obviously didn't expect Fang Luofan to be so straightforward. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Was this really okay? Before he could ask, Qin Fei said, "Let's team up. Old Han will take Quangu, and I'll take Sword Burial. Let's try it first." Before Jingyu could react, he was pulled into the team by Qin Fei. "Qin Fei, Jingyu, you should still use Heart of Ice. This season, your Heart of Ice will be the main character. When the time comes, don't screw up." Jingyu was stunned again, but this time, he quickly regained his senses and smiled. "Yes, yes." A week of the invitational tournament passed quickly. During this week, every night, PG's team would spend a few hours listening to Fang Luofan's commentary of the day's matches. Fang Luofan was worthy of being a live commentator. His commentary was thorough and didn't miss any details. It was just that he lacked emotion compared to when he was a real commentator. His tone was calm from beginning to end, as if he was reciting from a script. Thanks to him, PG's team saw with their own eyes the changes in the other teams. Out of the 8 teams, 6 of them actually brought out their top laners to support, and the results were not bad. Unsurprisingly, ANE and SOS were crushed in the invitational tournament. ANE still managed to get a few points, while SOS was crushed by the other 7 teams. They lost 14 matches in 7 days, magnificently inheriting PG's terrible score from last season's points competition, -14. This matter quickly caused 1,000 waves on Weibo. Frowny face. Looks like there's a reason why SOS lost to PG last season. That shouldn't be the case. SOS participated in the Snowy Cat Cup a month ago and got 2nd place. What happened in the past few days? It's true that SOS isn't as good as the other 7 teams, but it shouldn't be so bad that they can't get a single point, right? I heard that the atmosphere in SOS team isn't very good these few days. Don't know if there's some internal conflict. Jingyu occasionally went on Weibo. When he saw this, he helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Could it be that SOS morale was low because they were defeated in the mock competition, and couldn't adjust in time? In short, just like that, ANE and SOS, these 2 brothers in the same boat, were eliminated from the qualifiers. And the team that came out on top in the invitational tournament was last season's 2nd place, Kid F*CK. Luo Yiming almost dropped the cup in his hand. Fang Luofan was silent and didn't say anything. Jingyu suspiciously looked from one to the other. His face was blank. Until Qin Fei leaned over and whispered in his ear, "They have a grudge with that team." Oh, Jingyu suddenly understood. Then he saw Fang Luofan glare at Qin Fei. "Fang Luofan, the qualifiers are starting tomorrow. Everyone, be alert. Jingyu's stream will be suspended for a while. Everyone, go to bed early tonight. Starting tomorrow, no matter which team you face, give it your all." Yes. The day before the qualifiers officially started, Xiaoyun started to pack her luggage. In the next few days, she would be very busy. No matter how unwilling she was, she would have to live with the pro players of PG Club. Of course, she had her own room. It was the only room in PG Club that had a lock. After packing her luggage, she felt that there was nothing else to do. She turned on her computer and watched videos. She clicked on the homepage of a video website. Just as she was about to search for a video she liked, she saw a picture on the homepage. It was a small web drama that she had never heard of. It had been on the homepage for a few weeks. It wasn't anything special, but Xiaoyun stared at the picture of a smiling actress for a long time. She hesitantly clicked on it. Then she copied the title of the web drama and pasted it into the search software. Not long after, the results came out. Xiaoyun clicked on the web drama's encyclopedia and directly scrolled to the list of actors. The name in the female lead column was Jiao Shi. Who is this? Why does she look so much like Jingyu? The next day, Xiaoyun dragged her suitcase and rushed to PG Club early. Perhaps because they knew she was coming, everyone in PG woke up early. Even Qin Fei got up and was sitting on the sofa, sleeping. Xiaoyun looked at the man sleeping on the sofa without a care for his image and her lips twitched. She ignored him and asked Jingyu, who was sitting next to him, "Where's the coach?" "I don't know, he's not here yet," Jingyu whispered as he took a sip of his soy milk. Yihong bought breakfast for them today. Ever since Jingyu came, PG changed from having everyone take care of breakfast to having everyone take turns buying breakfast. Today, it was Yihong's turn. "Sister Xiao, have you eaten breakfast yet?" Yihong, who was sitting across from Qin Fei and Jingyu, asked Xiaoyun with a smile. Before Xiaoyun could respond, Hanlin suddenly raised his voice. "If you haven't, let's eat together. We bought a lot today anyway." Luo Yiming heard this and couldn't help but roll his eyes. He whispered, "You make it sound like you bought breakfast today." However, Xiaoyun faintly replied, "I've eaten, you guys eat. I'm going to put my suitcase down." After that, she dragged her suitcase to her room. Her room and Fang Luofan's room were both on the first floor. No one noticed that at the instant she left, she glanced thoughtfully at Jingyu, and her gaze was filled with inquiry. When Fang Luofan arrived, Qin Fei was still sleeping. This gave Fang Luofan a headache. The game is about to start, why is he still sleeping? Who's going to wake him up? Luo Yiming looked at Hanling, Hanlin looked at Yihong, and Yihong looked at Jingyu. Then, he looked back at Hanling. Fang Luofan. Can't you guys be more mature? Yi Hong, coach, you go. I believe you can do it. Fang Luofan, no, I'm a coward. As a person who had been beaten up by Qin Fei, he said these 3 words with great confidence. Yi Hong had a hard time holding back his laughter. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a cautious voice. Why don't I try? In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Jingyu, who had just spoken. They looked at him as if he was a brave warrior. Luo Yiming, Jingyu. You have to think it through. Yi Hong, that's right, little Jingyu. Don't blame us brothers for not reminding you. The danger level of this mission is at least 5 stars. Hanleng, Jingyu, don't be rash. The match is about to start, PG can't do without you. What the hell? Jingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's enough. Then, he reached out to grab Qin Fei's shoulder and shook it. The moment he shook Qin Fei's shoulder, everyone in PG got off the sofa and retreated a few meters. Jingyu. Did they have to do that? He ignored them. Seeing that he couldn't shake Qin Fei awake, he stood up from the sofa and walked over to Qin Fei. He grabbed both of Qin Fei's shoulders and shook him violently. Brother Fei. The match is about to start, hurry and wake up. As soon as he said this, there was a groan. Qin Fei frowned and slapped Jingyu. Jingyu calmly grabbed his wrist. Brother Fei. Brother Fei. Brother Fei. Qin Fei didn't sleep deeply on the sofa, so he quickly woke up to Jingyu's calls. However, he deliberately kept his eyes closed and raised his other hand to grab Jingyu's waist. He was very strong, and Jingyu, who was caught off guard, staggered forward. His knees immediately knelt between his legs. After being stunned for a moment, Jingyu's face turned red. He coughed softly and pulled away from Qin Fei, allowing him to grab his waist. Brother Fei, the match is about to start. Wake up. Qin Fei couldn't pretend anymore. He put down his hand and calmly opened his eyes. He didn't expect to be closer to Jingyu than he had imagined. He was so close that he could almost count Jingyu's eyelashes. Qin Fei was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but smile. When are you going to stop grabbing onto me? Jingyu realized that he was still grabbing onto Qin Fei's hand. He hurriedly let go and took a few steps back. He touched his nose a little guiltily. Coach asked me to wake you up. It has nothing to do with me. Fang Luofan? Qin Fei sneered. I know. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, sat up on the sofa, and yawned. Jingyu secretly sighed in relief. As long as he explained it clearly and didn't make Qin Fei hate him, everything would be fine. He turned to look at everyone. He wanted to ask when the match would start, but he didn't expect to meet 3 pairs of shocked eyes. Luo Yiming, Jingyu, you. Yi Hong, it's really, Hanleng, warrior. Jingyu, even Fang Luofan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. However, it was more toward Qin Fei than toward Jingyu. What's going on? Qin Fei didn't make a move today, but he didn't even throw a tantrum? He didn't even speak loudly, however, he quickly remembered his identity as a coach. He coughed lightly and returned to the topic. Since you're awake, Qin Fei, let me talk about today's match. The qualifiers started at 10 in the morning and lasted until 10 at night. It wasn't like the invitational tournament, where every match was broadcasted live. After all, there were too many teams that signed up for the qualifiers. At the same time, many teams would play against each other to determine the winner. For the qualifiers, the officials would usually give priority to the matches with the top 8 teams. If there were no matches with the top 8 teams, they would be randomly selected. Whether or not they wanted to commentate completely depended on the commentator's mood. The qualifiers were BO1 matches. In other words, every team only had one chance to play in each match. The winner would advance and the loser would be eliminated. Even the top 8 squadrons did not dare to guarantee that they would not stumble in so many matches. Therefore, this was also a test for the top 8 squadrons. In fact, the pressure faced by the top 8 squadrons was far greater than that of the grassroots squadrons. In short, you can't underestimate your opponents just because you've made it to the top 8. After all, no one can guarantee that there won't be a dark horse this season. Fang Luofan said seriously, remember, no matter who your opponent is, you must give it your all. After a pause, he opened his mouth again, this time with a slower tone. Also, for this season's Pro League, the officials invited me to continue commentating, so I won't be able to follow up on your situation. Fortunately, the manager is here. If you have any questions, you can give her feedback. I'll keep in touch with her. The PG team naturally didn't have any objections, especially Hanleng. He couldn't wait to see Xiaoyun every day. The qualifiers were also played for a week. There were a total of 4 commentators. Feng Luofan was responsible for commentating on the 2nd, 4th, and 6th days. Today was Monday, so Feng Luofan stayed in the PG club. He didn't go anywhere, but he also didn't coach the 5 in the training room. Instead, he turned on his laptop in the meeting room and watched the day's matches live. His original intention was to see if there were any dark horses this season. He didn't expect that the first match he chose to commentate would be the one PG was playing. Hello everyone, I'm commentator Aban. Sitting on the left was a young man with some baby fat. I'm Tanghua. On the right was a cute girl with neat bangs. Aban, we're watching the first match of the qualifiers, the match between PG and Blink. I think everyone knows about PG. Although this team is very new, they made it to the top 8 in the 3rd season. They're a team that shouldn't be underestimated. Tanghua, yes, that's why I'm looking forward to PG's performance this season. Aban, about half a month ago, PG got a new jungler. The original jungler, Qin Fei, aka Sleep, is playing top laner. Tanghua, what do you think about this? Tanghua, I think Brother Fei's strength is obvious to everyone. His personal style is very obvious. He's very suitable to play top laner. Aban, oh? What style? Tanghua, he's a tough guy when he doesn't like it. Aban, haha, that's right. Actually, I quite admire players like him. Tanghua, okay, let's take a look at the other team, Blink. Does it mean shining? This is a new face. Let's hope that they can shine like their team name this season. Aban, now we can see that both teams are starting to ban devils. PG made the first move and banned Kamal. This version's strong archer probably won't be released this season. Tanghua, yes, that's right. Wow, Blink decisively banned Satan. This is a kind of recognition of Qin Fei's strength. Aban, PG got banned very quickly too. This time, Hejiao was banned. Is it because they don't know much about Blink, so they can only ban the strong devils? But PG made the first move. Personally, I think it's better to leave the strong devils for the pick. Tanghua, I think PG is planning to go top laner, so they can only give up on the strong mid laner. This time, Blink hesitated for a long time. After saying that, okay, they banned Nine-Tailed Fox. It seems that Blink knows PG quite well. They're very focused on PG. Aban, PG banned Dark Cupid. Huh? I remember that PG's archer, 1, is best at Dark Cupid. How did they ban him? Is there some kind of strategy? Of course not. Luo Yiming didn't wait for Jing Yu's instructions and personally banned his own Dark Cupid. After banning it, he said coldly, I know you guys will ban this next. I'll help you guys, there's no need to thank me. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that Luo Yiming had reached a new level. However, because of this unexpected move, Blink hesitated for a long time and couldn't decide on the last ban. Time ticked by. Just as the countdown was about to end, Blink finally chose the last ban, Scarlet Fury. The relaxed look on Yi Hong's face instantly disappeared. Black lines appeared on his face. Luo Yiming, I'm going to kill you. Jing Yu was speechless. He was too lazy to complain about his teammates' daily antics. Luo Yiming didn't expect that after he banned his own character, his opponent would hit him when he was down and ban Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury. After being yelled at by Yi Hong, he immediately gave in. Bro, I was wrong, bro. I know I was wrong. Yi Hong chose to remain silent. Jing Yu didn't say anything. It wasn't that he was too lazy to complain, but rather, he wanted to know what to do next. In contrast, Qing Fei was as calm as ever. Why are you panicking? Yezi, I remember that your card pool is quite deep. If you don't have enough cards, you still have fair. Fair, Fire Elemental Spirit, Beginner's Gift Pack, you deserve it, Yi Hong chose to die. Tangua, Blink gave the last ban to Scarlet Fury. That's expected. A ban, yes, anyone who watched Season 3 knows that PG's mid laner Yezi's two most commonly used monsters are Nine-Tailed Fox and Scarlet Fury. Tangua, they're both big-breasted beauties? I think I know something. Haha, just kidding. A ban, let's take a look at the pick segment. Okay, PG decisively banned their players. Tangua, they didn't pick the top laner, but the archer? Then I'm confused as to why PG banned Dark Cupid. Good question. Fong Luo fan, who was watching the livestream, also wanted to know what his bastards were thinking. Tangua, Blink hesitated for a long time. It's obvious that this new team is under a lot of pressure against PG, a team that made it to the quarterfinals. Well, Blink chose Peacock Plume and Sword Burial. Let's see if that's their final choice. A ban, locked. Tangua, yes, it's locked. We can see that after a brief hesitation, Blink has locked onto Peacock Plume and Sword Burial. How will PG's deal with the combination of a powerful mage and the #1 jungler? A ban, instant lock on Lilith and Mermaid. PG's team was really decisive in their decisions. Although time was limited, I still had to explain, Lilith was one of the few magic tanks. Their advantages in the early game were obvious, but they would be at a disadvantage in the late game. Choosing Lilith meant that PG was prepared to fight in the early game. However, this was also PG's usual style. In addition, the combination of Centaur and Mermaid has a huge advantage and is the first choice of many teams. Tangua, PG actually chose to lock support first. I'm really curious as to what their mage and jungler will choose. Now that Blink had locked Maha, the other location was also locked. Azrael. This should be the first top laner in the version, right? A ban, that's right. He's definitely one of the best top laners in this patch. He's a very strong warrior-type demon. Let's take a look at PG's final choice. Eh? A ban couldn't believe his eyes, PG actually locked on Heart of Ice? Fortunately, he had done his homework before taking on the role of commentator, so he quickly calmed down. As far as I know, PG's new jungler, GF, was a game streamer before he joined PG. Heart of Ice is his most commonly used demon, but I really didn't expect him to use it in the league. Heart of Ice, Tangua was completely speechless. This demon is rarely seen in the league. A ban, what do you think? A ban didn't want to answer this question at all. Because he didn't know either, however, as a professional commentator, he still forced himself to analyze. Heart of Ice, it's an assassin-type demon. Low HP and high damage are the common characteristics of assassin-type demons. Heart of Ice, on the other hand, is known as the most fragile demon in Devil Lord. It's obvious how low its HP is. After a pause, as an assassin, Heart of Ice's displacement skills aren't flexible enough, and it doesn't have any life-saving skills. It's very easy to get killed, so it's also known as the most useless demon in Devil Lord. In my opinion, it's not suitable for the league. However, since PG chose her, they must have their reasons. Maybe GF's contestant can surprise us? Although a ban said this, he wasn't optimistic about GF's chances at all. After all, PG's team gave people the impression that they were tough. Heart of Ice, on the other hand, didn't fit the word tough at all, because it had only one ending when it was summoned, instant death. After analyzing Heart of Ice, a ban was just about to heave a sigh of relief when he suddenly heard a cry of surprise. Tangua looked at PG's final mid laner and was speechless for a long time. A ban looked at the demon that definitely wouldn't appear in the league, and felt a headache coming on. PG's team really always gave people a fright. The final demon they picked was fair. Moreover, it was also an instant kill. PG's final choices were Heart of Ice and fair. How unexpected, a ban said. According to the usual procedure, he was supposed to analyze fair. However, analyzing a novice demon in a league livestream. Why did it feel strange? Fortunately, he had Tangua by his side. Hearing his voice, Tanghua finally came back to her senses and took the initiative to analyze Fair. People who play Fair shouldn't be unfamiliar with her. After all, she's a mid-laner demon that you'll definitely use when you're new to Devil Lord. Her stats are mediocre, and among all the mid-laners, she's definitely at the bottom of the sewer. But she has one of the few advantages, and that is, stability. Tanghua said it so seriously that a ban couldn't help but laugh. She's very stable. Fair's HP is quite high among mages, and she's very good at protecting herself. But she consumes a lot of mana. Tanghua added. Yes, but Yezi likes to take risks, so it's good to choose a more stable demon. A ban randomly guessed PG's thoughts. Just like that, the two of them worked together to complete the analysis of Fair, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. However, they chose Fair because she was stable. PG said that this thought didn't exist. The real situation was like this: Luo Yiming, F***ck. Yezi, are you crazy? Yi Hong, F***ck. My hand slipped. Han Lung, F***ck. You're awesome. Jingyu. Could he hit his teammate? Could he? Qin Fei was the only one who was as calm as ever. Fair, not bad. The other side is probably scared to death by our lineup. Han Lung, aren't they secretly happy? Qin Fei, that's even better. The more they underestimate us, the more likely we'll win. Yi Hong, it's all Brother Fei's fault. It's all because you said Fair, Qin Fei, huh? Yi Hong. It's all my fault. If we lose this round, I'll treat you to dinner on the 31st day of the month. You make it sound like there's a 31st day of the month. Luo Yiming snorted. While they were talking, Blink had chosen the last support, which was Flower in the Mirror. This control-type support was indeed the best choice for their inflexible lineup. At this point, the ban and pick segment was over, and the game screen began to load. Meanwhile, PG's team was still chatting aimlessly. Yi Hong, if the 31st day of the month doesn't work, then the 8th day of the week will do too. Han Lung, Yezi, that's enough. You don't even treat us to dinner with sincerity. Don't tell others that you're from PG. Yi Hong, but I really didn't want to lock the Fair just now. I just wanted to scare the other side. It's starting. Jingyu's 3 simple words ended the meaningless chatter of his teammates. Yi Hong originally wanted to say something more, but just as he opened his mouth, before he could speak, Qin Fei glared at him and he shut his mouth, feeling wronged. Brother Fei wasn't like this before, although he was very fierce when he was giving orders and didn't allow anyone to resist him. When he wasn't giving orders, he was always so lazy that he looked like he was about to fall asleep. He would even say a few meaningless words. But today, he was glaring at him. Yi Hong seriously suspected that this had something to do with Jingyu. Jingyu didn't know about this at all. He stared intently at the computer screen in front of him and let his heart of ice drift towards the bottom of the jungle. When he was playing games, he was always so focused. It was as if the only thing left in the world was the screen in front of him and the keyboard and mouse under his hands. Qin Fei glanced at the side of his face from the corner of his eyes and the corners of his lips curled up unconsciously. It was said that a person was the most beautiful when they were working hard. Indeed, Jingyu looked really good when he was playing games. After Luo Yiming got red and rushed to the bottom lane, Jingyu quickly finished clearing the jungle and got a displacement skill. He glanced at the minimap and calmly said, Yezi, Nakano United, are you coming? Ah? Yi Hong didn't react. One reason was that Jingyu rarely called out the names of his teammates in a game. He usually called them sorcerer or archer. Another reason was that his orders were always very clear. For example, when he talked about Nakano United, if he really wanted to catch it, he would definitely say clearly when to use it and how to use it. But now, he directly asked him, are you coming? What did he mean? Yi Hong was worthy of being called a PG with EQ. After a short pause, he quickly guessed Jingyu's meaning. Nakano United for the whole game? Yes. Jingyu nodded without hesitation and then smiled. Didn't you all look down on Heart of Ice and Fair? Then, if we use Heart of Ice and Fair to destroy the opponent, it will be very interesting, right? Yi Hong couldn't help but shudder at these words. Before he could respond, Han Lung on the side said, TSK, Jingyu, you really are a two-faced person. Luo Yiming couldn't help but tease him. After Jingyu became familiar with us, he gradually revealed his true nature. Jingyu coughed, not wanting to talk nonsense with them. He secretly glanced at Qin Fei beside him and saw that he didn't seem to hear anything. He even looked a little tired. He secretly sighed in relief. Then he looked away and calmly said, "Yezi, bait him. I'll finish him off." "So early?" Yi Hong said, but his hands immediately controlled Fair to retreat in a roundabout way. However, as a PG member, he obviously wasn't the type to blindly retreat. After taking 2 steps back, he turned around and closed in on the enemy peacock plume, releasing a speed reduction skill. Immediately after, a series of skills were launched as if they were free. Fair's damage wasn't high, but its second skill had a short cooldown of 0.1 seconds. However, this also caused Fair's attacks to consume a lot of mana. If he didn't have Heart of Ice, he would be courting death if he used up all his mana. Once he used up all his mana, he would be killed by the opponent without the slightest ability to fight back. However, wasn't Heart of Ice here. Just as Fair's mana was exhausted and its attacks were interrupted, a cold beam of light connected to Peacock Plume. The snow-white figure followed the cold beam and closed in with a whoosh. Without hesitation, an ice blade emitting cold air shot out. System Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. First blood was born, and the first battle of the Nakano Alliance was won, and Blink's nightmare had only just begun. The livestream was a god's view without the fog of the battlefield, so they could clearly see the positions of all the monsters on both sides. However, the moment when Heart of Ice killed Peacock Plume, the 2 commentators were still shocked. The reason was simple: Heart of Ice did not stop moving towards Peacock Plume at all. What did this mean? Either this was not a premeditated gank, and Heart of Ice was able to make it in time purely by coincidence. Either that or the controller of the Heart of Ice, GF, had calculated the time and moved over. However, how much control did he have over the situation to be able to accurately connect to Peacock Plume and take his head the moment Fair ran out of mana? What's going on? How did Heart of Ice get here? Tangwa's tone seemed to be saying, "Who am I? Where am I?" Let's take a look at the replay. The livestream began to replay the assassination that had caught everyone off guard. Fair was seen dodging Peacock Plume's attacks while continuously casting 2 skills. His mana was being depleted at an extremely fast rate and was about to run out. On the other side, Heart of Ice rushed straight to the middle lane after clearing the jungle. Her snow-white figure headed straight for Peacock Plume's last position. The moment she stepped into the bush, she cast her second skill, Snow Traction, and accurately connected with Peacock Plume, who had retreated to that position at the last moment. Then, there was the one-shot kill. We can see that Heart of Ice did not hesitate at all from the moment she entered the battlefield to the moment she completed the assassination. This was a premeditated gank. Awu came to a conclusion. Yes. Tangwa agreed. Let's watch the replay again. Yes, it's here. Almost at the same time Heart of Ice rushed to the middle lane, Fair retreated. He was baiting her, probably because he received some kind of instruction. This is unbelievable. Aban could not help but sigh. I have to say, this is a tactic that only PGs can use. It's too risky. If he's not careful, Fair will be killed instead. At this level, Heart of Ice won't be able to withstand tower damage. It's not worth it to trade 2 for 1 in the early stages. But PG did it. Tangwa was supposed to be commentating from Blink's perspective and cooperating with Aban. However, her mind was filled with the replay of the previous match. Whether it was Yezi's positioning or GF's instant kill, they both displayed the strength of a top 8 team. I think that as long as PG maintains this momentum, this season's Pro League will be quite exciting. While the two were talking, Yi Hong's Fair had already returned to the city to replenish his mana. He returned to the middle lane and continued to fight with the revived Peacock Plume. Heart of Ice had also finished clearing the top lane. When the opponent's jungler came to catch them, he rushed out and wandered around, scaring the jungler away. Jinyu guessed that the opponent's jungler was preparing to catch the last jungler in the top lane. He smiled and said, "Yezi, again." His tone was exceptionally relaxed. There was no trace of the toughness he had during the mock competition. It was clear that he did not think much of this unknown team. If anyone else acted like this, they would be underestimating their opponent. Jingyu's actions meant that victory was in his hands. Qin Fei felt that this was very strange. The match had only been going on for a few minutes. How did Jingyu determine the difference in strength between the two teams? The facts told Qin Fei that Jingyu had really made the right judgment. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has died. System, Heart of Ice, 2 kills. System, enemy Sword Burial has died. This time, Jingyu went to gank the mid lane. Not only did he insta-kill the mage, but he also killed the jungler who came to help. Qin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Yi Hong was already bragging. What a genius, little Jingyu. Luo Yiming couldn't help but say, Jingyu, don't just focus on catching the mid lane. Come and play in the bottom lane too. The opponent's archer ran back to the city with half of his health left. I'm so bored. What's wrong with that? Jingyu said without turning his head. I see that you're pushing the tower quite smoothly. Don't forget, this is a tower pushing game. Luo Yiming suddenly puffed up his face and whispered, how can tower pushing be as fun as killing people? Because the mid lane had already been ganked once, Aban and Tanguo were prepared for this 0-for-2 trade. When Heart of Ice rushed to the mid lane, Aban had already begun to commentate. Heart of Ice is going to the mid lane again. Is he going to gank Peacock Plume again? Fair retreated. Peacock Plume is going big, but he's missing. Fair is closing in. He's taking down Peacock Plume's glow head-on. Fair has low health. Fair is still dealing damage. Heart of Ice is attacking. An excellent commentator could use his voice to stir up the emotions of the audience. Obviously, Aban did this very well. As his tone gradually became more and more excited, the number of comments on the livestream decreased by a lot. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing and held their breaths, waiting for the next scene to happen. Heart of Ice has killed him. Ah Duan almost roared as he announced the result. However, just as he finished announcing it, Zhong's sword moved out of the bushes and headed straight for Four, who had only a sliver of health left. Almost at the same time, Four flashed back to her own defense tower and narrowly dodged the attack. Heart of Ice rushed to Sword Burial without hesitation and tangled with him. The first Brittle Skin and the first jungler dueled, and the result was, Sword Burial is going big, Heart of Ice dodged. Heart of Ice has taken Sword Burial. He's closing in, going big, frozen. Aban felt that his voice had changed from shouting. Sword Burial's health bar is rapidly decreasing. After regaining his freedom, he immediately gave up Blink and wanted to escape. Heart of Ice also gave up Blink without hesitation and chased into the tower. He took it. Double kill. Tanguo, oh my god, that's really, Aban. Heart of Ice got out of the tower safely. A very beautiful 0-for-2. Okay, here's the replay of that 0-for-2. It was amazing. PG didn't make any mistakes. This GF player seems to have the ability to predict the future. He knows Blink's movements like the back of his hand. It's incredible. Tanguo, yeah, if it weren't for the delay of a few minutes, I would have suspected that he was spying. Aban, spying is impossible. However, there are hidden dangers in streaming online matches. Therefore, this season, the teams that make it to the knockout stage will have to compete in offline matches. Tanguo, really? Why didn't I know about it? Aban, then you definitely didn't check the official Weibo of Devil Lord last night. Ah, has the official announcement been made? Tanguo's eyes lit up. So, we'll be able to see the pro players in real life? Aban, yes, that's right. I really want to know if PG's players all look fierce in real life. Ha ha ha. When Feng Luofan saw this, he felt like there was no suspense in the outcome of this match. As a professional team, Blink was obviously not mature enough. Many of their players had issues with their performance. If even he could see this, then Jingyu must have seen it a long time ago. After all, Jingyu was very sensitive to the economy. He should have been able to tell just by looking at Blink's overall economic growth. Since there was no pressure in winning this match, Feng Luofan stopped watching the stream and opened the bullet screen. However, as soon as he opened the bullet screen, he was shocked by the words Heart of Ice. This Heart of Ice is awesome. I'm afraid this is a fake Heart of Ice. Heart of Ice, go. Jingyu, go. Immediately after, someone asked who Jingyu was. Immediately, a group of people sent the comment, "It's Jingyu, not salted fish." Thus, the stream was flooded with "It's Jingyu, not salted fish." Is Heart of Ice that popular? Feng Luo fan maintained his shocked expression as he scrolled through the comments below the stream. Surprisingly, most of them were discussing Heart of Ice. Frowny face, my son is finally not a flower vase anymore. I'm so moved that I'm crying. I've decided. From today onwards, I'm going to practice Heart of Ice. 1 kill and 2 kills have been achieved. 3 kills, 4 kills, and 5 kills are just a step away. When I saw this streamer's stream before, I thought it was fake. I didn't expect his Heart of Ice to be so awesome. Feng Luo fan was scrolling through the comments when he suddenly heard an exclamation from his earpiece. It was from commentator Tanghua. He instinctively scrolled back to the stream and saw, Heart of Ice, triple kill. System notification. What's going on? A ban, Heart of Ice, triple kill? What happened? Obviously, a ban, as a commentator, did not understand the situation either. However, he could not be blamed for this. A few minutes ago, when he saw Heart of Ice peacefully farming in the bottom lane, he switched to the top lane to see how Qin Fei, who had switched to a top laner, was doing. He did not expect Heart of Ice to complete a triple kill in the bottom lane in such a short time. Fortunately, he quickly asked someone to replay the scene that he had missed. On the screen, Heart of Ice was indeed peacefully farming in the bottom lane. However, after attacking the last monster, he suddenly realized something and drifted to the bottom lane. He used his second skill to jump over the wall and hook onto the opposing archer. After pulling himself over, he used a normal attack to finish off the archer's remaining HP. Then, he continued to use his newly refreshed displacement skills to connect with the opposing support. He avoided the opponent's crowd control and closed the distance between them. However, he did not attack. Instead, he rushed into the nearby bushes and attacked. Sword Burial, who had just rushed over, was frozen in the bushes before he could make a move. Heart of Ice used a combo to finish him off. History was always surprisingly similar. Another one-on-one duel ended with Zhang Jian's defeat again. At that moment, the enemy's support, crystal-patterned reflections, had also been crippled by Luo Yiming's men. After killing Zhang Jian's crystal-patterned reflections, Luo Yiming immediately went over and easily took the kill. Just like that, Heart of Ice completed a triple kill in a very short time. He did not give his opponents a chance to react. Aban was unable to commentate simultaneously due to the intense battle. Fortunately, he had been a commentator for many years and quickly found the key to this 0-for-3 trade. It's here. Sword Burial appeared once in the mid lane. Although it was only for a short moment, this GF player still caught it and immediately deduced that Sword Burial was going to go for the bottom lane. So he gave up on jungling and went to the bottom lane to make the first move. Tanghua finally reacted. This is the first time he went to the bottom lane in this match. Aban, this GF player is too incredible. He either doesn't gank or gank people. Just like that, the livestream was flooded with heads flying comments again. In the eyes of the audience, Jingyu's triple kill was indeed amazing. Not to mention, the demon he used to complete the triple kill was Heart of Ice, the #1 flower vase in Devil Lord. However, as the coach, Feng Luo fan was a little confused after watching the replay. In his opinion, there was no need for Jingyu to go to the bottom lane just now. Luo Yiming and Han Leng were not to be trifled with. The enemy archer and support were only left with a sliver of HP, so they could completely take them down. Even if they could not kill Zhang Jian, who had rushed over, they would not be threatened. Heart of Ice could safely kill the last of the junglers. What are they doing? What else could they be doing? Causing trouble, Luo Yiming, hahaha, triple kill. Next up is a quadruple kill. Yi Hong, when Sword Burial revives, I'll find the right time to lure Peacock Plume to the bottom lane. Luo Yiming, just in time for me to use my split bow. I'll shoot them all into sieves. Yi Hong, then I'll use a big move and let them swim in a sea of fire. Han Leng. You too, take it easy. Don't steal Jingyu's kill. Luo Yiming, no, no. Ha ha ha, I really want to see their expressions now. Jingyu smiled helplessly. I really know how to be crazy with you guys, but I'm so happy on the side. Qianfei glanced sideways at Jingyu and smiled dotingly. PG's players were determined to let Jingyu's Heart of Ice steal the limelight. With the help of his teammates, Jingyu comfortably got a quadruple kill. The comments on the livestream were completely out of control. Frowny face, he got a quadruple kill. Is a pentakill far away? Heart of Ice's pentakill. Wow, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. I'm begging for Heart of Ice's pentakill. PG's new jungler is too good. Aban was also deeply impressed by Jingyu's play. We can see that PG has 13 kills, while Blink still has 0. This player from GF has contributed a lot to the disparity in the score. His kill count is as high as 10, and he's very strong. Tanghua finally found her position and explained for Blink. Blink hasn't given up yet. They're gathering in the middle lane. Are they planning to steal the dragon? At this time, Blink's top, middle, and bottom lanes had all been cleared. Their vision was limited. Rather than saying that they were planning to steal the dragon, it was more accurate to say that they were guarding against PG. As for whether or not they were planning to steal the dragon, Tanghua quickly found something strange. Blink's jungler retreated after getting close to the magic dragon. Aren't they planning to steal it? Aban also found it strange. PG's players are fighting in the bottom lane. At this time, Blink can steal the dragon, but they don't seem to be planning to. Stealing the dragon when the opponent doesn't know about it. For Blink, they had no chance of winning against PG head-on, so they could take a gamble on the magic dragon. They would lose anyway. If they were lucky enough to steal the dragon, they might be able to turn the tables. However, after Blink's players wandered around the magic dragon, they went their separate ways to clear the minions and monsters. The two casters were dumbfounded. Why didn't they steal it? Feng Luofan couldn't help but frown. Were Blink's players too stupid or something? Let alone professional teams, even normal players wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity, right? At this time, the other side should be fighting a dragon. Jingyu, who couldn't see the live stream, made a completely wrong judgment. Wait for them to finish fighting. Take advantage of their low HP to wipe them out, then push the middle lane all the way. Yi Hong, wave after wave. Luo Yiming, 5 kills, 5 kills. Are we really going for a pentakill? It was rare for Hanlong to be rational for once. He did not agree with this suggestion. Let's not be reckless at the last moment. If we are annihilated by a counterattack, all our previous efforts will be wasted. I think so too. Jingyu finally remembered that he was in a professional match. It doesn't matter who has the kill. Just wipe them out. How can that be? Jingyu was stunned, not because of the words just now, but because the person who said those words was Qianfei. Hearing Qianfei's voice, the other PG members were also stunned. In this round, perhaps because he didn't want to affect Jingyu's command, or because it was inconvenient for top laners to participate in the early game, Qianfei almost didn't say anything. He only cared about killing the top laner against him 3 times. Now, he opened his mouth and said in a lazy voice, "You've already done 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills, and 4 kills. You're just short of a pentakill. If you give up now, all your previous efforts will be wasted." Brother Fei, I think. Jingyu didn't want to make Qianfei unhappy, but he also didn't want to take the risk of losing the match. He could only carefully organize his words. You can achieve a pentakill in future matches, but if you lose this match, this season, first of all, you can't lose. Qianfei firmly interrupted him. Secondly, you can achieve a pentakill in future matches, but to do it in the first qualifier of this season. He chuckled. You only have 1 chance. Jingyu suddenly became nervous. He felt that Qianfei made a lot of sense. It's your only chance. Take advantage of it. Qianfei continued to persuade him. Try it. It doesn't matter if you don't succeed. But if you don't do it when you can, you'll definitely regret it later. Okay. Jingyu believed him. I'll try. Yi Hong couldn't bear to look at him. Little Jingyu, you're too easily fooled. However, as the mid laner of PG, Yi Hong naturally wouldn't expose Qianfei. Of course, he didn't have the guts to do so. After a moment of silence, he said as if nothing had happened, "It's about time. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fei had already let his Lilith take the lead and press in the direction of the magic dragon. Yi Hong hurriedly followed, and Han Leng also followed with Luo Yiming protecting him. Jing Yu, on the other hand, took advantage of the movement speed advantage of Heart of Ice and went around in another direction. However, the system prompt that the magic dragon had been killed didn't appear for a long time, which made Jing Yu a little confused. It shouldn't be, he hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but remind him, be careful of an ambush. Okay. After Qin Fei responded, he directly activated his skill and pressed into the bushes near the magic dragon. In the end, there was nothing. Huh? Yi Hong couldn't believe it. Where is everyone? Jing Yu immediately changed his strategy. Forget about the magic dragon, just push the middle tower. The magic disc floating above the middle tower hadn't disappeared yet, so pushing the middle tower at this time wouldn't cause any damage to the tower. Thus, all the PG players pressed toward the second tower in the middle lane. Just as they were about to reach the bottom of the tower, Blink's flower in the mirror appeared and cast a disorienting steps illusion on all the PG players. Fair and the centaur hurriedly dodged it perfectly, and then the centaur continued to push the tower. Fair used a big move to drown Flower in the mirror, as well as Azrael and Maha who appeared later. In a sea of flames, Fair's damage wasn't high, but because of his economic advantage and the fact that he had one more piece of equipment than his opponents, he instantly burned away most of the HP of Flower in the mirror and Maha. Only Azrael, who had dropped a magic defense equipment, could barely hold on. Seeing that the magic disc was about to be destroyed, Lilith rushed forward and directly attacked Azrael. Almost at the same time, the enemy's peacock plume came out of nowhere and zoomed in. Both sides fought fiercely at the bottom of the tower, and each of the monsters' HP was decreasing. At this moment, a cold beam of light shot out from the bushes nearby, and accurately connected with Maha who was protected behind Azrael. Heart of Ice is on. Aban's voice was very excited, as if he wasn't looking at Heart of Ice, but his idol. Heart of Ice is on Maha. This is a very good position, because Heart of Ice is right next to Maha. She's frozen. Oh my god. Tanghua couldn't believe it. They're all frozen. Not a single one of them is left behind. This was what Aban hadn't said completely. Heart of Ice's position was too good. On the screen, the enemy monsters with Maha at the center were all turned into ice sculptures by the blizzard. Immediately after, Maha, who was low on HP, was the first to die under the continuous damage of the freezing effect. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Maha has died. Because the enemy monster was killed, Heart of Ice's teleportation skill was refreshed, and she immediately connected with Peacock Plume, who had low HP, and at the same time, threw an ice blade, piercing through the colorful monster. System, Heart of Ice, double kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has died. Immediately after, Flower in the mirror was also left with a sliver of HP under Lilith's attack. Heart of Ice once again used snow traction, and just as she connected with her, she took away the last bit of HP from Flower in the mirror. System, Heart of Ice, triple kill. System, enemy Flower in the mirror has died. At this time, Sword Burial came from behind, but it was too late. Not only was he unable to help, he was also stunned by the mermaid's bubble. His reaction was quite fast, and he immediately used Dispel. However, before he could escape, Fair applied a slow effect on him. The magic disc shattered, and Lilith endured the damage from the tower and fought Azrael head-on. Just as her HP was about to hit rock bottom, the centaur finally lived up to expectations and defeated the tower, and also gave Azrael an arrow at the same time. Almost at the same time, Heart of Ice connected with Azrael, and with a few AAs, the last bit of HP he had was gone. System, Heart of Ice, quadruple kill. System, enemy Azrael has died. In order to commentate on this team battle, Aban's voice was almost hoarse from shouting. The bullet screen on the live stream was also frantically scrolling across the screen. What about the other PGs? Luo Yiming, kill them, kill them, kill them, kill them. Yi Hong, little Jingyu, hurry up. Hurry 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 hurry. Han Leng, F***CK. This is so F***king exciting. Let's go, Jingyu. Just like that, under the unbearable encouragement of his teammates, Jingyu calmly connected Heart of Ice to Sword Burial, and after teleporting over, he easily finished him off with a combo. System, Heart of Ice, Pentakill. System, enemy Sword Burial has died. Pentakill. Heart of Ice, Pentakill. GF did it. A band shouted himself hoarse. Let's congratulate PGs for winning the first round of the qualifiers. That was so exciting. Tanghua had completely given up on her Blink team. Thank you PGs for bringing us such an exciting match. Especially thank you to Heart of Ice, GF, for giving us more possibilities in the Pro League. On the live stream, with countless 666s, PGs easily took down the last tower in the middle lane and began to destroy the enemy's territory. The 5 players of Blink were still floating in the air. They could only watch as the status bar of their territory dropped at a terrifying speed. There was nothing they could do. A few seconds later, Blink's territory was destroyed. The 2 golden words victory appeared on PG screens. That was awesome. Luo Yiming was the first to take off his headphones. He yelled, Jingyu, I finally know why you like playing Heart of Ice. It's so cool to crush the enemy with a monster that they look down on. After Jingyu took off his headphones, he didn't hear what Luo Yiming was saying at all. He looked at the computer screen in front of him, deep in thought. Xianxia put his headphones on the table and turned his head to look at Jingyu. Seeing that he was deep in thought, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. You're wondering why they didn't steal the dragon? Jingyu was slightly taken aback. He looked at Xianxia in astonishment. So, why? How did he know what he was thinking? Xianxia shrugged and smiled lazily. Who knows? Jingyu, a few minutes later, the MVP of this match was selected. Jingyu's Heart of Ice and Snow had 15 kills in his hand, which was well deserved. His various statistics were displayed in detail and explained by the 2 commentators. However, PGs didn't know about this. They were already discussing what to do next. Luo Yiming, Yezi, why don't you use Fair in the next round? I suddenly want to use Sandy. Hanling, then I'll use Weya. To be honest, Weya is quite useful. Why do you all dislike her? Yi Hong, okay, let's use the newbie gift to save the world. Which world do you want to save? A cold voice came from the door, scaring Yi Hong. He turned to look at the door. As expected, it was Fang Luofan. Fang Luofan stood at the door with his arms crossed. He seemed unhappy. Are you guys having fun? No one dared to breathe loudly, except for Xianxia. Xianxia turned to Fang Luofan with his chair and smiled casually. You have to have fun when playing games. Fang Luofan glanced at him and then turned to Luo Yiming. Who banned Dark Cupid? Everyone immediately looked at Luo Yiming. Luo Yiming. Oh my god. I'm done for. Sure enough, Fang Luofan said, Luo Yiming, come with me. Everyone else, have a good rest. Yi Hong, okay Yiming, take care. Luo Yiming, F*CKU. Hanling, hey, no, why are you trying? Luo Yiming, what kind of stupid language are you speaking? Xianxia, don't die. Luo Yiming, just like that, Luo Yiming followed Fang Luofan out of the training room under the pitying, gloating gazes of his teammates. Yi Hong and Hanling got up and went to the bathroom. Xianxia turned to look at Jingyu again. He was rubbing his chin and thinking. Strange, why didn't Blink steal the dragon? Luo Yiming was brought into the meeting room by Fang Luofan for more than 10 minutes of ideological education. When he came out, his whole body was shining with the light of I've seen through the world of mortals. After educating Luo Yiming, Fang Luofan was still a little worried, so he told PG, in the future, listen to Jingyu and Xianxia. Don't make any decisions on your own, understand? After all, in the Devil Lord Pro League, the coach was not allowed to give any instructions to the team during the competition. The only thing Fang Luofan could do was to put pressure on the team before the competition and try to reduce the possibility of them going crazy. In the afternoon, PG played 2 more matches and won without any suspense, but Jingyu still felt that something was wrong. In the first match, Yi Heng was careless and was sent back to the respawn point by the opposing mage's big move, losing the middle tower. The loss of vision in the middle lane gave the opposing team a huge advantage to steal the dragon. Jingyu anxiously rushed to the magic dragon's side, looking for a chance to counterattack, but he saw that the magic dragon was still sitting at the respawn point, leisurely licking its scales. There was not even a ghost around, let alone a demon. The second match was even worse. In the second wave, Luo Yiming made a mistake and was the first to fall, causing PG's team to be unable to deal enough damage, and they were wiped out. Jingyu secretly cursed, thinking that they would definitely lose the dragon, but then he saw on the minimap that the opposing team had split into 3 groups and was very friendly too. Clear the creeps. WTF. It was understandable that they did not dare to steal the dragon, but in the case of a team win, why did they have to clear the creeps when they could have just fought the dragon openly? Jingyu could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. When he was lying in bed at night and looking at his phone, he clicked on Devil Lord's official forum. On the forum's homepage, he saw a request for help with the title, "What should I do if I encounter the top 8 teams in the qualifiers?" 0. Like the title, OP's team was just formed not long ago. They don't want to enter the knockout round, they only want to advance in the preliminaries. I'm super scared of meeting a top 8 team on the first day. What if I really meet one? 1. Lie flat on the ground. 2L, ha 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 ha, Big Brother's godly reply. 3L, it's basically impossible for a new team to meet a top 8 team. Just treat it as a trial match. 4 out of 1, you can make a cool pose before you are pressed to the ground. 5L, what's the point of fighting against the top 8 teams? Hurry up and take a group photo as a memento. 6L, ha 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 ha, the people above are so bad. My heart aches for the OP. However, I also wanted to say that if we were to encounter a top 8 team in the qualifiers, it would be too difficult for us to win. 7L, let me answer your question seriously. If there's an SOS, the Saurier must be banned. If necessary, the mermaid must be banned too. We can't give them to demons with strong healing abilities. Whenever they met ANE, they would ban Mirror's image. This squadron's support rhythm would soar, so they had to be extremely careful. As for PGs, remember one thing, don't steal the dragon. 8. Don't steal the dragon. 9L, are you serious about not stealing my dragon? 10L, why can't I steal dragons? 11L, I don't know why I actually understand what 7th brother means. 12, upstairs, don't go. I understand that too. If you encounter a PG, you can cripple your hand, but you can't steal the dragon. 13L? I don't understand. Who can explain why we can't steal PG's dragons? 14L, please see the next post for more details. Can't PGs win if they don't steal dragons? Reading this, Jingyu clicked on the link. After reading a few posts, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so this was how other people understood their post-game training. He probably knew why the 3 teams he met today didn't steal dragons. It was not that they didn't want to, but that they didn't dare to. Could it be that they were misled by these 2 topics before the match? Jingyu took note of the number of pages on the 2 topics, 500 posts per page. The earlier post had already flipped through 2 pages, and the later post had actually flipped to the 4th page? What's going on? Jingyu had a bad feeling. He turned to the last page of the first post he clicked on. Sure enough, they started to argue. 1527L, can those who mislead others get lost? 1528L, upstairs, why are you so excited? Tell me the name of your team. Is it Blink, SD, or X78? 1529L, some people are too funny. Everyone on the forum was just joking. You believe them and blame the forum for losing the match? Besides, this season's PGs are really strong. I dare say that even if you steal dragons, you won't win. 1530L, what are those people talking about Blink, SD, and X78 thinking? How can you say that they were misled by this post and didn't steal dragons? Do you have evidence? If you don't, shut up. 1531L, freedom of speech, understand? The argument got more and more intense. Jingyu didn't want to read anymore. He closed the forum and sighed. He didn't know what to feel. He didn't want the guesses on the forum to be true. He didn't want the 3 teams he met today to not steal dragons because of this reason. Otherwise, he would feel like he had an unfair advantage. However, he was sure that even if the other team stole dragons, they would still win in the end. After all, the difference in strength was too obvious. The three teams they met today were not on the same level as ANE and SOS. So much so that Fong Luofan didn't even help them review the match. Jingyu dimmed the screen of his phone and put it to the side. He was ready to sleep. Before he slept, he wanted to go to the toilet. He struggled out of bed and left the room in his pajamas and slippers. The corridor was dark without lights. Jingyu held onto the wall and walked forward carefully. When he was about to reach the toilet, he heard the sound of the toilet flushing. He was slightly stunned. Before he could react, he saw a person walk out of the toilet. It was actually Qin Fei. Qin Fei was shocked to see Jingyu at the door. His body tensed up for a moment before he reacted. "You're still awake?" Jingyu replied weakly. "Good evening, Brother Fei." Qin Fei was only wearing a pair of shorts. His upper body was completely naked. His top muscles were enviable. Especially the 8 packs on his abdomen. They reflected an alluring luster under the light of the toilet. His gaze swept across Jingyu's beige pajamas. His lips unconsciously curled. "Are you still wondering why the other team didn't steal the dragon?" Jingyu didn't know how to respond. He already knew the answer to this question. However, this answer made him look like an idiot. In the end, he decided to ignore this question. "Brother Fei, did you come out to the toilet?" Isn't that obvious? Jingyu really wanted to slap himself to death. However, before he could slap himself to death, he heard a light chuckle. After Qin Fei chuckled, he teased. "Are you afraid of me?" Jingyu was stunned. He raised his head and looked at him. "No, then why are you always so nervous when you're alone with me?" Qin Fei said as he deliberately took a step closer to him. The distance between the two of them was close. Qin Fei's step made Jingyu instinctively retreat. Looking at Jingyu's obviously flustered appearance, Qin Fei deliberately said in a teasing tone, "Because I'm your husband?" This sentence made Jingyu's face instantly turn red. However, he didn't refute it because it was the truth. Qin Fei was his idol. His silence made Qin Fei feel uncomfortable. He felt that he had gone overboard. With this thought, Qin Fei raised a hand and pretended to carelessly ruffle Jingyu's hair. "I'm just kidding. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Go to the toilet and sleep early." "Okay." Jingyu's voice was almost inaudible. Because of Qin Fei's touch, he lowered his head slightly. His gaze fell on the mermaid line on Qin Fei's abdomen and could not move away. Qin Fei did not notice his gaze. After saying that, he brushed past him and walked to his room. Jingyu entered the toilet in a daze. Then, he realized, "Oh my god, I can't hold it in anymore." The next day's qualifiers were commentated by Fong Luofan and his partner. His partner was called Yo-Yo. She was a beauty. She was less playful than Tanghua and more mature. She was full of feminine charm. Her voice was also very pleasant. It was soft and slightly hoarse. It was very sexy. Fong Luofan, hello, everyone. Welcome to the LDPL qualifiers. I'm the commentator, Luofan. Yo-Yo, I'm Yo-Yo. Now, I'll show you the match between PG and LGT. Fong Luofan looked at the two sides displayed on the screen. He had mixed feelings. This seemed to be his first time commentating for PG. It felt very different. Everyone should be very familiar with PG's team. They were in the top 8 of last season. Yes, a fast-paced and strong playstyle is the main style of this team. Oh right, if I remember correctly, Luofan is now the coach of this team? Fong Luofan, yes. Then let me visit you. What do you think of PG's team? What do you think of their performance this season? Fong Luofan smiled. As a coach, I definitely think highly of this team. Although this team is occasionally crazy, they are still very reliable under most circumstances. They are completely qualified to compete for the league championship. Wow, that's a very high evaluation. I'm looking forward to PG's performance this season. Yo-Yo saw that LGT had already banned the first devil, so he hurriedly commented. LGT banned Xianxia Satan as soon as the match started. However, I think Xianxia already expected this. After all, his Satan was always in the banned position last season. Fang Luofan, PG banned Kamal. There's no suspense. They will definitely ban the strong devil as a backup. Yo, LGT decisively banned Nine-Tailed Fox. Yezi's Nine-Tailed Fox is very good in terms of both damage output and crowd control. It's a pity that we can't see him in this match. Fang Luofan, PG banned Heijiao as a counterattack. Not a bad response. Yo, after some hesitation, LGT banned Scarlet Fury. Well, it seems like LGT is going to target the mid laner. When Yiheng saw this bad news, he only wanted to say, WTF? Luo Yiming's eyes lit up. Could it be? Under the gazes of the two players, each with their own thoughts, Jingyu banned the Grim Reaper, and then used LGT to instantly lock down the team, PG's players. Luo Yiming looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha. I'll carry you guys in this round. Then, he decisively locked onto Dark Cupid. With this life item in hand, I have pentakill. In contrast to his excitement, Jingyu quietly looked at the three bans on the opposing team, deep in thought. Is he trying to steal the dragon by targeting the mid laner? Dark Cupid was a teenager with short black hair, pale skin, and narrow eyes that emitted a bloodthirsty red light. In his hand was a bough made of intertwined black and red vines, and there was a hint of strangeness in his domineering aura. Unlike Cupid, Dark Cupid was a god of slaughter. He didn't believe in true love in the world, and only wanted to destroy everything with his bow and arrows. Luo Yiming loved this fiendish demon deeply. He liked everything that was dark. For example, on the art paper pasted on the door of his room, there were 4 big black words Eye of the Abyss written in thick black, revealing a strong Shinibu style. After getting Dark Cupid, it was as if he had already won the game, and his whole body was full of comfort. In contrast, Yiheng was completely depressed. Suddenly, he said in a somewhat serious tone, "Captain, let me use Soul." Xianxia was slightly stunned. Yiheng only called him captain when he was very serious. Soul, this control-type demon's appearance in the Pro League was probably similar to Heart of Ice's. Even if he appeared, he would mostly be in the support position. However, he was very fragile, so those who dared to use him as a support were true warriors. And now, Yiheng wanted to use this little fragile control type to walk in the middle? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Reason? Yiheng, 1 DPS is enough, I'll be responsible for disgusting the other side. As he spoke, he let out a cold laugh. I want to let LGT know that they have to pay the price for banning 2 of my lifeforms and disgusting me. Although Yiheng was usually very easy to talk to, he was very vengeful. LGT had targeted him and banned 2 mages, which obviously disgusted him. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable, and only by disgusting him back could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Xianxia shrugged and locked onto Soul. Okay, let's change the strategy for this round. Old Han will take a tank. Han Leng, okay, what about you? Xianxia, I'll take whatever's left in the end. Han Leng, TSK, as expected of a boss. In the end, the 2 teams locked onto the lineups were PG, Lilith, Soul, Dark Cupid, Heart of Ice, Gulan LGT, Quangu, Peacock Plume, Centaur, Sword Burial, Mermaid. Seeing this lineup, before the commentator had time to say anything, the bullet screen exploded. Newbie gift pack. Newbie gift pack again. Using Gulan as support? Only PG could think of that. Soul. My god, what am I seeing? Elemental Soul, Heart of Ice, Gulan. PG is up to something. Other people team up to win, PG's team up to cause trouble. Ha ha ha, PG has the most casual lineups I've ever seen. Feng Luofan was at a loss for words when he saw the lineups of his team. He didn't know where to start. Fortunately, as PG's coach, he was already used to the jerk's random antics. After a brief silence, he said in all seriousness, PG's lineups are very novel this time. Using Soul in the mid lane is equivalent to giving up on magic damage. Dark Cupid will probably be the key to victory. Yo, Heart of Ice's jungler isn't surprising. After all, Jingyu's strength has been confirmed in the 3 qualifiers yesterday. But using Golan's support, she couldn't analyze it any further. Fang Luofan calmly continued, this season, many teams have started to use top laners as support. However, PG is the first to use Golan in an official match. Golan's rookie demon has a high tolerance for mistakes. It's a bit weak as a top laner, but as a support, it might be the best choice. Yo-Yo couldn't help but stare blankly at these words. She didn't know how to respond for a long time. He actually said that using a rookie demon in an official match was the best choice? To be able to say these words so confidently, as expected of PG's coach, however, it had to be said that Fang Luofan's words made some sense. But everyone understood the logic. Whether or not they could let go of their prejudices and use a demon that was looked down upon by most people was another matter. Fang Luofan waited for a while. Seeing that Yo-Yo didn't have any intention of replying, he could only open his mouth again and analyze LGT's lineups. LGT's lineups are pretty standard. Whether it's the Centaur and Mermaid combination or the #1 jungler Sword Burial, they're all the best lineups for professional teams. However, looking at it from another perspective, PG has encountered this type of lineups too many times. They probably have a lot of experience in dealing with this type of lineups. This match is very unfavorable for LGT. Yo-Yo? On one side was the troublemaker lineups and on the other side was the best lineups for professional teams. And you're telling me that this match is very unfavorable for LGT? Not only was Yo-Yo shocked, even the bullet screen was shocked by Fang Luofan's serious explanation. Frowny face, this match is very unfavorable for LGT? WTF? LGT, are you kidding me? Ha 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 ha, are you serious? Sure enough, like coach, like PG. Everyone in PG didn't know about this. Jingyu was seriously planning his strategy, this lineups again. Then we'll still be using the junglers in the early game. Yihong, okay, I'll be in charge of crowd control, you'll be in charge of damage. Jingyu, I've never played with Sol before, remind me. Yihong, it's fine, little Jingyu. You'll be able to catch up. I believe in you, I don't believe in you, Jingyu blurted out. Yihong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, when it was time for the real combo, Yihong didn't say anything. Jingyu caught up perfectly and took away Sol's trussed-up peacock plume. Yihong, see, I told you you'd be able to catch up. Jingyu didn't want to say anything. Yo-Yo, first blood is born. How surprising. I didn't think that Sol and high DPS could produce such a surprising effect. Rather than saying that Sol and high DPS, it's more like Heart of Ice and Sol completed a difficult gank. Based on Fang Luofan's understanding of Yihong, this guy didn't care about the lives of his teammates when he was stirring up trouble. Actively cooperating? That was impossible. Jingyu was also rendered speechless by Yihong's blind trust. Alright, let me do it, you're in charge of being reckless. Thus, Yihong really was reckless. Playing Sol had a motto, I can't kill you, but I won't let you have an easy time either. Yihong demonstrated this motto to the fullest. Peacock Plume wanted to finish off the soldier? Sol used 1,000 threads and 10,000 threads to wrap her up like a cocoon. She couldn't move and could only watch as Bing died. Was the one who died Bing? No. It was Economy. Centaur and Mermaid wanted to fight the tower and kill? Sol circled back and used 1,000 threads and 10,000 threads to wrap around the two demons and forcefully pull them back a few steps. Then, Dark Cupid crazily attacked and completed a wave of counterattacks. He wanted to trade 0 for 2, but the result was 2 for 0. LGT's heart collapsed. Sword Burial wanted to gank? The elemental soul first controlled Zhong Jian with inextricable threads and then dragged him into the pagoda with 10,000 threads. After a few seconds, Sword Burial, who was floating in the air, opened the death details, soul damage 5%, tower damage 95%. Hee. After being killed by Sol a few times, LGT's members wanted to roar, too disgusting. Sol, this demon, is too disgusting, and, that's right, Yihong used Sol this time to disgust people. Under Yihong's constant harassment, LGT's top, middle, and bottom lane all had a hard time developing. On the other hand, Dark Cupid quickly developed. After having one more piece of equipment than the opposing archers, he immediately began to slaughter. As the most agile archer, Dark Cupid was like a fish in water under Luo Yiming's control. Other people's skills couldn't hit him, but his arrows could always accurately hit the target. LGT began to regret releasing Dark Cupid, but, at this point, they had no way out. They could only place their hopes on stealing the dragon. Yes, stealing the dragon, as a team that believed in science. LGT didn't believe that stealing the dragon would cause the PG to go berserk. They decided to do the opposite. Don't you PGs like to be beaten back after stealing the dragon? Okay, we'll steal it. And then we won't give you a chance to fight back. Then, when LGT made this decision, they didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. Until the third time they tried to steal the dragon, they were discovered by PGs and were beaten to the ground. LGT knew they were wrong. Fuck. What do you mean we don't dare to steal the dragon? It's because we can't even touch the dragon, okay? Trash forums ruined my life. I'm not going to the forums anymore. I'm going to kill you again. 23 minutes later, PG defeated LGT with a strong score of 28-0. This tragic score was simply heartbreaking for those who heard it and shed tears for those who heard it. Because it was the first match of the day, PG's team didn't realize that something was wrong. They only felt that the other team was quite arrogant, touching the dragon every few minutes. Was this a provocation? But, after winning the second and third matches, even the slowest Luo Yiming finally reacted. It feels like the teams we met today are very reliant on the dragon? Is it just my imagination? No. Yi Hong gave a definite answer. They kept touching the dragon, it was too obvious. But we can't blame them. Han Lung felt that it was normal for the other team to act this way. After all, we are their opponents. If they don't get the dragon, they won't have a chance to turn the tables. Ah. Suddenly, Jingyu cried out in surprise as if he had suddenly realized something. Qin Fei, who was beside him, almost reflexively looked at him. What's wrong? Nothing. Jingyu replied, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly remembered the two threads he saw last night, and guessed why the three teams were so obsessed with the magic dragon today. They wanted to prove that PG will go berserk after its dragon is stolen was nonsense, right? Unfortunately, the premise to prove this was, you have to steal the dragon first. Jingyu could already imagine how the two threads would develop after today. They would either ridicule the three teams for overestimating themselves, or continue to discuss whether the saying PG will go berserk after its dragon is stolen was true or false. But, until PG's dragon was stolen, this would always be a mystery. Thinking of this, Jingyu became more and more curious about the two threads. He couldn't wait to open his phone and check them out. But at the same time, he was a bit worried. If these two threads were unfortunately seen by his teammates, they would probably have something to do. Jingyu took a shower and returned to his room. After drying his hair with a hairdryer, he immediately picked up his phone and opened the Devil Lord's official forum. He scrolled through the two posts that he saw last night. The post that was created earlier didn't make much progress, while the post that was created later was already on the 6th page. The players seemed to be using this topic as a discussion thread for the preliminaries. The topics of discussion were no longer limited to whether to steal the dragon when fighting against PGs. Even PG's lineups for the 3 matches today were brought out and discussed intensely on several levels. 2513L, Seoul is definitely the dark horse of this season. This is the first time I've seen a mid laner who can play Seoul so disgustingly. Should I say that Yezi is indeed PG's? 2514L, brother above, I'm afraid you forgot about Heart of Ice. 2515L, there's also Fair and Gulen, newbie gift packs. Other than PG's, which team would dare to use them in the Pro League? Let me ask you, who else would there be? 2516L, PG's lineups are too good at causing trouble. They use all kinds of strange creatures. It's as if there's no creature that they aren't good at. 2517L, to reply to the above comment, there should be. Kamal has been in the BAM position all this time. Indeed, I can't imagine one using Kamal in close combat. 2518L, hahaha, Kamal's skill set is too unfriendly against one's playstyle. Speaking of which, one actually managed to get Dark Cupid today. I think compared to not being able to steal the magic dragon, not being able to ban Dark Cupid is LGT's biggest mistake, right? 2519L, upstairs, do you think it's a mistake that LGT didn't steal the dragon? I don't think so, it's more like they couldn't steal it even if they wanted to. 2520L, I agree with the above comment. LGT couldn't even touch the dragon's tail, let alone steal it. Didn't you see how badly they were suppressed by PG? They were flattened in 23 minutes. TSK, my roommates, and I might even do better than them. 2521L, here it comes, here it comes. These comments of I can do it too. It's not that the LGT is too weak, it's that the PG is too strong, okay? Also, since I've mentioned dragon stealing, I have to mention something. I think a lot of people upstairs are thinking too much. They keep saying that they don't believe that dragon stealing will cause PGs to go berserk, and encourage teams that fight PGs to steal dragon stealing. I just want to ask, what do you think PG is? Are dragons something you can steal just because you want to? 2522L, I don't know if it's because I climbed this building, but after watching the 3 matches today, I felt like the 3 teams that fought PGs had also climbed this building. So, I wanted to see if Dragon Stealer would cause PGs to go berserk, but, 2523L, but PG didn't even give them a chance to try. Hahaha, 2524L, so, will stealing a dragon cause a PG to go berserk? First, you have to steal the dragon 2525L, hahaha. First of all, you have to steal the dragon. One person wrote a blood letter begging someone to steal the PG dragon, 2526L, you're not alone. Count me in, 2527L, plus 22528L, plus 3. Just like that, dozens of comments were added. 2551L, anyway, whoever steals the PG dragon will be this season's hero. 2551L, you can lose the match, but you have to steal the magic dragon. Seeing this, Jingyu only wanted to ask, did the magic dragon provoke you guys? Speaking of which, did these people forget that Devil Lord was a tower-pushing game? Fighting the dragon was to push the tower. In other words, if you can push the tower, you don't need to fight the dragon. Losing the tower to the dragon was even more of a waste. You can lose the match, but you have to steal the magic dragon? Shouldn't it be, you can lose the magic dragon, but you can't lose the match? I can only say that the forum is not wrong. Jingyu concluded. Jingyu woke up early in the morning. He was worried that his teammates would be bored like him, browsing the forum all night, and have some thoughts that they shouldn't have. Fortunately, everything was normal during breakfast. Yihong reminisced about yesterday's match as usual. I didn't think that using soul to disgust people would be so satisfying. I also want to use this demon today. Luo Yiming also complained to everyone as usual. I logged into Weibo yesterday and saw that it was all about Heart of Ice and Soul. F***CK. Do I still have a place in my name? If I don't use unpopular demons, I don't deserve a name? Do you believe that I'll use Wind of Condensation today? Hanling immediately clapped his hands and said as usual, if you use Wind of Condensation, I can use Flower in the Mirror. Flower in the Mirror is an AD, it's so satisfying. Yes, it's very normal. Everything is, HM? Jingyu suddenly looked up. You guys are serious? Yihong looked at him in surprise. Of course we're serious. Don't you think that my soul is sneaky? Although I didn't do much damage, if there was a technical judgment, I would definitely be the MVP. Luo Yiming also cast a serious look at Jingyu. Why can you use Heart of Ice, but I can't use Wind of Condensation? Are you looking down on Wind of Condensation? Hanling echoed. Wind of Condensation is my life. It's super strong, okay? Flower in the Mirror is also super strong. If you don't believe me, I'll show it to you tomorrow. Don't. Jingyu imagined that scene. It was as if he could already see his coach's dark face. Sure enough, PG was still PG, and his teammates were still the same. Reliable? That didn't exist. Causing trouble? Of course. He decided to pin his hopes on Qin Fei, who hadn't said anything just now. Brother Fei, you have to control them. Qin Fei was still sleeping on the sofa. When he heard Jingyu call out Brother Fei, he instantly woke up. With his brain finally working, he recalled what they had just said. Then he let out a chuckle. He turned his head and looked at Jingyu. You think this lineup won't work? Jingyu frowned slightly. He thought that Qin Fei had asked this because he also wanted to cause trouble. He quickly responded seriously, trying to strangle his thoughts in the cradle. Soul is a control-type demon. He doesn't have much damage. If we use him as the center, we won't have any magic damage. The other side can only use physical defense. This will cause our overall damage output to be low. It's not good for team fights. As for Wind of Condensation, I've never seen Yiming use it. Moreover, this archer's health is too low. It's not enough for him to play around. There's no need to talk about support equipment. Are you looking down on the other side or your own archer? Qin Fei listened carefully and patiently waited for a while. After confirming that Jingyu was really done, he turned his head and looked at the three people who were chewing on chestnuts. Did you hear that? Jingyu said no. Do you need me to repeat the reason? Luo Yiming. No need. Hanling. Go back to sleep. Yi Hong, haha. Qin Fei, Yezi, what are you laughing at? What do you mean? Yi Hong rolled his eyes at him. Some people know what I mean. Qin Fei, haha. Jingyu tilted his head in bewilderment, ? However, in the first match of the day, Yi Hong still locked Soul. The reason was very simple. His nine-tailed fox and Scarlet Fury were banned again, but this time, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he was quite excited. Isn't this forcing me to use Soul? I didn't expect the other side to have such a hobby. Do you want to know more about bondage? Jingyu didn't want to know at all. Dark Cupid was stolen. Yiming took Centaur. Brother Han, Mermaid. Hanleng, I can, Jingyu, no. Hanleng, I haven't, Jingyu, don't say anything if you haven't finished. No support equipment. Hanleng, woo-woo, Jingyu seems to be angry. When he's angry, Jingyu's tone is comparable to Brother Fei's. In the end, the lineups of both sides were PG, Lilith, Soul, Centaur, Heart of Ice, Mermaid Tay. 3. Azrael, Peacock Plume, Dark Cupid, Sword Burial, Quangu Tangua. We can see that Quangu is used as support for TE. 3. This is a top laner demon that can attack and defend. It's very versatile, especially in this version of Quangu. It's definitely a T1 support. T1 meant the first echelon. In any case, it meant that Quangu was very good as a support. Tangwa had just finished analyzing the Quangu in TE. 3 when a band took out 2 light sticks. Jingyu, go. Heart of Ice, go. Tangwa. Bullet comments? Tangwa, did your account get hacked? A band put down the light sticks and laughed. Haha, to be honest, I was very interested in PG's new jungler after commentating on his 3 games the day before yesterday. I followed his Weibo and couldn't stop watching the video he posted. By the time I came back to my senses, I was already a fan. Jingyu's Heart of Ice is invincible. Tangwa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, Jingyu's Heart of Ice is very good, it's more than good. I dare say that his skills are not inferior to any jungler in the top 8 teams. In fact, he's even better than them. Aban's tone was very certain. We've only seen his Heart of Ice so far, but that's definitely not the only jungler he knows how to use. I believe that he'll be able to fly with any other jungler. Alright, Candy was speechless. Other than that, she didn't know what else to say. She was speechless, but the bullet comments suddenly became lively. Ha 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 ha. The commentator suddenly turned into Jingyu bragging. Fanboy commentator bragging online. Shocking. The commentator turned into Jingyu bragging overnight. Is this the loss of humanity or the loss of morality? Jingyu had no idea that he had gained a fanboy. His mind was filled with the opponent's lineup. The bottom lane isn't easy to play, but the middle lane is even more difficult. Top lane. Qin Fei, no problem at all. Jingyu. Okay. Yi Hong, I'm fine with it too, really. Soul damage isn't high, so what? There's still tower damage, right? Jingyu's lips twitched. You're right, I can't refute that. Yi Hong, right, Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Jingyu's face turned slightly red when he heard his laughter, but he quickly calmed down. Okay, then you hold the middle lane in the early game. I'll grab it first and help the archer develop. Yi Hong, okay Luo Yiming, come on, Jingyu. I'll allow you to press me to the ground and beat me up in this game. Jingyu smiled. Even if you didn't say it, I would have done it anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen loaded and the battle began. The demons on both sides charged into their respective jungles. No one knew that at this moment, in different places, in front of different computers, a group of different people was nervously watching the live broadcast and asking the same question from the bottom of their hearts: could they steal the dragon today? Could they? The magic dragon in Devil Lord was usually refreshed 10 minutes into the match. However, there were also special circumstances. If a team could achieve a pentakill within 10 minutes, then the magic dragon would respawn 1 minute later. However, because it was very difficult for a full team battle to break out within 10 minutes, almost no one could achieve a pentakill within 10 minutes. The fact that the magic dragon could respawn earlier was thus forgotten by most people. Until the match between PG and TE3 began. As we can see, the start of the match between PG and TE3 is quite stable. After the match began, a band finally stopped being a fanboy and began to commentate the match seriously. Now, the match has been going on for 5 minutes, and neither side has gotten a single kill. Yes. Tanghua nodded. At the 3rd minute, Heart of Ice went to the bottom lane to harass them, but left very quickly. They probably just didn't want TE3's archer to develop too comfortably. I don't think that's PG's style. A half suddenly said, is it PG? Everyone knows it, close combat, tower defense, and kill. Ha ha ha, yes, PG always plays very fiercely. Tanghua couldn't help but laugh. Actually, last season, I wanted to say that PG is the toughest team I've ever seen. That's why I'm not used to such a stable start, it's like the calm before the storm. As if to prove a band's words, PG moved at the 6th minute. Rather than saying that PG moved, it was more accurate to say that Heart of Ice moved. Jingyu controlled his life item to float to the bottom lane and quietly crouched in the nearby grass. Almost at the same time as he crouched in position, Luo Yiming's team, under the protection of Mermaid, charged toward the enemy Dark Cupid and began to attack wildly. Then, Heart of Ice leisurely shot out a cold beam and connected to Sword Burial. Connected, Sword Burial? Sword Burial, who had been squatting in the bushes for a while, finally found an opportunity to gank the centaur. The moment he moved out, a cold light flashed across his body. Before he could react, he was frozen on the spot by Heart of Ice. He could only watch helplessly as a well-practiced combo came crashing down on him. System, Heart of Ice, kill. System, enemy Sword Burial has been killed. Sword Burial? Sword Burial, who am I? Where am I? What happened? It was no wonder that Sword Burial was so confused. After all, he didn't have the enemy's vision, so he couldn't see Heart of Ice. He didn't expect Heart of Ice to suddenly rush out and kill him. However, Heart of Ice did not have Sword Burial's perspective either. Oh my god! This consciousness! This prediction! Tanghua exclaimed. If I'm not wrong, Heart of Ice and Sword Burial used displacement at almost the same time. Then, when Sword Burial came out of the bushes, Heart of Ice just happened to connect with him. How is this possible? How did he do it? I've already said that Jingyu's jungler awareness and prediction ability are very strong. He doesn't have the enemy's vision, but he can always grasp the enemy's movements more accurately than the enemy jungler. However, what I'm more concerned about is, before a ban could finish, he saw Heart of Ice, who had refreshed with displacement skills, connect with Dark Cupid without hesitation. As he closed the distance between them, he used Ice Blade to pierce through his opponent. System, Heart of Ice, double kill. System, enemy Dark Cupid has been killed. A ban. What I'm more concerned about is whether Jingyu's goal from the beginning. Mermaid spat out bubbles to control the Quangu who was trying to escape. The centaur immediately seized the opportunity to shoot randomly. No matter how high defense Wild Bones' defense was, he could not withstand such a high density of damage. His HP dropped at an extremely fast rate. Just when he was left with only a sliver of HP, Icy Heart's displacement skill had already reached him. System, Heart of Ice, triple kill. System, enemy Quangu has been killed. A ban. It's sword burial. Huh? A ban did not know whether to laugh or cry. His commentary could no longer keep up with the terrifying pace of the PG. After Jingyu's Heart of Ice completed the triple kill, he still had 1/3 of his HP left. He did not go to the jungler, but directly drifted to the middle lane. Almost at the same time, the TE3 mid laner threw off Soul and rushed to the bottom lane. His intention could not be more obvious. He wanted to take away Heart of Ice's remaining HP. However, Heart of Ice's remaining HP was not something that could be taken away just because you wanted to. When the two demons met in a narrow path, Peacock Plume did not say anything and directly used his big move. Heart of Ice did not say anything and directly blinked. Peacock Plume blinked to catch up and cast a speed reduction skill. Heart of Ice perfectly avoided it. Peacock Plume made a final gamble and cast a skill. Heart of Ice did not retreat. Instead, she advanced and used snow traction to close the distance and then used her big move. A frenzied snowstorm engulfed Peacock Plume, this colorful demon, and turned her into a sparkling and translucent ice sculpture. Immediately after, a sharp ice blade pierced mercilessly. The mage's small body was hit, and her HP was immediately reduced by more than half. She only had a sliver of HP left. After that, Heart of Ice used an extremely ordinary CC to take away the last of her remaining HP. System, Heart of Ice, quadruple kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. Are you trying to deliver your head from 1,000 miles away? Jingyu said. He looked at the teleportation skill's special effect in front of him and smiled. Here comes another one. TE3's top laner could not bear to watch any longer. He gave up on fighting against Qin Fei and directly used his teleportation skill to teleport himself in front of Heart of Ice. He did not believe that he would not be able to take away Heart of Ice's last bit of HP. After a small team battle broke out, it was common sense to try and take away as much of the opponent's remaining HP as possible to recover their losses. Who would have thought that Peacock Plume, who had full HP, would be killed by Heart of Ice, who only had a sliver of HP left? Not only did they fail to save her, but they also delivered a head to her. Who could tolerate this? However, Heart of Ice did not dodge when she saw the teleportation special effect in front of her. Instead, she took a few steps closer to a wild monster. In the next second, the teleportation special effect disappeared. Azrael, who was holding a black scythe and completely covered in a black cloak, charged towards Heart of Ice as if he had gone crazy. However, just as he was about to use his big move, inextricably linked myriad threads returned to origin. Soul suddenly appeared and used two skills together to control Azrael until he could not move. Oh my, you can't ignore me just because I didn't deal any damage. Yi Hong, who had successfully ambushed him, smiled wretchedly. What about Jingyu? Before Yi Hong could control Azrael, he had already launched a barrage of attacks on Azrael. When the control effect disappeared, Azrael had already lost 1/4 of his HP. However, he still had a huge advantage against Heart of Ice, whose big move was still on cooldown. However, just as he released his big move, Puppet Necklace, this was Soul's big move. It could reflect the damage dealt by the enemy's magical beasts back to them. In an instant, 3/4 of Azrael's HP had been reduced to 1/3. F***CK. This was a huge loss. However, Azrael still had an advantage against Heart of Ice, who only had 1/3 of his HP left. At this moment, Soul's skills were all on cooldown. Heart of Ice's big move was also on cooldown. As long as Azrael released another skill, he would be able to take Heart of Ice's head. Without any hesitation, Azrael used Death Harvest, sweeping 360 degrees without any blind spots. Ha 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 ha. You won't be able to escape this time, right? Jingyu did not even blink. Heart of Ice used Retribution on a wild monster beside him, restoring his HP to 2/3. Then, he took on Azrael's skill head-on and used Snow Traction to connect with Azrael. As he teleported over, he used a skill that was on cooldown. His sharp ice blade dealt a terrifying critical hit. Together with a normal attack, he successfully killed Azrael. System, Heart of Ice, Pentakill. System, enemy Azrael has been killed. System, the magic dragon will respawn in 1 minute. At this moment, the match had reached the 8th minute. Heart of Ice's HP bar was completely empty. The number displayed on the HP bar was 3. 3 drops of HP had taken out 1/3 of Azrael's HP. It was an impeccable counterattack. It was unbelievable. 2 minutes, 5 kills, and only 3 drops of HP left. Heart of Ice's performance in this match could no longer be described as sneaky or heavenly. He had simply created a miracle. A band stared blankly at Heart of Ice's figure as he teleported back to the city. He only came back to his senses when the staff reminded him. He found his voice again, the server's #1 Heart of Ice. Jingyu is definitely the server's #1 Heart of Ice. That was all he could say. At this moment, that was the only thing left in his mind. Even though he had replayed the amazing pentacle twice, he could not say anything else. 1 minute later, all TE3 members revived and the Magic Dragon respawned. The 5 PG players had been waiting by the Magic Dragon's side for a long time. As soon as it respawned, they swarmed forward and attacked wildly. When TE3 arrived, the Magic Dragon still had 1/3 of its HP left. They still had a chance, however, this chance was buried in souls inextricably linked in the next second. I've never felt that soul was so annoying. System, Sagittarius, conquer the Magic Dragon. Unsurprisingly, PG took down the Magic Dragon at the 12th minute. Then, at the 14th minute, TE3's top, middle, and bottom lanes and 1 tower were completely destroyed. At the 15th minute, TE3's second tower in the middle lane was destroyed. At the 16th minute, PG forced a team and killed TE3 at the bottom of the tower. They traded 0 for 5 and were wiped out. At the 17th minute, TE3's territory was destroyed. At the 17th minute, a professional league match only took 17 minutes. With an overwhelming score of 10 o'clock, the winner was decided. The people sitting in front of their computers and waiting to see how they stole the dragon were all stunned. This dragon. Why don't we just not steal it? Which brave warrior could first ban the 2 bugs, Heart of Ice and Soul? F***CK, F***CK, F***CK. Jingyu, you're awesome. You're too awesome. F***CK, how can you be so awesome? As soon as the match ended, Hanlong couldn't help but shout. He pulled off the headphones on his head and left the gaming chair. He rushed to Jingyu's back in a few steps, grabbed his shoulders, and shook him violently. If he could, he really wanted to lift Jingyu up and throw him into the sky with everyone, even though the result would be that Jingyu would crash into the ceiling with a bang. Jingyu was dizzy from being shaken by Hanlong. The headphones slid off his head and blocked his vision. He helplessly took off the headphones and put them on the table. Before he could say anything, his neck was hooked from behind. Jingyu, you're too cool. Luo Yiming screamed as he squatted behind Jingyu. His hand slid down and hugged him tightly along with the chair. 17 minutes. What does 17 minutes mean, F***CK? You're the one who's in the PG position. Yi Hong originally wanted to say that his elemental soul had performed quite well in this round, right? However, when he saw that Han Lang and Luo Yiming were so excited that they were incoherent, he wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything. He laughed softly and dotingly. Qin Fei gave Luo Yiming enough time to go crazy. However, after some time, he saw that Luo Yiming had no intention of stopping. He finally couldn't take it anymore. He raised his hands and forcefully pulled Luo Yiming's hands off Jingyu's body. You're grabbing again? If you grab again, Jingyu's clothes will be gone. I don't care. Jingyu is mine. Luo Yiming's hands had just been pulled off by Qin Fei, but they were glued to him again. What kind of treasure is this? My god. 5 kills in 2 minutes and a complete sweep in 17 minutes. 17 minutes. Jingyu, are you still human? Jingyu was tickled by Luo Yiming's touch. He couldn't help but laugh as he struggled. Qin Fei saw the smile on Luo Yiming's face and couldn't help but be absent-minded for a moment. Then, he suddenly got up and walked behind Luo Yiming, grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out of the door. Eh? Luo? I was wrong, Brother Fei. I know I was wrong. Just like that, Luo Yiming wailed and disappeared from everyone's sight. Jingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing Luo Yiming's miserable state, Hanling instantly settled down. He sneaked back to his seat and sat down. After a while, he moved his head to Yi Hong's side and asked softly, Yiming won't die, right? Yi Hong shrugged and sneered. It's hard to say. To dare to shout Jingyu is mine, in front of Qin Fei. It could only be said that Luo Yiming's death wasn't unjust at all. Qin Fei obviously didn't do anything to Luo Yiming. He just dragged him into the living room and let his face have intimate contact with the sofa. Well, that was all, Luo Yiming, woo woo. Woo 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 woo. Translation, Brother Fei. I was wrong. Qin Fei pressed the back of Luo Yiming's head, unmoved. What was wrong? Luo Yiming, woo 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 woo. Woo 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 woo. Translation, everything was wrong. Please let me go. Qin Fei snorted and let go of him. You're not allowed to touch Jingyu in the future. Are you going to fight in the jungle if you scare him away? Luo Yiming turned over and sprawled out on the sofa, glaring at him. If you dare to let me fight in the jungle, then I dare to fight in the jungle. TSK, isn't it just fighting in the jungle? I'll give you my head any time. Qin Fei's lips twitched. What's the matter? Giving you your head as soon as you come in? Luo Yiming, to tell you the truth, I'm even scared of myself when I fight in the jungle. Do you dare to let me fight in the jungle? Do you dare? Do you dare? Qin Fei rolled his eyes. Okay, shut up, noob. In the training room, Yi Hong knew that Qin Fei wouldn't really kill Luo Yiming, so he was very calm. He watched as Jingyu seriously checked the post-battle data. He couldn't help but support his head with one hand and smile playfully. After a while, he asked tentatively, Little Jingyu, are you happy in the Pro League? Jingyu didn't even think before answering, I'm happy. Are you happy with the pentakill or playing with Brother Fei? Both are happy. Oh, what do you think of Brother Fei as a person? This time, Jingyu finally raised his head slightly. He thought for a moment before answering, but he only said 3 words. Pretty good. Yi Hong wanted to ask more, but there was movement at the door. Qin Fei had returned. He could only shut up and pretend that nothing had happened. I'm going to the toilet. Han Ling jumped up from the gaming chair and ran out. Qin Fei was just about to laugh at his cowardly behavior when Jingyu suddenly said, I'm going too. He then chased after Han Ling's footsteps. Qin Fei was slightly surprised. He silently looked at his back for a while before turning his gaze to his computer screen. Before he could properly check the post-battle data, he heard Yi Hong's annoying voice. Hey, don't tell me you've really fallen for Jingyu? I can't say. Qin Fei didn't intend to hide it. It was just that he didn't know how he felt about Jingyu. He's pretty good to be able to play an assassin-type demon to this extent. What else? Yi Hong decided to test the waters a few more times to satisfy his gossipy heart. Good awareness, strong prediction ability. Qin Fei began to list Jingyu's strengths. He's also good-looking. Yi Hong said. I asked you how you feel about the goldfish. I didn't ask you to list its good points. Pfft, Qin Fei gave Yi Hong a disdainful look. These are the reasons why I have a good impression of him. Is it that hard to understand? He paused. I've never said that you play well. Shit. Yi Hong couldn't bear to listen to this. How am I bad at playing? You're reckless. Reckless like you? That's called fierce. That's called reckless. You can't even tell the difference between fierce and reckless, you noob. My language and PE teacher taught me, I'm proud. Han Ling had just returned when he heard the two bickering. He couldn't help but complain, noobs pecking each other, there's no difference. Yi Hong immediately turned to look at him and smiled. Han, come, let's talk. Han Ling immediately turned around and ran away. I'm going to the toilet. Yi Hong, didn't you just King go to the toilet? In the afternoon, the second preliminaries of the day began. Considering that PG's previous matches had been too easy, Feng Luofan couldn't help but remind them before the match, don't forget what I said at the beginning. You have to go all out in every match, do you hear me? PG's players all agreed and couldn't help but complain in their hearts, when did they ever not go all out? If they didn't go all out and still had such a terrifying record in the previous matches, how could they live? Feng Luofan, don't do stupid things like ban your own life. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't choose unpopular demons. Pay attention to the lineup. Yes, yes, yes. Yi Hong was terrified. The second half of the coach's sentence felt like it was directed at him. In contrast, Luo Yiming, who was clearly targeted, laughed and ridiculed. Ha ha ha, did you hear that, Jingyu? Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't choose unpopular demons. Fang Luofan's lips twitched, and Yi Hong raised his hand to cover his eyes. Sometimes, he really envied Luo Yiming's carelessness. After the match officially began, Fang Luofan left the training room and went to the conference room to watch the livestream. He opened the livestream and sure enough, it was the match between PG and Gray. As a top 8 finalist last season, PG's recent performance had exceeded the expectations of the netizens time and time again. Anyone who followed the LDPL, Devil Lord Professional League, would pay close attention to PG's matches. Therefore, the possibility of PG's match being broadcasted was greatly increased. Even if it clashed with ANE's and SOS matches, the officials would prioritize PG's match for commentary. Aban, hello everyone, I'm Aban. Tangua, I'm Tangua. Aban, today is another day of cheering for Jingyu. Tangua, ha ha ha. Now, the whole world knows that you, Aban, are Jingyu's little fanboy. However, Jingyu's performance in the morning's match was indeed impeccable. So, here, I'll tell all Jingyu's fans a piece of good news on behalf of the officials. Of course, this is also good news for all the players who like Heart of Ice. That is, from today onwards, every night at 6 p.m., the officials will release the edited videos of the LDPL qualifiers on all major platforms, including Jingyu's 5 kills. Aban, let me cheer for Jingyu. 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 Tangua, haha, Aban, that's enough. Alright, let's take a look at the match. It only took Aban a second to switch from fanboy to commentator. In this match, PG's opponent is Gray. As for Gray, I don't know if anyone who paid attention to last season has any impression because this team entered the group stage last season. Yes, although they lost to ANE in the end and did not advance to the knockout stage, compared to PG's opponents in the first few matches, this team is still quite capable. After Tangua finished speaking, she realized that something was wrong and coughed lightly. I'm not saying that PG's opponents in the first few matches are not capable. It's just that in comparison, Gray's results in last season give us a better understanding of this team's situation. In short, I'm looking forward to this match. To what extent can they play against PG, who is unstoppable? Even though Tangua tried her best to hide it, the people watching the live broadcast could tell immediately she did not think that Gray had the ability to fight against PG. However, that was what most people thought. Therefore, their focus was not on whether Gray could defeat PG, but on how PG would crush Gray, and, in this match, would they be able to steal the dragon? We can see that Gray is going to make the first move in this match. Aban looked at the flashing countdown and waited for Gray to make his choice. Gray hasn't made his choice yet. When the countdown was 5 seconds, Tangua mentioned this, then frowned slightly. There's almost no time left. As soon as she finished speaking, a snow-white figure appeared in the band position, its image appearing in the middle of the screen at the same time. Its long hair fluttered in the wind like snow, its entire body was shrouded in an ethereal and wanton chill, sparkling and translucent snowflakes swirling around its body. It's Heart of Ice. Before the match started, a band's voice broke at the first band position. Gray has banned Jingyu's Heart of Ice. It could be said that Heart of Ice being banned was both unexpected and reasonable. Some people would say that if they banned a small fry who could even kill a support, how cowardly was their team, they wouldn't ban it. PGGF's Heart of Ice had 5 kills in 2 minutes and led the team to win the game in 17 minutes, how could they tolerate that? However, when Heart of Ice really appeared in the banned position and confirmed that Gray's hand had not slipped, even more people were shocked. Fang Luofan clicked on the bullet screen and was dazzled. The dense bullet screen almost drowned out the live broadcast frowny face F***CK. F***CK. Heart of Ice. Heart of Ice is actually banned. 66666. Everyone was shocked by Heart of Ice being banned, but no one stood up to criticize Gray's decision. A ban was the same. Heart of Ice is actually banned. This is the first time in the history of LDPL. And all of this is because of Jingyu's outstanding performance in the previous games. Jingyu is really too good. Jingyu. Jingyu. Tangwa did not know whether to laugh or cry. Jingyu is very good. However, I'll have to trouble Aban to switch back to commentating mode. After all, the game is still going on. Ahem, I lost my composure. I'll change my account now. Aban immediately calmed himself down and continued to commentate. So far, Jingyu has always been using Heart of Ice in the league. Before he became PG's jungler, most of his videos were about Heart of Ice. Now that Heart of Ice has been banned, I'm very curious about what his second demon will be. Tangwa, Gray spent a lot of time banning Heart of Ice, but PG was as decisive as ever and almost instantly banned Kamal. A ban, I can see that for PG, Kamal will definitely be banned. The two gradually calmed down and entered normal commentating mode. PG's team could not remain calm. Luo Yiming, they banned Heart of Ice? Hanleng, amazing, we haven't played against them before. How do they know that Jingyu's Heart of Ice is amazing? Yi Hong was the first to react. Maybe it's the live broadcast? They watched the live broadcast. Qin Fei, TSK, they still have time to watch the live broadcast. Jingyu, who had nothing better to do than to browse the forums every night, silently lowered his head. Luo Yiming, oh, I forgot there's a live broadcast. Yi Hong, maybe our game is live too of Ice? Hanleng, oh, we said we would start from the beginning, but it feels completely different from before. Nonsense, Qin Fei said calmly, last season, we were grassroots. This season, we are in the top 8. Then, we will become stronger. Yi Hong smiled. After all, our goal is to be the champion. Hearing this, Jingyu suddenly looked up, his eyes shining. Yes, I will do my best. Hearing this, Qin Fei could not help but laugh out loud. Jingyu was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look at him in confusion, not understanding what he had said wrong. Qin Fei looked at his computer screen and said without turning his head, even the people who are being pushed to the ground are so reckless, but the people who can take heads flying are still working hard. Our team is really, Jingyu, hopeless? Qin Fei, awesome. Jingyu, this time, Gray hesitated for a long time. Tangwa looked at the countdown on the screen and almost fell asleep. When there were only 3 seconds left on the countdown, Gray made the decision to ban Dark Cupid. Okay, Gray banned Dark Cupid. After Candy stated this fact, she revealed a look of surprise. I thought they would have banned Type Souls. She was not the only one who thought so. Most of the people who watched PG's last game thought so too. After all, Yi Hong's soul was a headache. However, a ban gave a very rational analysis. Soul cannot be banned. Although he will be difficult to deal with in Yezi's hands, his nine-tailed fox is more useful as a mid-laner. Therefore, if Gray bans a mid-laner, he will definitely ban nine-tailed fox. Now that they have banned Dark Cupid, I think Gray is going to ban nine-tailed fox and steal Satan. Tangwa, huh? Why can't they ban Satan and steal nine-tailed fox? A ban, because for other teams, Satan is more useful. It was not without reason that the nine-tailed demon fox was regarded as the most difficult mid-laner demon to use. So far, there were only 2 teams that could fully utilize this demon. One of them was JOK, the number 3 team in the previous season. The other one is PG. Tangwa did not understand. Before she could react, Hejiao was banned by PG. Then, Gray changed his hesitation from the previous 2 times and instantly banned nine-tailed fox. PG's last banned spot was given to Centaur. As soon as he clicked confirm, Gray frantically stole Satan. Tangwa. A ban, you're the Prophet King. She could not help but exclaim. Just like you said, Gray banned nine-tailed fox and stole Satan. Of course. A ban was not modest at all. Now, let's see what PG will choose. Gray's choice was within Jingyu's expectations, so he did not panic at all. Don't worry. No matter what the opponent's top laner is, Lilith can handle it in the early game. Lock Lilith and Maha. Okay, Luo Yiming locked Maha, while Hanlin locked Lilith for Qin Fei. Then, Gray began to hesitate again. The countdown made everyone feel sleepy. Luo Yiming gritted his teeth. The opponent is too shameless. They're using this method to wear down our willpower. Jingyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Yi Hong, on the other hand, retorted bluntly, please don't use the word we, thank you. You're the only one whose willpower is being worn down. As soon as he finished speaking, Gray finally made the decision to lock Sword Burial and Peacock Plume. TSK, I knew it would be these two. Can't you come up with something new? Yi Hong did not care and locked onto Scarlet Fury. There's no other way. There are only these few strong demons in this patch, Jingyu said. After a moment's hesitation, he asked Qin Fei to lock Sarier for Hanleng. After all, the opponent's jungler had already chosen, and it was impossible for him to steal the demon that he wanted. Furthermore, the opponent might not even know how to play the demon that he wanted. PG has locked Scarlet Fury and Sarier. It seems that Jinyu's jungler position will only be revealed at the end. How tempting. Aban really wanted to fast forward. Tanghua, Gray is in a dilemma again. He's chosen Wind of Condensation and Flower in the Mirror. I think this duo was stronger in the last patch. In this patch, they should be pressured by Maha and Sarier. Aban, okay. It's finally the PG jungler position. What will Jinyu use as a jungler? Let's wait and see. At this moment, anyone who had opened the bullet screen would notice that the bullet screen had suddenly decreased by a lot. This meant that the viewers were very curious about what Jinyu would choose. They did not want to let the bullet screen block the demon in the middle of the screen, in case they missed the moment when the answer was revealed. However, Jinyu did not even give them time to prepare themselves. He made his choice very decisively. The half-human, half-spider girl only appeared on the screen for a moment before the two sides entered the countdown to exchange demons and adjust their skills and equipment. Moonshade Spider? Some of the bullet screen recognized the demon that Jinyu had chosen. In contrast, Aban's reaction was a beat slower. Locked? Jinyu locked the Moonshade Spider? Although I guessed that it would be an assassin-type jungler, I really didn't expect it to be a Moonshade Spider. The demon on Jinyu's screen had long dark purple hair mixed with 2 strands of silver that draped over one shoulder. Her exposed robe was slanted to the other side, revealing half of her snow-white shoulder. Her upper body was that of a girl, and her lower body was that of a dark purple spider. Whether it was her eyes or the spider's eyes, they were all bright moon-white. Under the cover of the moonlight, they emitted a flowing halo, giving off a kind of quiet beauty. Moonshade Spider is the same as Heart of Ice. It's an assassin-type jungler. The difference is that Moonshade Spider has more skills and is more complicated. It has very high requirements for the user's hand speed and reaction time. However, in comparison, Heart of Ice is more difficult to use. Aban analyzed seriously. Objectively speaking, Moonshade Spider is stronger than Heart of Ice. She has more HP than Heart of Ice, and her displacement skills are more flexible than Heart of Ice. Based on what you're saying, Moonshade Spider is much stronger than Heart of Ice? Tanghua was more and more surprised as she listened. Why do I feel like Gray banning Heart of Ice didn't have any effect on the PG? Instead, it feels like they've shot themselves in the foot. To be honest, Aban thought so too, but he felt that he couldn't be too sure about it. Indeed, Moonshade Spider is stronger than Heart of Ice. However, as I said just now, this magical creature has very high requirements for the user's hand speed and reaction time. Although he felt that with Jinyu's strength, Jinyu was completely capable of handling it, as Jinyu's little fanboy, he did not want to raise any red flags for his idol even if he was beaten to death. Assassin-type demons are difficult to use in the first place, and the Moonshadow Spider's skills are even more complicated and troublesome. Therefore, this demon's appearance rate in the Pro League is not high. Fine, at least it's higher than the Snow Heart. Wow, you're making me more and more curious. How will this match turn out? Tanghua looked at the loading screen and imagined the Moonshade Spider's tyrannical figure on the battlefield. She was really excited and nervous. Jinyu, who didn't know anything about this, smiled happily. Hee, this lineup is not bad. Lead the way. Luo Yiming, it's coming. Jinyu's flirty talk time. Yi Hong, little Jinyu, your tone can be more flirtatious. It's okay, we're almost ready to accept this bug. Really Hanleng, Every time I hear Jingyu flirt, I feel especially at ease. It's as if we've already won the match. Qin Fei, heh. Jingyu silently lowered his head. His face was so red that it was unbearable to look at. Why did he accidentally flirt again? Seriously, his teammates' comments were fine. After all, he flirted during his livestream and had seen too many similar comments. But, Brother Fei's laughter was really. Jingyu lowered his head further and further. Qin Fei glanced at him from the corner of his eye and sighed helplessly. Don't mind it. You have to flirt when you play games. Carry us. Luo Yiming, Jingyu. Get another pentakill. Yi Hong, it'll be fun if Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider are banned. Han Leng, ha ha ha. The rise of the assassin-type devil. Jingyu didn't listen to what the three of them were saying. His thoughts were still stuck on Qin Fei's words. He couldn't help but smile. Yes, I will. I'll carry you guys. I'll do what I say. For this round, the lineups chosen by the two teams were PG, Lilith, Scarlet Fury, Maha, Moonshade Spider, Sarier Grey, Satan, Peacock Plume, Wind of Condensation, Sword Burial, Flower in the Mirror. The top laner was Qin Fei's Lilith, who didn't back down in the early game. The mid laner was Yi Hong's Second Life. He didn't have anything else, but he had a lot of experience playing against Peacock Plume. The bottom laner was Maha and Sarier, who completely crushed Wind of Condensation and Flower in the Mirror. In the end, there was only Sword Burial left. Jingyu could beat it with Heart of Ice, so how could he beat Moonshade Spider? If he didn't carry this round, what else could he do? There was no reason not to show off. Oh, let me tell you a secret? Jingyu didn't want to show off in front of his teammates, but he couldn't help it in a game where he was sure to win. Maybe it was a bad habit formed after a long period of live streaming. If he didn't show off before a match, he would feel uncomfortable all over. Fortunately, his teammates were quite tolerant of him. When Yi Hong heard his words, he knew that he was trying to show off, but he still responded with support. Oh, what secret? Jingyu, I'll tell you, but you're not allowed to tell the coach. Luo Yiming, why? Jingyu, I'm afraid the coach will be angry. Han Leng, why would he be angry? Jingyu, oh, Qin Fei, don't worry, I won't tell the coach. I'll kill whoever dares to say it. Qin Fei said this seriously, which made Jingyu laugh. Then he said, actually, Heart of Ice is the weakest demon I've ever played. Everyone? The weakest? That Heart of Frost, who had 5 kills in 2 minutes and led his team to victory in 17 minutes, was the weakest? Are you F*** kidding me? Alright, the 4 of them now knew why Jingyu did not want them to tell the coach. You promised to give it your all, but in the end, you've been holding back? How could he be so arrogant? Jingyu was a little embarrassed. He coughed softly and said, like I said, although I've always been using Heart of Ice, and Heart of Ice is indeed the demon that I'm most familiar with, I also know warrior-type junglers like Sword Burial, and I think I'm pretty good at it. To be honest, I don't think my Sword Burial is any worse than Heart of Ice. On the contrary, it's much, much better. He paused. But I really like Heart of Ice. Pfft, Yi Hong was the first to burst out laughing. Little Jingyu, did you grow up eating Cody? Jingyu, huh? Nothing, you continue. Yi Hong had a hard time holding back his laughter. He glanced at Qin Fei from the corner of his eye. Sure enough, he saw a very subtle expression on his face. He looked like he wanted to laugh but was also helpless. Jingyu did not notice their reactions. He continued, I just wanted to say that I think my Moonshade Spider is better than Heart of Ice. Actually, I should say that I'm better at everything than Heart of Ice. Really, I'm not lying. Everyone. Oh my god, what kind of god jungler is this? It's obviously a very arrogant statement, but how can he make it sound so cute? They were going crazy. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that the competition was still going on, all of them would have wanted to rub Jingyu's head. This clean and adorable young man looked like a weak chicken that didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken in real life, but when he played the game, he made people want to kneel down and call him daddy. Who could resist such a cute contrast? Qin Fei felt a little restless. Fortunately, he quickly focused all his attention on the game and focused on using his Lilith to make up for the lost troops. After saying those words, Jingyu felt very comfortable. The speed of his farming was unstoppable. Shadow Flash. Spider Web. Bite. The moonshade spider darted around the jungle. Its tyrannical and ferocious posture gave people a subtle sense of familiarity. As expected of a PG jungler, Aban couldn't help but sigh. I remember the first time I saw Jingyu use Heart of Ice. I questioned whether his style was compatible with a PG jungler. But now, looking at his aggressive fighting style, it's exactly the same as Xianxia when he uses Satan as a jungler. I can see it too. Tangwa agreed. Although there's a huge difference between using Moonshade Spider and using Satan due to their different skills and types of monsters, such a ferocious style can only be used by a member of a PG team. Years ago, when Xianxia was still a jungler, the PG team had a nickname, the Junglers. No matter which team played against them, they didn't dare to step into their jungles in the early stages. That was because once you stepped in, you could forget about coming out alive. Xianxia wouldn't let go of anyone who stepped into his jungles, and now, Jingyu's Moonshade Spider had such a tendency. Aban thought that Jingyu had become ferocious because he had been playing with PG for a long time and had been influenced by their style. He didn't know that it was actually the result of Jingyu's deliberate imitation. Jingyu liked Xianxia's playstyle. For a long time, he hoped that he could play like Xianxia. At the same time, he liked to play as an assassin jungler. The playstyle of an assassin jungler was completely different from that of a warrior jungler. In the end, Jingyu, who had a strong desire to win, gradually figured out a playstyle that suited him and deviated more and more from Xianxia's path. Even so, Xianxia's style was deeply ingrained in his bones. He would reveal his ferocious side if he wasn't careful. Reality proved that his Moonshade Spider was really ferocious. Grab, the Moonshade Spider didn't even hide in the bushes. It rushed out and attacked. Wind of Condensation and Flower in the Mirror couldn't take care of themselves. In the end, Luo Yiming's Maha easily took their heads. Grab, Peacock Plume was forced to retreat under the tower by Scarlet Fury. Moonshade Spider used Shadow Flash to jump over the wall and rushed under the tower. It used Spider Web and Tear to kill Peacock Plume under the tower. Then, it used Shadow Flash and Flash to leave the tower with a sliver of HP. Grab, Lilith and Satan were locked in a fierce battle at the edge of the enemy's defense tower. Moonshade Spider rushed in from behind the defense tower and blocked Satan's escape route. Then, it endured the damage from the tower and killed him with a series of combos. It moved out of the tower, another tower kill. I can't remember how many times it's been. Aban's blood was boiling as he commentated. This match. Wait a minute? After Moonshade Spider killed Satan, it didn't teleport back to the city. Instead, it rushed to the middle lane. What is it trying to do? Peacock Plume, Wind of Condensation, and Flower in the Mirror were all in the middle lane. Even Sword Burial was near the middle lane. On PG's side, Scarlet Fury was the only one in the middle lane. Maha was under the protection of Sarier, stealing the mana disc. Scarlet Fury had crowd control skills. Moreover, Yi Hong's positioning had always been excellent. He could barely hide under the tower and deal with the four monsters. What was the dying Moonshadow Spider trying to do by rushing over at this time? Is Jingyu going to fight 2 against 4 with Yezi? That's too risky. As Aban spoke, he immediately put away his previous excitement and frowned slightly. No, this is no longer a matter of risk. With how little HP the Assassin Fiend Demon has, rushing over now is completely suicide. Grey wants to gather everyone's strength and take down the tower in the middle lane. Tangwa said, they're waiting for the spawn line. If another wave of spawn line comes, Scarlet Fury will have no choice but to abandon the tower. Let's see what Jingyu is going to do. He's going to attack? Aban couldn't believe his eyes. After the Moonshade Spider rushed to the middle lane, it attacked without saying a word. It didn't even ask for the cooperation of its own sorcerer. Jingyu was highly focused. His fingers quickly and accurately pressed every key that he wanted to press. Second skill, Shadow Flash. The Moonshade Spider turned into an afterimage, perfectly dodging Peacock Plume's big move. It didn't lose a single drop of HP throughout. Third skill, Spider Web. The Moonshade Spider waved its hand and threw out a spider web, accurately covering the enemy sorcerer and archer. It controlled them so that they couldn't move. Then, with a beautiful movement, it avoided Flower in the Mirror's control. First skill, Bite. The Moonshade Spider's 5 fingers became blades and mercilessly clawed at the controlled archer. It immediately took away a third of his HP. Change form, Demonization. The Moonshade Spider's skin burst open. The spider's body enlarged, and its main body became a glaring blood red. Demonization. Third skill, Dragnet. When the spider web finally disappeared, the enemy sorcerer and archer didn't have time to move before they were covered by an even bigger web. This time even Flower in the Mirror and Sword Burial, who had moved over to take the heads, weren't spared. They were all covered and couldn't move. Demonization. Fourth skill, 10,000 Spider Bite. In an instant, countless small spiders fell from the Moonshade Spider's body and madly swarmed towards the 4 demons. The 4 demons' HP began to drop steadily under the spider's poison. Demonization. First skill, Gluttony. The Moonshadow Spider turned into a crimson shadow and swallowed the 4 demons that were still losing HP in one gulp. In Demonization, this was a control skill and didn't deal any damage. However, the poison effect hadn't disappeared yet. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, enemy Wind of Condensation has died. As expected, the fragile archer was the first to lose all of his HP. A second later, Gluttony lost its effect, and the 3 surviving magical beasts were released back to the ground. But before they could react, they saw the Moonshadow Spider turn into several afterimages and attack them. It was the second skill of the Demonization mode, Moonshadow Harvest. System, Moonshade Spider, double kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has died. Almost as soon as Peacock Plume was killed, the Moonshade Spider's demonization effect disappeared and its displacement skill was refreshed. Xianxia didn't hesitate to use Shadow Flash and have the Moonshade Spider appear behind Flower in the Mirror and bite her. System, Moonshade Spider, triple kill. System, enemy Flower in the Mirror has died. In just a short moment, it had already completed a triple kill. To be honest, at that moment, apart from Xianxia, everyone else was in a state of confusion. They had no idea what had happened. Unfortunately, they would continue to be in a state of confusion. Shadow Flash. Spider Web. The Moonshade Spider used 2 skills together and appeared behind Sword Burial. After controlling him, it began to wildly attack him. Zong's sword held on until the spider web disappeared. He immediately moved and wanted to escape, but he was bound to the spot by Scarlet Rage's blood entanglement. Then, Scarlet Rage activated its ultimate without hesitation, and in the end, it killed him with bloodthirst. This time, the Moonshade Spider didn't get a quintuple or quadruple kill. It only got a triple kill. However, this triple kill was achieved by Xianxia without the help of any of his teammates. It was an extraordinary achievement. Low HP Moonshade Spider 1v3. What happened? Tanghua thought she was hallucinating. Replay, please replay it. Aban didn't have time to call Xianxia. He now had the illusion that he was dreaming. Well, let's take a look at the replay. Slow it down a bit more. After the replay was slowed down enough, Aban finally recognized the skills that Xianxia had used. Shadow Flash, Spider Web, Tear, Demon Transformation, Inescapable Net, 10,000 Spider Bite, Gluttony, Moonshade Reap, Shadow Flash, Tear. He completely repeated the sequence of skills that Xianxia had used. After that, he was completely dumbfounded and couldn't say anything else. The Moonshadow Spider's 2 skill systems, Control, Damage Output, and Poison, seemed to be a mess of skills, but Xianxia had perfectly linked them together. This was a complicated but flawless self-created combo, beating the enemy demons to the point that they couldn't fight back at all. The final result was that the Moonshade Spider 1v3 with low HP. What could he say? Aban was already speechless. No, he was the commentator. He had to say, in the next round, the Moonshade Spider will definitely be banned. His tone was certain, as if he was stating a fact. Then in the next season, the Moonshade Spider will definitely be eliminated. And all of this was brought about by Xianxia's amazing performance. This person who could make Heart of Ice get banned and turn the Moonshade Spider from an unpopular demon into a bug professional player was definitely this season's biggest dark horse. However, at this moment, in PG Club's training room, Luo Yiming, M. What just happened? Can someone explain? Yi Hong, M. I don't know what to say. Luo Yiming, ah? Weren't you in the middle lane? Yi Hong didn't reply. After a while, he said with a serious expression, I think. Jingyu, in the future, I should call you Dad. Huh? Jingyu had a puzzled expression. Before he could react, he heard Qin Fei's voice again. Your carry flying is really exaggerated. Qin Fei said leisurely. His body leaned back slightly, and the corners of his lips curved into a playful smile. Then, here comes the question, how do the officials plan to solve this bug? In this match against Gray, PG won without a doubt. However, Gray's performance in the later stages could not be said to be without highlights. At the very least, before they lost the competition, they had figured out a way to deal with the Moonshadow Spider and allowed Zhang Jian to successfully kill the Moonshadow Spider twice. The first time, in a small team battle in the bottom lane, Wind of Condensation and Flower in the Mirror both used Dispel Crowd Control to interrupt Jingyu's self-created combo. Then, Flower in the Mirror used disorienting steps to crowd control the Moonshade Spider. Even though Jingyu used Dispel Crowd Control immediately, Wind of Condensation still dealt a lot of damage. Then, Wind of Condensation was killed by Maha, and Sword Burial moved into the battle and attacked the Moonshade Spider directly. The assassin Brittle Skin, who was already low on health, was killed by Sword Burial just like that. Although not long after, Zhang Jian was also killed by Jinyu, and in the end, PG1 was able to trade 3 for 1. The second time, in a large team battle in the middle lane, after Lilith stalled all of Gray's members, the low-health Moonshade Spider decisively charged in and directly switched to Demon Transformation to cast Inescapable Net. Unexpectedly, all of Gray's members used Dispel Crowd Control and counterattacked. The Moonshade Spider was instantly killed by Sword Burial. However, in the end, they still won with PG1 for 5. The match went on for 29 minutes, and the final score was 21-2. On PG's side, the only one who died was the Moonshade Spider. The final MVP was given to Luo Yiming's Maha by the system. However, no one could ignore the Moonshade Spider's role in this match. A ban was even more direct. If this wasn't a qualifier, but a group stage, knockout stage, and points competition, and the MVP was determined through skill, I dare say that the MVP of this match would be Jingyu's Moonshade Spider. I have no objections. Tanghua agreed. Without a doubt, Jingyu has created another miracle. A ban, however, Gray's efforts weren't in vain. At least they let us know that the Moonshade Spider isn't invincible. Tanghua, yes, the effect of Gray's CC removal in the later stages is remarkable. The Moonshade Spider is obviously being suppressed. A ban, and we can see that the Moonshade Spider's form switch can only be used when its HP is below 40%. Tanghua, hahaha, it's a bit like a boss going berserk in an online game. A ban, so, although Jingyu's combo is strong, it's very risky. As long as the opponent has a crowd control, it's very easy to kill him. Tanghua, at the end of the day, it was because this was the first time Jingyu's Moonshade Spider appeared, and Gray was caught off guard. They're really unlucky. A ban, haha, they can only blame themselves for banning Heart of Ice. Tanghua, you're right, they shot themselves in the foot. After Jingyu took off his headphones, he let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't know how others saw it, but he felt that he didn't play well in this game. Sure enough, when he used a demon other than Heart of Ice, it was easy to be flustered when the opponent targeted it. It was probably because he wasn't proficient enough. Qin Fei obviously saw it as well. In the later stages, your Moonshade Spider was targeted by them. Not switching forms was actually more advantageous. Okay, I'll be more careful next time. Jingyu agreed obediently. But Qin Fei smiled and raised a hand to ruffle Jingyu's hair. You played well. Jingyu let Qin Fei rub his hair. Feeling the touch and warmth of his hand, he couldn't help but close his eyes in comfort, wishing that he could rub for a while longer. Unfortunately, Xianxia only rubbed a few times before withdrawing his hand and getting up to leave the esports gaming chair. He was probably going to the toilet. Looking at his back, Jingyu only felt a sense of loss. After coming back to his senses, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, a person's desire is limitless and can never be satisfied. When he first signed the contract with PG, he felt that he could die without regrets if he could fight side by side with Xianxia. But now, he actually hoped that Xianxia would give him more attention, interact with him more, touch him more. What was he thinking? Jingyu clicked his tongue and stood up, preparing to walk around the hall and move around. However, as soon as he stood up, Yihong hooked his neck. Little Jingyu, what other surprises do you have that I don't know about? Jingyu looked at him helplessly. You'll know in the future. Oh, there really is? Yihong was surprised. This time, we really picked up a treasure. Actually, it's because there are too few people playing assassin junglers nowadays. Jingyu knew that he wasn't bad, but he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was invincible. Our current opponents are at a disadvantage because they're not familiar with assassins. When it comes to the group stage and the knockout round, it's hard to say what will happen. It's okay, I believe in you. Yihong patted Jingyu's shoulder with a smile. Continue to lead us. Little Jingyu, yes, I'll do my best. In the second match in the afternoon, their opponents banned Lilith, Nine-Tailed Fox, and Moonshade Spider. Jingyu used Heart of Ice to lead PG and won the match with a strong score of 25-3. That night, the help thread with the title "What should we do if we encounter the top 8 teams in the preliminary round?" was completely blown up, 3297, which 3 monsters should we ban if we encounter PG? 3298, I think Moonshade Spider is a must ban. It's too OP to take on 3 monsters with low health, 3299, but Jingyu's first pick has always been Heart of Ice. Let's not waste a ban spot on Moonshade Spider, right? After all, PG is strong not because Jingyu is strong alone, but because the entire team is strong. 33001, I agree with the poster above. Have you forgotten the fear of being dominated by Xianxia Satan? Have you forgotten how brutal Yezi's Nine-Tailed Fox is? And one's Dark Cupid is as OP as Jingyu's Moonshade Spider, 3301. In conclusion, Nine-Tailed Fox must be banned if we encounter a PG. If we have to go first, we can always snatch Satan or Dark Cupid. If we have a backup plan, we can only ban all 3 of them, 3302, Why do I feel like Xianxia's Lilith is even more brutal than Satan, 3303, +1. Ever since the God of Sleep joined the game, banning Satan has become meaningless. Instead, Lilith is more difficult to deal with. This monster is especially strong in the early game. She's very compatible with PG's style. She's the king of the online game. No one can beat her, 3304, alright, I'll recap. If we encounter a PG and are lucky enough to get the first move, we can ban Lilith, Satan, Nine-Tailed Fox, and snatch Dark Cupid. Of course, we can also ban all 3 of them. This way, the gap between the shooters will be wider. If we want to snatch Satan, we can ban Lilith, Nine-Tailed Fox, and Dark Cupid. If we have a backup plan, we can only ban all 3 of them. There's nothing much to say. 3305, thank you for your summary. But I want to say that instead of worrying about how to ban a PG, we should pray to God and pray that we don't encounter a PG in the preliminary round, 3306, reply to the poster above. You can't say that, right? Since PGs are participating in the preliminary round, any team that participates in the tournament will encounter PG sooner or later. They can escape the preliminary round, but they can't escape the group stage. After the group stage, there's still the knockout round. What's the point of praying to God and Buddha? 3307, reply to the poster above. After the preliminary round, every match will be broadcasted live. I think it's a good opportunity for new teams to gain exposure. It's impossible for new teams to enter the top 8 in the first season. Alright, excluding the PG bug. Anyway, before the group stage, it's best to avoid the top 8 teams if possible. But it's not up to you. You can only leave it to fate. 3308, after climbing the stairs today, I thought I entered the wrong one. Weren't we talking about how to steal the dragon yesterday? 3309, Reply to the poster above. Can't you see that everyone is trying to avoid this topic? 3310, huh? Why are we avoiding it? 3311, After watching today's livestream, does anyone really think that they can steal a PG's dragon? 3312, don't think about stealing a dragon. Just go to sleep. 3313, speaking of stealing a dragon, I think it's possible to steal a dragon. Who says stealing a dragon is only considered stealing when the PG isn't paying attention? You can hide nearby when the PG is fighting. When it's about time, you can rush up and finish off the magic dragon. What do you think? Am I very witty? 3314L, you're really smart. May I ask which team are you from? The warrior above? 3315, hehe, I'll tell you guys when I really steal a dragon. Jingyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What gave this person the illusion that no one would chase after this building? But even if they didn't chase after this building, it's common sense to check the surrounding bushes when fighting a dragon, right? Jingyu didn't think that he would make such an obvious mistake. In the next few days of the preliminary round, the PG team became stronger and stronger. They won almost every match and didn't give their opponents a chance to fight back. Even as a fan of Jingyu, Aban was bored of commentating. He couldn't wait for the PG team to enter the group stage and fight against stronger teams. Only when the opponents were strong could the PG team's strength be shown. Especially when the new jungler, Jingyu, was strong. However, the last few days of the preliminary round weren't completely without highlights. The highlight of the match was probably when a team used the Moonshadow Spider to fight against the SOS team. They wanted to imitate Jingyu's 1v3 with only a sliver of health left. In the end, they were completely suppressed by the SOS team and lost the match with a terrible score of 0-27. There were also two new teams that fought against each other. One team used the Heart of Ice and the other used the Moonshade Spider. The final score was 16-18, and both teams were killed by these two monsters. Aban frowned and couldn't help but complain, they must have used fake Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider. The bullet screen immediately responded, no, Jingyu's Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider are fake. In any case, before the weekend, the PG team successfully finished the preliminary round and advanced to the group stage. They were placed in Group A. What teams were in Group A, what their styles were, and what tactics to use to deal with them, these were all things that Feng Luofan and Xiaoyun had to think about. PG's pro players happily had a day off. During this time, Yi Hong, Luo Yiming, and Han Leng all went home. Jingyu stayed in the club with Qin Fei. Before Yi Hong left, he pulled Qin Fei to the side and warned him, don't bully little Jingyu. Qin Fei sneered, am I that kind of person? Yi Hong, it's hard to say. I've never seen you pay so much attention to someone before. Qin Fei, huh? Is it that obvious? Yi Hong, please have some F***king awareness in your heart. After warning Qin Fei, Yi Hong smiled and patted Jingyu's head, be a good boy and stay in the club until we come back. If anything happens, call the coach. He lives nearby and can rush over to save you at any time. Jingyu? Qin Fei couldn't help but sneered, if he really wanted to make a move on Jingyu, the coach wouldn't be able to stop him. But he looked at the side of Jingyu's face and raised his eyebrows, this wolf in sheep's clothing, I don't know if I have the strength to push him down without a fight. He didn't forget the strength he felt on his wrist when he woke up on the sofa that day. This kid, he must have practiced before, right? Jingyu didn't notice the way Qin Fei looked at him. After saying goodbye to Yi Hong, he looked at Qin Fei. Seeing that Qin Fei was looking at him, he couldn't help but be stunned and hurriedly look away. Qin Fei didn't mind and asked tentatively, let's go out for lunch together? Jingyu, okay. Qin Fei, let's go for a walk around after lunch. Jingyu, okay. Qin Fei, I suddenly remembered that Marvel released a new movie. Do you want to go to the cinema with me? Jingyu, okay. TCH, Qin Fei really didn't understand. Why was Jingyu always so obedient when he was alone with him? Where was the fierce and coquettish jungler from the competition? Jingyu heard the sneer and didn't know if he had said something wrong. He looked up nervously at Qin Fei. Before he could react, Qin Fei patted his head and said, okay, today's itinerary has been happily decided. Go and pack your things? Jingyu, okay. Just like that, Jingyu's itinerary for the day was settled. He went upstairs to his room. As he was picking out clothes for himself, he couldn't help but smile. Was this a two-person world? After changing his clothes and preparing to leave, he suddenly thought of something. He took out his phone from his pocket and sent a message to someone with the ID Jiawei Qin. Jingyu not salted fish, I made it to the group stage. Not long after, he received a reply. Jiawei Qin, congratulations, keep up the good work. I will watch the live broadcast. When Jingyu came downstairs, he was wearing a light blue sports jacket. It wasn't zipped up, revealing a white short-sleeved shirt underneath. He also wore a pair of loose black sports pants. He looked clean, tidy, and full of energy. In contrast, Qin Fei, who was sitting on the sofa waiting for him, was dressed quite differently. He wore a black vest over a red and black long-sleeved shirt and a pair of ripped jeans. He got up and walked to Jingyu's side. One of his hands naturally hooked around Jingyu's neck while the other held his phone and searched for a place to go. You don't look like someone who goes out often. Do you listen to me where you want to eat? Yeah, you decide, Brother Fei. Jingyu naturally didn't have any objections. He tilted his head and looked at Qin Fei's side profile, which was right in front of him. He felt that his face was really handsome. Let's go here. Before he could come back to his senses, Qin Fei had already made a decision. He turned on the GPS. Bus, subway, taxi, which one? It took a while for Jingyu to realize that he was asking about the transportation he wanted to take. He couldn't help but be taken aback. Is it very far? It's okay. There are 2 bus stops and 1 subway stop. It'll only take a few minutes by car. Jingyu, what about walking? Qin Fei, Jingyu. Forget I asked. To be honest, Jingyu originally thought that they would just have a casual meal nearby. After all, there were quite a few restaurants nearby. Qin Fei tilted his head and looked at Jingyu. He was a bit helpless, but also a bit amused. You don't like to take the car? Jingyu nodded. Yeah. Let's take the subway. Qin Fei, okay. Did you bring your transportation card? Jingyu, yes. Qin Fei, then let's go. Qin Fei had always been casual and decisive. He left when he said he would. He let go of Jingyu's neck and took the lead to walk out of the club. When Jingyu came out, he closed the door of the club and locked it. Jingyu looked at his action of locking the door and suddenly had a very subtle feeling. There were only the 2 of them in the club today, and then they went out together. It seemed like a date. Qin Fei didn't notice his strangeness. After putting away the key, he walked side by side with him in the direction of the subway. As they walked, he asked, when did you start playing LD? LD. Demon Lord, English name Lord Devil, abbreviated as LDO. Jingyu was hearing about it for the first time. I just started playing this year. I don't remember exactly how long I've been playing. How many months? But I watched the league last season. He's only been playing for a few months, and he's already researching a self-created combo. Amazing. Because I think the Moonshade Spider's skill is very interesting. Do other fiendish demons have them too? A self-created combo. I play a few often, more or less. Amazing. Heh. The 2 chatted like this all the way and took the subway to their destination. Jingyu followed Qin Fei all the way to the door of a shop made of porcelain. Before he could react, he saw Qin Fei raise one hand and make 2 gestures to the waiter at the door. 2 for you. Jingyu? Are we going to eat here? He looked up in surprise and looked at the rows of exquisite porcelain on the door of the shop. He felt that something was wrong. It's just lunch. Is there a need to come to such a high-end place? Let's go. Qin Fei didn't care about Jingyu's shock at all. He grabbed his hand but quickly realized something and let go. Jingyu came back to his senses and followed him into the shop. Then, he was shocked by the decoration of the shop. There were porcelain everywhere. The ceiling, the walls, and the decorations on the table. Is this a place to eat or sell porcelain? If Qin Fei knew what Jingyu was thinking at this moment, he would definitely vomit blood. Porcelain? You want to buy this shop but it's not for sale. These porcelain are decorations. Decorations. Don't you know how to appreciate them? Jingyu really didn't understand. His life had always been simple and pure. He wore clothes to keep warm and ate to fill his stomach. The only thing he was after was his battle record and rank in Devil Lord. Therefore, he didn't understand why Qin Fei brought him to such an expensive shop to eat. However, since he was already here, he couldn't go back the way he came. Besides, this place was chosen by Qin Fei. Jingyu resigned himself to fate and sat down opposite Qin Fei, quietly watching him order. Qin Fei didn't give him the menu. He just asked him, "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" "Jingyu, I don't like bitter gourd, chives, and garlic." "Qin Fei, that's not a dietary restriction, it's a picky eater." Jingyu instantly puffed up his face. Qin Fei pretended not to see it. He turned his head and looked at the waiter with amusement. He pointed to the dishes on the menu and said, "This, and this. Give me one of each, no garlic." "Okay." After a while, the waiter took the menu and left. Qin Fei subconsciously looked back at Jingyu. His face was no longer puffed up, but he was holding his head with both hands, looking thoughtful. Qin Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "What's wrong?" "Jingyu, nothing, I was just thinking, you ordered all the dishes, so this meal is your treat?" "Yes." Qin Fei had planned to do so from the beginning. "Come with me, you don't have to spend a single cent." Why did he feel that something was wrong? Jingyu blinked. "Anyone who comes with you doesn't have to pay?" "Of course not." Qin Fei wasn't an ATM machine. Unless they can use Heart of Ice to kill 5 people in 2 minutes, or use Moonshade Spider to kill 3 people with low HP. Jingyu, so, Qin Fei was treating him to this meal as PG's captain? Was he thanking him for his sacrifice? The two chatted as they ate. After the meal, they walked around the neighborhood. There was nothing they wanted to buy, so they went to watch a movie. The movie was a little long, and by the time they finished, it was almost dinner time. Jingyu refused to eat at a high-end restaurant, so Qin Fei had to coax him into buying octopus for him to eat all the way back to the club. Later, when Yihong found out that the two went out together, he couldn't hold back his gossipy heart and asked Qin Fei on QQ, "Yihong, what did you do when you went out together?" Qin Fei, "Eat, go shopping, and watch a movie." Yihong, "Sounds good. Did you make any progress?" Qin Fei, "Got it. He doesn't like bitter gourds, leeks, and garlic." Yihong, What else?" Qin Fei, "He looks like a hamster when he eats octopus. He's so cute." Yihong, did you talk?" Qin Fei, "We've been chatting." Yihong, "What did you talk about?" Qin Fei, "Games." Yihong, "Oh, right. Did you watch a movie?" "What did you watch?" "Horror movie?" Qin Fei, "No. It was a sci-fi movie. You know Marvel, right? Every movie is super good." Yihong, Qin Fei, recommended. Yihong, "You're hopeless." Qin Fei, "What's wrong?" Yihong, "You're really single based on your own ability." Qin Fei, just mind your own business." Just like that, Qin Fei and Jingyu's first date ended. Although in Yihong's eyes, their date didn't make any progress, whether it was Qin Fei or Jingyu, both of them were quite satisfied with the day's experience. Even their good impression of each other had taken a qualitative leap. Qin Fei, "Jingyu is so cute." Jingyu, "Brother Fei is so handsome." Qin Fei, "I've decided. I'm going to get him." Jingyu, "I'm going to help Brother Fei win the championship." The next day, the members of PG came back one after another. They started their warm-up training before the group stage. The group stage meant that the 16 teams that made it through the qualifiers would be divided into 4 groups. Each group of 4 would play a round-robin tournament. The 2 teams with the most points in each group would advance to the knockout stage. Fong Luofan brought the 5 of them into the conference room and turned on the projector. The screen showed the names of the 16 teams that made it to the group stage. "We've drawn Group A, so let's take a look at Group A first." As he spoke, he clicked on the next PowerPoint. The 4 teams in Group A are Momo, KCC, ANE, and S. ANE. Yihong sighed, there are only 3 teams in the top 8. 2 of them are in Group A. It's really unfriendly to new teams. Fang Luofan glared at him, don't be so sure. Be careful of retribution. Don't forget, last season, we also crawled out of the group of death. That's true. Yi Hong shrugged and didn't say anything else. Thus, Fang Luofan continued, I had Xiaoyun gather information on Momo and KCC. I found that they both appeared in the Pro League last season. However, they weren't very lucky. They met ANE and SOS in the qualifiers and got crushed. I watched the videos of these two teams this season. I found that their playstyles are quite similar. They're both more agile. They like to use demons with high movement speed and many movement skills. They're good at chasing and stealing dragons. Stealing dragons? Jingyu raised his eyebrows. He didn't know why, but he thought of the person who said he wanted to steal dragons on the forums. However, in comparison, Momo is more stable and makes fewer mistakes. KCC is a bit rash. They lose points easily due to mistakes, but they still took risks and turned the tables a few times. Fang Luofan continued, in short, teams that can enter the group stage can't be underestimated. It's still the same thing. No matter which team you're fighting, you must give it your all. Luo Yiming rushed to answer. Fang Luofan glanced at him indifferently, it's good that you know. After a moment of silence, he suddenly turned his gaze to Jingyu and probed, Jingyu, I feel that your Moonshade Spider is stronger than Heart of Ice. Why aren't you using it? Jingyu didn't expect to be called out. After a moment of hesitation, he replied innocently, my Moonshade Spider isn't familiar enough. It's not as smooth as Heart of Ice. I'm afraid that I'll make mistakes in the match, so, yeah, we still have time today. Practice more. Jingyu, for the first match, use the Moonshade Spider. Fang Luofan's tone didn't sound like he was discussing with Jingyu. It sounded more like he had already made the decision for him. Jingyu wanted to ask for the reason, but he didn't dare. He almost subconsciously turned his gaze to Qin Fei beside him. Noticing his gaze, Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. He helplessly explained on behalf of Fang Luofan, all this time, your first pick has always been Heart of Ice. With so many of our matches being broadcasted live in the qualifiers, the other teams have a good idea. They won't ban your Moonshade Spider. But what if you use the Moonshade Spider in the first match? Jingyu suddenly understood, oh, you want to trick the other team into a ban position? Qin Fei looked at him appreciatively, yes, that's what I mean. You understand it pretty quickly, huh? If the other team bans your Moonshade Spider, they'll only have 2 bans left. No matter who they ban, it'll be to our advantage. Okay, I understand, Jingyu nodded seriously, for the first match, I'll use the Moonshade Spider. Qin Fei looked at his serious profile and couldn't help but laugh. Today's Jingyu is also super cute. The schedule for the group stage was already out. PG's first day was against Momo at 8 a.m. on Monday. The second day was against KCC at 1 p.m. PG's match against ANE was set for Wednesday at 6 p.m. When they saw the time for the first match, all PG members were silent. 8 in the morning. Qin Fei was up. As soon as they left the meeting room, Han Leng patted Jingyu's shoulder with a serious face. Jingyu, whether we can get points in the first match or not depends on you. Jingyu didn't react for a moment and replied blankly, I'll do my best. When Yi Hong heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. I'm not talking about that, but... He moved closer to Jingyu's ear and whispered softly, you're the only one who can wake Brother Fei up before 8 a.m. Jingyu suddenly understood. He looked up at Qin Fei walking in front of him and smiled. I'll do my best. The same words were said in a completely different tone. It was filled with a smile that wasn't there earlier. However, when the next morning came, Yi Hong and Han Leng mercifully stopped Jingyu. Yi Hong, don't go, you'll really get beaten up. Han Leng, let's wait for the coach to come. I hope he's wearing thick enough clothes today. Was it that exaggerated? Jingyu looked at the two in surprise. He lowered his head and thought for a moment before deciding to give it a try. It's almost 7:30. If Brother Fei doesn't wake up soon, he won't have time for breakfast. I'll go wake him up. Really, don't go, trust me. Yi Hong frowned seriously. I'm not kidding. Brother Fei has a bad temper when he wakes up. With your small body, you won't be able to get out if you go in. Yeah, Han Leng agreed. If you sacrifice yourself to wake him up, it won't be worth it at all. Even Luo Yiming, who was brushing his teeth, rushed out of the bathroom and mumbled, mmm. Translation, Goldfish, we can't lose you. Jingyu, to be honest, he was a little annoyed. The main thing was that if Brother Fei didn't wake up soon, he wouldn't have time for breakfast. It was rare for Jingyu to be so tough. He pushed away Yi Hong, who was standing in front of him, and went straight upstairs. Jingyu. Yi Hong was startled and instinctively wanted to catch up with him to stop him, but Jingyu suddenly accelerated and leaped up the stairs. In the blink of an eye, he jumped to the second floor and came to Qin Fei's door. He pushed the door open and entered. Yi Hong. F***ck. He flew up, didn't he? When Yi Hong appeared at the top of the stairs, panting, Jingyu was nowhere to be seen in the corridor. Yi Hong couldn't believe his eyes. Jingyu, who looked so weak, actually had better stamina than him. Wasn't that so? Jingyu rushed into Qin Fei's room without even panting. However, when he closed the door and turned around, he saw a lump on the bed. He couldn't help but hold his breath. In order to get rid of Yi Hong, he rushed in without thinking. He didn't think about what to do after he rushed in. However, at that moment, he was more concerned about whether Brother Fei was wearing clothes when he slept. He should only be wearing underwear, right? After all, that night, when he got up to go to the bathroom after browsing the forum, he bumped into Qin Fei in the bathroom. He saw that he was only wearing underwear. Jingyu imagined the scene under the blanket and swallowed hard. He took some time to mentally prepare himself. Then, he tried to get closer to the bed. Brother Fei, it's time to get up. After he said that, he felt that his voice was too soft, so he raised his voice and shouted, Brother Fei. Get up. If you don't get up, you're going to lose the group competition. A moan came from under the blanket. A hand reached out, but the next second, it was resting on the edge of the bed and didn't move. Jingyu sighed helplessly. He gave up talking and changed to using his hands. He carefully moved to the side of the bed, grabbed a corner of the blanket, and pulled it back forcefully. The blanket was pulled away, revealing Qin Fei's sleepy face, then his sexy collarbone, bare shoulders, and then, okay, he really wasn't wearing a shirt. Realizing that if he continued to pull, Qin Fei would be exposed. Jingyu couldn't help but stop what he was doing. Then, before he could react, he was pulled back by a strong force. Qin Fei, who was sleeping, probably felt cold. He instinctively grabbed the blanket that was pulled away and pulled it hard. Because of the sudden pull, Jingyu, who was unprepared, stumbled forward due to inertia. He tripped over the edge of the bed and knelt on one knee on Qin Fei's bed, causing the whole bed to sink. Perhaps he felt the danger. Qin Fei frowned and threw a punch at Jingyu. Jingyu was slightly stunned. He tilted his head and easily dodged the attack. He wanted to wake Qin Fei up, but before he could say anything, he saw Qin Fei use his other hand to throw another punch. Again? Jingyu clicked his tongue, grabbed his wrist, and pressed his restless hand on the bed. Then, he grabbed his other hand and straddled him, shouting, Brother Fei, I'm sorry, Brother Fei. The group matches are about to start. Wake up. If you don't get up, I'm going to hit you. If his teammates had heard this, they would have thought that he was crazy. It was always Qin Fei who hit others. No one dared to hit him, let alone threaten him with it. However, Jingyu blurted it out without hesitation. With his hands restrained and a weight on his body, coupled with the constant sound stimulating his nerves, Qin Fei frowned and opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes were full of murderous intent. The word die was written all over his face. However, a few seconds later, he silently looked at Jingyu on top of him and fell into deep thought. Was this a dream? The next second, he felt the restraints on his hands loosen. He watched as the person on top of him rolled off his body in a panic. He slid down the edge of the bed and fell to the ground, making intimate contact with the ground. Jingyu, F***ck, with his face on the ground, Jingyu rubbed his nose with one hand and grabbed the edge of the bed with the other. With tears in his eyes, he got up. Brother Fei. His tone was full of grievances. Qin Fei's lips twitched. He sleepily sat up from the bed and gave Jingyu a look of disdain. You fell down yourself. Why are you calling me? People who don't know better might think that I did something to you. Jingyu, no, I wanted to say, the match is at 8 o'clock. It's already 7:30. If you don't get up now, you won't be able to have breakfast. Qin Fei quickly grabbed the phone on the bedside table and turned on the screen. After seeing the time, he cursed and pulled the blanket off his body. Jingyu. He was caught off guard. After Qin Fei pulled the blanket off, he realized that Jingyu was still beside the bed. He calmly covered himself with the blanket again. Go out. I'll be right out after I get dressed. Jingyu, oh. After Jingyu said that, he obediently left Qin Fei's room and closed the door. He didn't expect to bump into Yihang as soon as he stepped out of the door. Yihang looked at Jingyu from head to toe in disbelief. Are you a human or a ghost? Jingyu looked at him helplessly. What do you think? As he spoke, he took the lead and walked downstairs. Yihang hesitantly followed. Where's Brother Fei? As Jingyu walked down the stairs, he replied without turning his head, he's already awake. He'll be. Write down. F***ck, how did you do that? Yihang thought he heard wrong. You really woke him up? He didn't hit you? He hit me. Jingyu recalled the few punches that Qin Fei threw at him. He felt that it wasn't as exaggerated as they said. Qin Fei hadn't woken up yet. His fists were soft and couldn't hit him at all. He really didn't know how he injured his coach. Yihang couldn't believe that Jingyu could wake Qin Fei up unscathed. He wanted to ask more, but before he could open his mouth, he heard the sound of the door opening and closing behind him. Qin Fei came out. Yihang instantly shut up. He was as quiet as a chicken. After Qin Fei woke up, he got dressed at a godlike speed and left the room. Then, he brushed his teeth, washed his face, and ate breakfast. He didn't stop for a second. When he finished his breakfast and sat in the training room, it was only 7:45. There was still 15 minutes before the match started. Brother Fei, you're actually awake. To be honest, Luo Yiming was prepared to fight 4 against 5. Han Leng also had a look of disbelief on his face. Jingyu woke you up? Qin Fei, what else could it be? Counting on a bunch of cowards like you? Luo Yiming, F***ck, Jingyu, you're awesome. How did you scream? This was also what Yihang wanted to ask, but he didn't have the opportunity to do so. However, Jingyu's answer was destined to disappoint them. I just screamed very normally. Yes, he exchanged a few blows with Qin Fei very normally. He rode on his body very normally. Then, he rolled off the bed very normally and landed face first on the ground very normally. At that moment, Qin Fei, who was completely awake, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he recalled what he saw when he was woken up. He even dared to ride on him. That was quite brave of him. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Jingyu. He saw that he was seriously adjusting the Moonshade Spider's equipment. It looked like he was already in competition mode. Heh. 15 minutes later, PG and Momo's match officially started. Almost at the same time, Feng Luofan appeared at PG's club. Yihang seriously suspected that he did it on purpose because he didn't want to wake up Qin Fei himself. Indeed, Feng Luofan was already traumatized by the thought of waking up Qin Fei. He decided to give this difficult task to Qin Fei's teammates. He believed that they could complete the task alive. However, when he stepped into the training room and saw Qin Fei sitting in his seat, he was surprised. You actually got up? Qin Fei clicked his tongue. Why do you have to ask everyone the same question? Even so, he still patiently replied, it's all thanks to Jingyu. If it wasn't for you guys, it would be a miracle if I woke up before the end of the 3rd round. After a pause, he suddenly thought of something and sneered. Oh, without me, you might not even be able to make it to the 3rd round. Yihang, hey, I don't like that. Do you really think that PG can't do without you? Luo Yiming, yeah. Do you think I'm a pushover? Han Leng, if you don't wake up, I'll go up. I can play from any position. Qin Fei, awesome. You go up and I'll support you. Han Leng, I couldn't ask for more. Jingyu? what was going on? They were in the group stage, right? It wasn't a normal match, right? Jingyu felt that his teammates were probably joking. However, just in case, he still asked, "Are you guys serious?" Hanlang, of course. Luo Yiming, old Han is really good when he goes up. Yi Hong, you don't know this, little Jingyu. The group stage is a best of 3, so you can do whatever you want in the first round. Jingyu? I know that it's a best of 3, but you can do whatever you want in the first round. Are you guys kidding me? Qin Fei, don't listen to Yezi's nonsense. It's a group stage after all. Don't do whatever you want. Jingyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They were indeed joking. Qin Fei, actually, I'm still a little sleepy, so I wanted to use support to wake myself up. Jingyu. What the F***ck? Use support to wake yourself up? Indeed, PG was still PG reliable? No way. Stir up trouble? Of course, as for the consequences of stirring up trouble in front of the coach, Jingyu tried to look at Feng Luofan, who was standing at the door. His face was completely black. Qin Fei, he called out warningly. Qin Fei didn't even turn his head. I'm not awake yet. Do you want to fight? Feng Luofan. The support is pretty good. Good luck. Jingyu, PG's team was hopeless. With Qin Fei's support, Jingyu wasn't worried at all. A pro player who could walk up and fight in the jungle, whether it was tanking in front of the archer, or leading the team, they were all top-notch. But Hanlang walking up, Thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. Although Jingyu hadn't seen Hanlang walking up, Hanlang had used a support-type demon to kill the opponent's top laner. Plus, it was popular to use top laners as support recently, so he had practiced a lot. Basically, he could play any top laner that could be used as a support, and a few of them were pretty good. They really did have the potential to be top laners. But, that's not right. That's not right. Why would they switch positions when they were playing so well, and it's the first match of the group stage? Are they playing around? Looking at the entire esports scene, which team would dare to mess around like PG? I need a reason that can convince me. Jingyu said this sentence with a frown. It was related to the outcome of the match. Even if it would make Qin Fei unhappy, he decided to speak his mind. His idea was, they could play around as much as they wanted, but could they hold their ground in an official match, even if it was a best of 3, who could guarantee that after losing the first match, they would be able to win the second match if they played seriously? Feng Luofan was right. Accidents could happen at any time, and the outcome was unpredictable. Therefore, they had to go all out in every match. Hearing Jingyu's obviously unhappy tone, Luo Yiming subconsciously held his breath. Were they going to quarrel? Hanlang also fell into silence. Yi Hong wanted to say something, but stopped. He wanted to persuade them, but he didn't know who to persuade, let alone how to persuade them. In the tense atmosphere, Qin Fei turned his head and looked at Jingyu. Jingyu pursed his lips. He seemed to be a little scared, but he didn't move his eyes away from Qin Fei's face. He had an expression that said, "You have to give me a reason, or I'll take you down with me." Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Reason? He laughed leisurely. It's simple. Old Han doesn't know how to use the flower in the mirror, but he knows how. Huh? Jingyu was stunned. Clearly, he didn't expect Qin Fei to actually give him a reason instead of just saying, "I just wanted to play support on a whim." If you're not convinced, let's fight. At this time, both sides had finished rolling the dice and decided on the first and second moves. Unfortunately, PG was the last resort. But it was also because of this that Qin Fei had enough time to explain to Jingyu before he banned the demons. The reason why your Moonshade Spider is so troublesome is mainly because of her control. On the other hand, as long as the opponent's entire team is equipped with Dispellers, the Moonshade Spider's deterrence will be greatly reduced. In order to make up for this flaw, we need a control-type support. First, we need to trick the opponent into dispelling their Dispellers. Then, you'll be able to complete the combo. I see. Jingyu suddenly understood. As expected of Brother Fei. He had only used the Moonshade Spider once in an official competition, and Brother Fei had actually thought of a way to make up for this flaw. Actually, I originally considered letting Yezi use his soul to cooperate with you. Qin Fei turned his gaze to his computer screen. He looked at Momo's still empty band position and calmly analyzed, but, this way, we will have one less sorcerer. It won't be good for a team battle. Jingyu was almost convinced. But, with the last bit of reason left, he asked one last question: is Brother Han's flower in the mirror very bad? Noob to the point where he needed to exchange places with Qin Fei, Han Lung's face darkened. Bad your ass. Then, Qin Fei glared at him coldly, and he instantly fell silent. How should I say this? Qin Fei considered his words carefully. His skill with flower in the mirror is about the same as Yiming's skill with Kamal. Jingyu, okay, got it. As everyone knew, Kamal was a must-ban for PGs. It was because of Luo Yiming, the PG's bottom laner, who could turn this version's best archer into the version's best trash. This time, Jingyu was completely convinced. Not only did he not think that his teammate was crazy, he was actually looking forward to the cooperation between his Moonshade Spider and Flower in the Mirror. Although they were in the same team and had fought side by side for so many games, Qin Fei was a top laner and he was a jungler. The two of them rarely cooperated, and most of the time, they played their own roles. What would happen if they cooperated? Jingyu was looking forward to cooperating with Qin Fei, so he didn't see Yi Hong secretly give Qin Fei a thumbs up when he wasn't paying attention. He mouthed, "Beautiful circle." Qin Fei didn't explain. He made an 8 with his right hand and placed it in front of his chin. He smiled and said, "I'm handsome, right?" Luo Yiming and Han Ling immediately gave him a thumbs up and said, "Awesome." Feng Luofan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the little movements of these bastards. Sometimes, he really didn't know if they suddenly changed tactics for the sake of victory or to cause trouble. However, Qin Fei's explanation was reasonable, so he didn't need to worry too much. With that in mind, Feng Luofan did not comment on Qin Fei's decision. Before Momo banned the first demon, he left the training room and closed the door behind him. He decided to continue watching the live stream in his conference room. Hello everyone, I'm Aban, the commentator. I'm Tanghua, I can finally commentate on the group stage. I'm a little excited. Aban sounded very excited. Especially since the first match is against PG. I don't know what surprises PG will bring us today. Haha, Aban, you just want to see Jingyu, right? Tanghua exposed him. Those who have followed the qualifiers should be familiar with Jingyu, PG's new jungler. It doesn't matter if you don't know him because Aban will be happy to introduce his idol. You found out again. Aban laughed. Then let me introduce Jingyu. He's the new jungler that PG just signed this season. His ID is GF. So far, he has only used 2 monsters in the tournament. One is Heart of Ice, and the other is Moonshade Spider. Yes, you heard right, Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider. Aban, after the qualifiers, many people called him the #1 Heart of Ice in the Chinese server. I don't think that's accurate enough. Tanghua, oh? Why do you say that? Aban, because his Moonshade Spider is also very strong. It's not wrong to call him the #1 Moonshade Spider in the Chinese server, right? Tanghua, I think so. However, Jingyu still uses Heart of Ice the most. Aban, that's the case so far. However, I believe that Jingyu is not only good at using these 2 monsters. He paused. Tanghua, have you noticed that Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider are both assassin-type junglers? Tanghua was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on her. I think I understand what you mean. That's right. That's what I mean. Aban laughed. It's not just Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider. As long as it's an assassin-type monster, it rarely appears in the tournament. Even if it does, it's not as shocking as Jingyu. Jingyu can be called the #1 assassin in the Chinese server. I wonder if we'll have the chance to see Jingyu use other assassin-type monsters as junglers this season. As Tanghua spoke, she saw that Momo finally banned the first monster after some hesitation. She quickly changed the topic and explained. Okay, we can see that Momo has banned Lilith first. Aban, Qin Fei's Lilith is a bug in the early game. It's obvious that this PG's jungler has become even more ferocious after changing to a top laner. Momo's choice is right. She can't give Qin Fei too many early game monsters. Otherwise, the top laner will collapse very quickly. Tanghua, then PG banned Kamal. There's no suspense. A ban, Momo banned Nine-Tailed Fox. There's also no suspense. Oh, I forgot to mention that Momo's team seems to prefer monsters with fast movement speed and more agile movement skills. I think they're going to steal Dark Cupid. Tanghua, I wonder who they'll give the last ban spot to. PG banned Heijiao. Heijiao is indeed the monster that Momo's mid laner uses the most. As soon as she finished speaking, Momo made her choice. Satan. Momo instant banned Satan. There's a total of 3 ban spots. 2 of them are given to PG's top laner Qin Fei. A ban couldn't help but laugh. It's obvious that Qin Fei is putting a lot of pressure on Momo. Tanghua, it seems like Momo is really going to steal Dark Cupid. But let's see if PG's last ban spot will be, instant bans. Dark Cupid. Luo Yiming banned himself once again. But this time, it was Jingyu who made him ban. Unlike last time, they had a backup plan. They knew that their opponents were going to steal Dark Cupid. There was no reason for them to give up the powerful monster in this patch. At this point, the ban phase was over. Both teams began to pick monsters. Without Dark Cupid, Momo hesitated for a moment before choosing her team. On the other hand, PG seemed to have made a decision long ago. They instantly banned Azrael and Flower in the Mirror. Azrael and Flower in the Mirror? A ban thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. PG has banned Azrael and Flower in the Mirror. So far, I haven't seen them use these 2 monsters. Did they prepare a new strategy? Candy guessed. When she saw that Momo had chosen Buried Sword and Scarlet Fury, she said, "These 2 fiendish demons are within my expectations." Sword Burial is the best jungler in this patch. His damage and displacement are impeccable. Scarlet Fury is the most agile sorcerer after Heijiao. It fits Momo's style very well. PG has banned Wind of Condensation and Peacock Plume. A ban raised his eyebrows in surprise. With this lineup, PG's bottom lane will have a hard time. PG has banned Flower in the Mirror from the beginning. This means that they have already planned to use Wind of Condensation and Flower in the Mirror. Tanghua analyzed with a puzzled tone. This doesn't seem like PG's style. A ban, Momo has chosen Quangu and Mermaid for the last 2 spots. Now, only PG's jungler is left. Tanghua, PG's jungler, I don't think there's any suspense. A ban, yes, it's most likely Heart of Ice. Although this monster has appeared many times in the preliminaries, I'm still looking forward to Jingyu's performance in the first match of the group stage. Tanghua, a ban, you just want to see Jingyu's Heart of Ice. But to be honest, I want to see it too. No matter how many times I watch the pentakill of Heart of Ice, I won't get tired of it. A ban, after all, the only player who can use Heart of Ice to get a pentakill this season is Chi? A ban was happily chatting when a monster suddenly appeared in the middle of the screen. It was completely different from what he had imagined. What was going on? A ban felt that he was in a bad mood. He and Tanghua had done so much to pave the way for Jingyu's Heart of Ice, but in the end, in the first match of the group stage, PG's jungler wasn't Heart of Ice, but the Moonshade Spider. The moment PG locked onto the Moonshade Spider, both Aban and Tanghua were dumbfounded. In the end, Aban was the first to come back to his senses. He said in surprise, he actually chose the Moonshade Spider. This is the first time Jingyu has used the Moonshade Spider without Heart of Ice being banned. To be honest, I think his Moonshade Spider is stronger than Heart of Ice. Tanghua tried to pave the way for Jingyu again. After all, his Moonshade Spider can take on 3 monsters at once. Can Heart of Ice do the same? Indeed, objectively speaking, Jingyu's Moonshade Spider is stronger than Heart of Ice. I'm guessing Momo didn't ban Moonshade Spider because, like us, she thought Jingyu would definitely use Heart of Ice. As Aban speculated, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. For the past week of the qualifiers, Jingyu's first pick was Heart of Ice. Was it to prevent Moonshade Spider from being banned in the group stage? If that's really the case, PG's team is too scheming. In the tense countdown, both teams exchanged monsters and adjusted their equipment. Now, only PG's top laner and support have not been swapped. Aban casually mentioned this and patiently waited for the countdown to end. 10, 9, 8, 7, Aban, PG is still not swapping? 5, 4, 3, 2, Aban? Soon, the countdown ended and both teams entered the battlefield. PG's top laner and jungler did not swap monsters until the beginning of the battle. After entering the battlefield, Flower in the Mirror's head had the eye-catching ID PG sleep. On the other hand, PGHHH's monster was Azrael. F***CK. Aban, who finally realized what was going on, cursed on the spot. Xianxia support? Tang was eyes widened in disbelief. What? These two are not on the wrong account, right? After confirming that Xianxia and Hanlang had indeed swapped positions, the commentators were shocked. The bullet screen was also shocked. Is it really okay to be so reckless in the first match of the group stage? PG's team is toxic. Momo, I'm satisfied with banning two of Xianxia's top laners, but now you're telling me that Xianxia is the support? Hahaha, maybe Brother Fei is a little upset because two of his top laners were banned. Sleeping God is the support. I'm looking forward to this match. But I'm more interested in Jingyu's Moonshade Spider's pentakill, hahaha. Momo almost vomited blood when she saw PG's final lineup, Azrael? Flower in the Mirror? Moonshade Spider? This lineup was completely out of their expectations. They had wasted 2 ban slots, and they hadn't banned the most. Momo's entire team felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They had indeed wasted 2 ban slots. When Hanleng went up, the first pick was Azrael. They didn't even consider Lilith and Satan. Unlike Xianxia, Hanleng couldn't be fierce in every game. Whether he was fierce or not was entirely up to his devil pet. When he used a Sagittarius as the bottom laner, he was a coward. Although Lilith was a mana tank, she didn't have much health. She relied on her excellent lifesteal ability to sustain herself. When she fought in a team, her health would fluctuate. It was frightening to watch. Satan was even more so. As a strong jungler second only to Sword Burial, he was better at killing people than tanking damage. Therefore, for Hanleng, Azrael, a tank with high health and high defense, was the best choice. It could also be said that he was the only choice at this stage. The top laner, who was fierce in every game, was using Flower in the Mirror to circle around Luo Yiming's Wind of Condensation. Flower in the Mirror, a control-type pure support. Hahaha. If only this was an offline match. I really want to see the other side's expression. Luo Yiming didn't want to be too excited, his captain was personally assisting him. This treatment, Xianxia was as calm as ever. He even yawned lazily. Am I in command for this round? A support was indeed more suitable for commanding than a jungler. Jingyu almost instinctively replied with a before he seemed to realize something. He hesitated and asked, can you? Xianxia, huh? Jingyu, don't tell me you fell asleep while fighting? Xianxia, Jingyu, you look very sleepy. She was even yawning. Xianxia, sleepy. He was a little sleepy, but not so sleepy that he would fall asleep in the middle of a match. After all, it was a competition. Even though Xianxia was like this, he was also obsessed with the championship. Or rather, it could be said that PG was created with this goal in mind. However, what was with Jingyu's "don't stop me from winning the championship" expression? Xianxia raised his eyebrows and suddenly wanted to tease him. Command before I fall asleep. When I fall asleep, you'll take over. Jingyu frowned. He didn't agree, but he obediently said, okay, that's it. What will you do if I fall asleep and lose the game? Xianxia was suddenly very curious. Jingyu didn't turn his head. I won't let that happen. Xianxia, what if it happens? Jingyu was silent for a while. When he spoke again, Xianxia didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that his voice was lower than usual. I won't let you fall asleep. He said word by word, if you're too sleepy. He tilted his head and looked at Xianxia. He smiled and said, I can punch you. Luo Yiming couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yi Hong and Hanleng also couldn't help but laugh. They all thought that Jingyu was joking. Only Xianxia, who was sitting next to Jingyu, knew how dangerous Jingyu's eyes were when he said this. He was serious. No one could stop Jingyu from winning the game, not even his favorite esports player. After threatening Qin Fei, Jingyu immediately turned his gaze back to his computer screen. He was absent-minded. His heart suddenly started beating very fast. He was scared by himself. Damn, he actually threatened Brother Fei. Brother Fei must hate him now, but he really didn't want to lose. Qin Fei looked at him silently for a while. He suddenly smiled and said softly, "Don't worry, I won't fall asleep." Then he said, "Even if I fall asleep, I can fly." I really don't know where he got his confidence from. However, after hearing his words, Jingyu instantly calmed down. His brows unconsciously relaxed. Brother Fei said that he wouldn't fall asleep, so he definitely wouldn't fall asleep. If he said that he could fly, then he definitely could. It turned out that chasing after celebrities was blind. However, it was true that Qin Fei could fly. Qin Fei said, "Yiming, go." Luo Yiming's wind of condensation almost instinctively attacked the opposing Minotaur. Then, Qin Fei's flower in the mirror used a crowd control skill. The Minotaur and the mermaid were all controlled at the edge of the defense tower. Although wind of condensation's damage wasn't high, it had the longest reach of all the archers. From the beginning of the attack, to the Minotaur being controlled, to the end of the crowd control effect, to the Minotaur escaping, the enemy Minotaur was within the range of wind of condensation the entire time. The wind blade passed through the entire defense tower and slit the Minotaur's neck. Even if he used flash, he couldn't escape this final punishment. First blood was born. System, wind of condensation, 1 kill. System, enemy Minotaur has been killed. After killing the Minotaur, wind of condensation didn't stop attacking. Wind blade after wind of condensation swept towards the mermaid. Qin Fei said, "Fall back." Luo Yiming's wind of condensation fell back and dodged the mermaid's crowd control skill. Qin Fei said, "Enter the tower." Flower in the mirror was the first to enter the tower. Luo Yiming's wind of condensation moved into the tower and crazily attacked the mermaid. The mermaid also used flash, but she also couldn't escape wind of condensation's range. System, wind of condensation, double kill. System, enemy mermaid has been killed. Qin Fei said, "Flash out of the tower." Luo Yiming did as he was told. Almost at the same time, Flower and the mirror came out of the tower. Both of them still had half of their health left. After killing a wave of troops, they happily returned to the city to recover. Jingyu's admiration for Qin Fei increased by several levels. Brother Fei is so strong. Qin Fei smiled, "You call this strong?" Jingyu said, "Yiming never listens to my commands." Qin Fei said, "It's fine. Just give him a beating and he'll be fine." Luo Yiming? Luo Yiming felt wronged. "When did I not listen to your commands?" Jingyu didn't want to be entangled with him on this issue. "Fine, it's my fault. I don't know why I can't cooperate with you." Qin Fei said, "I said, just give him a beating and he'll be fine." Jingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time, he wouldn't be fooled by Qin Fei. He knew very well that Luo Yiming did listen to his commands, but he never achieved the results he wanted. This wasn't a problem that could be solved by just giving him a beating. Qin Fei also knew very well that Jingyu and Luo Yiming still had a long way to go. To cooperate with a single-celled shooter like Luo Yiming, in addition to being flexible, he also needed a certain amount of intuition. Therefore, he wouldn't teach Jingyu what to do during the match. It wouldn't be too late to slowly practice this in the future. Moreover, he felt that the current Jingyu was already very good at ganking the bottom lane. Jingyu's goal when ganking the bottom lane was never to be a shooter, but a jungler. He crouched in the bushes and waited patiently. Once he caught the movement of the opposing jungler, he would rush out and kill him. This wasn't the first time Jingyu had done this. Logically speaking, the opposing jungler should have been on guard. However, Jingyu still succeeded. This was a tried and tested trick. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, enemy Sword Burial has been killed. Beautiful. Aban couldn't help but shout out. Jingyu's bait never fails even once. Bait, Tangwa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aban, using our own shooter as bait to kill the opposing jungler. Bait 4. Short. As long as you're happy. Tangwa's tone was a little helpless, but she calmly accepted Aban's explanation in the next second. Jinyu's bait is done very well no matter what kind of monster he uses. A ban, yes, but in this game, Qin Fei's flower in the mirror is also very eye-catching. Tanghua, it's mainly because of the rhythm of the bottom lane. One's positioning is obviously much less wrong than in the preliminaries. A ban, rather than saying that one has made fewer mistakes, it's more accurate to say that Qin Fei's coordination is very good. No matter how one plays, he can keep up with her. He takes advantage of all the opportunities that the other party seizes. Tanghua, Sai, first the jungler, then the top laner, and now the support. How can Qin Fei play any position? This question was what everyone in front of the screen was thinking. Countless bullet screen comments in agreement slid across the screen. Feng Luofan couldn't help but frown and had to turn off the bullet screen for a while. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the top lane. As a ban spoke, he asked someone to cut the screen to the top lane. On the screen, Hanling's Azrael suppressed the Quangu on the opposite side of the tower. From time to time, he would use his skills to bait the enemy out of the tower. This scene, top laners are the most aggressive. After all, they have a lot of health. A ban looked at the Quangu, who was trembling under the tower after being bullied by Azrael, and felt like laughing. The Quangu and Azrael are the same type of monsters, but the Quangu is obviously at a disadvantage in the lane. When you look at the other team's matches, you will always ban Azrael as a last resort. Only when you are up against PGs will you ban Satan and Lilith first. As Tanghua spoke, she couldn't help but sigh. When a player is strong enough, the difference between monsters and monsters doesn't seem to matter. A ban, that's right. Jinyu's assassin-type monster is a classic example. As they spoke, the Moonshade Spider passed through the middle lane and rushed directly into the enemy tower. It killed Scarlet Fury in a few swipes and teleported out of the tower. On the screen, countless 666s slid past neatly. Everyone watching the livestream couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts. Almost everyone felt that Jinyu's Moonshade Spider was stronger than Heart of Ice. This was because when he used the Moonshade Spider, he preferred to cross the tower and kill monsters than Heart of Ice. As a monster that dealt more damage the lower its health, and would go berserk when it was on red blood, Jinyu fully utilized the Moonshade Spider's strategy of selling its health. When Sword Burial saw other monsters with low health, his first reaction was to chase after them like crazy. He wouldn't turn back until he killed them. When he saw the Moonshade Spider with low health, he couldn't afford to provoke it. He slipped away. Finally, it was time for the team battle against the dragon. Old Han, let's go. At Qin Fei's command, Hanling's Azrael was the first to rush out. Its black scythe hooked onto the enemy Quangu and directly into the PG's encirclement. Then, Qin Fei flashed over and used disorienting steps to crowd control all the enemy members. They're all crowd controlled. A ban couldn't believe his eyes. The timing of that flash was very crucial. It was too good. But Momo's reaction was also very fast. She used disorienting steps at almost the same time. Moonshade Spider attacked. Following Azrael's death harvest, the Moonshade Spider, which only had a sliver of health left, used Shadow Flash to rush into the midst of Momo's members. Then, it used Spider Web, Bite, Demon Transformation, Inescapable Net, 10,000 Spider Bite, Gluttony, Moon Shadow Harvest. A self-created combo of attacks made Momo's members unable to take care of themselves. The dazzling array of skills was not played in slow motion, so it was impossible to see what was happening. The entire screen was filled with system notifications of enemy demons being killed. It was a tragic sight. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, enemy members have been killed. System, Moonshade Spider, double kill. System, enemy Scarlet Fury has been killed. System, Moonshade Spider, triple kill. System, enemy Quangu has been killed. System, Moonshade Spider, quadruple kill. System, enemy Mermaid has been killed. Quadruple kill. Jinyu's Moonshade Spider has quadruple kill. Aban was so excited that his voice broke. Sword Burial with only a sliver of health left. Sword Burial has escaped with a displacement. Momo's Sword Burial saw that the situation was not good. As soon as the crowd control effect wore off, it escaped. Relying on its mobility, it disappeared without a trace. On the PG side, except for the Moonshade Spider, everyone's health was above half, so it was very safe. Attack the dragon, Xianxia ordered. Everyone rushed towards the magic dragon, while he began to scout the nearby bushes. At this time, Sword Burial, who had circled around to hide in the bushes, was so nervous that his heart almost stopped beating. Sword Burial is in the bushes. Can Xianxia find it? Tangwa was even more nervous than Sword Burial. He's too close to the dragon. He's planning to steal it. Momo's team is very good at stealing dragons, but can they succeed against PG, who is in the top 8? Aban said as he watched Xianxia's flower in the mirror get closer and closer to Sword Burial's position. We're going to be discovered. However, the moment a lustrous-looking moon stepped into the grass, Xianxia used flash in the grass. His entire body flashed past a lustrous-looking moon and disappeared into the grass that a lustrous-looking moon had already explored. Beautiful. Even though Aban was rooting for the PG team, he was still amazed by Sword Burial's maneuver. Flashing from bushes to bushes would not be discovered by the enemy. As expected, Xianxia did not find any trace of Sword Burial. He had already scouted all the bushes. Thinking that it was safe, he went to contribute to the damage output of the magic dragon. When the magic dragon only had a sliver of health left, Sword Burial rushed out. Sword Burial is coming. Tangwa screamed. She watched as Sword Burial teleported to the magic dragon's side. Almost at the same time, he used retribution on Jingyu's Moonshade Spider. The result? System, Sword Burial, vanquish the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. As soon as the system notification appeared, a paw sound was heard. It was a string in Luo Yiming's brain that snapped. Sword Burial. You mother asterisk cur #yen%. Luo Yiming cursed as he used his Wind of Condensation to teleport over and kill Sword Burial in a few hits. System, Wind of Condensation, 1 kill. System, the enemy Sword Burial has been killed. Jingyu was stunned for a moment before he reacted quickly, push the tower. Yihong also reacted immediately, yes, 1 wave at a time, 1 wave at a time. Luo Yiming, 1 wave at a time. Hanling, kill. At that moment, the PvP training room suddenly became very noisy and filled with all kinds of roars. At the same time, the PvP players didn't even look at the magic dragon army that was pouring out of Momo's territory. Almost all of them rushed towards the middle lane, except for Jingyu. Jingyu used his Moonshade Spider to teleport and flash to reach the magic disc as quickly as possible and single-handedly took it down. System, Moonshade Spider, vanquish the magic disc. As the system notification popped up, a huge magic disc rose into the air and with a whoosh, it flew towards the enemy's second tower in the middle lane. At that moment, PvP's army line was cleared by the enemy's tower. The magic disc tanked the tower's damage and PvP players frantically tried to push the tower. System, Wind of Condensation, destroy the enemy's tower. After taking down the second tower, PvP players didn't hesitate and continued to push down the third tower. At that moment, Jingyu's Moonshade Spider returned to the main army and helped everyone push down the tower. Soon, another tower collapsed under the crazy damage of PvP players. System, Wind of Condensation, destroy the enemy's tower. After destroying 2 towers in one go, the magic disc status bar was still at 1/5. The army line in the middle lane also arrived quickly. PvP players went all out and under the cover of the magic disc, charged straight into the enemy's territory. The magic dragon army in the middle lane was killed as soon as they set out. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. It was a tragic sight. The members of Momo Battle Team were scared out of their wits when they saw this. Quangu, who was in front of the PvP players, resurrected. Before he could cast his skills, Flower in the Mirror used illusion, he couldn't move. Immediately after, Crimson Rage was hooked out of its territory by Hanling's Grim Reaper scythe. Before it could react, it was instantly killed by Peacock Plume and Solid Wind's attack. System, Congealing Wind, 1 kill. System, enemy Scarlet Fury has been killed. The centaur saw that the situation was bad and turned to run. Azrael didn't think twice and used flash to chase after him. Half of the centaur's health bar was gone in an instant. Wind of condensation threw a few wind blades at him and took away his remaining health. System, wind of condensation, double kill. System, enemy centaur has been killed. After losing 2 main damage dealers, Quangu knew that there was no need for him to continue tanking damage. He immediately tried to escape, but Moonshade Spider caught up with him with Shadow Flash. It used its spider web to control him and then used its 5 fingers to grab him. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, enemy Quangu has been killed. Aban, we won. PvP 1. At this point, there was no suspense in the game. Momo, who had the magic dragon, was completely helpless against PvP. This round, PvP 1, and it was a brutal victory. Enemy, Momoji's sword burial. GG. The tank was dead, and so was the damage dealer. What else could they do? Momo's jungler, Ji's, couldn't do anything even if he revived. He could only type GG and watch as PvP destroyed their territory like crazy. The word victory appeared on the screens of all PvP players in gold. Jinyu let out a long sigh of relief. They won. After the magic dragon was stolen, his heart skipped a beat. He almost thought that they were going to lose this round. Fortunately, they were fast enough to kill the dragon. When they lost the dragon, Momo's players hadn't revived yet. They could seize the opportunity to take the magic wheel and attack. Reality proved that they were right. They pushed forward crazily with the magic dragon stolen, and finally won before the magic dragon army could really do anything. If they had been a little later and the magic dragon army came out in 2 or 3 waves, it would have been hard to say who would win this round. On the other side, all PvP players were amazed by how close they were to death. On the other side, the audience watching the livestream in front of their screens was in complete chaos. The comments were increasing at a terrifying rate. It's here. The magic dragon has been stolen. The seal has been lifted. PvP really went berserk. The seal has been lifted. PvP has gone berserk. Too brutal. 66666. Compared to the crazy comments, Aban's commentary was clearly much more rational. PvP's judgment was correct. This is the time to fight. Otherwise, when Momo's players revive and push forward with the magic dragon army, PvP will have a hard time. Tangua. That being said, PvP's last wave was really fierce. Especially in this group battle on Momo's territory. Azrael's tower, Wind of Condensation's double kill, Moonshade Spider's chase. It was amazing. Momo was stunned. Aban, yeah, but that's PvP's usual style. Don't forget, their team is best at fast-paced play. Once they seize the opportunity, almost no team can fight them head-on. Tangua. Anyway, PvP scored 1 point in the first match between PvP and Momo. What a pity for Momo, she stole the dragon. The comments frowny face. Didn't they lose because they stole the dragon? They lost because they stole the dragon. Why did they lift PvP's seal? You won't die if you don't ask for it. The magic dragon has been stolen. The seal has been lifted. PvP has gone berserk. Heads flying. F***ck. Don't go. How can you be so good? Outstanding. Outshining the others. Why are you so outstanding when you're all in the same position? The group stage was a best of 3, and the winner would win 2 out of 3 matches. Therefore, in 10 minutes, PvP and Momo would play another round. During the break, PvP went to the bathroom and chatted with each other. Jinyu sat in his seat and looked at the post-match statistics, deep in thought. Because it was a group game, the officials would calculate the statistics and choose the MVP of the winning team. In the end, the MVP of this round was Xianxia's flower in the mirror. He had 0 kills, 0 deaths, and 28 assists. He had the most assists in the game and had the highest participation rate. He deserved the title. After Jinyu finished admiring Flower in the Mirror's MVP animation, he crossed his arms and leaned back in a daze. Xianxia tilted his head and looked at him. He easily guessed his thoughts. Thinking about how to stop them from stealing the dragon? Jinyu paused for a moment before he nodded. At the same time, he was confused. Was it that easy to guess his thoughts? How did Brother Fei get it right every time? As if he had heard his thoughts, Xianxia chuckled and said calmly, "It's my fault." I didn't notice if Sword Burial's blink had been used. I should have checked the bushes again. Then, he softened his voice and muttered to himself, TSK. It's not good to bully noobs too much. I'm getting worse and worse. Jinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was it really okay for MVP to call himself a noob? How were the others supposed to live? The 10-minute break quickly passed. In the end, Jinyu couldn't think of a way to stop the opponent from stealing the dragon. He could only remind himself that if he wanted to fight the dragon while the opponent still had a demon alive, he had to check the bushes twice, because PvP won the first round, Momo went first in the second round. Unlike the first round, Momo banned the Moonshade Spider without hesitation. Jinyu's Moonshade Spider was banned. A ban shouted excitedly. I'm sure PvP won't ban the Moonshade Spider in the next round. Tangua, that's for sure. Jinyu's Moonshade Spider's self-created combo is like a bug. When paired with Flower in the Mirror, a control-type support, it's unbeatable. After a pause, she probed. In this round, Jinyu should be able to get Heart of Ice, right? A ban, it's not should, it's definitely. Momo already gave one ban to the Moonshade Spider. The remaining 2 bans weren't enough. She couldn't ban Heart of Ice. Also, don't forget that Jinyu's Moonshade Spider only appeared because a team banned his Heart of Ice. Moonshade Spider is already scary enough. Who knows if he'll bring out an even more troublesome demon after we ban his Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider. Tangua, ha, that makes sense. But I'm looking forward to seeing Jinyu use a new demon. While they were talking, PvP had already banned Kamal. Tangua, sure enough, it's Kamal. PvP's first ban will always be Kamal. A ban, it can't be helped. One doesn't know how to use this strong archer, so we can't leave it to the other team. Tangua, I don't think we can go on like this. We'll always have 1 ban less than the other team. A ban, it's okay. After all, there are quite a lot of teams using Kamal now. Tangua, Momo gave the second ban to Nine-Tailed Fox. A ban, PvP immediately returned to Heijiao. Tangua, this time, Momo hesitated for a long time. After all, there's only 1 ban left. This ban will definitely be given to Qin Fei. The question is, will it be given to Satan or Lilith? A ban, maybe it'll be Azrael. As soon as he finished speaking, Momo chose the last ban, Lilith. Tangua, ha, a ban, you guessed wrong. It's Lilith. A ban, that's expected. I guess PvP's last ban will be given to Dark Cupid. This time, he guessed right. Almost as soon as he said this, PvP did not hesitate to ban Dark Cupid. The next 3 bans were basically fixed. There was nothing to hesitate about. Then, it was Momo's turn to pick the first demon. At first, they chose the same centaur but did not lock it. A few seconds later, the centaur in the center of the screen was replaced by Azrael. Locked, oh. Momo stole Azrael this time. Tangua's eyes lit up. She must be scared of Azrael from 3H in the last round. Just in case, she stole it first. Azrael is really strong. A ban explained. This season, Azrael's probability of being banned is quite high. According to the statistics, in the preliminaries, Azrael's probability of being banned is 67%. He's second only to Kamal, who is 72%. While they were talking, PvP had already locked 2 demons, Centaur and Scarlet Fury. Are they planning to switch lineups with Momo in the last round? A ban could not help but tease them. Wasn't that right? In the last round, PvP got Azrael, while Momo got Centaur and Scarlet Fury. This round, the tables were completely turned. However, a complete swap was impossible. Momo immediately locked Sword Burial and Flower in the Mirror. Tangua, Flower in the Mirror. If I remember correctly, this is the first time Momo's team has used Flower in the Mirror, right? A ban, haha, looks like they're really scared of PvP. They'd rather give up their usual support than let Flower in the Mirror fall into PvP's hands. PvP locked onto Satan and Mermaid. Momo hesitated for a long time. Finally, when the countdown was about to end, she locked onto Peacock Plume and Wind of Condensation. Then, PvP chose the last jungler, Heart of Ice. At this point, the lineups of both teams were finalized. PvP, Satan, Scarlet Fury, Centaur, Heart of Ice, Mermaid Momo, Azrael, Peacock Plume, Wind of Condensation, Sword Burial, Flower in the Mirror. With this lineups, it could be said that except for the jungler, all the monsters on both teams had been swapped. In the pressing countdown, both teams exchanged monsters and adjusted their equipment. As usual, PvP chatted casually for a while before gradually getting into the game mode. On the other hand, Momo was extremely excited. "I don't believe it." Momo's jungler, Xianxia, slammed the table and shouted, "We can lose the game, but we have to steal the magic dragon." "Bah, it's the magic dragon, we have to win this round." "I don't believe in unsealed berserk. If we lose this round, how am I going to explain it to my friends in the forum?" His teammates agreed. "Steal it, steal it. You can't win against PvP without stealing the dragon. To beat PvP, you have to steal the dragon first. Steal the dragon. Steal the dragon. Steal the dragon." When the match started, Momo's entire team only had one thought in their minds: steal the dragon. "You must steal the dragon." The audience in front of their screens were also screaming in their hearts, "Steal the dragon. Keep stealing the dragon." Almost everyone wanted to know if it was a coincidence that PG went berserk after dropping the dragon or if there was some kind of mystery behind it. 10 minutes into the match, the magic dragon spawned. From that moment on, Momo's jungler didn't stop looting the dragon. When Heart of Ice was doing a double kill in the bottom lane, Sword Burial was looting the dragon. When Heart of Ice was gank in the middle lane, Sword Burial came over to help and looted the dragon when they passed by the dragon pit. When Heart of Ice went to the top lane to push the tower, Sword Burial wasn't the only one who looted the dragon. Momo's mid laner, Peacock Plume, also secretly looted the dragon. Looting the dragon, hit the dragon and run. "Ha ha ha ha, what did the dragon do wrong? Magic dragon, why do people keep looting me? Momo's team is too funny." Not only were the viewers amused by Xianxia's looting, but even Aban couldn't help but laugh. "I think Momo is a little nervous this round, especially their jungler. He keeps looting the dragon. It's too obvious that he wants to steal the dragon." Tangua, ha ha ha, after all, their opponent is PG. Even though they're both new teams from last season, PG made it to the quarterfinals. Momo will definitely feel pressured if she fights PG. Aban, the second magic board has spawned. We can see that Heart of Ice is rushing to the bottom lane to take down the magic board. On Momo's side, Sword Burial is still looting the dragon. Aban didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he said the last sentence. The viewers couldn't help but laugh. Frowny face, ha 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 ha. Is Zhis a clown hired by a monkey? Xianxia's looting of the dragon last round really shocked me, but this round, ha ha ha, he won't be cool for more than 3 seconds. Of course, Zhis didn't know what the commentators and viewers were saying about him. At that moment, he only had one thought: the dragon is mine. This dragon is reserved for me. Other than me, no one else is allowed to move. PG didn't have a chance to loot the dragon, but Xianxia's teammates were also having a hard time surviving. After being killed by Heart of Ice 3 times in a row, Momo's mid laner, Peacock Plume, couldn't help but complain, "Bro, the dragon, of course we're going to steal it, but if you don't control that arrogant Heart of Ice, we're going to lose." Zhis, wow, you can't even beat Heart of Ice, you're such a noob. The mid laner almost vomited blood. If you're not a noob, then go and fight him one-on-one. Jeez, no, I want to steal the dragon. How could he tolerate this? Momo's marksman couldn't take it anymore. You call that stealing a dragon? I only saw you touching the dragon. Jeez, what do you know? I'm waiting for the dragon to equip it. Archer, how long do you think it'll take for your equipment to be ready? Jeez, based on my rough estimation, you'll probably be killed by Heart of Ice 2 more times. Archer. Why don't you King die? Just like that, Sword Burial reached level 13 amidst the mockery and ridicule of his teammates. Xianxia stopped touching the dragon and started to steal it. Xianxia, Archer, help, Archer, help. Quick, quick, quick. Archer, coming, coming. Momo is starting to steal the dragon. Candy could not help but exclaim when she realized that she was not touching the dragon but actually stealing it. Will PG find out? Heart of Ice should have noticed by now. Aban replied, he's heading towards the magic dragon. The other magical creatures are also gathering towards the dragon pit. It looks like there's going to be a group battle soon. Aban's guess was right. After Sword Burial single-handedly took out 1/5 of the magic dragon's HP, PG's entire team arrived. Almost at the same time, Momo's entire team arrived as well. Both teams were squeezed into the dragon pit. Before they could start fighting, the magic dragon sent them flying into the air with a seismic strike. When they landed, Jingyu was the first to react. He connected himself to Azrael with snow traction and pulled Heart of Ice over to him. With Azrael as the epicenter, the blizzard engulfed Peacock Plume, Wind of Condensation, and Flower in the Mirror, freezing them all into ice sculptures. Then, Scarlet Fury used his ultimate skill, Blood Pool Purgatory, and instantly took away a large amount of HP from the 4 magical creatures. Satan went past Azrael and pressed down on the enemy's backline. The centaur also aimed his bow and arrow at Wind of Condensation, and instantly took down the enemy. System, Centaur, 1 kill. System, enemy Wind of Condensation has been killed. At this moment, Grim Reaper used Dispel. The scythe hooked Crimson Fury and pulled her in front of Peacock Plume. Then, the freezing effect disappeared, and Peacock Plume did not hesitate to use his ultimate skill on Scarlet Fury. Scarlet Fury took the brunt of the ultimate skill. After using 2 skills and 1 skill to control Peacock Plume, she quickly drained her remaining HP and recovered 1/4 of her HP. System, Scarlet Fury, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. However, before Yi Hong could rejoice for long, the HP he had painstakingly regained was easily taken away by Azrael's Death Harvest. System, Azrael, 1 kill. System, enemy Scarlet Fury has been killed. When Azrael used Death Harvest, Heart of Ice and Centaur moved to avoid it, so they did not lose any HP. After Scarlet Fury died, Centaur hid behind Satan and began to attack Azrael crazily. In the end, Azrael's head was taken away by Heart of Ice's skill. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Azrael has been killed. After killing Azrael, Heart of Ice's teleportation skill refreshed. Without hesitation, he followed up with Flower in the Mirror. Unexpectedly, Flower in the Mirror was even faster. She used mystifying steps to control Heart of Ice, Satan, and Centaur. Then, she turned around and tried to escape. How could Hanlong give her the chance to escape? He blinked over and spat out a bubble to control her. Not long after, mystifying steps disappeared. All PG players rushed toward Flower in the Mirror, but the moment they did, they suddenly realized something. The first to react was Jingyu. Why are you chasing after her? Fight the dragon. Hearing this, all PG players seemed to have woken up from a dream. They quickly abandoned Flower in the Mirror and rushed toward the dragon pit. At this time, Sword Burial had already reduced the magic dragon's HP to less than 1/5. Seeing that he was about to succeed, he did not care about the lives of his teammates. The PG players who had just finished a group battle did not have many skills left, but Heart of Ice still had punishment. Jingyu had Heart of Ice rush toward the magic dragon as quickly as possible. However, when he finally reached the magic dragon sent him flying with Earthquake Strike. Then, Flower in the Mirror blinked over and controlled him. Jingyu cursed, F***ck. He watched helplessly as his Heart of Ice and Snow was immobilized, while his Catoptric Deflection was killed by the Centaur in just a few moves. System, Centaur, 1 kill. System, enemy Flower in the Mirror has died. At this point, PG and Momo had exchanged 1 for 4 in the group battle. However, there was nothing to be happy about. Because in the next second, Sword Burial, Momo's only survivor, decisively used punishment to take down the magic dragon, even though Satan took advantage of the opportunity to attack the magic dragon's HP, and even though the Centaur immediately turned his attention to Sword Burial after killing Flower in the Mirror. No one could stop Giz from burying the sword and stealing the dragon. System, Sword Burial, conquering the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. System, Centaur, double kill. System, enemy Sword Burial has died. Momo stole the dragon. Tangwa exclaimed excitedly. Momo's Sword Burial stole the dragon again. This team is really good at stealing dragons. This player from Xi's is really good. Aban couldn't help but praise him. Even though he's very good at looting the dragon, when he actually fights the dragon, his positioning and timing of skills are perfect. If Xi's were to play a role-playing MMORPG, he'd be very good at PvE. Tanghua, yeah. At Sword Burial's level, it's still quite risky to solo a dragon, but he basically took down the dragon by himself. Aban, now let's see how PG will deal with this. Unlike the previous round, Momo's team was wiped out by PG again, but their respawn time is not as long. PG also lost a mage and the magic board hasn't spawned yet. Tanghua, the overall situation is still in Momo's favor. Let's see if Momo can take advantage of it. As the two of them commentated, they didn't know that the moment the dragon was taken down by Sword Burial, the bullet screen was flooded with the words, "Seal removed." 4 big words. On PG's side, they had indeed entered a tense strategic deployment. After Jingyu returned to the city to replenish his health, he immediately rushed to the middle lane. Middle lane, middle lane. Archers, come quickly. Under Heart of Ice's lead, PG's entire team gathered in the middle lane. Mermaid sped up, Satan pressed forward, and Centaur attacked from the back. The first wave of Magic Dragon army was wiped out at a frightening speed. Archers, go. Mages, follow me. Mermaid escorted Centaur to the top lane, and another wave of Magic Dragon army appeared. Peacock Plume, who had just respawned, rushed to the bottom lane and swept the area with a few skills. With Satan and Heart of Ice's DPS, they cleared out another wave. Gather in the middle lane. Prepare for a team fight. PG's entire team regrouped in the middle lane. At this time, Momo's entire team, who had just respawned, had also rushed to the middle lane and followed behind the second wave of Magic Dragon army. They were waiting for the army to rush into the defense tower and push the tower together. However, before the Magic Dragon army could rush into the defense tower, a cold light connected with Azrael, who was charging at the front. Almost at the same time, Satan pressed forward, and Heart of Ice activated his ultimate at the same time. The special effects of Blizzard and Hand of Darkness intertwined, and instantly turned the area where Momo's team was standing into a terrifying hell. Even though Azrael and Wind of Condensation reacted quickly and used crowd control, they couldn't avoid Scarlet Fury's blood pool purgatory. This time, it was really purgatory. System, Scarlet Fury, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has died. System, Scarlet Fury, double kill. System, enemy Wind of Condensation has died. Retreat. At Jingyu's command, all PGs retreated and dodged Flower in the Mirror's ultimate. However, almost at the same time, Sword Burial rushed from behind and directly attacked the back row of PGs with his ultimate. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, our team has died. Sword Burial. Sword Burial again. You motherf asterisk cur #%. Luo Yiming cursed again. He swore that if he had the chance to meet Zhis, he would give him a punch as a greeting gift. Yi Hong sneered. What are you cursing for? You're a noob, you can't even dodge an ultimate. As soon as he finished speaking, Sword Burial's teleportation skill refreshed, and he directly teleported to Scarlet Fury's side, raised his 40-meter-long sword, and viciously swung it. System, Sword Burial, double kill. System, our team Scarlet Fury has died. Yi Hong, Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. Noobs. Qin Fei, noobs. Hiss, I'll avenge you. As Qin Fei spoke, he immediately changed the target of his Satan, and immediately attacked Sword Burial. Even if Satan only had half of his health left, he was not afraid of Sword Burial, who had full health, one-on-one. Not to mention, there was also Heart of Ice. Sword Burial was entangled by Satan, and could not escape no matter how hard he tried. His health dropped at a frightening rate. On the other side, Heart of Ice, who only had a sliver of health left after killing Flower in the Mirror, did not hesitate to use his skill on Sword Burial. However, before he could teleport over, Sword Burial was killed. System, Mermaid, 1 kill. System, enemy Sword Burial has died. Wait a minute? Mermaid? Jingyu, who failed to kill Hanleng, unwillingly clicked on his equipment. The corner of his mouth twitched. Brother Han, when did you change your AD equipment? Hanleng smiled wickedly. Just now, Sword Burial has been killed by Mermaid. Momo has been wiped out again. Tangwa exclaimed in disbelief. The magic dragon army doesn't seem to exist for PG. No, it does affect them a little. Aban finally managed to maintain his last shred of rationality and explained calmly. PG's HP was mostly taken out by the magic dragon army. Without Dragon Stealer, Sword Burial wouldn't have been able to get a double kill. Tangwa, but PG is really good at dealing with the magic dragon army. Indeed. Aban could see it too. Everyone cooperated very well and didn't waste any time. It was as if they had been specially trained. Oh, this was really a huge misunderstanding. Fan Luofan's training for PG was to drag it out in the late game. However, this group of bastards was too weak and it was too difficult to drag it out, so they came up with this opportunistic method. In the end, they didn't know if they improved in the late game, but they became more and more familiar with dealing with the magic dragon army. Whether it was Jing Yu's command or the cooperation of the others, everyone's operation was methodical. After clearing 3 waves of magic dragon army, PG's towers on the side, middle, and bottom all suffered some damage, but none of them fell, not a single one of them had fallen, oh my god. Not a single tower was taken down. Tangwa couldn't believe her eyes. Momo couldn't even take down one of PG's towers after getting the magic dragon. What was more despairing than not being able to take down the enemy's towers? It was not being able to take down the enemy's towers even after getting the magic dragon. What was more despairing than being flattened all the way? It was being flattened all the way after getting the magic dragon. The magic dragon was a very important tool to turn the tables. Sometimes, getting the magic dragon meant turning the tables, whether it was Momo or KCC, who PG was going to face next. They all relied on Dragon Stealer to turn the tables several times before standing on the battlefield of the group stage. However, all of this seemed so powerless in front of PG. Momo's morale took a huge hit when she couldn't even defeat the PGs after stealing the dragon. Everyone, including the jungler Xi's, was getting worse and worse. They made all kinds of mistakes and in the end, they were wiped out by the PGs again at the border of the territory. This time, it was a 0 for 5. From the audience's point of view, PG was unstoppable. He had pushed down 3 towers in a row and crushed all of Momo's members in his territory. PG is too cruel. Tangwa had completely lost her mind. That's amazing. Too awesome. It's too scary. Aban didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Team PG always pushes the tower very quickly in the end. But in this round, I think Momo made a lot of mistakes, but it couldn't be helped. After all, she couldn't push down a PG tower even with a dragon. There's no doubt about the outcome of this match. Indeed, after Momo was killed, all the PG players, led by the minions, attacked the enemy's territory like crazy. In the end, they destroyed the enemy's territory and won the match. The word victory appeared on the live broadcast screen, shining brightly. Aban, okay. Let's congratulate PG for winning the first group match. They have a total of 2 points. Tangwa, Momo lost to PG in the first match, but it's okay. At least they made PG lose the dragon twice. I hope they can do even better in the following matches. At this moment, the bullet screened frowny face. It's because PG lost the dragon twice. Didn't the commentator realize how cruel PG is after losing the dragon? PG's dragon can't be touched. The seal has been removed. PG has gone berserk. In the Momo club, Xi's, who had lost the match, took off his headphones and was in a daze. Until his teammate whispered, PG, is so King scary. Xi's came back to his senses and said seriously, the curse is real. PG is a being that is favored by the magic dragon and has inherited the magic dragon's blood. Once the magic dragon is killed and the seal is removed, PG will go berserk and turn the tables. His teammate didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bro, are you serious? On the other side, Momo's archer cum captain rolled up his mouse pad and hit Xi's head. Damn your blood. Have you finished your homework yet? Xi's immediately covered his head and scurried away. I'm going. Aban, okay, the statistics are out. The MVP of this match is given to one's team. His arrows didn't miss once and he did a lot of damage. Tangwa, PG's one is really an amazing player. He always likes to hit his opponent's face as if he always forgets that he's an archer. I wonder how he'll do if he uses a warrior. A ban, that's hard to say. After all, there's a big difference between a warrior and an archer. Warriors rely more on their skills while archers rely on normal attacks. Tangua, that's true. A ban, anyway, PG defeated Momo 2-0 in the first group match. Let's congratulate PG again. Tangua, the next match is between ANE and KCC. Take a break and come back soon. After the two of them finished talking, they switched the live stream to a replay of the previous match. The comments didn't stop. They kept on spamming words like unbanned and berserk. What about PG? Jingyu laid down on the computer table. I'm so tired, Qingfei looked at him in amusement. You're tired after only 2 matches? The intensity is different. Momo's team is completely different from the teams we met in the preliminaries. Qingfei, you're just upset because your dragon was stolen, right? Jingyu looked at Qingfei and blinked. How do you always know what I'm thinking? Qingfei, it's simple. Because I'm upset too. Qingfei was just speaking his mind. That was all. At that moment, Feng Luofan appeared at the door of the training room. When he saw that PG was a little tired, he said mercifully, rest well in the morning. We'll start training in the afternoon. Yi Hong, okay Luo Yiming, okay. Coach, I love you. Feng Luofan, get out of here. Don't be so disgusting. You'll suffer when we review the game tonight. Luo Yiming instantly withered. Right, there was still a review. Even though he was the MVP in the second match, he felt that he had made too many mistakes today. It was over. Qingfei yawned and stood up from his chair. I'm going to sleep for a bit. Feng Luofan nodded. Go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, Jingyu stood up from his seat. I'm going too. Yi Hong, huh? You're going to sleep too? Han Lang, you're going to sleep with Brother Fei? Jingyu? Qingfei couldn't help but laugh. He looked back at Jingyu. Sleep together? Jingyu's face instantly turned red. No. That. I just want to go back. Before he could finish, Qingfei raised his hand and rubbed his head. Jingyu panicked. He looked like a little mouse who had been caught stealing rice. Qingfei's hands itched. After rubbing his head, Qingfei didn't say anything. He turned around and left the training room. Jingyu stood there in a daze. For a long time, he couldn't hear what the people around him were saying. The only thing left in his world was the touch on his head. He forgot how he got back to his room. When he came back to his senses, he was already sitting on the bed in his room. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he relaxed and leaned back, letting himself fall into the arms of the bed. After a while, he remembered why he went upstairs. Right. Go to the forum, Jingyu immediately jumped up from the bed. He picked up his phone and jumped back onto the bed. He opened the forum and found the help post. In just one day, the post had more than 5,000 comments. Jingyu couldn't help but wonder if there were really that many people paying attention to this season's Pro League. 5102L, ha 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 ha. Look at the bullet screen. There are so many pro players. They are so talented. I summarized the comments of the pro players. To beat a PG, you must steal the dragon first. If you can't steal the dragon, you must crush it. If you successfully steal the dragon, the seal will be lifted. If the PG goes berserk, heads will fly. 5103L, excellent. 5104L, Tian Xiao. 5105L, outshone. 5106L, Chen Duxiu, sit down. 5107L, so should I steal the dragon or not? This is a problem. 5108L, stealing the dragon or not is a difficult problem. Might as well give up and lie down. 5109L, ha 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 ha. 5110L, ha 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 ha. I think I can summarize it again. To beat a PG, you must steal the dragon first. If you can't steal the dragon, you must crush it. If you successfully steal the dragon, the seal will be lifted. If the PG goes berserk, heads will fly. Stealing the dragon or not is a difficult problem. Might as well give up and lie down. 5111L, so damned. 5112L, why are all of you so good, Jean? You didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't it normal for the PG to pick up the pace after the dragon is stolen? After fighting the magic dragon army for so many days, isn't it normal for them to be able to deal with the magic dragon army with ease? However, with the foreshadowing of the previous post and the embellishment of this post, most people were already convinced that PG would go berserk after his dragon was stolen. Even Jinyu almost believed it. As he continued to scroll down, he realized that there were a few more versions of this super unreliable limerick. However, it was quickly interrupted by a funny person who popped up out of nowhere. 5377L, let me tell you guys. Actually, all the PG members are the inheritors of the magic dragon bloodline. Once the magic dragon is killed and the seal on the bloodline is lifted, the people who killed the magic dragon will be crazily retaliated against. None of them will be able to escape. I have a deep understanding of this. 5378L, where did this funny person come from? 5379L, to tell you the truth, I am the inheritor of the true evil eye. My eyes can see the magic dragon's weakness. With my level 13 sword burial, I can solo the magic dragon. I didn't expect the PG's magic to be stronger than mine. He can actually decide the outcome of the match. 5380L, true evil eye. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. You have to be cured. 5381L, ha 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 ha, are you trying to pretend to be ZHIS? Don't insult our ZHIS. He's very cute. He's not a stupid kid like you. 5382L, wow, the person above sounds familiar. Could it be Kins? 5383L, F*CK. You're really ZHIS? Go do your homework. 5384L, okay, Kins. Bye, Kins. Kins, Momo's support and commander. Jinyu couldn't help but laugh when he saw the comments. He felt that Momo's team was quite interesting. The members didn't seem old either. Especially the jungler ZHIS. He was able to make the PG lose dragon twice in a row. With this ability, he would definitely be a threat to the top 8 teams in the future. As for now, Momo still had a long way to go. After reading the forum, Jinyu got out of bed and prepared to go downstairs to stretch and relax. However, as soon as he opened the door, he heard Luo Yiming's unrestrained laughter coming from downstairs. Ha 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 ha. This building. Come and look at this building. There's even a poem. He's so talented. Hearing Luo Yiming's words clearly, Jinyu, who had yet to come downstairs, felt his heart skip a beat. A bad premonition arose spontaneously. Jinyu's hunch was right. Luo Yiming had discovered that building. This wasn't strange. Rather, wasn't it a little too slow for Luo Yiming to only discover the building with more than 5,000 posts that had been floating on the forum's homepage for so long? You couldn't blame Luo Yiming for this. After all, he was like Qin Fei, Yi Hong, and Han Leng. He didn't have the habit of browsing the forum. He discovered this building because he had just logged into Weibo and found that someone had attached a limerick to the club's official account. To beat a PG, you must steal the dragon first. If you can't steal the dragon, you must crush it. If you succeed in stealing the dragon, the seal will be lifted. If a PG goes berserk, heads will fly. To steal the dragon or not is an eternal problem. It's better to give up and lie down. Luo Yiming didn't understand the meaning of the poem at first glance. It wasn't until he found the building in the forum and climbed all 5,000 posts that he realized what it meant. Then, he laughed like an idiot. Ha 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 ha. Are all the people who browse the forum so funny? You actually have the nerve to say that about others? Han Leng complained as he searched the building. A few minutes later, he also laughed like an idiot. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of idiots. What's the matter? Yi Hong complained as he curiously clicked on the building. A few minutes later, he was laughing so hard that he hammered the sofa. Ha 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 ha. Is this idiot Jeez himself? This is too funny. Thus, when Jinyu went downstairs, he saw the three of them holding their phones and hammering each other with laughter. Yi Hong, ha 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 ha. You're all poisonous. Han Leng, ha 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 ha. This is the first time I know that there's a seal on our bodies. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha, cough cough cough. Jingyu, equals these teammates were really hopeless. Jingyu had just walked to the sofa when Yihong pulled him to sit beside him. Little Jingyu, come and look at this building. Jingyu originally wanted to say that he had already seen it, but for some reason, when he saw this group of people laughing like idiots, he didn't want to admit it at all. He could only obediently sit beside Yihong and watch him browse the forums, revealing an angelic smile the entire time. Until, a pillow flew from upstairs and hit the back of Luo Yiming's head. Then, Qin Fei shouted, "What's so funny? You're disturbing my sleep. Why the f***ck are you laughing? I'll kill whoever laughs so loudly again." All of the PG team members were as quiet as chickens. Qin Fei. Who the hell can throw a pillow up for me? There really was hopeless. There was nothing out of it after dinner. Fang Luofan reviewed today's match between PG and Momo. The MVP of the first match was Qin Fei, but Fang Luofan also criticized Qin Fei. There was nothing wrong with leading the team, but you were careless when scouting. You shouldn't have done that. Qin Fei didn't have any objections. Yeah, it's my fault. He had to take full responsibility for stealing the magic dragon in the first match. The MVP of the second match was Luo Yiming. Unsurprisingly, Fang Luofan also criticized him. Don't you usually rush to the front? Look here, what were you thinking during the team battle? You were so far back, you deserved to be caught by sword burial. Luo Yiming immediately laid down on the table and pretended to be dead. After the review, Fang Luofan summarized the match between ANE and KCC. The final result of the match was ANE's 2-0 victory. It could be said that there were no surprises. However, KCC's performance wasn't bad either. At least they stole the dragon in the second match. However, in the end, they were overturned by ANE's jungler Fly as they advanced with the Magic Dragon army. In the second match between the two teams, although ANE won, it was an extremely difficult victory. When they destroyed KCC's territory, ANE only had one tower left in the top lane and one bottom lane. Of the towers that were destroyed, 4 of them were the work of the Magic Dragon army. Therefore, in ANE and KCC's match, which was also won after losing the dragon, there were no signs of unsealing or going berserk. Some people even compared this match with PG's 2 matches to analyze and prove that PG would go berserk after the dragon was stolen. In comparison, the coaches of the other teams were more rational. PG's coach, after losing the dragon, "You guys did well. It looks like the previous training wasn't wasted, although the results were a bit off. Tomorrow at 1 p.m., we'll be facing KCC. This team is also very good at stealing dragons. You guys have to be 120% focused. You can't repeat today's mistakes. Do you understand?" KCC's coach, ANE, played very steadily. Their support was very good. It's normal that we couldn't win. Tomorrow, we still have a high chance of winning against PG. However, this team's tempo will be very fast after the dragon was stolen. Once they get the initiative, it'll be very difficult for us to turn the tables with the help of the Magic Dragon army. Therefore, in tomorrow's match, we still have to steal the dragon. However, we have to be very careful. Don't get wiped out. ANE's coach, PG's tempo is very fast. They're much smoother than us in dealing with the Magic Dragon army. However, it's okay. Our team's strength is there. Getting the dragon is better than not getting it. Anyway, don't listen to the nonsense in the forums. Against PG, we still have to steal the dragon. Momo's coach, in the future, when you meet PG, don't steal the dragon. Geez, don't worry, I won't do it again. The next day at 1 p.m., the match between PG and KCC started on time. Taking advantage of the fact that Fang Luofan wasn't in the club, PG's soul of trouble started to stir. Yihong, the coaches are commentating today. Why don't we, Jingyu, know? Yihong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I haven't even said what I want to do and you're already saying no. Jingyu, don't give the dragon away. Don't cause trouble. Don't be reckless. Pfft. Don't worry. It's an official match. I won't give the dragon away. I don't want to be scolded by the coach. Hearing this, Jingyu calmed down a little. He was finally willing to listen to what Yi Hong wanted to say. So, what do you want to say? Yi Hong, I want to say, why don't we change tactics? For example, you can use sword burial or something. Jingyu? Yi Hong, I know that you like to use Heart of Ice in official matches to disgust people. However, this is only the group stage. Even if you use Heart of Ice to get a pentakill, people will think that your opponent is too weak. So, don't you think it would be more fun to use sword burial in the group stage? Jingyu was just about to refuse when Qin Fei beat him to it. Heh, that sounds good. When other teams fight, they will choose sword burial when picking up demons. When it's our turn, because we think that you will only use assassin-type demons, we will choose sword burial at the end. If we had chosen sword burial at the beginning, Yi Hong, the other team's expression would have been quite interesting. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. I can already imagine the other team's expression when they find out that sword burial has been taken. Why do we have to fight until the knockout stage in the offline tournament? Han Leng, if I choose a top laner demon to support me, Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. We'll definitely win this round. Yi Hong, what do you think, little Jingyu? Do you have the desire to cause trouble? No. Do you have the determination to disrupt the other team's plan? Jingyu, Qin Fei tilted his head to look at Jingyu's expression and couldn't help but laugh. Actually, Yezi is right. Picking demons is also a part of the strategy. If you choose sword burial in this round and use it well, KCC will definitely choose sword burial in the next round. This way, we will have more freedom in picking demons, psychological tactics. It's just like how you used Moonshade Spider to get banned in the first round. After hearing this, Jingyu suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Yi Hong, so? Jingyu, I'll choose sword burial in this round. Yi Hong had a hard time holding back his laughter. This kid is too easy to trick. However, he had to admit that Qin Fei's words made some sense. At the same time, on the live broadcast screen, Fang Luofan and his partner started their commentary. Yo, hello everyone, I'm commentator Yo. Fang Luofan, I'm Luofan. Welcome to the first match of the afternoon between PG and KCC. Yu, KCC is a team. Every match is very thrilling. They've been flattened by other teams several times, but in the end, they managed to turn the tables by stealing the dragon. They can be said to be a very tenacious team. Fang Luofan, speaking of stealing the dragon, I have to mention the match between PG and Momo yesterday. Those who watched those two matches should have noticed that PG is very experienced in dealing with the Magic Dragon army. For KCC, PG should be the team they don't want to meet the most. Yo, I'm looking forward to how these two teams will turn out. Will KCC turn the tables by stealing the dragon, or will PG turn the tables after losing the dragon? Let's wait and see. Fang Luofan, now, both teams have started banning demons. PG went first and banned Kamal. Yo, KCC banned Moonshade Spider without hesitation. This demon will only be banned when the opponent is PG. And it's a must ban. Jingyu is really a dark horse this season. Whether it's Heart of Ice or Moonshade Spider, it seems that as long as it's an assassin-type demon, he can play it well. Fang Luofan, PG banned Heijiao. Yo, KCC banned Nine-Tailed Fox. Fang Luofan, PG gave the last ban to Sagittarius. Yo, KCC is starting to hesitate. Will they ban Qin Fei's top laner, or will they ban one's Dark Cupid? Oh, they're banned. It's Dark Cupid. Fang Luofan, the opponent is PG Nine-Tailed Fox and Dark Cupid can't be released. With the addition of Moonshade Spider, the 3 ban slots are full. All the top laners have been released. Yo, oh my god. Qin Fei's Lilith and Satan have been released. Now, let's see which one he'll target. A few seconds later, under everyone's gazes, PG chose the first demon, Zhongjian. Huh? At the moment Fang Luofan saw that PG had locked onto Zhongjian, the corners of his lips twitched. He wished that he could immediately crawl over through the cable and beat up his bastards. You're causing trouble again. Do they not know how to play if they don't cause trouble? From what he knew, Jingyu would never use sword burial. Therefore, when he saw Sword Burial, his first thought was that Qin Fei wanted to use it. It was rare for Lilith and Satan to be released, but in the end, he didn't choose any of them and chose Sword Burial? Wasn't he trying to cause trouble? Therefore, when he explained, his tone was full of confusion. PG has locked on Sword Burial. Is he planning to use Sword Burial to go top? They're probably going to use their top demon as support. I don't know if they're trying to copy Ain's double kill strategy. Yo-Yo paused for a moment. Isn't Sword Burial more often used as a jungler? Why would your first thought be to go top? Fong Luofan, so far, PG's jungler has not used Sword Burial in the official matches, so I don't think he'll use it. Now that I think about it, that's true. Yo-Yo suddenly wanted to know if Jinyu had used Sword Burial in his daily training, but in the end, he didn't ask. On the KCC side, when they saw Lock Burial Sword, their hearts skipped a beat. However, they quickly calmed down. It was fine. None of the top monsters were banned. Even without the version's #1 jungler, they still had many other choices. Finally, they locked onto Satan and Maha. Yo-Yo, KCC has locked onto Satan and Maha. Satan can go top or jungler. Before KCC chooses the second top demon, this demon's position is questionable. Maha is the best choice among the remaining archers. We must fight for the center position. Then, Lilith and Azrael were PG locked. Fong Luofan, huh? Yo-Yo, huh? Bullet screen? Sword Burial was initially a top laner. Including Sword Burial, PG had chosen 3 top-tier magical beasts in one go. Fong Luofan really wanted to ask through the screen, is there anything I can help you with? Fortunately, as a professional commentator, he quickly calmed down and tried to find a reasonable explanation for the ridiculous PG composition. If that's the case, then Sword Burial should be used as a jungler. It felt so good to slap himself in the face. Lilith will definitely go first. That Grim Reaper will be the support. PG's lineup for this round is a bit overbearing. Yo-Yo couldn't help but sigh. Top laner, jungler, support. If it's not a tank, it's a warrior. In the later stages of the game, the damage taken and damage output will be heaven-defying. KCC has selected Peacock Plume and Quangu. Fong Luofan said, compared to Satan, Quangu is more suitable to go first, so Satan should be the jungler. Yo-Yo, PG has selected Scarlet Fury and Wind of Condensation for the last 2 positions. Fong Luofan, KCC has selected Sarier for the last position. Sarier's ultimate skill is very useful, especially to support Maha, who has high movement speed. Yo-Yo, from this perspective, KCC's composition seems more reasonable. As for PG, if it weren't for his image, Fong Luofan would have rolled his eyes on the spot. His bastards had never practiced with PG's composition before. Take Sword Burial for example. Fong Luofan had never seen Jinyu use it before. Whether it was during normal training or solo matches, Jinyu had always prioritized Heart of Ice. He had also practiced Moonshade Spider and Flower Petal of Datura, but due to limited time, he didn't practice much. But Sword Burial? He really hadn't used it even once. Fong Luofan seriously suspected that. Yi Hong, the troublemaker, had said something to Jinyu before the match and persuaded him to choose Sword Burial. Fong Luofan knew the truth, but what he didn't know was that Yi Hong hadn't been able to persuade Jinyu at all. In the end, it was Qin Fei who had persuaded Jinyu. After KCC locked onto Sarier, the countdown ended quickly and both sides entered the battlefield. Even though their composition had been adjusted, PG's strategy was still the same. Jinyu, brother Fei, I won't care about the top lane. Qin Fei, you didn't need to care in the first place. Jinyu, Yezi, Nakano tandem. Yi Hong, okay. Yi Hong subconsciously replied. He thought that Jinyu would do the same as the previous matches and kill all the monsters in the jungle before coming over. Unexpectedly, as soon as his Scarlet Fury's second skill refreshed, he heard Jinyu calmly say, I'm ready to go, use my second skill. So fast? Yi Hong cursed, but he still rushed toward Peacock Plume and used his second skill in tandem. After using Bloodbind to crowd control his opponent, he used Bloodlust to drain 1/3 of his opponent's health. Almost at the same time, Sword Burial moved over with his 40-meter long sword and slashed wildly at Peacock Plume. After the crowd control effect wore off, Peacock Plume only had a sliver of health left. He knew that he couldn't escape even if he blinked, so he decisively used a combo of skills. Unexpectedly, Scarlet Fury perfectly dodged the attack with zigzag movement. Sword Burial directly used a defensive skill to block the attack and immediately counterattacked. First Blood, System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. Sword Burial slipped away after killing his opponent. He teleported back to his own jungle and started killing monsters at a frightening speed. The audience in front of their screens didn't react for a long time. After a few seconds, they saw Peacock Plume's icon turn dark. Only then did they believe that the first blood had been created. They began to flood the screen with comments. WOC, how long has it been since the match started? Yezi's zigzag movement is too amazing. How can Sword Burial's timing be so good? Can Jinyu read minds? Yo-Yo also had a look of disbelief on his face. Huh? The first blood has been created? What just happened? Feng Luofan was silent for a moment. Then, he had someone replay the scene and calmly explained, look here. After Scarlet Fury reached level 2, he immediately used his crowd control skill. However, before that, Sword Burial had already killed a monster and reached level 2. Then, he rushed to the middle lane. This time, Scarlet Fury's level 2 gank was crucial. Sword Burial seemed to know that Scarlet Fury would definitely be able to get it. He rushed to the middle lane early. It's obvious that the coordination between PGs is very good. Yu, Goldfish's grasp of timing is so good that I have nothing to say. The timing to rush to the middle lane, teleport to Peacock Plume's side, and use block to block damage, this player is too incredible. Every time I replay his scene, I wonder if he can read minds. Feng Luofan, he probably calculated it. Jinyu's calculation ability is very strong. He seems to know exactly when Scarlet Fury will have a second skill and when Peacock Plume will use a skill. Yo, there's also Yezi's zigzag movement, it's also very exciting. Feng Luofan, yeah. PGs has always played very well in the early stages. It's hard to say what will happen in the later stages. However, PG's strategy was to win in the early stages and never drag it out in the later stages. Up until this point in the professional league, PGs had never dragged it out in the later stages. Every match was finished within 30 minutes. There were even some matches that were finished within 20 minutes. For this match, Jinyu planned to finish it in 20 minutes. Do you still remember the pentakill setting? Hearing this, Yihong almost choked on his own saliva. I remember, but this is the group stage, not the preliminaries. Don't be reckless. To think that Yihong would say something like don't be reckless. Jinyu had mixed feelings. But, in the preliminaries, I used Heart of Ice. For this match, I used Sword Burial. After saying this, he felt that Yihong still didn't understand his point, so Jinyu could only seriously add, my Sword Burial is sneaky. Hearing this, before Yihong could react, Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Not only did he not discourage Jinyu, he even encouraged him in a relaxed tone. Yeah, I know, your Sword Burial is sneaky. Hearing Qin Fei's indulgence towards Jinyu, Yihong raised his eyebrows. As expected, love makes people blind. He didn't know that the reason Qin Fei was so certain was because he had used Sword Burial against Jinyu before he joined PG, and the final result was, Qin Fei lost. Even if they didn't fight to the end, Qin Fei was sure that he wouldn't be able to turn the tables. Qin Fei had personally experienced Jinyu's strength. Otherwise, after killing countless junglers and top laners, he wouldn't have treated Jinyu differently. Not only did he sign him without hesitation, but he also didn't treat him fiercely even once. Jinyu was also reckless, but he was reckless because he had complete confidence. Therefore, Qin Fei was never worried. Go, pentakill and fly. After receiving Qin Fei's encouragement, Jinyu's expression instantly relaxed. He no longer paid attention to Yihong. After clearing the jungle, he immediately rushed towards the opposite jungle with Sword Burial. No matter what kind of monster it was, no one could play it well the moment they started. At most, it was not bad. Therefore, even if he rarely used Sword Burial, Jinyu had still practiced hard on this monster. Or rather, as a jungler, it would be abnormal if he didn't practice Sword Burial, the #1 jungler in this patch. He didn't know how Feng Luofan and the livestream viewers would react when they saw him use Sword Burial. He only knew, since I'm using this patch's #1 jungler, then I have to show the might of this patch's #1 jungler. If I can't get pentakill with Sword Burial, then what's the point of playing Heart of Ice? Thinking of this, Jinyu couldn't help but smile. Sword Burial is called the #1 jungler in this patch for a reason. Now, I'll show you the correct way to play Sword Burial. Here it comes. That coquettish voice, Yi Hong was instantly no longer worried. Okay, let's play. Sometimes it's fun, and always it's fun. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha, there's nothing wrong with that. Han Leng, go, Jinyu. Make them regret not snatching Sword Burial. Just like that, with the encouragement of his teammates, Sword Burial directly charged into the enemy's jungle. Almost at the same time, the live stream cut to the enemy's jungle. When he saw Sword Burial, Yo-Yo's eyes widened in disbelief. Sword Burial has turned jungler. The so-called counter-jungler was to invade the enemy's jungle. Jinyu took advantage of the fact that Peacock Plume had just revived and had yet to return to the tower in the middle lane. He decisively used Sword Burial to invade the enemy's jungle. Since Jinyu had lost his vision of the middle lane and had never counter-jungled in any of his previous matches, KCC did not expect Sword Burial to invade their jungle. It was only when they realized that PG's economy, especially Sword Burial's, was soaring at an unimaginable rate that KCC realized that something was wrong. After the sorcerer had collected a wave of minions, he immediately chased after the jungler and rushed toward the jungle. What about Jinyu? Realizing that the two of them were about to arrive, he immediately looted the last monster and had his Sword Burial circle into the bushes. Just as the monsters chased after Sword Burial into the bushes, the enemy jungler Satan arrived. He immediately activated his second skill and dashed toward the bushes. The enemy's Peacock Plume chased after Satan. Although he did not see Zhang Jian, the movement of the wild monsters had already betrayed Zhang Jian's position. Peacock Plume did not hesitate and directly used his skill in that direction. However, the moment before he used his skill, Sword Burial flashed in his direction and appeared right in front of him. He activated his first skill and unleashed a combo of sword skills right at his face. Peacock Plume did not have any ability to protect himself when he was in melee range. He immediately retreated with Flash, but Scarlet Fury caught up with him and used Blood Coil to pin him down. I'm not fighting alone. Jinyu laughed as he had his Sword Burial chase after Peacock Plume and finished it off with a few attacks. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. After killing Peacock Plume, Satan chased after him. Jinyu immediately had his Sword Burial turn around and block Satan's first skill. Then, he immediately counterattacked. Satan's second skill had just finished its cooldown. It increased his speed and dealt damage to the surrounding enemies. However, after killing Peacock Plume, Sword Burial's teleportation skill was refreshed. With a reverse teleportation, it escaped Satan's attack range. At the same time, Scarlet Fury's first skill was aimed at Satan. Satan knew that he had no chance of winning a 1v2. He hesitated between running and counterattacking, and chose the latter. He decisively changed his target and attacked the fragile Scarlet Fury. Oh, I think I'm underestimated? As Yi Hong spoke, he once again zigzagged, completely dodging Satan's attack. Immediately after, the second skill was refreshed, Blood Coil. Satan was controlled, and it was too late for him to escape. The combo of Scarlet Wrath would be followed by Bloodthirst after Blood Entanglement, which sucked a lot of Satan's blood in one breath. System, Sword Burial, double kill. System, enemy Satan has been killed. After killing Satan, Sword Burial turned around and left without hesitation. He killed the last monster and leveled up to level 6. Then, he teleported, jumped over the wall, and rushed directly to the bottom lane's tower. Enemy Maha and Saryar were shocked. Before they could react, Sword Burial had already used his ultimate. Sword Burial was behind them, and Luo Yiming's Wind of Condensation was in front of them. Any path of retreat had been completely blocked. System, Sword Burial, triple kill. System, enemy Maha has been killed. After killing Maha, Jinyu immediately had Sword Burial use block. He perfectly tanked a tower attack and ran out of the tower. Sawyer used lockdown to speed up his health almost as soon as he ran out of the tower. He almost vomited blood when he saw Yi Shiwen run out of the tower without even looking at him. The ADC was instantly killed, and he was a support. At this moment, he unlocked his health and sped up. His only goal was to stall Zhang Jian so that he could be attacked by the defense tower a few more times. In the end, he ran away without even looking back. It hurt Sawyer's pride. Everyone could guess what happened next. Just as Sawyer's skill was about to end, Sword Burial teleported into the tower, activated a skill, and took the enemy's head. System, Sword Burial, quadruple kill. System, enemy Sawyer has been killed. From one kill to quadruple kill, it took less than half a minute. It was as if he was unstoppable. After killing Sawyer, Sword Burial received a tower attack. He had 2/3 of his health left, but his mana was almost depleted. However, Sword Burial had no intention of returning to the city to recover his health. He charged straight into the enemy's jungle and single-handedly took down the enemy's mana. His mana was slowly recovering, and his skills were all off cooldown. The enemy's top laner realized that a storm was coming. Even though he still had a wave of minions, and even though his health was still quite good, he still hid in the tower and clicked return. Because Lilith was very deep in the tower, he could only hide at the back of the tower to prevent Lilith from interrupting his progress bar. However, this position was definitely the best gank spot for Zhang Jian. After Jing Yu's buried sword got the mana, he decisively rushed into the top lane defense tower. The moment the enemy's Wild Bones return to town progress bar was about to finish, he used a combo to interrupt him. Almost at the same time, Lilith rushed into the tower and drained Quangu's health like crazy. Quangu finally got out of his stun state. He blinked and used a powerful skill to escape from the first tower and rushed towards the second tower. Lilith also blinked and used her second skill, Lifesteal, to catch up with Quangu at an even faster speed. Then, she used a combo to stun Quangu again. Coupled with the slow effect from Lilith's equipment, the Quangu couldn't even move an inch. Soon, Sword Burial chased up and took Quangu's head. System, Sword Burial, pentakill. System, enemy Quangu has been killed. After killing Quangu, Lilith was the first to leave the tower. Sword Burial blocked a tower attack with a block and moved out of the tower. Both of them only had a sliver of health left. Even the support CC was taken away. It was impossible for them not to return to the city to recover their health. Lilith and Sword Burial clicked return at almost the same time. However, they had achieved their goal, hadn't they? System, Magic Dragon will respawn in 1 minute. It was also a pentakill within 10 minutes of the start of the game. However, the last pentakill with Heart of Ice was basically a suicide mission. The early respawn of the Magic Dragon was purely an accident. This time, it was Sword Burial who created the situation. Jing Yu's Sword Burial wiped out all the enemy monsters with an unstoppable momentum. For a long time, there wasn't a single comment on the screen. Everyone was shocked speechless by Sword Burial's domineering performance. Yo-Yo couldn't say anything other than scream. Only PG's coach, Feng Luofan, still remembered how to speak. However, his voice had lost its usual calmness and became abnormally agitated. Sword Burial entered the tower. Sword Burial's combo, holy shit. Lilith has caught up. Sword Burial has caught up. Sword Burial's pentakill ah. Even after shouting, he couldn't remember what he had shouted. Could you please replay it? Fortunately, he reacted fast enough. After Sword Burial's pentakill, he immediately asked someone to replay the scene and explain it again. The explanation was clear, but his tone couldn't be as calm as it was at the start of the match. It took Feng Luofan a great deal of effort to explain the entire process of the pentakill. He hadn't felt this kind of excitement in a long time. It was even more exciting than when he had won a match with his own pentakill. PG's side was also completely hyped up. Yi Hong, holy shit, Jing Yu, are you even human? Just tell me, are you even human? He had originally wanted to steal a kill to stop Jing Yu's pentakill, but in the end, Jing Yu didn't give him the chance, wave after wave. Hanlang, kill 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 kill. Jing Yu smiled. Everyone, come and fight the dragon. Don't give them a chance to steal the dragon. After speaking, he turned his head to look at Qin Fei, and the smile on his face instantly became gentle. He said softly, as expected of Brother Fei. Qin Fei smiled without turning his head. You're very good too. If Lilith hadn't chased after Kuanggu and stunned him, Sword Burial wouldn't have been able to get the kill. Only Qin Fei would be able to use his big move as a displacement skill and leap from one defense tower to another over a very long distance to chase after the enemy over such a long distance. 1 minute later, the magic dragon respawned, and PG's members attacked like crazy. At this time, KCC's members had basically all revived, and they were ready to attack the magic dragon. Their intention to steal the dragon couldn't be more obvious. PG's dragon had already been stolen twice by Momo, so how could they give KCC another chance? Seeing KCC's movement, Jinyu decisively said, change targets. Azrael, activate the team. Sorcerers and archers, get ready to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, Azrael hooked the Kuanggu with his scythe, and then Scarlet Fury greeted it with control and magic damage. Wind of Condensation also threw a bunch of wind blades at it. System, Wind of Condensation, 1 kill. System, enemy Kuanggu has been killed. After killing the enemy's front line, wouldn't the enemy's back line be easily destroyed? Under the lead of Lilith and Azrael, PG's members attacked the enemy's back line. The situation at that moment could only be described as heads flying. However, Jinyu still couldn't find any trace of Satan. He frowned and searched the surrounding bushes. Sure enough, he found Satan in the bushes. After being discovered by Sword Burial, Satan didn't hesitate to use Blink to escape, but he was surrounded by PG's other members. At this point, PG made a 0 for 5 trade, and KCC's team was wiped out again. They could safely fight the dragon now. At this time, the magic dragon's health had recovered to full, and PG had to attack it again. However, they didn't have to worry about someone stealing the dragon, nor did they have to search the bushes. They didn't have to feel the displeasure of watching the dragon being stolen after they had finally crippled it. Jinyu couldn't have been more comfortable with this dragon, and the corners of his mouth were constantly smiling. Fong. Luo Fan was also very excited as he praised his own group of bastards. Even Yuyu, who was listening at the side, felt a little embarrassed. She did not want to admit that he was her partner. At the same time, in KCC's training room, almost everyone was cursing Momo. If Momo didn't steal PG's dragon twice, PG wouldn't be so vigilant. He was so close to getting the dragon, but when he realized that we were here, he was willing to give up on the dragon to wipe us out. Exactly. From now on, I'll beat up Momo's team every time I see them. As for the people in the forum, their thoughts were completely different. They only had one question: PG's dragon was stolen twice in a row. Was the seal too loose and unable to be closed? However, there were still rational people who replied, KCC's team is too weak. This team has always been frightening. It looks like ANE is the only one in Group A who can compete with PG. KCC was annihilated and PG easily took down the magic dragon. Then, KCC didn't even have a chance to fight back. In the end, the match ended at 15 minutes. KCC didn't get a single kill and lost completely. This was without a doubt a crushing match. Whether it was the audience or the commentators, they couldn't tell if PG was too strong or KCC was too weak. Or maybe, it was just the style of the two teams that decided their success or failure. PG, a team whose tempo is so fast that it's inhumane. After gaining an advantage, they're invincible in the early stages of the game. KCC, a team that dislikes each other so much that they steal the dragon and seize the opportunity to make a comeback. If PG can't win without losing the dragon was a joke that most people didn't take seriously, then KCC can't win without stealing the dragon was the reality. KCC knew that their members were limited, but they didn't expect to be crushed by PG to this extent. When they saw the word fail appear on the screen, the atmosphere of the entire team became gloomy, as if the end of the world had come. They said, it's all Momo's fault. If Momo didn't steal the dragon, PG wouldn't be so cruel. But in their hearts, they knew that this was an insurmountable gap. It had nothing to do with Momo stealing the dragon twice and angering PG. It also had nothing to do with PG's jungler using Sword Burial on a whim. In short, the current KCC was no match for PG. They couldn't compete with PG just because they had a strong magical creature. Maybe it was because they were too shocked, but in the second round, KCC's performance was comparable to Momo's after she was defeated by PG. They made all kinds of mistakes and even their junglers were missing. The economic gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Jingyu's Moonshade Spider was banned and Sword Burial was stolen. He was relieved to use Heart of Ice, but his performance was no worse than the previous round. This time, the comments could finally be confirmed. Frowny face. So it's not Sword Burial that's too strong, it's KCC that's too weak. How can KCC be so weak? How did they get into the group stage? KCC is so bad, I'd be better. There were also comments that attributed it all to metaphysics. Frowny face. Looks like PG's seal has been broken. Who can reseal PG? One person's blood letter asking for PG's seal. Luckily, the commentators didn't lose their minds. Yo, let's congratulate PG for winning the second group stage. So far, PG had already gotten 4 points and safely passed the next round. Now, let's see if Aang can beat Momo and get the second spot. Fong Luofan, KCC, is a new team of the second round. 2. And he was extremely focused during the first 2 matches. Now that the second match was over, he could finally relax. He felt like all the energy in his body had been sucked out. He didn't want to do anything but sleep. Since Fong Luofan wasn't there, he only needed to ask for Qin Fei's permission. Qin Fei nodded without hesitation. Jingyu, call me for dinner? Qin Fei, totally okay. After watching Jingyu leave the practice room, Qin Fei subconsciously looked at the others. The group stage wasn't over yet. Their match with Ane hadn't even started yet, but they were already talking about the knockout round. Luo Yiming, I'm really looking forward to the knockout round. What's the offline tournament like? Will I get to go on TV? Hanleng, are you sure you want to appear on TV with your yellow hair? People might think you're a delinquent. Luo Yiming, are you looking down on delinquents? Is that the main point? Yi Hong was a bit helpless. Why do you want to play in the offline tournament so much? I don't want to show my face in public at all. He was the only one in the entire PG team that didn't have any special features. Hanleng, I don't care. But when I think about what the other team members look like, I feel like it's really interesting. Someone like Dane Hai, who makes sarcastic remarks in every sentence, must have the face of an uncle. Yi Hong, haha, don't think we'll be the oldest team out of all of them. Hanleng. I suddenly don't look forward to the offline tournament at all. Qin Fei smiled, got up, and left the training room with his phone. Yi Hong's eyes followed his back. He only reacted when he heard him go upstairs. Why does it feel like Brother Fei is really happy? Luo Yiming, of course he's happy to win the tournament. Hanleng. Do you think everyone is like you? Qin Fei was indeed very happy because he had just received a message from someone with the username Xian. He was in a hurry to go upstairs because he wanted to reply to this person. Xian, yo, you made it out of the group stage? Your new teammate is pretty good. After Qin Fei went back to his room, he sat on his bed and replied, Qin Fei, yeah, not bad. Xian, do you have a high evaluation? He's even better than you, Qin Fei, I'm the top laner and he's the jungler. It's different. Xian, what's different? Don't think I don't pay attention to the Pro League. I watched the livestream of the group stage. They got a pentakill. What did you get, Qin Fei? Xian, looks like he's the main PG player now and not you. TSK, the new generation excels the old one. Qin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sometimes, he really didn't know how to reply to this woman. Xian, what does he look like? Is he better looking than you, Qin Fei? Yeah, he's quite good looking. He's probably your type. Xian, oh, a gigolo, Qin Fei? Xian, didn't you say that he's my type? I like gigolos. A few days ago, I even wanted to keep one. Qin Fei, Xian, do you have a photo? Send it over. I want to see if he's good enough. Qin Fei? Good enough? Good enough for what? Good enough to be kept? Xian's words really scared Qin Fei. After sending 3 question marks, he felt that typing was too troublesome and directly made a voice call. Not long after, the call went through. A teasing female voice came from the phone. Ha ha ha. Seeing that I want to keep him, you anxiously called me? Looks like he's already your prey? Qin Fei's lips twitched. He instinctively wanted to retort, but before he could, the woman beat him to it. How far are you two? Have you had a meal together? Yes, Qin Fei replied almost instinctively. Qi Xian, have you kissed? Qin Fei. Madam Qi Xian, should I remind you that he's a man? Men are better. How can they be together if their genders are different? Qi Xian complained. Besides, although I haven't been in contact with you all these years, you're still my flesh and blood. How can I not understand you? Don't think that I don't know that you used to secretly read my male model magazines. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Fei coughed violently and interrupted Qi Xian. He knew that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he decided to be frank. Okay, I'm interested in Jingyu, but we haven't even started dating yet. Don't go around spreading rumors. Tisk, I'm spreading rumors? Who can I tell? Besides, am I that kind of person? Qi Xian said disdainfully, okay, if there's nothing else, go on. I really don't want to hear your voice at all. After she finished speaking, she seemed to want to hang up the phone. After a while, she hesitated and asked tentatively, when are you guys on vacation? Will you come back to live with me after the holidays? Qin Fei hesitated for a moment and didn't respond. Qi Xian, when the time comes, bring your little Jingyu over and let me examine him for you. No need. Qin Fei refused without hesitation. I don't want him to know that I have such an unreliable mother. Oh, now you know that I'm your mother? Qi Xian sneered. You call me mother, but what do you call that woman? Qin Fei, I only acknowledge one mother, and that's you. Qi Xian was stunned. After a moment of silence, she couldn't help but laugh. Okay, your mouth is getting sweeter. When you get little Jingyu, you have to bring him over for me to take a look. Do you hear me? Okay. This time, Qin Fei didn't refuse. I'm hanging up. Talk to you later. Okay. Bye. As soon as Qin Fei said the word bye, the phone was hung up. He put down his phone and stared at his phone screen in a daze. Just like that, he came out to his biological mother? So easily? Qin Fei didn't acknowledge his father or his father's current wife, so he didn't care what they thought of him. Whether it was dropping out of college, founding PG, or coming out to his teammates and cousin, he didn't hesitate at all. Only in front of Qi Xian, his biological mother, he couldn't bring himself to say that he liked men. Unexpectedly, even if he didn't say it, she had already noticed it. Huh. Qin Fei turned off his phone screen and threw it on the bed. Then he leaned back and lay down on the bed. Chasing Jingyu. First, he had to find a way to confirm whether he was the same kind of person as him. He didn't want to be treated like a brother when he wanted to sleep with him. On the other hand, after Qi Xian hung up the phone, the smile on her face disappeared completely. The male secretary next to her handed her a stack of documents. President Qi, I need your signature on this contract. Qi Xian took the contract and skillfully flipped to the last page. After signing her name, she said calmly, help me look up a person, PG's new jungler, Jingyu. The more information you have, the better, but don't alert him. The male secretary took the contract and nodded respectfully. Okay, President Qi. I'll give you an answer within a week. Before dinner, Qin Fei woke Jingyu up as promised. He knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no response, so he pushed the door open and went to the bed. Jingyu was lying on his side on the bed, wrapped tightly in the blanket, only showing his head. His long eyelashes fluttered with his even breathing, looking a little cute. Qin Fei stood by the bed and admired his face for a while. Then he reached out a hand to grab his shoulder and shook it a few times. Get up. Jingyu made a sound, frowned slightly, and shrunk into the blanket. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh and patted his shoulder. Don't sleep anymore, get up and eat. This time, Jingyu shrunk into the blanket, leaving only a few strands of hair outside. Tisk, why are you sleeping more soundly than me? Qin Fei sighed helplessly. At this time, of course, he had to lift the blanket. Qin Fei wasn't Jingyu. Not only did he not dare to lift the blanket, but he was also shy when he was halfway through. He grabbed a corner of Jingyu's blanket and lifted it without thinking. Huh? The cold wind swept through Jingyu's body, and he woke up with a start. Confusion and panic were written all over his face. Qin Fei was about to call him downstairs to eat when his gaze fell on him, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Jinyu's upper body was bare, so Qin Fei could clearly see that there was an obvious scar on his lower abdomen near his waist. It should be an old scar, but he didn't know how it was caused. Qin Fei looked at it in silence for a while, then calmly covered Jinyu with the blanket. "You're not eating dinner?" "I'll eat." Jinyu grabbed the edge of the blanket with both hands. After saying these two words, he buried his face in the blanket, only revealing a pair of eyes to look at Qin Fei. Obviously, he was completely awake and a little shy. "Thank you, Brother Fei. You can go down first. I'll come down after I get dressed." "Yes." Qin Fei responded, but he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He glanced at the blanket and asked tentatively, "How did you get those injuries on your body?" Sure enough, he saw it. Jinyu sighed inwardly and no longer tried to hide it. He poked his head out of the blanket and said, "I had a car accident when I was young, but it's fine. It doesn't affect me now." He answered casually as he sat up from the bed. His hand gripped the blanket tightly, preventing it from slipping off his body. Qin Fei gave him a deep look and left the room without saying anything. However, before he closed the door, he casually urged, "Hurry up." Yes, I'll be quick." Jinyu agreed and waited for Qin Fei to close the door before he hurriedly put on his clothes and got out of bed. While combing his hair, he used his other hand to touch the scar on his waist through his clothes. He was absent-minded for a moment. If Brother Fei found out about this, it shouldn't be a problem, right? After dinner, the five of them returned to the training room and changed their lineups a few times. They wanted to train until Feng Luofan came back to review the game. However, Feng Luofan didn't come back. In the end, Xiaoyun called Qin Fei and told him Luofan went straight home. He said that there's nothing to review from today's game. You guys can train as you wish. Oh, by the way, Ain and Momo's game today was pretty exciting. You guys can watch it when you have time. Qin Fei relayed the message to the four of them and then brought them into the meeting room. When he turned on the projector and searched for the live stream on his laptop, his teammates were already in a heated discussion. Luo Yiming, F***CK. Ain lost to Momo in the first round? Yi Hong, I heard that Momo stole the dragon and made a comeback. Luo Yiming, Momo stole the dragon in the second round too, but still lost? Hanling, Momo lost the third round even more miserably. It's a common problem for new teams. After losing a game, their mentality collapses. It's impossible for them to win again. Yi Hong, yeah, it's just like last season. We were really muddle-headed towards the end of the game. We had the illusion that any random noob could crush us. While they were talking, Qin Fei finally found the video and clicked play. The five of them discussed as they watched. In the beginning, it was quite serious, but towards the end, it was all ha 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 laughter. People who didn't know better would think that they were watching a comedy. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. Jeez is too funny. Even if he dies, he'll die on the magic dragon. On the screen, Jeez, who was being chased by Fly, ran all the way across half of the map and crashed into the dragon pit. In the end, Fly took his head and his body lay at the feet of the magic dragon. It was a tragic sight. Yi Hong, ha 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 ha. In order to steal the dragon, he even used sorcerer's equipment. How can Jeez be so good? On the screen, Ain was fighting the dragon. Just as she was about to get the dragon, Jeez rushed in and was instantly attacked by Ain. In order to save his life, he had to use sorcerer's golden body. For 5 seconds, he couldn't be attacked, but he also couldn't attack others. After 5 seconds, he used his teleportation skill and rushed in front of the magic dragon to use punishment. He successfully stole the dragon, but in the next second, he was killed by Ain in the dragon pit. Hanleng, ha 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 ha. Jeez is really unscrupulous in order to steal the dragon. On the screen, Ain and Momo were fighting in the dragon pit. In order to steal the dragon, Jeez lured all of Ain's monsters to his teammates and sold them out. Then, he teleported in front of the magic dragon and used punishment to steal the dragon, Jingyu was also amused by Ji's actions. He couldn't help but comment, "This player is really unique." Qin Fei subconsciously turned to look at him. When he saw the smile on Ji's face, his own lips couldn't help but curl up. The next day, PG had their last match in the group stage. It was their match against Ain. Now, the score for Group A was as follows: Number 1, PG, 4 points no. 2, Ain, 3 points no. 3, Momo, 3 points no. 4, KCC, 4 points. With this score, no matter who won the match between PG and ANE, both teams would advance to the knockout stage. However, it was impossible for these two teams to shake hands and make peace or go easy on each other. In Ain's eyes, PG was still a weak team that had made it into the top 8. Even if they had a new jungler, they still couldn't beat them in the training competition. If they were defeated by such a team, Ain would be too embarrassed to call herself a top 8 team. As for PG, it was purely for revenge. After being beaten up so many times, it was time for them to retaliate, right? A few minutes later, the match began. It was broadcasted live on the platform. Aban, hello everyone, I'm commentator Aban. Tanghua, I'm Tanghua. Aban, wow, it's finally the last match of the group stage. It's between PG and ANE. Tanghua, first of all, congratulations to both teams for making it out of the group stage. As expected, you can't underestimate both teams. Aban, yes, SOS from Group B also made it out of the group stage. It seems that no new team can shake the top 8 teams this season. Tanghua, no, Aban, did you forget about the match between SOS and PH this morning? Although PH lost to SOS 1-2, they're still strong. They're definitely the dark horses of this season. Aban, I'm not convinced. The biggest dark horse of this season is clearly Jingyu. My Jingyu's Heart of Ice is invincible. Tanghua, ha ha ha. Aban, you're having a stroke again. Be a good commentator, Aban, cough, your tone makes me feel like a naughty child. Isn't that the case? Tanghua couldn't help but laugh. Okay, let's stop joking. Let's watch the last match. On the livestream screen, PG and ANE's members were ready to ban the demons. Tanghua, ANE went first. They gave their first ban to the Moonshade Spider. Aban, it seems that Jingyu's Moonshade Spider won't be released this season. Tanghua, of course. A Moonshade Spider that can kill 5 monsters in one go with the help of Flower in the Mirror is unbeatable. Unless someone can think of a way to deal with it. Aban, or the officials can make some adjustments to the Moonshade Spider. Tanghua, speaking of which, a new monster should be released soon, right? I heard that it's an assassin-type monster. Aban, wow, I'm looking forward to Jingyu using a new monster. Okay, we can see that ANE's 3 bans have been released: Moonshade Spider, Lilith, and Nine-Tailed Fox. PG has banned Kamal and Heijiao. Tanghua, the last ban has been chosen: Flower in the Mirror. Aban, yes, with Hai on the other side, it's reasonable to ban Flower in the Mirror. Many people underestimate the role of a support in a match, but the truth is that a good support can lead the team to victory. Hai might be a support, but she's definitely ANE's core. Tanghua, now let's look at the pick segment. How will both sides choose their monsters? As soon as she finished speaking, ANE chose Sword Burial without hesitation. Tanghua couldn't help but be stunned. Aban couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? She didn't choose Dark Cupid, but Sword Burial? Is it because she's traumatized by Jingyu's Sword Burial after watching PG's match yesterday? Tanghua, but this way, PG's lineup will be very strong. As expected, Dark Cupid and Satan are instantly eliminated. When Luo Yiming chose Dark Cupid, he was completely dumbfounded. Without turning his head, he said to Yi Hong, Yezi, pinch me. Tell me I'm not dreaming. Yi Hong didn't hesitate to pinch him. Luo Yiming, ouch. It hurts. F*CK, can't you be gentler? After he finished howling, he didn't wait for Yi Hong to respond and screamed again, oh my god. I actually got my natal monster. I got my natal monster in the Pro League. What's so strange about that? Did you think that we were just playing around in the first few rounds? Yi Hong said seriously, if Jingyu's Moonshade Spider and Sword Burial weren't so good, you wouldn't have gotten Dark Cupid in your lifetime. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. My Satan was also released. He's amazing. Hearing his laughter, Jingyu couldn't help but laugh as well. Ane chose Centaur and Azrael, while PG chose Scarlet Fury and Sarier. After some hesitation, Ane chose Peacock Plume and Mermaid. Without a doubt, PG chose Heart of Ice. After Jingyu chose Heart of Ice, he took a deep breath and said firmly in his heart, Ane, this time, I won't lose to you. Aban, both teams have very strong lineups. Tangua, yes, Ane has the number 1 top laner, Azrael, and the number 1 jungler, Sword Burial. Mid laner, Peacock Plume, is also very strong. Not to mention the bottom laner, Centaur and Mermaid. They are very domineering in the early stages of the game. Aban, as for PG, Xianxia Satan and one's Dark Cupid are all must-ban monsters. Yezi Scarlet Fury is also very difficult to deal with. Sarier's health lock is simply a bug. Finally, Jingyu's Heart of Ice is invincible. Tangua, excluding the invitational tournament, this should be the first match between the top 8 teams, right? Aban, yes, that's right. At the same time, this is also the first time that Jingyu is in the top 8 in an official tournament after joining PG. Tangua, there is no doubt about the strength of the top 8 teams. I wonder if Jingyu's Heart of Ice will be as amazing as it was in the preliminaries against Ane. Aban, I believe that he can. Jingyu has created too many miracles. Those who have watched him play should have some understanding of his strength. He is really an outstanding jungler. Therefore, even if his opponent is Ane, I believe that he will be able to make Heart of Ice shine. Tangua, so, how will this match turn out? Let's wait and see. Following the 2 commentators' foreshadowing of the match, the countdown ended, and both teams of monsters entered the battlefield. The match between PG and Ane had officially begun. At the beginning of the match, the archers and sorcerers received buffs. When Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid received red buffs, Jingyu immediately used Heart of Ice to farm the surrounding monsters. Heart of Ice was the monster that he was most familiar with. After using it for an entire week in the preliminaries, he had already figured out the fastest and safest way to farm monsters. Therefore, when his opponent's Sword Burial reached level 6, his Heart of Ice reached level 6 at almost the same time. Heart of Ice was so fragile that it would be lucky if it didn't get killed in the early stages. However, Jingyu used Heart of Ice to farm all the monsters in his own jungle. When he killed the last monster, he still had 1/3 of his health left. This was an incredible feat for Heart of Ice, Aban, as expected of the number 1 player in the country, Heart of Ice. His farming speed is almost on par with Fly's Sword Burial. How many people can do this? Tangua, when Jingyu was farming, he was constantly moving to avoid the monster's attacks. Whether it was his grasp of timing or the range of his movements, they were all incredibly precise. Aban, I think Jingyu must be a very cautious person in real life. Wow, I'm suddenly looking forward to the knockout matches. Tangua, because it's an offline match? Aban, yes. Don't you want to see what these strong players look like? Tangua, ha ha ha, I really want to. I hope it won't disappoint me. While the 2 of them were talking, Jingyu's Heart of Ice floated to the middle lane and tried to gank Peacock Plume. However, the enemy Sword Burial quickly rushed over. After exchanging pokes with him, the 2 of them retreated and pretended that nothing had happened. Aban, Jingyu tried to gank the middle lane, but was discovered by Fly. Tangua, both teams are playing very carefully. Eh? Heart of Ice and Sword Burial didn't leave? The livestream was from a bird's eye view, so it could be clearly seen that after a short confrontation, Heart of Ice and Sword Burial seemed to have left, but in fact, they were both squatting in the bushes near their own defense towers. Neither of them gave up on ganking the opposing mid laner. As for the mid laners of both teams, Scarlet Fury and Peacock Plume, they didn't seem to know that their junglers were nearby. They didn't show any intention of seducing them, and each of them was busy gank their own junglers. It was a peaceful scene. Seeing that another wave of monsters was about to spawn, if they didn't leave, the junglers of both teams would fall behind in economy. However, whether it was Jingyu's Heart of Ice or Fly's Sword Burial, neither of them had any intention of leaving. Tangua, as expected of the top 8 teams, they're all so calm. Scarlet Fury is going up? Just when the two commentators thought that the two teams would be in a stalemate for a while, Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury flashed into the enemy's bushes and cast a blood coil. His target was Sword Burial, only Yi Hong would be able to flash as if it didn't cost him anything. However, almost as soon as he controlled Sword Burial, Jing Yu's Heart of Ice cast Snow's Traction and connected with Sword Burial. Immediately after, Heart of Ice did a beautiful spin and approached Sword Burial, then took a step toward Peacock Plume and activated his ultimate. A wild blizzard howled and engulfed Sword Burial and Peacock Plume, and the two monsters were immediately frozen into ice sculptures. They were controlled. In the next moment, Heart of Ice's combo and Scarlet Fury's ultimate intertwined. Peacock Plume, the weak mage, didn't even last a second and fell miserably to the ground. First blood was born. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. After getting the enemy monster's head, Heart of Ice's teleportation skill refreshed and immediately connected with Sword Burial. At the same time, the freezing effect disappeared and Sword Burial used Flash and teleported. Without looking back, he rushed into his own tower and left with his 40-meter-long sword. It was a bit of a pity to let Sword Burial escape, but at least he was at critical health and wouldn't come back to gank them for a while. Scarlet Fury comfortably finished off a wave of minions and went to the bottom lane for a stroll. Heart of Ice also comfortably returned to his own jungle and started farming the second wave of minions. Beautiful. Aban couldn't help but praise. Scarlet Fury's timing and direction of flash are too perfect. It's as if he's in the enemy's line of sight. Jing Yu's timing when he uses his ultimate is impeccable. Tanghua, yeah, he crowd-controlled Sword Burial and Peacock Plume in one go. Or rather, his target from the start was Peacock Plume, right? Aban, I think so too. At this level, Heart of Ice can't kill Sword Burial in a short period of time. Peacock Plume is different. After all, mages are very fragile. Tanghua, I have to say, Ane's Fly reacted very quickly and escaped as soon as the crowd control was released. If it was any other team, Heart of Ice might have been able to get a double kill. Jing Yu really didn't think about getting a double kill. Although he had only played one practice match with Ane, he had a rough understanding of the strength of all the members of Ane. He was very clear that Sword Burial would definitely be able to escape from the situation just now. Therefore, Tanghua's guess wasn't wrong. Jing Yu's target from the start was Peacock Plume, and only Peacock Plume. He had let Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury crowd control Sword Burial so that Sword Burial wouldn't stop him from killing Peacock Plume. Yi Hong loved this suicidal style of blinking over and crowd controlling the opponent. When Jing Yu first joined PG, he was almost driven crazy by this style of play. Every time he cooperated, he was challenging his own limits. But now, after getting used to Yi Hong's risky style of play, Jing Yu wasn't scared by him anymore. Instead, he learned how to use this style of play to catch the opponent off guard. The kill just now was the best example. After taking down the first kill, PG's morale was greatly boosted. The top, middle, and bottom lanes all exploded. Aban, Satan is in the tower. Is he trying to jump the tower and kill him? Azrael reacted quickly and immediately blinked away. Looks like he won't be able to catch up from this distance. As expected, Satan left the tower. Tanghua, Sarier is going all out. Dark Cupid is in the tower. Mermaid is holding her shield, Centaur is blinking. Aya, he escaped, what a pity. In the top, middle, and bottom lanes, PG completely suppressed Ane. The situation was completely in PG's favor. However, PG still couldn't get a second kill. Ane played very cautiously. If he couldn't win, he would run. He would rather give up a tower than let PG get half a kill. Just like that, 10 minutes passed, and the score was still at 1 o'clock. Magic Dragon was respawned, and no one had fought Magic Disc in the bottom lane. Aban, the two teams are in a stalemate. We have to rely on Magic Dragon or Magic Disc to change the situation. Tanghua, so far, PG still has the advantage. Ane's economy is much lower than PG's. Aban, Qin Fei's Satan took down the top lane first. Tanghua, he's going to the middle lane. Is he going to team up? As if to confirm Tanghua's guess, not long after Qin Fei's Satan reached the middle lane, the other devils also gathered there. PG was faster. All of them hid in the bushes next to Magic Dragon, waiting for A&E to team up. Soon, all of A&E arrived. Peacock Plume threw a skill at the bushes, all PG members dodged, but some of them were still hit by the skill and lost some HP. After discovering the PG in the bushes, Peacock Plume didn't hold back anymore and went all out. Almost at the same time, Azrael hooked his scythe into the bushes, but it hit nothing. "I'll team up," Jingyu shouted. He connected his Heart of Ice to Peacock Plume, who was standing in the middle of A&E's team, and used Blizzard. However, the moment he released the skill, Sword Burial moved over and blocked it. F***CK. Jingyu cursed in disbelief. Even though he reacted quickly and used Flash to escape, he was still hit by a few arrows from the Centaur. He was instantly killed. System, Centaur, 1 kill. System, Heart of Ice has been killed. Don't team up. Retreat. Jingyu looked at the revival countdown on his screen. He couldn't help but feel irritated. He didn't underestimate A&E, but something unexpected still happened. This feeling drove him crazy. His teammates heard him shout retreat, and retreated instinctively. However, even though they wanted to leave, A&E didn't intend to let them go. The mermaid flashed to the middle of the PG and spat out a bubble, crowd-controlling Scarlet Fury. The Centaur immediately rushed over and attacked crazily. System, Centaur, double kill. System, Scarlet Fury has been killed. Immediately after, A&E's entire team chased after the remaining PG members with the help of the mermaid. Hurry up and leave. I'll bring up the rear. Hanlong shouted. He had Sarier use Lock Blood to increase his health. No. Old Han, you can't die. I'll save you. Luo Yiming shouted. He had Dark Cupid move in the opposite direction and aim at the Centaur. However, Azrael used Death Harvest and his health dropped rapidly. System, Centaur, triple kill. System, Dark Cupid has been killed. System, Centaur, quadruple kill. System, Sarier has been killed. Qin Fei. Luo Yiming, is there something wrong with your brain? Luo Yiming, do you want me to watch my support die for me? Hanlong, Yihong, Jingyu, supports. Aren't they supposed to protect archers? Their own C position was probably poisonous. Jingyu finally understood why in PG matches, either the archer or both the archer and the support would die. There had never been a case where the archer survived alone. An archer who would rather die to protect the support was either a newbie or a lunatic. Qin Fei was too lazy to complain about Luo Yiming. No matter how many times he said it, Luo Yiming could not change this bad habit of his. He also refused to change positions with Hanlong. TSK. Speaking of which, if all his teammates died, what was he going to do? Qin Fei pondered for a moment. He had Satan's circle around the Magic Dragon. While calculating A&E's damage and the Magic Dragon's health, he chose the best route to steal the dragon. Yes, he planned to steal the dragon. Jingyu was also nervously calculating. When he felt that it was about time, he shouted, "Go." Almost at the same time, Qin Fei Satan activated his second skill, Demon King's Deterrence, and sped toward the dragon pit. When A&E discovered his presence, she threw all sorts of crowd control skills at him. Qin Fei did not even look at them. He blinked and appeared beside the magic dragon. He released a skill, Exploding Magic Flames. His target was the magic dragon. However, A&E's jungler, Sword Burial, used punishment at the same time. The result was? System, Sword Burial, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. Aban, Tanghua. As expected, Satan's skill was no match for Sword Burial's punishment. After failing to steal the dragon, Satan, who had broken into A&E's encirclement, had nowhere to run. Knowing that he was going to die, Qin Fei did not even blink. He calmly locked onto the low-health troops and released his ultimate skill, Hand of Darkness. System, Satan, kill. System, the enemy troops are dead. System, Sword Burial, kill. System, Satan is dead. Even if he, Qin Fei, were to die, he would drag someone down with him. Even though they had been wiped out and lost their dragon, they had still managed to kill the enemy C. This loss was still within the acceptable range of PGs. Not long after, the magical creatures on PG's side resurrected one after another, and all of them cleared out the magic dragon army in an orderly manner under Jingyu's command. A ban, this wave of PGs has suffered heavy losses. The score had been reversed, and their finances had also been surpassed by AIN. However, PG's rhythm wasn't messed up at all. They still displayed the standard of a strong party in dealing with the Magic Dragon army. Tanghua, PGs are very good at fighting against the Magic Dragon army. Their teamwork is very good, and there's no extra movement. A ban, everyone went to the middle lane, but before the Magic Dragon army could reach the middle lane, most of them were cleared out by the PGs. Tanghua, everyone split into two groups. The archers went to the bottom lane, and all PGs moved to the bottom lane's first tower. A ban, PGs cleared out the Magic Dragon army in the bottom lane, but AIN took down the top lane's first tower. Tanghua, they're really evenly matched. AIN's offense is very strong, but PGs are also very decisive in clearing out the Magic Dragon army. After a while, all three waves of Magic Dragon army were cleared out by PGs, and the entire battlefield turned from dark to bright. PGs lost a total of 2 towers, one in the top lane and one in the middle lane. The bottom lane's first tower was also reduced to half its HP. This loss was completely acceptable, but it wasn't optimistic. After all, PG's opponent in this round was AIN. We have to win in 30 minutes. Xianxia said, if we can't defeat AIN in the early game, then we'll only become more and more passive in the later game. Indeed, all members of PGs were well aware of this. As an extreme early game team, no matter how fierce PGs were in the early game, they couldn't avoid a decline in the later game. Even if they had been training for the later game, it was impossible for them to train better in the later game than in the early game. Therefore, if they collapsed too badly in the early game, they couldn't be saved in the later game no matter what. They had to race against time to make up for the lost economy. Xianxia, archers, clear out the bottom lane after you're done. I'll let you have the economy. Luo Yiming, oh Xianxia, mages, follow me. We have to take down the middle lane's first tower. Yi Hong, coming. Xianxia, the other side is fighting the magic board. Brother Fei, go to the bottom lane and cooperate with Yiming to snatch the magic board. Qin Fei, okay. Xianxia, support, before protecting the archer, protect yourself first. Hanleng, makes sense. Therefore, while Dark Cupid, Satan, and Saria rushed to the bottom lane, Xianxia had Heart of Ice and Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury clear out the middle lane together. Then, they followed their own troops into the tower and focused their fire on the enemy's first tower. Dark Cupid used his nimble positioning to dominate the bottom lane. He cleared out all the junglers as fast as he could, and his economy rose to the highest in the team. Then, he immediately rushed toward the magic board. Saria was always by his side to protect him. Satan was also restless in the bushes near the magic board. Just as Ane was about to take down the magic board, Satan activated his Demon King's deterrence and pressed down on the 5 players as fast as he could. Saria saw the opportunity and activated his ultimate. He locked on his health and increased his speed, causing many of Ane's skills to be ineffective. Then, Dark Cupid used his positioning to get close to the enemy's centaur. He threw out all his skills as if they were free. The centaur's health dropped to critical levels in an instant. He tried to escape by blinking away. Satan did not hesitate to use his ultimate skill, Hand of Darkness. Countless black hands rose from the ground, grabbed the centaur, and dragged him into the abyss of eternal damnation. System, Satan, 1 kill. System, the enemy's centaur is dead. Dark Cupid did not stop attacking. After the centaur escaped by blinking away, he decisively changed his target to Peacock Plume. Peacock Plume had already used his ultimate skill, but it was blocked by Saria. Now, he only had 1 damage skill and 1 speed reduction skill left. He threw out the speed reduction skill first. Dark Cupid immediately blinked behind him and continued to attack. He turned around and used his damage skill. Dark Cupid dodged the attack by a hair's breadth, causing his skill to miss. Finally, his health dropped to 0. Dark Cupid took his head with an arrow. System, Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System, the enemy's Peacock Plume is dead. At this time, Satan's health was almost depleted. Azrael's scythe missed. He immediately used Death Harvest, which missed again. Yi Hong was not the only one who knew how to zigzag. Qin Fei's control was very calm. He calmly controlled Satan to zigzag, dodging all of Azrael's skills and even the mermaid's crowd control. Then, he pounced on the magic plate and used all his remaining skills and attacks. Unfortunately. System, Sword Burial, conquering magic plate. Once again, Satan's skills were no match for Sword Burial's retribution. After taking down the magic plate, Sword Burial immediately moved to Satan's side and took his head. System, Sword Burial, 1. Kill. System, the enemy Satan is dead. Han Lung, retreat. Jingyu, no need. I'm coming. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light connected to Azrael on the screen. Then, a snow-white figure, accompanied by sparkling snowflakes, approached Azrael with a whoosh and used the ultimate skill, Blizzard. The cold wind whistled and controlled Azrael, Sword Burial, and the mermaid. Almost at the same time, a blood-red special effect bloomed under Azrael and Sword Burial's feet. It was Scarlet Fury's Blood Pool Purgatory. Dark Cupid took the opportunity to attack Azrael. System, Dark Cupid, double kill. System, the enemy's Azrael is dead. System, Scarlet Fury, 1 kill. System, the enemy Sword Burial is dead. After the control effect disappeared, Ane's only surviving support saw that the situation was not good and immediately flashed away. However, Yi Hong's reaction was extremely fast and immediately flashed after him. He used Blood Coil to control him and then used Bloodlust to suck away the last bit of health he had left. System, Scarlet Fury, double kill. System, the enemy's mermaid is dead. This was a team battle that started before the PG players were all present. However, it was a 1-for-5 exchange. Ane was wiped out, and only Satan died. After the team battle, it did not matter whether they obtained the magic plate or not. Aban, the score is tied at 6-6. PG's economy is on the rise. PG's economy is once again higher than Ane's. Tanghua, oh my god, this is too exciting. As expected of a match between two of the top 8 teams. Based on the current situation, it's hard to say who will win. Aban, it's a pity that PG lost. They controlled the timing of stealing the magic plate and stealing the magic dragon very well. However, Ane's jungler Fly was not to be trifled with either. He always used retribution at the most crucial moment. Although PG won this team battle, the magic dragon has not respawned and the minions have not been brought over. It's a pity. That was indeed the case. Jingyu sighed in his heart. Fortunately, their economy had caught up. At worst, they could just team up again. There was nothing to be afraid of. Jingyu, archers, bring the bottom lane. Brother Fei, bring the top lane. Mages, follow me. The PG players split into 3 groups. They cleared out Ane's minions and brought their own minions over. Finally, they managed to take down the bottom lane's tower before Ane's entire team respawned. Gather in the bushes in the middle lane. I'll start the team battle. Jingyu ordered again. All the PG players hid in the bushes near the dragon pit and waited patiently for Ane's arrival. Why was the scene so familiar? Aban, it's the same as the first team battle. PG once again has the advantage in the terrain. Can they win this time? Tanghua, Ane took the same route as the first team battle. Peacock Plume zoomed into the bushes. Ane's mid laner rushed to the dragon pit and zoomed into the bushes without hesitation. All the PG players were caught off guard. Fortunately, Saria reacted quickly and activated her ultimate, Light of Protection, Lockdown, and Haste. Satan immediately activated Demon King's deterrence and attacked Ane's entire team. At the same time, Heart of Ice connected to Peacock Plume. However, she didn't teleport over immediately. Instead, she waited for half a second. Sword Burial wasted a block, and Heart of Ice teleported to Peacock Plume's side and activated her ultimate. With Peacock Plume as the center, Ane's 4 monsters were all controlled. Only the Centaur escaped with Flash. However, in the next second, Azrael and Sword Burial used CC removal skills to protect Peacock Plume, who had only a sliver of HP left. Then, they focused their attacks on Heart of Ice. Frozen Heart kept dodging, but he still lost quite a bit of HP. At the same time, Crimson Rage used its crowd control skills, ultimate skills, and damaging skills. It landed a complete combo on the Grim Reaper that was charging at the front. The Grim Reaper was stunned, unable to move. Jingyu, go. With this order, Satan and Dark Cupid activated their ultimate. All the PG players rolled their keyboards and attacked Ane in a frenzy. However, all the enemy players activated their ultimate at the same time and charged at the PG players. Soon, the freezing effect disappeared, and all the Ane players rolled their keyboards. The following battle could only be described as corpses littered the field. System, Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. System, Centaur, 1 kill. System, Scarlet Fury has been killed. System, Dark Cupid, double kill. System, enemy Azrael has been killed. System, Centaur, double kill. System, Dark Cupid has been killed. System, Satan, 1 kill. System, Sword Burial has been killed. System, Centaur, triple kill. System, Satan has been killed. Ane support protected their center in all aspects. On PG's side, Dark Cupid had been killed to protect his teammates. Now, Ane only had Centaur and Mermaid, the powerful bottom lane duo. PG only had Sarier and Heart of Ice left. No, they couldn't win, Hanlong roared. Jingyu, run. I'll cover the rear. No, I can counterattack. Jingyu stubbornly roared these few words and connected his Heart of Ice to Centaur. At that moment, the sound of his fingers tapping on the keyboard was unbelievably dense. Displacement, skill after skill, attack after attack, mixed in with constant movement. Heart of Ice, who only had a sliver of health left, dodged all the attacks from Centaur and landed all his attacks on Centaur. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy players have been killed. Just as Heart of Ice killed the Centaur, Mermaid came over and was about to kill Heart of Ice. Sarier quickly blinked in front of Heart of Ice and blocked the attack for him. Jingyu, beautiful. Retreat. Hanlong, okay. Heart of Ice with a sliver of health retreated back to his own turret under Sarier's protection. Both of them clicked the return button. Current score, 10-9 PG is leading by 1 kill, amazing. That was amazing. For a long time, there was only one word left in Aban's mind, wonderful. Jingyu with a sliver of health counterattack. That was amazing. Tangua was also carried away by Aban. Her mind was filled with amazing. After a while, both of them regained their senses and asked their teammates to replay the previous scene. Aban, this team battle was full of twists and turns. PG had an advantageous geographical position, but Ane took the initiative. Peacock Plume's ultimate was too decisive. Fortunately, PG reacted quickly. First, Sarier's opening was crucial. Then, Jingyu's Heart of Ice seized the opportunity and turned the situation around. Tangua, Sword Burial used his block too early. No. Heart of Ice must have slowed down on purpose to avoid Sword Burial's block. Aban, yes, that's right. After Heart of Ice connected to Peacock Plume, it was obvious that he paused for a moment before repositioning himself. He paused for a moment. However, Ane seemed to have expected this. The Centaur decisively blinked and escaped from Blizzard's attack range. Azrael and Sword Burial immediately used Dispel crowd control spells. Tangua, I can tell that Ane has studied PG's new jungler, Sword Burial. The timing of his block is obviously targeted at Heart of Ice. Aban, to be honest, when Dark Cupid fell, I thought that PG wouldn't be able to handle it. I didn't expect Heart of Ice to counterattack. He was actually leading by a single kill. Amazing. Tangua, yeah. Jinyu's last sliver of HP was truly spectacular. Heart of Ice is definitely the MVP of this team battle. Aban, as expected of the number 1 player on the server, Heart of Ice. Jinyu. Jingyu. Tangua, hahaha, Aban, pay attention. You're still commentating. Aban. Okay, we can see that after Heart of Ice healed, he immediately rushed to the mid lane and took the Magic Dragon's vision. This way, PG has a huge advantage in stealing the dragon. Tangua, the match is now 25 minutes old. The economy of both teams is slightly in the lead, and PG has 1 more kill. I feel like we should be able to determine the winner in the next group battle. Aban, maybe PG will consider stealing a dragon? Heh, that's what PG was thinking. Jingyu, our team can't handle Ane. How about we steal a dragon? Qin Fei, it's not that we need to team up. However, the main problem is that ANE always starts a team battle. We're too passive. However, stealing a dragon isn't a bad idea. Jingyu, then let's do this. Brother Han will take Yiming to steal the dragon. The others will follow me to distract ANE. After a pause, he said, we might die. Yi Heng laughed. It's not a might, it's a certainty. Yiming, seriously, don't let our sacrifice go to waste. Jingyu was just about to tell him not to pressure Luo Yiming, when Luo Yiming laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. Leave it to me. When I steal the dragon, I'll kill them all. Jingyu, okay. The biggest advantage of their C position was that no matter what he did, he always felt that he was awesome. He never had to worry about being crushed by an opponent or being despised by his teammates. If Yi Heng made more mistakes in the later stages of the game because he was mentally exhausted from maintaining a high level of concentration for too long, then Yi Heng was the one who made the mistake. Luo Yiming, on the other hand, was purely because he was high and unrestrained. Should I say, as expected of a PG archer, letting go of himself, his style became a mystery. A ban, all PG members are in the mid lane. Are they ready for another team battle? No. Sarier is protecting Dark Cupid as they charge into the dragon pit. They're planning to steal the dragon. Tanghua, on ANE's side, Sword Burial is leading the way in the mid lane. After the others noticed PG's movements, they started to gather in the mid lane. It's worth noting that ANE doesn't have the vision of the mid lane, nor does it have the vision of the magic dragon. They can only see Satan, Scarlet Fury, and Heart of Ice, who are clearing the enemy troops. They can't see Dark Cupid and Sarier who are going to steal the dragon. A ban, PG is very decisive in his attempt to steal the dragon. Dark Cupid is going straight for it. Tanghua, will ANE notice PG's intentions? Ah. Sword Burial is heading towards the magic dragon. Almost at the same time that Tanghua exclaimed, Jingyu seemed to have realized something. He frowned and said, that's not right. Sword Burial could have destroyed the tower, but he didn't. He noticed that we're stealing the dragon. Yiming, come back. Luo Yiming, huh? Just a little bit more. ANE rushed to the mid lane. Without looking at the PG in front of the tower, they charged towards the magic dragon. TSK, Jingyu had no choice but to change his strategy. Forget it, steal the dragon. Brother Fei, form a team. This time, no matter what, they had to take the initiative to form a group. Qin Fei, who was already prepared, immediately had Satan activate his second skill, Demon King's Deterrence, and charge towards ANE's entire team. Jingyu, Brother Yi, control. Yi Heng had Scarlet Fury use Blood Entanglement to control ANE's top laner and sorcerer. Azrael immediately dispelled the crowd control, but in the next second, a cold light connected to him. Then, a violent blizzard engulfed him and turned him into an ice sculpture. After Heart of Ice connected to Azrael, before Sword Burial arrived, she immediately used her ultimate to control Azrael, Peacock Plume, Centaur, and Mermaid. Azrael had already dispelled the crowd control, so Centaur and Mermaid dispelled the crowd control without hesitation. Then, Mermaid activated her shield to protect everyone, blocking Scarlet Fury's ultimate. Centaur couldn't hit Heart of Ice, so he changed his target to Satan, who was at the front of the PG. However, was Qin Fei's Satan easy to bully? Hand of Darkness appeared under Centaur's feet. Together with the damage from exploding magic flames, Centaur's health bar was reduced by more than half. Heart of Ice immediately blinked to Centaur's side and took his head with a single skill. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Centaur has been killed. Enemy Centaur has been killed. The morale of all the PG players was greatly boosted. Heart of Ice, who had refreshed her position, quickly connected to Azrael and pulled herself over, dodging Peacock Plume's ultimate. Jingyu, Brother Han, protect me. Upon hearing the order, Hanling immediately had Sarier activate her ultimate and lock her health. Azrael used Death Harvest, sweeping 360 degrees and slashing Heart of Ice, but did not deal any damage to him. Heart of Ice took advantage of the fact that Sarier's ultimate was still active to escape to Satan's back. Peacock Plume's skills all landed on Satan. Qin Fei stared at Satan, who had taken a large amount of damage and only had a sliver of health left. He did not even blink. Instead, he continued to push forward. As soon as the skill refreshed, he aimed at Peacock Plume and cast it. With the help of Lifesteal, his health bar increased a little, and he tanked Azrael's attack once again. System, Satan, 1 kill. System, enemy's Peacock Plume has been killed. Immediately after, Dark Cupid arrived. Scarlet Fury's skill refreshed, and he launched a combo at Azrael. In the end, Satan, who had taken the most damage, was the first to leave the battlefield. Azrael followed closely behind, but he was killed by Dark Cupid's arrow. System, Azrael, 1 kill. System, enemy Satan has been killed. System, Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System, enemy's Azrael has been killed. Up until now, ANE had lost 3 generals, while PG only lost Phase Satan. However, at this moment, a figure rushed in from behind PG. The special effect of 10,000 swords was domineering and cold, and it was followed by a series of combo attacks. It was Fly Sword Burial. He's here. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Scarlet Fury has been killed. System, Sword Burial, double kill. System, Dark Cupid has been killed. Sword Burial. It's Sword Burial again. Luo Yiming was so angry that he almost flipped the table. Fly Sword Burial seemed to be much more difficult to deal with than in the previous mock competition. Whether it was his awareness or his skill, he had reached a new height. Perhaps it was because of Jinyu's Heart of Ice that he had been stimulated. Now, both sides only had the jungler and support left, and the magic dragon was on the verge of death. With Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid at the front, and PG and ANE at the back, the magic dragon did not have much health left, and the jungler could fight it alone. Therefore, at this time, of course, they had to steal the dragon. Jinyu's Heart of Ice and Fly's Sword Burial rushed toward the magic dragon at almost the same time. However, the moment the two of them reached the magic dragon, Sword Burial changed his target and rushed toward Heart of Ice, wanting to take his head. At this time, Heart of Ice only had a thin layer of health left after the previous team battle, while Sword Burial's health was almost full. Seeing that Sword Burial was about to use his skill when he rushed to Heart of Ice, Aban's heart was in his throat. Is Heart of Ice going to die? Huh? Tangua, what the hell? The two commentators exclaimed at almost the same time. On the screen, the moment Sword Burial rushed to Heart of Ice and used his skill, Heart of Ice turned golden and froze on the spot. This was a mage's equipment, Golden Body? Aban, Jinyu changed his last equipment to Golden Body. Tangua, that's crazy. Golden Body, this was a mage's equipment that increased magic power. It came with an active skill, Golden Body status for 5 seconds, and it couldn't be attacked or attacked. Sword Burial couldn't kill Heart of Ice, so he had to change his target and fight the magic dragon in a hurry, trying to take down Heart of Ice before Magic Dragon's Golden Body status disappeared. However, Golden Body only lasted for 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, Heart of Ice, who had regained his freedom, decisively used Discipline on the magic dragon. Fly's Burial Sword also handed over Retribution at almost the same time. The result was? System, Heart of Ice conquered the magic dragon. Seeing this system notification, the members of ANE almost smashed their keyboards. Jinyu, however, couldn't help but laugh. Golden Body is really useful. Thanks, Jeez. In Momo Club, Jeez, who was watching the live broadcast, said. F***CK. Not only does PG have the magic dragon bloodline, he also has the Sharingan. System, Heart of Ice, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. System, Sword Burial, triple kill. System, our Heart of Ice has died. System, Sword Burial, quadruple kill. System, our Sarier is dead. Unable to snatch the magic dragon's fly, he annihilated PG in a fit of rage, turning the score to 13-14, leading PG by 1. But what did it matter? The fact that Jinyu had snatched the magic dragon didn't change the fact that the PG team had been wiped out and the number of kills had fallen behind. After some time, all the magical creatures on both sides were revived. PGs followed the magic dragon army and swarmed toward Ain's defense tower. Everyone revealed their ferocious nature. Aban, it's here. Satan carried the tower and killed. Scarlet Fury flashed and zoomed in. Dark Cupid DPS. The system prompt of the death of the enemy demons slid across the screen one after another, and the live broadcast screen was full of 66,666 comments. Tanghua, this PG team seems to have suddenly exploded after being suppressed for too long. With an unstoppable momentum, he crossed the tower and wiped out ANE. Once PG grasps the opportunity, it's simply inhumane. Ah half explained with a carefree tone as if he was elated. At the same time, it can be seen that ANE is not as proficient and smooth as PG in dealing with the Demon Dragon army. After the PG forced the team apart, a lot of ANE's damage landed on the minions. It seems like the outcome of this round is already decided. Just like what ANE had said, within a few minutes after ANE's party was wiped out, PG's, under the advance of the Magic Dragon army, had completely destroyed all the towers on the top, middle, and bottom lanes. All of them had charged into ANE's territory and were crazily attacking it. Even if everyone in ANE managed to revive at the last second, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch as their territory was destroyed. The word victory appeared on the screen of all the PG members. At that moment, Luo Yiming cried out in excitement, "Ah!" Hanlong took off his headphones and slammed them on the table. He shouted excitedly, "We won! We've won!" Yi Hong looked at the two of them. Although he didn't say anything, the smile on his face said it all. Jingyu took off his headphones, leaned back, and relaxed against the back of the chair. His whole body felt soft, and he didn't want to move at all. This round was so tiring, his nerves were always in a state of high tension. The more he played, the more he didn't allow himself to make any mistakes. Even after the match ended, his nerves were still tense and he couldn't relax for a long time. At the same time, his hands didn't seem to listen to him. Just as he was thinking this, his left hand was suddenly grabbed by someone. Jingyu was startled. He subconsciously turned his head and saw Qin Fei looking at his hand with a serious expression. Jingyu followed his gaze and looked at his own hand. It was actually trembling slightly. "You're too hardworking." Qin Fei seemed to say this sentence casually. He held Jingyu's hand with both hands and gently massaged it. Feeling the touch on his hand, Jingyu felt like his brain had exploded. He lost the ability to think for a long time. He allowed Qin Fei to massage his hand. After a while, he reacted and said tentatively, "I'm fine, Qin Fei, give me your other hand." Jingyu obediently put his other hand in Qin Fei's palm. Qin Fei looked at him in amusement and helped him massage his other hand. Then, he said, "Not bad. Let's win the next match in one go." Jingyu lowered his head and said, He felt like he should pull his hand back, but for some reason, he couldn't move it. Although he said "I'm fine," he couldn't help but want Qin Fei to massage him for a while longer. He kind of enjoyed this feeling. He must be crazy. Qin Fei took in his reaction and couldn't help but laugh. However, he didn't say anything. After letting go of him, he got up and went to the toilet. Jingyu subconsciously looked up and was lost in thought as he watched his back. Until Yi Hong raised a hand and waved it in front of his eyes. "Little Jingyu?" Jingyu came back to his senses. Yi Hong raised his eyebrows. "You were so fascinated by Brother Fei?" Jingyu's face reddened. He was a little shy, but he still spat out two words with a straight face, "No." Yi Hong couldn't help but laugh. He pretended not to notice his absent-mindedness and started talking about the game. "Your Dragon Stealer maneuver was amazing. ANE's jungler must be furious. Ha 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 ha, my mind is full of ANE's reaction after the Dragon Stealer was stolen." Luo Yiming suddenly came over. "I suddenly realized that Dragon Stealer is much more exciting than a team fight. Maybe we can learn from Momo. We can lose the team fight, but we have to steal the magic." "Dragon." Jingyu pretended not to hear anything. At this time, the technical statistics were out. The MVP of this match was undoubtedly Jingyu's Heart of Ice, a ban. Jingyu's Heart of Ice turned the table several times. It played a very important role in the team fight and Dragon Stealer. He deserves to be the MVP. Tanghua, congratulations to PG for winning the first match. The second match will start in 10 minutes. Let's rest for a while. See you in 10 minutes. 10 minutes passed quickly. On PG's side, everyone was trying to find ways to relax. Some were walking around, some were listening to music, and some were lying on the sofa to empty themselves. The atmosphere on ANE's side was unusually heavy. For a long time after the match ended, the 5 ANE players maintained a terrifying silence. They didn't even take off their headphones. In the end, ANE support and commander, Hai, was the first to take off his headphones and put them on the table. With him taking the lead, the other 4 took off their headphones one after another. Then, they heard Hai say in a very serious tone, "No, Heart of Ice is too troublesome. If I don't use flower in the mirror, I can't do anything to him." There was another period of silence. Then, he spoke again and made a decision. "We can only ban him." Hearing this, ANE's members were stunned. They clearly didn't agree. Jungler Fly was the first to object. "If we ban his Moonshade Spider and Heart of Ice, what will he use as a jungler? What if he brings out an even more troublesome monster? Heart of Ice might be troublesome, but we've spent time researching it and have a plan to deal with him." "Hi, you said it yourself. We've spent time researching it and deliberately targeted him in the match." What happened? In the end, Heart of Ice turned the tables several times and won the MVP. Mid laner Wing hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "What if we release Moonshade Spider and steal Flower in the mirror?" "Hi, if we make the first move, will PG still release Flower in the mirror if he knows that we'll steal it?" "Wing, even if we don't have Flower in the mirror, all of us have dispels. Moonshade Spider won't be a big threat." "Hi, did you forget that PG's mid laner can use Soul?" Wing, TSK, Yezi is really. His card pool is too deep. It's like there's no monster that he's not good at." Fly, then what should we do? Do we really have to ban Moonshade Spider and Heart of Ice? Then Phase Lilith will have to be released. As a top laner, she'll be even more troublesome than Satan. Top laner PL, I can steal Lilith. Archer GY, no, you can't. Lilith's HP is too low. When we fight, her HP bar goes up and down. It makes me nervous. PL. Then what do you think we should do? GY, I don't want to. Hai felt a headache coming on. He had really underestimated Jinyu and his Heart of Ice. Now, the reason why ANE was so conflicted was all because of Jinyu. If there were enough ban slots, Hai really wanted to ban all the monsters that this person was good at in one go. Knowing that this was unrealistic, after a moment of silence, Hai calmly said, "Whether it's Phase Lilith or one's Dark Cupid, they're all monsters that we're familiar with. Even if it's troublesome, we know how to deal with them. If it's really not possible, we can drag it out as long as possible. In the late game, Lilith won't be able to take damage, and we'll have a great advantage in the team fight." However, with Jinyu's Heart of Ice, if Fly Sword Burial can't block his big move in time, all of us will be crushed to the ground by PG. It actually made a lot of sense. Everyone in ANE fell into a long silence. In the end, Fly was the first to speak. "Okay, ban them all. Then I'll blind snipe him. He might take out Flower Petal of Datura." "Huh?" PL was shocked. "Isn't that more troublesome? Flower Petal of Datura is much stronger than Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider." At least, in the Pro League, there were still many players who used Flower Petal of Datura. This monster could be said to be the #1 assassin jungler. Hai had obviously thought of this point, but he had his own considerations. "I just want to take a gamble." According to the information circulating on the internet, Jinyu has only been in contact with LD for a few months. I don't believe that he even knows how to use Flower Petal of Datura. After a pause, he smiled helplessly. "In any case, whether it's Heart of Ice or Moonshade Spider, our chances of winning aren't high. It's better to ban them all and test the depth of his card pool." Fly, that's true. After all, we've already confirmed that we've qualified for the group stage. It doesn't matter if we lose to them. We'll win back in the knockout round. With that said, the others thought about it in their hearts and let go of their worries. PL, okay, let's take a gamble. Wing, yeah, it's better than me matching Yezi's soul. GY, if we lose, we lose. The important thing is that we can't lose in the knockout round. Just like that, ANE happily made the decision to ban Jinyu's Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider. After all, they had deliberately targeted Heart of Ice and lost the match. If they released Heart of Ice in this round, their morale would drop by a lot, and it would be even harder to win. 10 minutes later, the second match began. Ane made the first move and gave Heart of Ice the first ban. This shocked the commentators, the bullet screen, and even PG, Luo Yiming. What the F asterisk CK? Yi Hong, did little Jingyu's Heart of Ice cause autism? Han Leng, so they're trying to steal Flower in the Mirror to deal with Jingyu's Moonshade Spider? Jingyu, banned Flower in the Mirror. After PG banned Flower in the Mirror, it was Ane's turn to ban the demon. Ane didn't hesitate and instantly banned Moonshade Spider, all PG members. Tanghua, Ane's second ban spot is also given to the jungler. Oh my god. Giving 2 bans to junglers, this is the first time in the LD Pro League. A ban, yes, that's right. It's obvious that Ane is very wary of Jingyu's strength. But if that's the case, what jungler will Jingyu use? What kind of surprise will he bring us? Tanghua, wow, I'm looking forward to it. Let's wait and see. After Ane banned Jingyu's 2 monsters, PG and the others were stunned for a moment before they laughed in schadenfreude. Luo Yiming was laughing. Ha 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 ha, Ane is digging his own grave. What gave them the wrong impression that Jingyu's Heart of Ice is more difficult to deal with than Brother Phase Lilith? Yi Hong was laughing at Jingyu. Ha 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 ha. Little Jingyu, I didn't expect you to have such a day. The other side had 3 bans in total, and 2 of them had been given to Jingyu. Before today, only Qin Fei and Yi Hong had experienced this kind of treatment. Jingyu clearly didn't expect Ane to target him to this extent. After being stunned for a moment, he couldn't help but laugh. These 2 monsters aren't the only ones I know. If you have the guts, ban all of them. Qin Fei, Ane, I haven't even figured out what you can do. Yi Hong, ha 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 ha. By the time they figure it out, they won't know which one to ban. Luo Yiming, don't forget, Jingyu said that his Heart of Ice is the weakest. Ha 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 ha. Han Leng, hey, brothers, don't just laugh. So, which one should we ban? Jingyu and Qin Fei spoke at almost the same time. Sword Burial. After speaking, the 2 of them were stunned and looked at each other. They were going to cause trouble together. Yi Hong clearly wanted to join in as well. Of course we ban Sword Burial. Since they're targeting our little Jingyu, their jungler won't have an easy time either. Okay, Han Ling happily banned Sword Burial. Seeing PG's choice, Tanghua couldn't help but exclaim. PG gave his second ban to Sword Burial. Aben, ha ha ha, should I say, as expected of PG. As long as he lives, he won't stop causing trouble. I'm guessing that this is PG's retaliation against Ane for banning Jingyu and his 2 monsters. Ane clearly didn't expect PG to ban Sword Burial. Seeing this choice, she was dumbfounded and couldn't decide on the 3rd ban for a long time. It wasn't that she couldn't make a decision, with Yi Hong on the other side, Nine-Tailed Fox had to be banned. But, what after banning Nine-Tailed Fox? What should they steal? Following a tense countdown, Ane entered a heated discussion. Hi, steal Dark Cupid. Fly, no. What if Jingyu's mouth? Then, I'll have to use into Quangu? Wild Bones is fine as a top laner, but his harvesting ability is too weak. PL, yes, I also think we should steal Satan. What if PG gives his last ban to Azrael? I'll have to use Quangu. In that case, once Jingyu locks onto Satan, what will Little Fly use? Flower Petal of Datura? Hai was convinced. Okay, we'll steal Satan. After making the decision, Ane banned Nine-Tailed Fox and rubbed her palms in anticipation of stealing Satan. However, not long after they banned Nine-Tailed Fox, PG decisively chose the last ban, slapping Ane's face until it was swollen. It's Satan. Tanghua excitedly shouted. 6 bans, 4 junglers. Ha ha ha, this match is too interesting. It's PG. This team is too interesting. A ban laughed. Ane banned 2 of their junglers, and they immediately retaliated by sending out Kamal and Heijiao. PG's team is the toughest team I've ever seen. They're so tough even when it comes to banning a demon. Seeing the 6 bans chosen by both teams, the bullet screen was filled with excitement. Ha ha ha. They're going to force Fly to his death. Ane, you've shot yourself in the foot, right? Damn, I'm looking forward to this match. Fly, who am I? Where am I? what happened? Jingyu, I'll use newbie gift pack. Do you dare to use flower petal of datura? Heh, that's what PG was thinking. Jingyu, let's see what's on the first ban. If it's flower petal of datura, I'll use Wendy. Yi Hong, newbie gift pack? Awesome. Can I use fair? Jingyu, no. Qin Fei, how are you playing with Wendy? Jingyu, better than Heart of Ice. Qin Fei, oh, no problem. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. Better than Heart of Ice? The meaning of these words coming from your mouth is completely different from when they come from someone else's mouth. Jingyu, haha. On the other side, Ane was on the verge of breaking down. Fly. Is there something wrong with PG's people? Hi. It's not like they've been sick for a long time. Wing. They're seriously sick. PL was going crazy. So what do we have to fight for? High side. Kamal. GY, okay. Hi, protect me. Help me carry Pentakill. Hai looked up at the sky. Let's gather our lineup first. Tangua, Ane has locked up Kamal. This is the first time Kamal has appeared in the group stage. This powerful demon known as the Angel of Destruction can be an ADC or an APC. It's very tricky. How will PG deal with it? Aban, PG has locked up Lilith and Dark Cupid. This season, Qin Fei's Lilith has been on screen a lot, and her results are quite impressive. Dark Cupid has always been the first in line. In order to suppress Jingyu, Ane had no choice but to release these two demons. I hope they won't regret this decision. Tangua, Ane has locked up Azrael first, and then the other position. Centaur? Double Archer. Is this imitating Kid's Double Archer? Aban exclaimed. After seeing Fly lock onto Centaur, he immediately adjusted Sprite commandeering to punishment. Only then did he react. No. It's Jungler. Ane's Fly is planning to use Archer to Jungler. This is going to be interesting. As Tangua spoke, she became more and more excited to see how this match would turn out. Next is PG's pick. This time, it's rare that they hesitated. Locked. Heijiao. Aban, Heijiao also rarely drops. This demon is in the first tier like Nine-Tailed Fox, but it's much easier to control than Nine-Tailed Fox, so it's the first choice of many teams. PG has locked up Sarier in the other position. Okay, this way, PG's bottom lane combination will be the same as the previous round. I wonder what support Ane will use. Tangua, Ane has locked up Ali. Aban, oh, this healing type support is indeed very suitable for Ane's lineup for this round. Tangua, Ane has chosen Peacock Plume for the last position. Although she's not as agile as Heijiao, in terms of damage, she's the only one in this version who can compete with Heijiao. Aban, it's finally PG's last position. PG now has a top laner, mid laner, archer, and support. There's only one jungler left. What jungler will Jingyu use? When he said this, Aban couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. He was really looking forward to Jingyu using the new demon as a jungler, this professional player, who could get Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider banned and was targeted by Ane, who was also in the top 8, seemed to be able to carry the entire team no matter what demon he used. Aban had no doubt that even if Jingyu used the newbie gift pack in the professional league, his results wouldn't be worse than Heart of Ice's. Just like that, under Aban's expectant gaze, PG chose the last demon. Countless purple petals fluttered and fell in the middle of the screen. They suddenly sped up and swirled together. Layers of petals peeled off and fell down, forming a gorgeous dress. The snow-haired girl woke up from the petal dress and stretched her limbs, revealing her small and tender face. Flower petal of Datura, Flower petal of Datura. The moment he saw that PG had locked onto the demon, Aban shouted excitedly. My life. Flower petal of Datura was recognized as the #1 assassin jungler. She had a dreamlike image of a young girl with gorgeous and beautiful skills and special effects. Who knew how many people had gone crazy for her, training her day and night? Then, they were taught a lesson by her battle results and win rate equals in fact, compared to other assassin-type demons, Flower Petal of Datura's skills were already very well designed. They were not as easy to give as Heart of Ice's skills, nor were they as complicated as Moonshade Spider's skills that made people want to strangle the game designers. However, as an assassin-type jungler, Flower Petal of Datura still had the common problem of assassin-type junglers, low health and low defense. Therefore, even though this demon's appearance rate in the professional league was much higher than that of other assassin-type junglers, there were still very few players who could really use her as a carry. A ban. Those who have been paying attention to this season must have seen Jingyu's Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider. Both of them have achieved miraculous results. I believe that his Flower Petal of Datura can also bring us unexpected miracles. Tangua. In this round, the lineups of both sides are quite different from previous LDPL competitions. ANE's jungler is Centaur, while PG's jungler is Flower Petal of Datura. How will the battle between the two sides turn out? A ban. Based on the current lineup, PG is suitable for the early stages. The sooner the game ends, the better. Once ANE's Kamal and Centaur are up, the damage will be very considerable. Lilith will not be able to tank at all. PG had obviously realized this as well. Jingyu, we have to play faster in this round. Yihong was a little worried. Can your Flower Petal of Datura be fast enough? Jingyu had used the Flower Petal of Datura during training before. Because its damage was not as high as Heart of Ice, it did not have a control skill like Heart of Ice, and it did not have a bug-like combo like Moonshade Spider. Its final results were not outstanding. It was very rare for it to become the MVP as judged by the system. This gave PG's entire team the illusion that the Flower Petal of Datura was not as strong as Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider. But in reality, Jingyu moved his fingers and looked at the loading screen. He smiled. If you use the Flower Petal of Datura, you don't have to rely on your skills, but your brains. Don't worry, I'll carry you guys in this round. He paused for a moment before adding confidently, I, the Flower Petal of Datura, am very good. The battlefield loaded, and the match officially began. In this round, the lineups of both teams were as follows: PG, Lilith, Heijiao, Dark Cupid, Flower Petal of Datura, Saryurain, Azrael, Peacock Plume, Kamal, Centaur, Ariel. Many demons that had not been used before appeared. At this moment, Aban didn't look like a proper commentator at all. He was completely like a little fanboy. The match has begun. Jingyu, go. Flower Petal of Datura, go. Jingyu. Jingyu. Tangwa smiled helplessly at the side. Aban. Hey, Aban. Are you still in your commentator mode? It's barely working. As Aban spoke, he finally switched back to his commentator mode after both teams took down the red and blue demons. Okay, we can see that after the archers of both teams took the red arrows, they started to line up in the bottom lane. Both teams' junglers chose to farm and develop first. Ain's jungler was a Centaur. He had too little health in the early game and didn't have any big moves. He definitely needed to develop for a while before gank. What about PG's Flower Petal of Datura? Just like how he knew that his opponent wouldn't cause trouble in the early game, he also focused on his own jungle. Relying on his quick cooldown, he flew around the jungle. After killing all the monsters in the jungle, he only lost a little health. Aban, just by looking at his farming speed, I can tell that Jingyu's Flower Petal of Datura is different from mine. Tangwa, Aban, that's enough. Be serious. Aban, I'm very serious, okay? Look at the bullet screen, did you see that? They all said that there's nothing wrong with my words. Tangwa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Alright, you win. While the two of them were talking, Jingyu's Flower Petal of Datura shifted and turned into a small purple flower that floated into the bushes in the middle lane. Aban immediately reacted. Are you going to gank the mid laner? At this moment, the Flower Petal of Datura's other skills had all been unlocked. He quietly crouched in the bushes for a while, waiting for his teleportation skill to respawn. Then, he immediately used it and floated directly onto the enemy Peacock Plume. Peacock Plume reacted very quickly. Almost reflexively, it used Blink and escaped into its own defensive tower. However, the Flower Petal of Datura had no intention of letting him go. She used a skill in his direction, Flower Strike. She used the flower as a dart and hit Peacock Plume right in the middle. Peacock Plume couldn't stand the harassment and threw out a slow backhand. Flower Petal of Datura didn't dodge and took the hit head-on. At the same time, the 3 hidden skills on Jingyu's screen suddenly lit up. Jingyu didn't hesitate to use invisibility. On the live stream, the Flower Petal of Datura turned translucent. From Peacock Plume's point of view, it looked like the Flower Petal of Datura had suddenly disappeared into thin air. Jingyu, brother Yi, used Blink. Yi Hong, I couldn't ask for more. Heijiao used Blink and chased into the tower. Then, he used Water Spout to send Peacock Plume into the air. Then, he used Dragon's Tail to hook Peacock Plume back to himself. Right after that, the Flower Petal of Datura used Blink to attack Peacock Plume while in invisibility. The double damage instantly reduced Peacock Plume to a sliver of health. Jingyu, get out of the tower. Yi Hong, huh? Peacock Plume wasn't dead yet, but the Flower Petal of Datura had already left. Although Yi Hong found it strange, he believed in Jingyu and turned back to withdraw his troops. The next second, 2 system notifications appeared on the screen. System, Flower Petal of Datura, first kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed, first kill. After Tanghua shouted these 4 words, she realized that something was wrong. How did Peacock Plume die? Can you please replay it? Soon, the live stream showed a replay of the moment just now. After the Flower Petal of Datura left, Peacock Plume immediately fled in the direction of his own territory. However, his health dropped at a frightening rate. Even if he used heal, it was useless. In the end, he died between the first tower and the second tower. This health drop is too frightening. Can you please show me Peacock Plume's perspective? As Aban spoke, he looked at the changing perspectives on the live stream and finally found the answer above Peacock Plume's status bar. It's poison. 6 stacks of poison. Tanghua, oh my god. How can there be 6 stacks? This time, just replaying Peacock Plume's instant of death wasn't enough to find the answer. He had no choice but to replay the entire process of the Flower Petal of Datura gank. Second skill, Flying Flower, Poison Stack 1, First skill, Flower Assault, Poison Stack 2, Passive skill, Flower Fury, Poison Stack 3, Unlocking Invisibility after Poison Stack 3. Attacking enemy demons while invisible would double the damage and double the toxicity, 6 stacks of poison. Just like that, Peacock Plume was poisoned to death. After analyzing the entire process, Aban couldn't help but exclaim like Tanghua, oh my god. Is this the correct way to play Flower Petal of Datura? This process seemed easy, as all it took was 1 stack of poison. However, there was a time limit to stack poison. Compared to stacking from 1 to 2, stacking from 2 to 3 allowed a shorter time. For many people playing Flower Petal of Datura, stacking up to 2 stacks was the limit. Often, when they wanted to stack up to 3 stacks, the poison on the enemy demons would have disappeared, and they would have to start from the first stack again. As for stacking up to 6 stacks, that was a fantasy, but Jingyu did it. He deliberately took on Peacock Plume's speed reduction skill and used his passive skill to stack up to 3 stacks of poison. Then, he attacked while invisible, directly doubling the poison on Peacock Plume's body. Then, of course, he could leave without looking back, 6 stacks of poison. Peacock Plume was a fragile mage. Even if he had 1/3 of his HP left, he would be dead, let alone a sliver of HP. Countless slid across the screen. Aban couldn't hide his excitement. I remember Team PG's coach, Luo Fan, once said in the previous match that Jingyu's calculation ability was very strong. I didn't think much of it before, but today was an eye-opener. Aban, because I play Flower Petal of Datura myself, I know very well how difficult it is to stack up to 3 stacks of poison. I tried to get hit by the other party first before using 2 skills one after another. However, it was impossible for the other party to stop after hitting me once. Most of the time, they would use a series of attacks to kill me directly. Even if they couldn't kill me, they would be alert and avoid my teleportation. Tanghua, judging from Flower Petal of Datura's stealth and assassination, stacking up to 3 stacks of poison isn't a coincidence. Jingyu really calculated it. Aban, of course. Otherwise, he wouldn't have turned around and left while Peacock Plume still had HP. Ha ha ha. This reminds me of a saying, true heroes never look back at explosions. Even Jingyu's teammates were stunned by Jingyu's performance, let alone the commentators and the bullet screen. Yihong, holy shit, that's awesome. Jingyu, huh? You have such a strong taste? Yihong, Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. The degree of Jingyu's antics is directly proportional to his skill. Hanleng, the better you play, the better you talk? Yihong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But don't accidentally hurt your allies. Jingyu, I'll be careful. Everyone thought that Jingyu's performance was too good, but Qin Fei saw through it. 6 stacks of poison. That's amazing. Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. You figured it out. Qin Fei, so this is what you meant by playing with your brain? Jingyu, yes, compared to Heart of Ice. Heart of Ice relied purely on skill. Without the support of skill, it was just a vase that would die. In comparison, Flower Petal of Datura's survivability was much stronger. However, because its damage wasn't as high as Heart of Ice, it had to calculate how to maximize its damage if it wanted to kill the enemy in one go. Qin Fei, how does it compare to Moonshade Spider? Jingyu, Moonshade Spider. After figuring out the combo, it can just mindlessly type on the keyboard. Speaking of which, Moonshade Spider is the most reckless demon I've ever used. Its survivability is even lower than Heart of Ice. Moonshade Spider's self-created combo gave other teams a headache, but in Jingyu's hands, it was just mindlessly typing on the keyboard. Who knew what the other teams would think if they found out? Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Picking you out of a sea of people, I'm really too lucky. On ANE's side, if it was said that they were still struggling on the edge of being autistic after losing the previous match, then, in this match, all of them were really going to be autistic in the end. 5 minutes later, it was a small team battle at the bottom lane. Devil's Snare Flower forcefully entered the battle and stacked 3 layers of poison on Carmel's body. Then, Devil's Snare Flower used stealth assassination to double the poison. Then, without even looking at Carmel, Devil's Snare Flower chased after the fleeing players and used a skill. Flower Petal of Datura's big move, Sky Blooming Flower Burial. It was hailed as the pinnacle of special effects in the game Devil Lord. On the screen, a girl in a purple dress was torn to pieces, turning into countless petals that instantly caught up with the escaping team. Each petal was like a sharp blade, sweeping him away. The team leader's HP dropped rapidly, finally reaching 0. Flower Petal of Datura condensed into human form on his corpse and moved out of the tower. System, Flower Petal of Datura, 1 kill. System, enemy Kamal has died. System, Flower Petal of Datura, 2 kills. System, enemy team leader has died. When others saw Kamal and the team leader, their first reaction was, ANE's late game damage is heaven-defying. When Jingyu saw Kamal and the team leader, his first reaction was, ah, brittle little cutie, watch how I carry you with 5 kills. In the first 10 minutes of the match, Flower Petal of Datura was in the limelight. At the 10-minute mark, the first full-scale team battle erupted in the middle lane. Lilith had 2 kills, while Dark Cupid had 3 kills. ANE was completely unable to retaliate. In comparison, Flower Petal of Datura's presence didn't seem as strong. However, as a fan of Jingyu, a band still exaggerated Jingyu's performance in the team battle. All ANE members were stacked with poison by Flower Petal of Datura, so their HP dropped very quickly. Flower Petal of Datura relied on big moves to kill, but in this team battle, Jingyu directly used big moves to start the team battle, greatly reducing ANE's HP. This was a very wise decision. Flower Petal of Datura played a huge role in trading 0 for 5. This bragging. Tanghua couldn't bear to listen to it. Qin Fei's Lilith is indeed domineering. She didn't retreat when her HP was low, and instead, she advanced. She chased after him with big moves and killed him above the tower. Dark Cupid directly attacked Kamal's face. A ANE team wiped out, and PG started to fight the dragon. As expected, when playing against a team like PG, which is too early in the game, you can't choose a team that's too late in the game. ANE's team formation was indeed late in the game, but was this what they wanted? The top laner and jungler were all banned, and Flower Petal of Datura's unexpected performance. Fly, let's continue researching Heart of Ice later. Fly, I'm sorry, we won't ban Heart of Ice anymore. End of chapter 57. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.